The soft tones of a piano waltz rang again and again from the phone by the pillow. Zhang Qiang stirred from deep sleep and hazily opened his eyes. He stared blankly for a moment at the dazzlingly bright screen beside his pillow, then picked up the phone and rejected the call. When his gaze fell on the displayed date, April 1, 2035, he suddenly jolted upright from the bed. How am I here? Zhang Qiang switched on the bedside lamp and carefully scanned his surroundings, taking in an environment both familiar and achingly nostalgic. This was the one-bedroom single apartment the company had arranged for him in his previous life. Outside the window all was deathly quiet, the night was dim and the sky was strewn with stars. Zhang Qiang rubbed his eyes hard, then pinched his thigh with force. Pain shot through him. This was no dream but reality. He had actually been reborn. He had been reborn to 6 months before the apocalyptic era of natural catastrophes. In his previous life, Zhang Qiang had been an orphan who grew up in a welfare home. Through relentless effort, he achieved near-perfect scores in the college entrance examination and was admitted into the best double first-class 985 university in the country. In his freshman year, responding to the call of the nation, he resolutely enlisted and served for 2 years in the Guard Regiment directly under a field army of the Southeast Military Region, becoming a university student soldier. After completing his honorable service, he returned to campus. Through 4 more years of diligent study, he successfully finished his undergraduate degree and was recommended directly into the graduate program at the same university. Upon graduating with his master's degree, he declined the opportunity his university offered to sponsor doctoral studies abroad. Instead, he went to the nation's most developed metropolis, Shanxi, joining a large private internet company and becoming a highly paid elite, earning over $1 million a year. After more than 3 years of work, he had just been promoted into the company's technical management. Yet before he could enjoy this new stage, catastrophic extreme climate swept across the globe. In that world of extreme calamity, Zhang Qiang struggled bitterly for survival. Relying on his keen mind, tenacious will and robust physique, he endured torrential floods, brutal cold, searing heat, plague, endless night, endless day, and earthquakes. After barely surviving a massive tsunami by sheer luck, he paddled an inflatable boat in utter exhaustion, aimlessly searching for any land he could reach. On what had seemed a calm sea, waves suddenly surged violently and a towering wall of water more than 10 meters high crashed down, engulfing both him and the rubber boat in an instant. Are you all okay? I heard something happened in Building F and came to check on you. Following you, Jiangwo was Sun Jiahong, who had seen the tragic scenes in the 17th and 18th floors where he dialed back at once. After finishing the call and setting the phone aside, he calmed himself completely. There were still 6 months before the onslaught of extreme climate disasters began anew. Zhang Qiang picked up his phone again and opened his mobile banking app. His account balance showed 15 million yuan in savings. This was the accumulation of over 3 years of salary and year-end bonuses, as well as dividends from the shares he held in a private software technology company in Shanxi, where he had contributed his technical expertise. Since starting work, Zhang Qiang had lived frugally, a habit ingrained since childhood. Despite his high income, he had almost never indulged in luxury spending. His apartment was provided by the company at a very low rent, and he took nearly all his meals at the company cafeteria, so his daily expenses were minimal and most of his income had been saved. Climbing out of bed, Zhang Qiang sat at his desk and opened his laptop. After careful consideration, he cited health reasons to write a resignation letter and sent it to his department leader's email. All of a sudden, he thought of the Hutian jade pendant he always wore around his neck. He reached up to touch it and felt it still there, and a sense of relief settled in his heart. He had worn this jade pendant since childhood. It should have been left to him by his parents. In his previous life, during the period of extreme climate disasters, a chance head injury had caused his blood to drip onto the pendant, mysteriously granting him access to a spatial realm. Within that realm, time was completely frozen. It served only as storage. Objects could be preserved indefinitely, but no living creature could be taken into the space. The storage area of the space was immense, a cubic chamber 200 meters long and wide and 100 meters high, endowed with automatic sorting, stacking, and organizing functions. Zhang Qiang removed the Hutian jade pendant from his neck, took a small craft knife from the pen holder on his desk, disinfected it with an alcohol swab from the medical kit, and sliced his fingertip. Fresh blood dripped onto the jade. A streak of white light flashed in an instant, and the jade pendant vanished from his hand. In Zhang Qiang's mind, a spatial realm emerged. He repeatedly used his consciousness to test storing and retrieving items, and finally confirmed that the space possessed exactly the same functions as in his previous life, unchanged in any way. Joy surged in his heart. In his previous life, he had discovered this space only after years of extreme climate disasters, when there were hardly any supplies left in the world to stockpile. Back then, every single day he had to risk his life searching for resources just to barely cling to existence. It was a life worse than death. The tall man instantly drew the other close, shielding him firmly behind his broad frame. Shinsun wiped the lewd grin from her face and said lightly, "All right, we're off." Drawing on the experience and information from his previous life facing various extreme climate disasters, he decided he should first find a remote and relatively safe city to lie low in, and then, depending on circumstances, find a way to enter one of the large survival bases established by the state. At this thought, Zhang Qiang realized that the 15 million yuan he currently possessed might be far from enough if he intended to stockpile large quantities of survival supplies. He then remembered a mobile app patent he had designed in his spare time. 4 or 5 computer technology companies had shown great interest in it, but he had never finalized a transfer. Now he could sell it to whichever company offered the highest price. He immediately drafted several emails and sent them to the inboxes of the bosses of those technology companies in Shan City. After that, he decided to draw up a detailed 6-month plan listing in detail the various survival supplies to purchase and stockpile, and determining which relatively safe city he should head to. After finishing his plan, it was already past 5 in the morning. Glancing at the faintly brightening sky outside the window, Zhang Qiang rose, went to the bathroom to wash up, briefly changed into light sportswear, and went downstairs to begin his morning exercise. In his previous life, ever since returning from military service, he had almost formed the habit of morning training every single day. 5 kilometers of running, half an hour of jumping rope, followed by another half hour of doing boxing, had kept his body exceptionally strong and agile. At 178 centimeters tall and weighing 72 kilograms, he carried almost no excess fat. His six-pack abs and broad pectoral muscles were especially striking, a fierce, imposing aura concealed beneath a quiet exterior. After finishing his morning workout, Zhang Qiang grabbed a simple breakfast at a nearby tea restaurant, then returned to his apartment to take a shower. Checking the time, it was already 8 o'clock. He glanced at his laptop. Several new emails had arrived in his inbox. He skimmed through them. They were replies from the owners of several tech companies. Changing into the clothes he usually wore to work, he decided to go back to the company first to handle the handover of his duties and complete the resignation procedures. He clocked in at the company building at 8:30 and went to his department leader's office. The leader was quite surprised by his sudden resignation. Zhang Qiang spoke politely and patiently, explaining that he was leaving for health reasons, and expressed heartfelt gratitude for the leader's guidance over more than 3 years at the company. The department leader fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Feeling it a pity to lose him, he approved Zhang Qiang's resignation report and notified the HR department to handle his resignation paperwork and work handover. Zhang Qiang returned to his workstation, packed his personal belongings into a box, handed in his employee badge, exited the company work chat group, and then went to the accounting department to settle his final pay. The company treated departing employees fairly humanely. Since Zhang Qiang was leaving for health reasons, they granted him an extra month's salary and additional allowances. Before long, 21,000 yuan was deposited onto his salary bank card. Watching his account balance rise to 36 million yuan, Zhang Qiang noted that his single apartment would be taken back by the company in a week. After saying goodbye to a few colleagues he was on good terms with, Zhang Qiang carried his packed box and left the company building where he had worked for more than 3 years. After dropping his things back at the apartment, Zhang Qiang arranged meetings with several tech company owners interested in buying the patent for his mobile software. In the end, he quickly transferred the patent to one company for 8 million yuan. After signing the patent transfer contract and having it notarized, his bank account increased by another 8 million, bringing his balance to 16 million yuan. Riding a shared bicycle, Zhang Qiang returned to his apartment. Looking around the single unit he lived in, he saw that aside from clothes, a few pairs of shoes, and some daily necessities, almost everything else had originally come with the apartment. There was hardly anything that needed much packing. A large suitcase would be enough to hold it all. He quickly gathered all his belongings, packed them neatly into the suitcase, and tossed a few items he felt he would no longer need straight into the trash bin. Standing by the window, Zhang Qiang gazed at the modern high-rises outside and the unending stream of cars on the elevated roads. He sighed inwardly, thinking that in just 6 months, when the extreme catastrophe arrived, all this prosperity would vanish like foam. The city of Shan was extremely prosperous and developed, and prices of all kinds were very high. Zhang Qiang had no intention of stockpiling survival supplies in this city. Though the money in his hands was not a small sum, every bit of it had to be used where it mattered most. The duration of the coming extreme catastrophe was completely unknown. Even after it ended, the scarcity and shortage of supplies would likely last a long time. He had to plan far ahead. Remembering the scenes from his previous life, a wave of panic and helplessness surged through Zhang Qiang's heart. All he could do in this life was strive to prepare as thoroughly as possible and hoard as many survival supplies as he could. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Among the commerçants he often kept in touch with, one was now working as a sales manager at a pharmaceutical company in Shashi Hushing province. For medicines he could ask this man for help. After all, buying many prescription drugs in large quantities came with heavy restrictions for individuals with a friend in that field. Things would be much easier. During the future period of extreme catastrophe, medicines would be among the scarcest of supplies, goods that existed only in name, worth far beyond their price, even reaching sky-high value as life-saving resources. Then there was salt, sugar, heating and cold-proof materials, items for keeping cool in summer, high-calorie foods, various meats and eggs, instant convenience foods, purified water, all kinds of daily necessities, outdoor survival gear, self-defense weapons, and various means of transportation for both water and land. Zhang Qiang carefully reviewed his prepared plans for stockpiling all kinds of survival supplies once more and added storage shelves to the list. He could go to the second-hand goods market to look. He should be able to find shelves that were both good and cheap. He then called the comrade who worked as a pharmaceutical sales manager and said that he had a very good friend who needed a batch of medicines and some medical equipment. He asked if he could help arrange it with the price calculated at market rates. The comrade asked about the specific drugs, medical devices and quantities required, then agreed to gather everything within 3 days and to provide them at purchase price, since it would also count toward his own sales performance. Zhang Qiang said he would be going to Shashi on a business trip in the next couple of days and that they could meet up then. He immediately transferred a deposit of 100,000 yuan to his comrade. Afterward he checked high-speed rail tickets. It would take about 3 hours from Shan to Shashi. He promptly booked an afternoon ticket, deciding to go to Shashi first, find a car rental company and temporarily rent a small van which would make stockpiling supplies easier and more convenient for transferring them into his storage space. Zhang Qiang stored the packed suitcase into his storage space, took one last look at the single apartment he had lived in for more than 3 years, then locked the door and handed the key over to the property management office downstairs. After settling the water and electricity bills, he left the apartment building and took the subway toward the high-speed rail station. Zhang Qiang arrived at Shashi. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He took a taxi to the city center and found a nationally recognized budget hotel he had booked online. Due to the current economic downturn, the budget hotel was very inexpensive. Zhang Qiang booked a 3-day stay for only 540 yuan. After taking a shower, Zhang Qiang lay on the bed and browsed information about the second-hand goods market in Shashi on his phone. He made over 10 calls and found a vendor with a large batch of steel shelves that were returned from closed supermarkets. They were 90 new, thickened and reinforced with a standard size of 200 centimeters in length, 60 centimeters in width and 180 centimeters in height, priced at 460 yuan each. If he bought all 320 shelves, the price could be reduced to 420 yuan each. Zhang Qiang thought for a moment, deciding that 320 shelves would be sufficient, and negotiated the price down to 380 yuan each, agreeing to buy all of them. The vendor considered it and agreed to the deal. Zhang Qiang checked the time and discussed with the vendor whether he could inspect the goods now. If everything was suitable, they could finalize the deal that evening. The vendor quickly sent Zhang Qiang the address of the warehouse in the second-hand goods market, and they agreed to meet an hour later. After about half an hour by taxi, Zhang Qiang arrived at the second-hand goods market. The vendor quickly showed up and led Zhang Qiang to the warehouse, where they saw the steel multi-layer shelves occupying half of the space. Zhang Qiang carefully inspected the shelves. They were indeed sturdy and well constructed, also around 90 new. He then asked the vendor if there were any vacant warehouses nearby, as he wanted to rent one temporarily for a week. The vendor smiled and said business is tough now, the economy is bad and there are many empty warehouses in the market. However, if you only want to rent for a week, the market management probably won't allow it. The minimum rental period is a month. How about this? My warehouse is only holding these shelves. If you need a temporary 1-week rental, I can rent it to you directly for 1000 yuan. Does that work for you? Zhang Qiang smiled back, saying thank you very much then. I'll settle the payment for the shelves and the rental now. Today will count as the first day of the rental period. The vendor replied, thank you. Please give me your ID card and I'll make a copy in the store, then write a short-term rental certificate and give you the key. Zhang Qiang followed the vendor to the store, completed the short-term rental certificate, exchanged copies of their ID cards and scanned to pay the vendor a total of 122600 yuan for the rental and shelves. The vendor handed over the warehouse key to Zhang Qiang, and after a few polite exchanges, Zhang Qiang left the store and headed towards the warehouse. Zhang Qiang observed the second-hand goods market. He noticed a surveillance camera only at the entrance. After carefully searching the warehouse, he found no cameras, which made him feel relieved. Zhang Qiang pulled down the large iron door of the warehouse and walked to the steel shelves. With a wave of his hand, he instantly stored them all in his space. Once the steel multi-layer shelves were stored, they automatically arranged themselves neatly along the side. Zhang Qiang exited the warehouse, locked the large iron door and took a taxi away from the second-hand goods market. He sent his comrades from the pharmaceutical company the warehouse address, asking them to contact him in advance for delivery. Near the budget hotel, Zhang Qiang noticed a local specialty restaurant. Feeling hungry, he walked in. The restaurant wasn't very crowded. Zhang Qiang found a table by the window and the owner eagerly brought over the menu. Zhang Qiang took the menu and saw many dishes with local characteristics. He ordered a portion of fried rice with cured meat, a dish of Mao's braised pork, a spicy shrimp dish, and a plate of Xiangxi grandmother's vegetables along with a bottle of beer. Looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table, Zhang Qiang felt joyful, recalling the stark contrast to the food he had during extreme weather disasters. Suddenly his appetite surged and he devoured the meal like a whirlwind. The taste was truly delightful and soon there was nothing left on the plate. After finishing he paid only 138 yuan. Zhang Qiang smiled at the owner, saying, "Your specialty dishes are really delicious and reasonably priced. I would like to order lunchboxes for my company's employees for 3 days. Please prepare them in takeout boxes and I will come to pick them up. What do you think?" The owner's face lit up with a surprised smile. "We run our business with integrity and maintain cleanliness, so we have many repeat customers. We've done quite a few meal orders for nearby companies before. What dishes do you want and how many do you need?" Zhang Qiang picked up the menu, thought for a moment and said, "I need 200 portions of fried rice with cured meat each day, 20 portions of chopped pepper fish head, 20 portions of Mao's braised pork, 20 portions of spicy stir-fried meat, 20 portions of mixed steamed preserved meats, 20 portions of spicy chicken, 20 portions of mushroom and vegetable hearts, 20 portions of flavored snake, and 20 portions of dry pot cauliflower. I need lunch for 3 consecutive days starting tomorrow, with each portion packed individually in takeout boxes. How much will that be?" "I'll pay you first and I'll come to pick it up before noon." The owner, smiling broadly, picked up the calculator from the counter, looked at the recorded dishes and quantities, calculated the price, and soon said with a smile, "The packaging for these fried rice and specialty dishes will be free of charge. The total for 3 days worth of food comes to 24420 yuan. You can pay me 24400 yuan. Zhang Qiang took out his phone, scanned to pay, and left his phone number. The owner warmly escorted Zhang Qiang to the restaurant door. Back in his room at the budget hotel, Zhang Qiang checked his mobile banking account balance, which was 9911800 yuan. He took his suitcase out from his space, retrieved some change of clothes and personal hygiene items, took a hot shower, and comfortably lay on the bed browsing nearby car rental companies on his phone. He decided to rent a small cargo van tomorrow morning. He then contacted his comrades from the pharmaceutical company, suggesting they find a restaurant to gather tomorrow evening. After browsing on his phone for a while, he felt sleepy and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Zhang Qiang woke up early, washed up, and went out for a morning exercise. After a simple breakfast, the number of pedestrians and vehicles on the road gradually increased. Following the navigation on his phone, he found a nearby car rental company, rented a small van for 3 days, and paid a rental fee of 660 yuan. Driving the small van, he arrived at the largest daily goods and agricultural products wholesale market in the outskirts of Shushi City. He calculated in his mind that he needed to stockpile enough various living supplies to last him for 60 years. After wandering around the market for a while, many shops had just opened for business. Zhang Qiang entered a wholesale toilet paper shop and ordered a certain well-known brand 700 bundles of 12 rolls of coreless toilet paper, 40 boxes of large-pack alcohol disinfectant wipes, and 300 boxes of 30-pack tissue paper. The shop owner quickly calculated the wholesale price, totaling 24870 yuan. Zhang Qiang paid half of the invoice via QR code, promising to settle the remaining amount upon receipt. He left the address and contact number of the rental warehouse, and the shop owner promised to deliver the goods after lunch. Zhang Qiang went to a neighboring large shop that dealt in daily chemical supplies wholesale, ordering whole boxes of laundry detergent, washing powder, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, sulfur soap, laundry soap, skin lotion, hand cream, moisturizing shower gel, bottled quick-drying disinfectant towels, bath towels, mosquito nets, strong mosquito coils, various spray insecticides, 84 disinfectant, manual razors, razor blades, manual hair clippers, self-heating warm packs, electric blankets, heaters of various models, fans, air conditioning fans, energy-saving desk lamps, rechargeable hair clippers, rechargeable high-brightness flashlights, manual generators, batteries of various sizes, large-capacity power banks, portable high-capacity mobile power sources, sewing kits, thick garbage bags in various sizes, stainless steel chopsticks, stainless steel utensils, hangers, whole boxes of gas lighters, whole boxes of electronic lighters, nail clippers, scissors, clothes drying rope, outdo. The owner recorded the types and quantities of items while calculating the wholesale prices with a calculator, instructing the staff to categorize and label the items for packing. The total for all items came to 316500 yuan. Zhang Qiang paid half of the amount via QR code, leaving the warehouse address and phone number. The owner promised to deliver the goods immediately after sorting and packing. Zhang Qiang leisurely wandered around the wholesale market, his eyes fixed on every shop that passed by, purchasing various living supplies according to his predetermined plan. He noticed a shop not far away that dealt in wholesale outdoor sports equipment, so he walked in. The owner was a young man who greeted him with a smile. After browsing the store, Zhang Qiang found that although the outdoor products were mid-range brands produced domestically, they were quite practical, and more importantly, the prices were reasonable with a wide variety. He then ordered 30 sets of outdoor fleece-lined waterproof and cold-resistant jackets in his size, 30 pairs of outdoor waterproof and cold-resistant sports gloves, 30 sets of thick fleece thermal underwear, 30 sets of thermal underwear, 5 pieces of outdoor cold-resistant windproof quick-drying down jackets, 10 pieces of outdoor split wind and rain jackets, 30 sets of outdoor fleece-lined sports hoodies, 30 sets of lightweight outdoor sports hoodies, 20 pairs of outdoor waterproof and puncture-resistant hiking shoes, 20 pairs of outdoor waterproof and cold-resistant climbing boots, 20 pairs of outdoor slip-resistant cold-resistant boots, 30 pairs of outdoor slip-resistant lightweight sports shoes, 30 sets of outdoor summer sportswear, 20 outdoor waterproof and cold-resistant fleece hats, 300 pairs of outdoor sports fleece socks, 500 pairs of outdoor sports cotton socks, 10 outdoor waterproof large-capacity multifunctional backpacks, 5 sets of outdoor survival ropes, 3 automatic inflatable kayaks. The young owner looked at Zhang Qiang's order and smiled, saying, "Brother, are you purchasing for a team? I will definitely give you the best price, and you can rest assured about the quality of the equipment. I am also an outdoor survival enthusiast, and I have tried most of this gear. You can be assured it's all genuine." "Thank you." Zhang Qiang smiled. "The total for these items is 220960 yuan. Just give me a round number of 220000. Will you take the items yourself, or should I have someone deliver them to you? I have a small van parked in the lot outside the market. Just have someone pack the goods for me and I will take them myself," Zhang Qiang replied after thinking for a moment. After finishing, he took out his phone and scanned to pay the amount. The young owner nodded. "Okay, I will have someone prepare your equipment and pack it for loading right away." After speaking, he called 2 store employees to get busy. When the young owner along with the employees finished loading the packaged equipment into the van, Zhang Qiang checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock and he needed to go to the small restaurant to pick up the ordered meals. He then drove away from the wholesale market. After driving for a while, he pulled over, entered the van and waved to collect all the packaged equipment into his space. The items stored in the space were instantly categorized and neatly stacked. Zhang Qiang arrived at the small restaurant where the owner had prepared everything. Together with the restaurant staff, they loaded the packed meals into the van. After driving away, he parked in the parking lot of the rental warehouse, looked around, entered the van, closed the door and placed the meals from the van onto the shelves in his space. After staying in the warehouse for a while, he received a delivery call from the supplier. The various supplies he ordered in the morning were being delivered to the warehouse one after another. After checking the materials and finding everything accurate, he settled the remaining payment. He locked the large warehouse door, waved to collect all the supplies stored inside into his space, and all items were instantly categorized and neatly stacked. Zhang Qiang checked the balance in his mobile banking account, which showed 9349770 yuan remaining. Zhang Qiang glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. He locked the warehouse door and had a simple lunch at a nearby restaurant before driving his small van towards the suburban wholesale market for agricultural goods. Although there seemed to be enough time to stock up on various supplies, the extreme weather disaster was less than 6 months away. However, Zhang Qiang still hoped to stockpile as early as possible. Plans often fail to keep up with changes, and if the disaster arrived earlier than expected, the money in his bank account would essentially become worthless. The sooner he could turn his money into supplies, the better. At this moment, nothing could be entirely certain, nor could he afford to be. Zhang Qiang was calculating his supply stocking plan, deciding to stock up on salt, sugar, purified water, dairy products, fruits, instant and convenient foods, as well as gasoline, diesel, smokeless coke, charcoal and other energy sources. He could also place bulk orders for meal boxes with a combination of meat and vegetables from several restaurants, which would be stored conveniently and would not pose any quality issues at any time, ensuring he could always address hunger. After all, during the extreme disaster period, cooking would not only be time-consuming but also invite unnecessary trouble. Rice flour, cooking oil, seasonings and dried goods along with meat and vegetables could be stockpiled as a reserve for emergencies. After all, food supplies would be the most scarce during future extreme disasters. Upon arriving at the wholesale market again, he walked for a bit and reached the area for wholesale agricultural products. He entered a large wholesale store specializing in grains and dried goods, found the owner, who was engrossed in reading news on his phone, and placed orders for 30 boxes of edible salt, 50 bags per box, 30 boxes of white sugar, 50 bags per box, 10 boxes of rock sugar, 30 bags per box, along with various spices and ingredients in bulk. The owner had several staff members take the supply list to the warehouse to sort and pack the items while he meticulously calculated the total price, which took over half an hour. After double-checking, the total came to 1288565 yuan. Zhang Qiang carefully reviewed the bill again and confirmed its accuracy. He scanned the payment to pay half of the total amount and left the warehouse address and phone number. The owner promised delivery by noon the next day. He then turned to the adjacent meat wholesale store and purchased 1500 gin of pork belly, 1000 gin of lean pork, 1800 gin of beef leg meat, 1800 gin of fresh lamb, 100 pigeons and 100 free-range chickens. Spending 178000 yuan, he paid half the bill and left the warehouse address and phone number. The owner smiled as he said the goods will be ready by tomorrow morning and delivered via cold chain truck. Zhang Qiang wandered around the market visiting several wholesale shops where he ordered ample amounts of scallions, ginger, garlic, various fresh vegetables, assorted fresh fish, boxes of eggs, salted duck eggs, goose eggs, century eggs, various fresh fruits, instant foods, assorted dairy products, bottled and barreled mineral water, purified water, various sports drinks, food cans, as well as his favorite jasmine tea and Xinjiang Maojin, totaling 468200 yuan. He left the warehouse address and phone number for the shop owner to deliver the next morning. In a corner of the market he found a shop selling smokeless coke and charcoal directly from the manufacturer. He placed an order for 200 tons of high-calorie smokeless coke, 100 tons of smokeless charcoal and 50 tons of dry wood, requesting that the manufacturer package everything in ton bags. The price was 856000 yuan and Zhang Qiang paid half of it, leaving the warehouse address and phone number for the manufacturer to deliver the following afternoon. The manufacturer also generously included 10 boxes of ignition aids and 3 handheld flamethrowers. After wandering around the market a bit more, he visited a shop that sold various stoves and boilers where he purchased 10 household energy-efficient multifunctional coke stoves, 10 stainless steel portable multifunctional wood stoves and 5 outdoor multifunctional barbecue grills, spending 15800 yuan. He left the warehouse address and phone number for delivery the next day. Just as he exited the wholesale market, he received a call from a comrade informing him that the ordered medical supplies and equipment had arrived and could be delivered immediately. They would go together. Zhang Qiang headed to the parking lot and drove back to the warehouse to prepare for receiving the goods. After waiting for a while at the warehouse, the delivery truck from the medical company and his comrade arrived. The unloading worker delivered the medical supplies to the warehouse. Zhang Qiang and his comrade chatted warmly for a bit. The total for this batch of medical supplies and various medical equipment was 765000 yuan, and Zhang Qiang paid his comrade the remaining 665000 yuan. After seeing off his comrade, Zhang Qiang returned to the warehouse looking at the neatly boxed common medical supplies and equipment, feeling much more at ease. He waved his hand to store them on the shelves in space, and the supplies automatically sorted and arranged themselves. For the next 2 consecutive days, all the ordered supplies and the meals ordered from small restaurants were neatly stored and categorized in the space. Zhang Qiang took out a handheld flamethrower and examined it closely. It was designed for use with gasoline, mainly for quickly igniting wood and smokeless charcoal. With a slight modification to the flame control regulator, it could serve as a powerful self-defense weapon, and he decided to take some time to study and improve it. Zhang Qiang returned the rented small van and warehouse. Now only gasoline, diesel and the self-defense weapon remained, which were strictly controlled by the government, and he would have to find other solutions. Before the extreme weather disaster strikes, he needed to continue placing bulk orders for various meal boxes from restaurants and find a relatively safe refuge. He decided to leave Shushi and head to Chengdu, the capital city of Sichuan province. Zhang Qiang checked his mobile banking account balance, which showed 587700 yuan, which should be sufficient. Zhang Qiang returned to the chain hotel where he was staying, took a shower, changed into casual sportswear, packed his belongings and went downstairs to check out. He took a taxi to the high-speed railway station, bought a ticket for the train to Cheng City in Sichuan province an hour later, and leisurely sat in the waiting area scrolling through the news on his phone. Zhang Qiang had his own plans for Cheng City in Sichuan province. The overall elevation of Sichuan province is relatively high, far from the coast, and during the extreme climate disasters of his previous life, it was one of the provinces least affected by disasters. At that time, 2 of the largest survival bases in the country were built in Sichuan province. If Sichuan province faced severe disasters in this life, he could go to the nearby Tibetan province, where the unique geographical structure and climate would make it much easier to cope with various extreme climate disasters. Most importantly, there are fewer people, leading to fewer conflicts. Watching the scenery fly by outside the window, Zhang Qiang sighed to himself that if it weren't for the arrival of various extreme disasters, his life might have been very beautiful, buying a house, getting married, having children, and living a simple yet happy life. After more than 7 hours on the high-speed train, he finally arrived in Cheng City, Sichuan province in the evening. He took a taxi to the Jinjiang district of Cheng City, the highest area in Cheng City with a well-developed underground drainage system and mature supporting facilities. Living in this area was a decision Zhang Qiang made after careful consideration. After getting out of the car, Zhang Qiang entered a chain real estate agency by the roadside, where a young agent greeted him enthusiastically. The agent smiled and asked, "Sir, are you looking to buy or rent a house? We have all the listings for sale or rent in Jinjiang district." The agent smiled and asked, "Sir, are you looking to buy or rent a house? We have all the listings for sale or rent in Jinjiang district." square meters in a quiet and safe community with good privacy and responsible property management. It should be on a high floor, not the top floor, and have a parking space preferably ready to move in. The agent led Zhang Qiang to the reception room, poured him a cup of coffee and took out a tablet to search for suitable listings. A few minutes later the agent picked up the tablet and placed it in front of Zhang Qiang, smiling, "Sir, I found 3 options that meet your requirements. You can visit them at any time." Zhang Qiang glanced at the general information of the 3 properties and was particularly satisfied with one in the Wanli Huayuan community. This apartment was on the 28th floor, a corner unit of 89 square meters with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen, elegantly decorated. It came with an underground parking space and was managed by a well-known national real estate developer. The unit was just over 2 years old and the owner was renting it out because they had been assigned to work abroad long-term. The rent was 4,000 yuan per month with a deposit of 4,000 yuan, and the owner requested annual payment. Seeing that Zhang Qiang was very interested in this apartment, the agent suggested they could go see it since it was only a few hundred meters from the agency, just a 10-minute walk. Zhang Qiang agreed and immediately stood up to go with the agent to the community. They walked to the entrance of the community where the agent scanned the access card and led Zhang Qiang inside. The agent smiled and said this community has excellent security and privacy. Only owners can enter by swiping their access cards, and the elevators also require swiping to access their own floors. Zhang Qiang nodded with a smile, looking around. The community was not large, with 6 buildings separated for pedestrians and vehicles, a beautiful and quiet environment with few people and protective electric fencing on the walls. Inside the apartment, Zhang Qiang looked around and found it quite nice. The decoration was unique and elegant, with all the necessary furnishings and appliances for home life. He tested the water, electricity and gas, and everything was in order. He turned to the agent and said, "This apartment is indeed good. I'll rent this one." The agent happily replied, "Great, let's head back to the office to sign the lease agreement. You can move in today. Once we finish the contract, I'll provide you with the account numbers for water, electricity and gas, which you can bind for payment on Alipay. The property fee will be covered by the owner." Back at the real estate agency, Zhang Qiang showed his ID, paid 5,200 yuan for the annual rent and deposit, and also paid a 2,000 yuan agency fee, signing the lease agreement. The agent handed Zhang Qiang the account numbers for water, electricity and gas along with 3 access cards for the community, and suggested that Zhang Qiang change the electronic password of the entrance door after moving in. Zhang Qiang left the real estate agency, took out his phone and bound the account numbers for water, electricity and gas on Alipay, recharging each with 500 yuan. Feeling a bit hungry, he ordered a few specialty dishes and a bottle of beer along with a bowl of rice at a Sichuan restaurant not far from the community. After finishing his meal and settling the bill of 162 yuan, he casually asked the owner, "Do you provide custom employee meals here? Like a meat and a vegetable with rice?" The restaurant owner smiled and said, "Of course. We used to provide meals for a few nearby companies, but now due to the economic downturn they no longer order. Our meals are hygienic, generous in portion, delicious and reasonably priced. Are you looking to order work meals?" Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Yes, there are over 60 people in my company and we need to order 60 lunchboxes every day except for Sundays when we don't order. What would your price be?" The restaurant owner replied with a smile, "A meat and a vegetable with rice is 16 yuan. The dishes change daily and there won't be any repeats in a week. Business has been tough and this price is already the lowest. But you can rest assured about the quantity and quality, or else the company wouldn't order from us." Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Starting tomorrow, I'll order 60 portions for every day except Sundays. I'll come by to pick up the meals before noon and I'll settle the payment for a week in advance." The owner quickly smiled and said, "All right, thank you for supporting our little business." Zhang Qiang replied, "You're welcome." He then scanned the code to pay for a week's meal fee of 5,760 yuan and left his phone number with the restaurant owner. The owner politely escorted Zhang Qiang to the door and he walked along the road back to the community. On passing a shop beside the community, Zhang Qiang saw a housekeeping service company. After some thought, he went in and ordered 2 cleaning ladies by the hour to clean and tidy up the apartment. After the cleaning ladies finished and left, Zhang Qiang returned to the apartment, first changed the electronic password of the entrance door, took out his suitcase from storage, pulled out the clothes he had changed over the past few days and put them into the washing machine. He also took out a bucket of laundry detergent, arranged his toiletries and some hygiene products in the bathroom, and after taking a shower returned to the bedroom. Lying on the soft bed, Zhang Qiang checked his bank account balance, 5814,678 yuan. Suddenly remembering he hadn't bought bedding or a 4-piece set for the bed, he decided to make do for one night and planned to rent a car from a rental company tomorrow before going to buy them. After hanging up the clothes and turning on the air conditioning, he lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Waking up early in the morning after washing up and finishing his morning exercises in the neighborhood, it was already past 8 o'clock. Zhang Qiang had breakfast at a nearby breakfast shop, then rode a shared bicycle to explore the surroundings. Following the navigation on his phone after cycling for 20 minutes, he found a chain car rental company. Upon entering the store, a staff member greeted him enthusiastically saying, "Hello, are you looking to rent a car?" Zhang Qiang replied, "Yes, I want to rent an off-road vehicle for 7 months, a mid-range brand will do." The staff member smiled and said, "We just received a Ford Explorer 4-wheel drive off-road vehicle yesterday. It's 2 years old. The previous owner only drove it for over 20,000 kilometers and there have been no accidents or scratches. Although the car looks large, it only consumes 12 liters per 100 kilometers. The fuel tank can hold 73 liters of 92-octane gasoline and it just had a full maintenance last month. The insurance is comprehensive and valid until January next year. The owner is temporarily renting it out to earn some extra money since he is currently unemployed. Would you like to take a look at the car?" Zhang Qiang nodded and followed the staff member to the showroom, where he circled around the imposing black off-road vehicle, examining it closely before sitting inside to experience the feel of the car. Zhang Qiang asked, "How much is the rent for this car?" The staff member smiled and said, "The daily rental for this car is 220 yuan, the monthly rental is 5,500 yuan, the quarterly rental is 4,800 yuan. If you rent for more than 6 months, the minimum is 4,500 yuan per month." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Then let's rent this car. I'll sign a contract for 7 months. After finishing, he got out of the car and followed the staff member to the front desk to process the rental contract. He presented his ID card and driver's license, signed the rental contract and paid 31500 yuan for the rental fee along with a 10000 yuan deposit. He drove to a nearby gas station to fill the tank, then used his phone's navigation to head to a nearby general merchandise market. Upon entering the market, he parked the car and asked the security guard where the bedding area was, then walked over. He arrived at a shop specializing in various bedding products. After browsing for a while, he purchased 10 pieces of 8 jean Xinjiang cotton quilts, 10 pieces of 10 jean Xinjiang cotton quilts, 10 pieces of 6 jean silk quilts, 10 thickened Xinjiang cotton blankets, 10 summer air conditioning quilts, 30 pure cotton quilt covers, 10 pure cotton bed sheets, 10 down pillows and 10 latex pillows. He asked the shopkeeper to vacuum pack them separately, paid 15800 yuan, left his address and phone number, and the shop owner said they would deliver the goods shortly after packing. Noticing a cashmere clothing store next door, Zhang Qiang went in to browse and bought 10 thick high-neck cashmere sweaters, 10 round-neck cashmere sweaters and 10 thick cashmere pants, paying 19000 yuan and asking the shop to vacuum pack them for delivery to his car. On his way back to the neighborhood, he saw a liquor and tobacco store by the roadside, so he parked the car and walked inside. In times of extreme disaster, tobacco and alcohol are hard currencies, even considered priceless. Zhang Qiang himself smoked, but only occasionally, with a pack lasting about 3 to 4 days, and he drank a little as well. The owner, who was playing with his phone, noticed Zhang Qiang enter the store, put his phone down and asked with a smile, "What would you like to buy?" Zhang Qiang looked at the cigarette display case and asked with a smile what brands of cigarettes are available for around 15 yuan. The owner counted and smiled, saying, "There are many cigarettes at this price point, mainly for seasoned smokers. There are 13 types. Would you like to buy some of each?" Zhang Qiang replied, "I want 100 packs of each type, which is 2 cartons of each." The owner was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "You want that many? I don't have that much stock available. If you truly want them, I can source them from other vendors, but it might take 3 to 4 days and you'd need to pay a deposit." Zhang Qiang chuckled and said, "That's fine. How many do you have in stock right now?" "I'll take them all." The owner carefully calculated the inventory and said, "Currently I have about 10 packs of each of the 13 types of cigarettes." Zhang Qiang said, "Then please pack these cigarettes into boxes for me, I'll take them all. Besides these 13 types, I also want another 100 packs of each." Hearing this, the owner called the staff to get busy, and soon they packed the cartons of cigarettes. Zhang Qiang scanned and paid 19500 yuan for the cigarettes and also paid the owner a 20000 yuan deposit for the cigarette purchase. The owner and the staff placed the packed cigarettes into the trunk of Zhang Qiang's car. Zhang Qiang returned to the store and looked at the various liquors on display. The owner approached him with a smile and asked, "What brand of liquor are you interested in? We have a wide variety. Are you looking for something for yourself or as a gift?" Zhang Qiang replied, "It's for employee benefits at the company. A mid-range price will do, but it has to be products from well-known distilleries." The owner immediately understood and said with a smile, "Then it must be our province's 52-degree Lao Jiao Teichu. It's well known nationwide. A box contains 6 bottles. If you want it, I can give you a discount at 1680 yuan per box. This price is basically the lowest in the city. What do you think?" Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "All right, I'll take 300 boxes. Do you have them in stock?" The owner quickly responded, "Yes, we have them in stock. Lao Jiao Teichu has always been the best-selling liquor, so I have a large inventory." Zhang Qiang said, "Hey, race the plan. Once you have the cigarettes sourced, call me and I will come with the car to pick everything up. Payment upon delivery." The owner smiled and said, "Okay, I'll do my best to source the goods for you as soon as possible." Zhang Qiang drove away from the liquor and tobacco store, checked the time and realized it was past 11. He needed to go to the restaurant to pick up the pre-ordered takeout and have lunch. Arriving at the restaurant, he parked the car, quickly moved the entire box of cigarettes from the trunk into his space and walked into the restaurant. The restaurant owner and staff placed the packed takeout into the trunk of Zhang Qiang's off-road vehicle. After having lunch, Zhang Qiang returned to the car, stored the packed takeout on the shelf in his space and drove back to the neighborhood. Back in his room, he took out a silk quilt and a bed cover from his space, placed the silk quilt on the balcony to air out and washed the bed cover, hanging it out to dry on the balcony drying rack. Zhang Qiang inspected all the windows and glass in the indoor and balcony areas. They were made of high-quality thickened broken bridge aluminum material and 3-layer laminated safety glass, providing excellent sound insulation, cold resistance and heat resistance, which reassured him greatly. He carefully reviewed all the supplies stored in his space and realized he needed to quickly find channels to purchase gasoline and diesel as well as self-defense weapons. In the following days, Zhang Qiang drove around Cheng City, gaining a general understanding of the city's basic conditions. At a large chain appliance store, he purchased 10 units of the latest portable heating and cooling air conditioners from a major brand, 5 high-power household silent inverter gasoline generators, 5 high-power household silent inverter diesel generators, as well as 2 types of compatible wear parts and engine oil, spending a total of 62050 yuan. He received a call from the liquor and tobacco store owner informing him that the cigarettes he ordered were ready and had arrived at the store's warehouse. Zhang Qiang went to the car rental company, paid 300 yuan to temporarily rent a cargo van and headed to the warehouse of the liquor and tobacco store. There were 100 packs of each of the 13 types of cigarettes, totaling 26 cartons and 300 boxes of Lao Jiao Teichu. After deducting the 200,000 yuan deposit he had already paid, Zhang Qiang paid another 679,000 yuan. The liquor store owner was very polite and even gave Zhang Qiang a free pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and a pack of Su cigarettes. Zhang Qiang parked the cargo van on a secluded road, entered the back of the van and moved the entire boxes of liquor and cigarettes into his space, where they were automatically categorized, stacked and organized. After returning the cargo van, he drove back to the neighborhood in his off-road vehicle. Zhang Qiang comfortably leaned back on the sofa, lit a soft Zhonghua cigarette and opened his phone to check his bank account balance, which showed 4957700 yuan. Zhang Qiang's days were easy, comfortable and fulfilling. Every day, aside from the necessary morning physical training, he would go to a nearby restaurant to pick up his pre-ordered boxed lunch, and he had signed up for a unknown Muay Thai practical training class at a local martial arts school, training for 2 hours every evening. The coach, watching the hard-working and sweating Zhang Qiang, smiled and said, "With your physical condition and the solid combat foundation you developed in the army, it won't be long before you can graduate. You are the most outstanding student I have taught so far." Zhang Qiang smiled and gave the coach a thumbs up, continuing to practice earnestly in the ring. He gradually got to know several friends of similar age who shared common interests at the martial arts school. One of the friends Zhang Qiang particularly valued was only because this friend worked in sales management at a petrochemical refinery on the outskirts of the city, and his father was a key leader at the refinery. Through this friend's connections and with appropriate reasons, Zhang Qiang purchased the long-awaited energy materials at factory price: 350 barrels of 98-octane gasoline, 350 barrels of 95-octane gasoline, 350 barrels of 92-octane gasoline, 350 barrels of 0 diesel, 350 barrels of 5 diesel, 350 barrels of 10 diesel, 350 barrels of 20 diesel, 350 barrels of 35 diesel and 350 barrels of 50 diesel, spending a total of 4725800 yuan. Zhang Qiang looked at the neatly stacked gasoline and diesel resources in his space and then at the meager balance of 183900 yuan in his mobile banking account, feeling both excited and pained by the money spent. However, he knew very well that during the extreme disaster periods in the future, these energy materials would be an essential support for his survival. Now he only needed to acquire self-defense weapons. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and took a slow puff, sitting in a leisure chair on the balcony, gazing at the distant prosperity of the city. There were less than 2 months left until the extreme disaster arrived. It was already August and the weather had turned hot. The scorching sun was unabashedly shining down on the earth, with temperatures reaching 39 degrees. Zhang Qiang ordered 20 portable outdoor folding toilets, 30000 specially sized large garbage bags and 200 bags of 80-pound super odor-absorbing tofu cat litter from an e-commerce website, paying 22600 yuan. He purchased 300 water storage tanks with a capacity of 1 ton made of thick food-grade material and 50 boxes of sanitation disinfectant tablets from a manufacturer on the outskirts, spending 117,000 yuan. He temporarily rented a vacant farmhouse near the manufacturer, cleaned all the water tanks, added the disinfectant tablets, filled them with water, and then stored them in his space before returning the rental. He installed a highly secure anti-tampering and anti-drilling steel security door in the corridor outside the front door, costing 8650 yuan. The preparations that needed to be done were basically complete, and there remained 23650 yuan in his mobile banking account. It was already mid-September and there were only 2 weeks left before the extreme weather disaster would arrive. Zhang Qiang had been ordering boxed lunches from a nearby restaurant for over 5 months, and he called the restaurant owner to notify them to stop deliveries starting Saturday. His private training at the martial arts school had also completely ended. Through the coach's personal connections, he purchased 2 high-power stun guns, a sharp military-style dagger, and a 2-foot-long machete, spending 100,000 yuan. He recharged 200 yuan each for water, electricity, and gas on Alipay, and 300 yuan for his mobile phone. Suddenly the sky turned dark with thick clouds blocking the scorching sun, and a heavy rain began to pour. Zhang Qiang felt an uneasy premonition that the extreme disaster might arrive earlier than expected. He immediately went downstairs to the underground parking lot, drove out of the community, filled his car with gas at the gas station, and loaded the packed boxed lunch into the car. Checking his mobile banking account, he saw a balance of 12300 yuan, and he bought 10 packs of Su cigarettes and 10 packs of soft Zhonghua at a chain supermarket, leaving only 1000 yuan in his bank account. He drove a few kilometers to a wholesale market for daily necessities and bought a whole box of 1250 disposable gas lighters. His mobile banking account balance was 0 yuan. The rain poured harder and the sky turned exceptionally dark with continuous thunder and lightning, and raindrops pounded relentlessly on the car roof. Returning to the community, he drove the car into the underground parking lot into a blind spot unseen by surveillance and stored the supplies in his space where they were automatically sorted. He carefully looked around and waved his hand to instantly store the off-road vehicle in a corner of his space. Back home, he locked the 2 doors, took a hot shower, and changed into a casual sports outfit. Sitting in the leisure chair on the balcony, he lit a Su cigarette, watching the torrential rain outside. Zhang Qiang sighed to himself, knowing that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. It was just a matter of time. He picked up his phone and sent text messages to his comrades, the martial arts coach, and a few friends he got along well with, reminding them that the weather might turn bad recently and to stock up on some instant food and medicine at home. Looking at the heavy rain outside and the never-ending flow of vehicles on the distant road, Zhang Qiang sighed, knowing that from now on everyone could only accept their fate and hope for the best. Zhang Qiang slept soundly through the night while outside thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, the raindrops tapping against the window glass with a soft rustling sound. In the morning, after washing up and glancing outside, the sky appeared ominously dark with thick clouds shrouding the horizon. Occasionally lightning cut through the clouds, illuminating the ground as torrential rain fell in columns. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette, silently gazing into the distance, lamenting that the apocalypse had begun. He took out a piece of lamb weighing around 3 to 4 pounds from the refrigerator, cut it into small pieces, washed it with rice washing water, and placed it in a soup pot. He brought it to a boil to remove the scum, changed the water, and added scallions, ginger, white radish, and pieces of deboned black fish, boiling it on high heat before simmering it slowly. Using a rice cooker, he steamed a pot of fragrant rice and prepared to stir-fry some mushrooms with greens, frying peanuts as Zhang Qiang busied himself in the kitchen. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still water, electricity, and gas available, he thought it was essential to cook while he could, estimating that it wouldn't be long before all utilities were cut off. He took out a bottle of aged liquor and poured a small cup, eating while watching the news on television. Over the next week, heavy rain is expected nationwide, accompanied by thunderstorms and strong winds. Schools and kindergartens have already suspended classes and many employees are working from home. The government is urging the elderly and children to stay indoors. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, Zhang Qiang took out the portable high-capacity power banks and large charging packs from the shelf and charged them all. Zhang Qiang sat in a recliner on the balcony with a pot of freshly brewed Xinjiang Maojian on the small table, holding a cigarette and smoking slowly. Gazing at the pouring rain outside, the distant overpass became a blur. This heavy rain might last for a long time. The terrain of this community is high, so nothing serious is likely to happen for now. Moreover, living on the 28th floor with ample supplies, he felt completely at ease. To comfortably endure the torrential rain, extreme cold, extreme heat, plagues, polar nights and days, he could only plan for the future during these times of extreme weather disasters. While he was contemplating this, the intercom security system in the apartment rang. Zhang Qiang walked to the front door and pressed the intercom button to answer, finding it was the property management calling. They reminded him to close the doors and windows securely if he went out, turning off the water, electricity, and gas valves. They also inquired about his personal residence information and provided him with a WeChat group number for the community, suggesting he join for timely notifications. Zhang Qiang joined the community owner group and found that there weren't many owners in the group, just over 300 households. In his building only more than 50 owners were in the group, and on the 28th floor where he lived he was the only resident. All the other units were vacant. Many owners were complaining about the weather in the group. After browsing through the messages, he noticed a post from the owner of Unit 1502 in Building 3 offering free adoption of puppies, which instantly piqued Zhang Qiang's interest. The owner had a litter of 5 mixed-breed puppies said to be a mix with a German Shepherd. The puppies were already 2 months old and the owner could not keep them all at home. If any neighbors wanted them, they could adopt them for free. Zhang Qiang added this neighbor on WeChat, expressing his desire to adopt one. The neighbor quickly approved and replied, sending over pictures of the 5 puppies for Zhang Qiang to choose from. After looking for a while, he was drawn to one pure black puppy. The neighbor then arranged to meet him shortly in the community's underground parking lot to hand over the puppy. Zhang Qiang headed to the underground parking lot and saw a middle-aged man holding a cardboard box from which soft barks emanated. He approached and politely struck up a conversation. He brought the puppy home and placed it on the balcony. The box contained a deworming medication, which Zhang Qiang checked the instructions for, noting that it could only be used after 3 months. In the unfamiliar environment, the puppy showed no fear. Instead, it began to curiously wander around the house at a leisurely pace. Zhang Qiang found 2 small stainless steel bowls and placed them in the corner of the balcony, filling one with cool boiled water and taking out a can of luncheon meat to pour in a third of it. The puppy trotted over, sniffing and lapping at the water before starting to eat the food. Zhang Qiang placed a cushion in the corner of the balcony and spread an old cotton jacket as a bed for the puppy. Watching the puppy eat, Zhang Qiang said, "I need to give you a name. From now on you shall be called Sha Qiang." He couldn't help but chuckle after saying that. The heavy rain has been falling for an entire week, causing severe flooding in many low-lying areas of Qiang City. The government is continuously mobilizing and organizing various enterprises and institutions for flood drainage. Zhang Qiang hasn't gone out either. Every day he watches the experiences shared by netizens on Baidu about training dogs and begins to train Sha Qiang. Now Sha Qiang has learned to relieve himself in the designated spot in the bathroom and is growing increasingly affectionate towards Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang holds Sha Qiang in his arms, standing on the balcony and looking out at the window where countless droplets of water continuously roll down the glass. The distant scenery has become completely obscured, entirely hidden by the dense rain mist and nightfall. Sha Qiang curls up snuggling in Zhang Qiang's embrace and quickly falls asleep. Zhang Qiang's thoughts race rapidly. This global rainstorm will likely continue for months, gradually submerging the entire land just like in his past life. The water level could reach 20 to 30 meters or even more, with almost all city facilities and many supplies submerged underwater. Now is the best time to gather various supplies once missed. After the rain ends and the extreme cold sets in, there will be virtually no opportunity left. Due to several days of continuous rain, many power facilities have been damaged, leading to tight electricity supply. The government has begun to implement scheduled power cuts for all enterprises and institutions in the city, which is more favorable for his actions. With this in mind, he gently placed Sha Qiang in the doghouse, stroked the little dog's head, smiled at the sleeping pup, turned back to the bedroom and checked the time. It was 8:30. He took out an outdoor waterproof large-capacity multifunctional backpack, a split outdoor rain jacket, a pair of night vision goggles and a pair of waterproof hiking shoes from the outdoor supplies section on the space shelf. With the backpack strapped on, wearing the raincoat and hiking shoes and donning the night vision goggles, he had just stepped out of the bedroom when Sha Qiang trotted over. Zhang Qiang squatted down, patted Sha Qiang's head and softly said, "Sha Qiang, guard the house well. I have something to attend to and will be back soon." Sha Qiang lifted his little head, nudged Zhang Qiang's hand and ran back to his spot on the balcony. As Zhang Qiang reached the ground floor, the moment he pushed open the unit door, a gust of cold wind mixed with dense raindrops rushed at him. He fastened the collar of his raincoat and walked towards the outside of the community. Outside, the water on the road had already reached his ankles and there were hardly any pedestrians to be seen. Occasionally a car would slowly drive by. Zhang Qiang glanced in the direction and walked towards a large chain supermarket 2 kilometers away. In such weather, few people venture out. Furthermore, the government has limited electricity usage for enterprises and commercial establishments to ensure residents have power, causing many malls and supermarkets to close early. After trudging through the water for over half an hour, he arrived near the large chain supermarket, which was already closed. The 3-story supermarket was pitch black with no lights visible. Zhang Qiang carefully observed his surroundings and approached a storefront at the bottom of the supermarket. He took out a wild rescue hydraulic pliers from the space shelf, quickly cutting the U-lock on the glass door, and returned the pliers to the space shelf. Gently pulling the door open just enough to slip in, he surveyed the area. This was a shop selling children's toys, and Zhang Qiang entered the first floor of the supermarket through the inner door of the shop. Removing the night vision goggles, he wiped the raindrops off the lenses and the surrounding scene became very clear. Outside, the sky rumbled with deep muffled thunder and blinding lightning occasionally split the pitch-black night sky. Zhang Qiang walked to the liquor and tobacco section of the supermarket where the glass display case showcased various premium brands of liquor with over 100 bottles on display. He took out a military standard dagger from the space shelf, easily picked the lock on the display case and waved to collect all the liquor into the space shelf. In the cabinet beneath the display case there were numerous packs of cigarettes, including 200 packs of regular cigarettes, 10 packs of soft Zhonghua, 8 packs of Suyen, 12 packs of Nanjing 95 Supreme, 10 packs of golden leaf Tianyi, which he instantly collected into the space shelf. Various brands of lighters and accompanying flint oil gas canisters and bulk display cigarettes from the counter were also collected into the space shelf. He collected all the hygiene products, skincare items, sanitary products, contraceptives, various kitchen and bathroom appliances, pots and pans, bedding, daily household items, small household appliances, men's underwear and socks, autumn and winter cotton clothing, sweatshirts, coats and summer clothing for men from the first floor shelves. All these items were collected into the space along with the shelves. In a corner he unexpectedly found pet supplies, promptly selecting dog food, chew sticks, pet canned food, toys, pet shampoo, dog potty pads, dog beds, deworming medicine and leashes, which he collected on a separate shelf in the space. On the second floor shelves there were various snacks, foods, pastries, kitchen seasonings, oils, salts, sauces, pickled vegetables, various dried goods, seafood products, packaged seafood, boxes of fresh fruits, fresh organic vegetables, instant foods, freshly slaughtered pork, beef, lamb, chicken and duck, as well as various specialty cured meats and vacuum packaged products, various canned goods, bottled water, barrel water, dairy products, beverages, various brands of tea, health supplements, bottled liquor, yellow wine, beer, various types of vacuum packed rice, grains, coarse cereals, beans and frozen convenience foods, and various cooking oils. All these items were collected into the space along with the shelves. The third floor is the dining area, and he harvested a substantial amount of well-packaged rice flour, oil, boxes of seasonings, meat products, refrigerated seafood products, various fresh vegetables, beverages, and over 20 large-capacity liquefied gas tanks. Having finished collecting supplies from the floors, he returned to the first floor and found the supermarket's warehouse collecting entire boxes of various liquors, bottled water, purified water, rice flour, fruits, vegetables, dried goods, seasonings, and various food supplies, hygiene products, effectively emptying the entire warehouse. Suddenly he noticed a small door inside the warehouse that was locked with an iron lock. It seemed to lead to a room. He took out the wild rescue hydraulic pliers and cut the iron lock, pulling the door open. Inside was an entire room filled with cases of expensive liquor. Zhang Qiang suddenly understood why he only saw scattered bottles of premium liquor in the outside liquor cabinet. It turned out they were stored separately in the warehouse. Upon closer inspection there were 13 cases of 53° Feitin Mutai, 12 cases of 53° Wuxing Mutai, 30 cases of 52° Wuliangye, 45 cases of 52° Guojia, 1573, 35 cases of 52° Yanghe Dream Blue M9, 18 cases of 52° Dream Blue Handmade Class, 40 cases of 30-year Qinghua Fenjiu, 10 cases of 15-year Jiananshan and 40 cases of 20-year Qinghua Langzhou. On a shelf in the corner of the room there were also 2 cases of soft Zhonghua, 3 cases of hard Zhonghua, 2 cases of Suyen, 1 case of golden leaf Tianyi and 1 case of Jinsha Suyen. Zhang Qiang smiled, then waved his hand to collect everything into the space. All the supplies collected into the space were automatically categorized and neatly stacked. Looking at the vast array of survival supplies in the space, Zhang Qiang felt an immense sense of reassurance. He took around in the first floor storefronts and entered a large chain pharmacy, collecting a massive quantity of various medicines, medicinal materials, medical equipment, protective and disinfecting supplies and nutritional supplements, including all stock in the warehouse. Checking the time, it was already 1 in the morning. He decided to head back feeling fulfilled with the haul. Outside the rain was pouring like a waterfall, and even with the night vision goggles visibility was only a few meters. Upon returning home he locked both doors tightly. Xia Qiang came running over, and after comforting Xia Qiang for a moment, Zhang Qiang changed out of his soaked clothes, put them in the washing machine, took a hot shower and soon fell into a deep sleep on the soft bed. In the morning it was already past 9 o'clock, and it was the cries of Xia Qiang beneath the bed that roused Zhang Qiang from his slumber. After washing up he added clean water and pet food to Xia Qiang's stainless steel bowl, and Xia Qiang nearly buried his head in the bowl, eating with great excitement. He took out the dog bed, chew toy, pet toys and dog pee pads from the storage shelf, organized everything, and Xia Qiang was already comfortably lying in the new dog bed, happily gnawing on the chew toy. Zhang Qiang no longer wanted to cook, so he took out a packed meal from the storage shelf along with a portion of chopped pepper fish head and poured himself a cup of aged liquor to eat. He turned on the television where the news was reporting on the disaster situations across various regions, stating that many cities in the mainland were already suffering from severe flooding. Meteorologists predicted this to be an extremely rare global climatic disaster, urging residents to stay home and avoid going out awaiting government assistance. Zhang Qiang took a sip of his drink and sighed, realizing that this extreme climatic disaster had just begun. The geographical position of this city was somewhat unique, being at a higher elevation, so the current impact was not very severe. What would happen in the future could only be left to fate. Water, electricity and gas had all been cut off after half a month of continuous heavy rain. Zhang Qiang took out ceiling putty to block all the drains in the bathroom, kitchen, balcony and the toilet. The mobile signal also began to fluctuate and the community WeChat group was filled with Wales complaints and requests for help. Zhang Qiang also joined in the complaints, knowing that at this moment everyone could only complain and seek help with no sense of despair. The government also started organizing rescue efforts, with the community and property management distributing basic living supplies every 3 days based on the actual population of the residents. Zhang Qiang went down to the first floor with his ID to collect 3 days' worth of personal supplies, carrying the bag back to the 28th floor. Back in his room, he opened the bag to find 9 bottles of purified water, 3 self-heating hot pots, 6 bags of instant noodles, 3 apples, 1 can of luncheon meat and 3 bags of pickled vegetables. Although the supplies were not abundant, they could basically sustain an adult for 3 days. He couldn't help but praise his country's government in his heart. If this were in other countries, no one would care about the lives of ordinary people, everything would depend on oneself. Yet with the ongoing extreme climatic disaster, how long could the rescue efforts last? He took out a portable high-capacity power bank from the storage shelf and placed it in the living room, plugging it into the energy-saving floor lamp in the corner of the sofa. The dim room instantly filled with a soft warm glow. Sha Chang came over with its toy in its mouth, running happily. Zhang Qiang played with the dog for a while before giving it another meal, wiping Sha Chang's body with disinfectant wipes. After a full meal, Sha Chang took the toy and ran back to its bed to sleep. The rain was getting heavier and had turned into a torrential downpour, with dark clouds covering the sky, thunder and lightning flashing as if to swallow the entire earth. The floodwaters had already overflowed the community roads, gradually submerging the underground parking lot. Zhang Qiang took out a radio, tuning into the news frequency, which reported on the struggles of various provinces in the country as they fought against the floods and conducted emergency rescues. Meteorologists predicted that this heavy rain might not stop in the short term, urging the public to protect their safety, while local governments were actively setting up rescue stations and ordinary citizens needed to be prepared for self-rescue. Zhang Qiang sighed helplessly, turned off the radio and after a simple wash returned to his bedroom to prepare for sleep. The rescue supplies distributed every 3 days had turned into once a week after 2 weeks, and the quantity of supplies was continuously decreasing. The floodwaters kept rising, slowly submerging the first floor, and the phone had completely lost signal. The temperature was also gradually dropping, making the room feel much colder. Zhang Qiang looked at the outdoor thermometer hanging on the balcony, which was nearing freezing point, and promptly moved Sha Chang's dog bed and water bowl inside the living room, tightly closing the balcony door. He took out an electric blanket comforter and blanket from the storage shelf, remade the bed and retrieved a portable high-capacity power bank, placing it beside the bedside table to plug in the electric blanket and energy-saving lamp. He changed into thermal underwear, a cashmere sweater and a winter cotton coat, instantly feeling warmer. From the packed meal section on the storage shelf, he took out a portion of spicy stir-fried meat, a portion of mushroom and greens and a portion of stir-fried rice with cured meat, along with a bottle of 10-year-old Shaoxing yellow wine. The fragrant spicy aroma filled the air, and with the steaming hot food, Zhang Qiang's appetite soared as he began to devour the meal. Unknowingly, it was already mid-November and the torrential rain had persisted for 2 months. The frequency and quantity of government aid supplies were continually decreasing. The relentless downpour caused water to accumulate, flooding the community up to the 6th floor. Residents on the lower floors, with the coordination of the property company, were gradually relocating to vacant houses on the upper floors. Many families in the community could only manage 1 meal a day, and it was meager at that. People began to have a new understanding of food scarcity and hunger. Social order was gradually descending into chaos. Every night before sleeping, Zhang Qiang would check the 2 large doors. The dog's bed was placed near the entrance, and any noise outside would trigger a furious barking from the dog. He took out the high-powered stun baton and the jungle machete from storage, placing them by his side to ensure they were ready for use at a moment's notice. Now, when sleeping at night, Zhang Qiang had taken to sleeping fully clothed. In this extreme climate disaster, caution was essential. The night had become a cover for too many evils, and a moment's neglect could lead to a heavy price, even the price of life. In this situation, there were no longer legal or moral constraints. Humanity became starkly realistic and frightening. For a bite to eat, people could do anything and would be willing to sacrifice everything. Recently, late at night in the building, he often heard terrible cries and the sounds of fighting. The once stable environment had become chaotic, and Zhang Qiang knew well that it was only a matter of time. Awakened from a deep sleep by the dog's frantic barking, he grabbed the high-powered stun baton and the jungle machete next to his pillow, donned his outdoor night vision goggles and quickly rolled out of bed. In the living room, the dog ran over from beside the entrance, letting out a growl. Zhang Qiang faintly heard the sound of the security door in the corridor being rattled. Someone was prying it open. He put on his shoes, opened the front door and quietly approached the security door in the corridor. Looking through the peephole, he saw 2 men fiddling with the door. He pressed the stun button against the security door, turned it on, and the high-voltage current surged forth with a crackling sound, instantly eliciting several screams from outside. Zhang Qiang quickly opened the security door, wielding the jungle machete in his right hand while the stun button in his left crackled loudly as he lunged at the two men lying on the ground. The two men on the ground were convulsing uncontrollably while a metal rod and a screwdriver lay abandoned on the ground. With a swift motion, Zhang Qiang swung the jungle machete at the two men on the ground. After two screams, silence fell. Zhang Qiang glanced at the dark corridor where only the sound of the rain accompanied the howling cold wind, and there was no one in sight. He then tossed the two men along with the metal rod and screwdriver down the stairs. He extended the machete out of the corridor to wash off the blood with rainwater and dried it. Looking at the security door, it was intact, and he locked both large doors before returning to the living room. He fed the dog 2 pieces of dried beef as a reward. Sitting on the sofa, he turned on the energy-saving floor lamp, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke slowly. Zhang Qiang sighed deeply, realizing that incidents like tonight's might continuously occur in the future. He would not provoke others or seek trouble, but he would also never shy away from confrontation, nor would he show mercy. He connected the high-powered stun button to a portable high-capacity power bank for charging. After finishing his cigarette, he returned to the bedroom, climbed back into bed, and felt cold creeping in after being outside for a while as the temperature had dropped significantly. Zhang Qiang lay snugly in his soft warm blankets, feeling immensely comfortable. After the heavy rain, the water had not yet receded, followed swiftly by a severe cold. Within a day, temperatures could plummet to over -40 degrees, and many people would not have time to react before freezing to death in the extreme cold. In the last extreme climate disaster Zhang Qiang had deeply experienced that sudden onset of extreme cold. Surviving it then was a stroke of great luck. Every time he thought of it, an involuntary chill would seep through him, a bone-deep cold. Waking up in the morning, he glanced at the outdoor thermometer on the balcony. It read -3 degrees. The rain outside was pouring down like a floodgate had been opened. It was now a torrential downpour. After washing up, he ate a self-heating hot pot provided by the government, then opened a can of beer and mixed some canned luncheon meat with rice for the dog. The radio intermittently broadcast the latest weather reports and updates on flood relief efforts from various regions. The Cheng city government, in collaboration with the local military, had built a large residential shelter in the highest area of Wuhou district, which was expected to be in use by May next year, urging citizens to pay attention to the rescue information released by the government. Listening to the broadcast on the radio, Zhang Qiang couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that this was the government's utmost capability at present. This extreme climate disaster was global. Many other countries had abandoned their citizens, while only the government of Huagua was still considering rescue efforts for ordinary people. Turning off the radio, he silently began to plan. Life trudged on in the oppressive gloom amidst raging storms and chaos, with temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees, the cold wind becoming piercing and bone-chilling. Qiang's physique gradually grew more robust and muscular, his fur glossy and sleek, and he developed an ever-increasing appetite, prompting Zhang Qiang to replace the dog's food and water bowls with larger ones. A portable gasoline generator was set up on the balcony to charge a high-capacity power bank. Now the only usable appliances were an electric blanket, a desk lamp, and a rechargeable flashlight. As the temperature continued to drop, the electric heater would soon be needed. A household energy-efficient multifunctional coke stove had already been placed in the kitchen with its exhaust pipe connected to the range hood's vent. The coke stove was simmering pigeon soup, the savory aroma wafting throughout the room. Zhang Qiang planned to use the pigeon soup to cook mixed grain noodles, adding some mushrooms and spinach, as nothing warms a person like a bowl of hot noodle soup in such cold weather. Qiang lay motionless on the kitchen floor, his nose twitching incessantly, his tongue lolling out, drooling onto the floor. Zhang Qiang glanced at the dog and chuckled, saying, "What a useless creature, you can't even move when you smell meat." Qiang got up and dashed to the front door, barking furiously at it. A series of loud knocks followed, and Zhang Qiang grabbed a stun button and a jungle machete, opened the front door, and approached the security door. In the hallway, peering through the peephole, he saw a woman holding a frail little boy. He opened the door and asked, "What do you need?" The woman outside replied, "Hello, I live on the 8th floor. The water is rising and about to flood my home. Do you have any spare room? Can you let me and my child stay temporarily? I can pay you." Zhang Qiang responded, "I'm sorry neighbor, but I'm not used to living with others. You might want to ask someone else. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the building, and you could also contact the property management for assistance." The woman outside said, "I've already asked the property staff and they have no solutions. The lower floor residents have occupied all the vacant units above. Please help me and my child. Once the water recedes, well, leave immediately. I can offer you more money." After saying this, she began to cry. Zhang Qiang replied, "I'm truly sorry neighbor, it's really inconvenient for me. Please try asking other neighbors." With that, he turned and returned inside, locking the door behind him. Outside there was a ruckus of banging on the door and the woman's curses. Zhang Qiang remained expressionless, his heart as calm as still water, as he went back to the kitchen to continue simmering the pigeon soup. In such extreme disaster conditions, doing good is akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den seeking one's own demise. The malice of humanity is the most perplexing and unapproachable, akin to gazing directly at the sun. Sitting at the dining table sipping fragrant pigeon soup, enjoying delicious mixed grain noodles, he retrieved a pack of flavored snake from the pantry and poured a glass of aged liquor, his appetite soaring, feeling exceptionally content. In Xia Qiang's bowl was half a pigeon mixed with rice, his entire head nearly buried in the bowl. After feasting and tidying up just as Zhang Qiang was about to play with Xia Qiang, there was a loud knock at the security door. Zhang Qiang opened the front door and approached the security door, peering through the peephole to see several men in property security uniforms wearing padded coats and wielding iron rods. He asked, "What is it?" One of the security guards outside said loudly, "Residents are not allowed to install security doors in the hallway without permission. Open the door. We need to remove the illegally constructed security door and restore the hallway to its original state." Zhang Qiang chuckled. This excuse seemed a bit far-fetched. He replied, "All right, please wait a moment, he'll go get a jacket and open the door." With that, he retrieved a modified handheld flamethrower from the storage. It was filled with gasoline. Zhang Qiang had tested this modified flamethrower in the outskirts. It could shoot a stream of fire up to 2 meters away for about 10 seconds. Suddenly Zhang Qiang flung open the security door, raising the flamethrower in his left hand. The property guards outside froze for a moment as a searing stream of flame shot out, instantly causing them to scream in horror as their padded coats ignited, turning several of them into burning fireballs. Zhang Qiang raised the machete in his right hand, making several swift slashes. The fireball figures fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Lighting a cigarette, he slowly smoked it, quietly watching the burning fireballs on the ground. Zhang Qiang sighed softly, "Am I being a bit too cruel? Next time I will definitely be more careful." The heavy rain has been pouring for more than 3 months, and Zhang Qiang glanced at the time on his phone. The day after tomorrow is New Year's Day, and the new year is about to begin. There is no telling when this torrential rain will stop. The floodwaters have already submerged up to the 10th floor, and the temperature has been steadily declining. Looking at the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, it has dropped to -15 degrees. After boiling several large pots of hot water on the coke stove, he enjoyed a comforting hot bath and changed into a clean set of cotton clothes, feeling refreshed all over. Silly Qiang was lying in his dog bed, gnawing on a chew stick. Zhang Qiang lay on the sofa, turned on the heater beside him, and watched the torrential rain outside the balcony window while sipping a can of cola and listening to the news on the radio. This heavy rain, lasting for more than 3 months, is a global extreme climate disaster causing immense economic losses, with the number of casualties increasing significantly every day. Governments across the country are actively organizing manpower and materials to establish shelters for residents while also rescuing ordinary citizens, making Huagui the least affected country since the onset of the global extreme climate disaster. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and stared intently at the torrential rain outside the balcony window, lost in thought. His consciousness entered the space where he saw that all the supplies had been neatly categorized and stacked. There was an area for medical supplies, convenience food, snacks, tobacco and tea, grains and oils, condiments, fruits, vegetables, various meat products, dried goods, frozen goods, aquatic products, outdoor equipment, sanitary supplies, various daily necessities, energy supplies, beverages, dairy products, drinking water, boxed meals, electrical appliances, hardware, tools, kitchen and bathroom supplies, clothes, shoes and hats, bedding, freshwater storage, tanks and a storage area for self-defense weapons. In the area for motorized transport there was only that off-road vehicle. Every time Zhang Qiang looked at the vast reserves of supplies in the space, he felt particularly excited and happy. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into early February. Upon waking in the morning, it seemed like the sound of rain had lessened significantly. He drew the bedroom curtains and found that the heavy rain had turned into a steady drizzle mixed with white snowflakes. Looking at the outdoor thermometer hanging on the balcony, it showed -18 degrees. Zhang Qiang sighed, relieved that the heavy rain had finally passed and the extreme cold should be arriving soon. He then brewed a large pot of ginger tea with brown sugar on the coke stove, filling various sizes of thermos cups and storing them on the shelves in the space. He made the bed again, layering it with 2 thick cotton blankets along with an electric blanket and a wool blanket. On top he covered himself with a 6-pound silk quilt, adding a wool blanket, and topped it with an 8-pound Xinjiang cotton quilt. The portable high-capacity power banks were fully charged, plugged into the electric blanket, energy-saving lamp and high-power heater. He moved the portable outdoor gasoline generator from the balcony to the living room, connecting the power supply line to the portable high-capacity power bank. He tightly closed and locked all the windows in the balcony, kitchen and bathroom, secured the sliding door on the balcony and drew the thick curtains. He moved Silly Qiang's water bowl and food bowl to the corner of the bedroom and placed the dog bed beside the bed near the high-power heater. He dressed Silly Qiang in a specially modified thick thermal outfit meant for himself, and the dog bed was also padded with old cotton clothes. He double-locked the front security door and the corridor security door, sealing the gaps at the bottom with windproof tape. He took out a box of warm packs and placed it on the nightstand for emergencies. After making all the necessary preparations against the cold, Zhang Qiang felt a sense of relief knowing how cold the extreme conditions could be, penetrating to the bone. In his previous life during the extreme cold period, he almost perished due to inadequate warmth and protection. Late at night, listening to the howling wind outside the bedroom window, he knew the extreme cold was coming. He put on his outdoor waterproof and windproof fleece hat and turned the electric blanket and high-power heater to the maximum. He slightly pulled back the thick blackout curtains and looked outside. The rain had lessened, but the snow had intensified. The thermometer hanging on the windowsill showed -21 degrees. The Spring Festival is just a few days away and the rain has finally stopped. The sky is particularly dark with chaotic snowflakes swirling about mixed with hail the size of ping-pong balls. Zhang Qiang approached the window, acutely aware of the biting cold. The thermometer indicated a chilling -26 degrees. He pulled the curtains tightly and clamped them shut. Zhang Qiang, having eaten his fill, curled up quietly in his thick nest, sleeping soundly. He snuggled into the warm, soft bedding, glanced at the time, and seeing it was nearly 10 o'clock, he turned off the bedside lamp and prepared to sleep. In the dead of night, a shrill air raid siren suddenly blared outside. Zhang Qiang awoke with a start, feeling an unusual chill in the room. He promptly turned the electric blanket and the high-power heater to maximum, and gradually the room's temperature began to rise. The extreme cold has finally arrived and the government is issuing warnings to residents through the air raid sirens. Zhang Qiang sighed. Given the current scarcity of clothing and food, many would not survive the extreme cold tonight, especially the elderly and children. Upon waking in the morning, the snow had stopped, but the sky was terrifyingly gloomy. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -42 degrees and the accumulated water outside began to freeze rapidly. In the bedroom, a small outdoor folding table was set up. He took out a camping stove, a hot pot-based seasonings, lamb rolls, squid rolls, beef tripe, spinach, greens, bok choy, frozen meatballs, fish balls, mushrooms and bamboo shoots from the storage shelf. He also retrieved a bottle of Wolianye and poured a full glass. The weather is too cold, it's time for a hot pot to ward off the chill. Zhang Qiang squatted beside him, his dog eyes fixated on the steaming pot, the fragrant and spicy aroma swirling around with the meat and vegetables bubbling. After more than an hour of eating, Zhang Qiang burped, feeling full and satisfied. The dishes were both delicious and spicy, and after half a gin of baijiu he felt much more at ease. Zhang Qiang also ate his fill, his belly round and full, lying motionless in his dog bed. After cleaning up, he donned a thermal fleece hat and a thick outdoor jacket, stepping into the living room where a wave of icy air hit him. Zhang Qiang started the outdoor portable gasoline generator by the wall to charge the high-capacity power bank, lighting a cigarette and beginning to smoke slowly. Suddenly there came a series of knocks at the door. Zhang Qiang felt somewhat surprised. Outside it was over -40 degrees. In such cold temperatures water would freeze instantly, yet there were still people brave enough to venture out. He quickly put on thermal gloves, picked up a high-voltage electric baton and a machete, opened the door and walked to the corridor security door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a middle-aged couple bundled in thick cotton coats, wearing cotton hats and scarves. One of the women was holding a handbag. Zhang Qiang asked, "What can I do for you?" The middle-aged woman outside replied softly, "Hello, we are the neighbors living above you in 2908. The food distributed during the rescue was consumed 2 days ago and our child hasn't eaten anything for almost 2 days. If you have any food left, could you spare us some? I have some gold jewelry to exchange with you." Zhang Qiang frowned, about to refuse, when the middle-aged man outside said, "Please believe us, we are not bad people. We are doctors from a hospital in Chang City and here are our IDs from the hospital." He then held up 2 work IDs close to the peephole. He continued, "We don't need food for ourselves, we only want to get some for our child. We can give you these pieces of gold jewelry." Zhang Qiang felt conflicted. He had encountered this middle-aged couple twice in the elevator before the extreme weather disaster. They seemed very polite and cultured. In a situation like this, he didn't want to show kindness, feeling indifferent to the lives of others. However, at that moment a flicker of compassion and other thoughts stirred within him. The couple's profession as doctors could prove invaluable during times of extreme natural disaster. Although he had plenty of medical supplies and equipment in his storage, having friends like doctors during tough times would better ensure his health and safety. The fact that they were willing to offer valuable items in exchange for food showed they were more trustworthy than those who engaged in moral coercion and sought handouts. However, it would be best to let things develop naturally. The future is beyond his control. One should not force anything, especially in a state of apocalypse or natural disaster. Human nature is complex. Taking care of oneself is far more important. He decided to consider this sudden act of kindness as a way to accumulate good karma for himself. After a moment's thought he said, place the gold jewelry on the ground and return in 10 minutes to collect the food. I will leave it at the door. The middle-aged couple outside repeatedly thanked him, placing the handbag by the security door before turning to leave. Zhang Qiang peered through the peephole to ensure no one was around, then opened the security door and brought the handbag inside. He opened the handbag and found 3 jewelry boxes inside: a solid gold ring, a solid gold bracelet, and a solid gold necklace, each accompanied by a receipt. After some thought, Zhang Qiang took out a case of 9 bottles of purified water, a box of braised beef instant noodles, 2 bags of sausage, 2 bottles of spicy sauce, and a few apples, placing them in a cardboard box. He went to the security door, checked through the peephole again, opened the door and set the box outside before closing and locking the security door. Before long he saw through the peephole that the middle-aged couple was approaching from the corridor. They looked down at the supplies in the box by the door, tears welling in their eyes. They bowed deeply to the security door, picked up the box and turned to leave. Zhang Qiang returned to his bedroom, removed his coat and gloves and sat beside the heater. He had only been outside for a short while, yet he felt completely chilled. He stored the 3 pieces of gold jewelry on the storage shelf and let out a soft sigh. The temperature has been continuously dropping, and Zhang Qiang looked at the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, which now read -45 degrees. The glass on the balcony window was already covered in a white haze, making it impossible to see outside. Even through the heavy sliding door the bone-chilling cold could be felt. He drew the thick blackout curtains in the living room, then went to the kitchen to add some more coke to the energy-efficient multifunctional coke stove, making the fire burn even brighter. In the soup pot on the coke stove a fragrant mushroom and free-range chicken soup was simmering. Zhang Qiang added a bag of organic soybean sprouts, preparing to serve it with a handful of green bean noodles, a portion of steamed cured meat, and a bit of wine for a hearty lunch. Such days are leisurely and carefree. The life of one person and one dog is incredibly pleasant. On the day before the Spring Festival, the government dispatched a relief team to distribute living supplies. Each household in the community received a bag of frozen pork and cabbage dumplings, a pack of ham sausages, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and an apple based on the number of family members. After the Lantern Festival, many residents in the community, motivated by the government, gradually relocated to a large residential living base more than 10 kilometers away to join in the infrastructure construction there. Zhang Qiang stood in front of the bedroom window holding a lit cigarette, watching the residents of the community braving the severe cold, carrying their families and luggage, carefully walking on the uneven icy surface, gradually disappearing from view. He drew the thick blackout curtains and thought to himself that the temperature outside was still bearable. With his outdoor cold-proof gear complete, it was time to go out for a stroll. There was a commercial office area about 2 kilometers north of the community where he should be able to find plenty of supplies. The temperature would continue to drop in the coming days. Based on his experience from the last life's extreme cold period, the lowest temperature would reach -62 degrees and would last for quite some time. He checked the time, it was 10:30. Zhang Qiang took a pair of outdoor anti-slip and cold-proof boots, a set of thick and waterproof outdoor jacket, and a pair of outdoor waterproof cold-proof gloves from the shelves in the outdoor gear section. He placed several heat packs inside his thick and thermal underwear, put on an outdoor waterproof cold-proof fleece hat, and donned all his outdoor gear. After calming down the silly Qiang for a moment, he left the house, took the fire escape stairs to the 11th floor, and walked out onto the icy surface from the corridor. Below the 11th floor it was already submerged by the flooding caused by the heavy rain and had now frozen into ice due to the extreme cold. Zhang Qiang glanced in the direction and walked toward the northern commercial office area. The uneven icy surface mixed with various debris made walking extremely difficult. After an hour and a half he arrived at the commercial office area, where several originally 30-story office buildings had 7 or 8 floors submerged under ice. Zhang Qiang approached the nearest office building, walking around it while observing. He climbed in through a slightly opened window at the corner. This was an entire floor of a training institution occupying the 9th floor. After looking around he found that apart from desks, chairs, and teaching projection equipment, only a dozen boxes of bottled mineral water were collected. In one of the offices he found 2 brand new unopened latest model HW smartphones, but no other valuable supplies were left. He took the fire escape stairs from the 9th floor to the 10th, which housed a high-end fitness club. From the fire cabinet in the stairwell he took a fire axe and directly smashed the glass door and lock of the club. After searching for a while he collected dozens of boxes of various sports drinks, high-end mineral water, purified water, and snacks from the small storeroom in the fitness club. In a beautifully decorated office he found an exquisitely crafted, extremely sharp samurai sword, a set of rosewood tea table and chairs, 2 sets of precious purple clay teapots, a dozen gift boxes of high-end Canty, 2 cases of Hennessy XO brandy, 1 case of Fétian Mitai, and 5 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. In the locked drawer of the boss desk he found 2 500-gram gold bars, an 18K Rolex date just watch, an unopened box of high-end Cuban handmade cigars, and a strangely shaped key. In the cabinet on the bottom shelf of the bookshelf by the wall there was a small sturdy safe. Zhang Qiang examined the lock of the safe, took out the strangely shaped key and successfully opened the safe. A look of extreme excitement appeared on Zhang Qiang's face as he saw a brand new Glock 17 pistol, 2 magazines, 3 boxes of ammunition, a silencer and a set of specialized gun maintenance tools inside the safe. Since retiring from the army he had hardly touched a gun again. During his service in the Field Army Guard Regiment he had even ranked 3rd in the regiment for pistol shooting. Zhang Qiang picked up the pistol, admiring it, expertly loaded the 2 magazines with 34 rounds each, inserted a magazine into the gun and tucked it into his waistband. He stored the bullet, silencer and gun maintenance tools on the shelves in the self-defense weapon area of his space. The lower compartment of the safe was neatly filled with 30 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. Zhang Qiang placed 32 gold bars into a storage box and stored it separately on a shelf in his space. He carefully searched the office again, confirming that there were no valuable supplies left, and turned to leave the fitness club. He arrived at the 11th floor, which housed a Sino-foreign joint venture logistics and trade import-export company. Once inside he quickly began searching. In the break room he collected several boxes of self-heating hot pot snail noodles, 2 cases of soda water, several buckets of unopened purified water and a double-door refrigerator filled with various imported snacks and packaged foods. In several offices and workstations he gradually collected 2 packs of Huangalu cigarettes, a titanium alloy outdoor folding bicycle, several emergency medical kits, a lightweight outdoor stainless steel folding lounge chair, some unopened small packages of snacks and a complete set of new office supplies. In the general manager's office he collected a large redwood multi-layer wine cabinet filled with various famous wines, a dozen boxes of various precious tonics, several boxes of collectible pour tea cakes, a brand new unopened latest model Apple laptop and a set of casual leather sofas and a coffee table. In the private lounge of the office suite he collected a luxurious high-end oak bathtub, a large brand-name leather massage chair, 2 cases of 30-year-old Mutai, 2 cases of handcrafted Yonghe Dream Blue and a case of Nanjing 95 cigarettes. He found a leather suitcase under the bed. Upon opening it he sighed. It was filled with stacks of cash and foreign currency, now essentially worthless. In the suitcase's compartment there were 2 gold bars, each weighing 1,000 grams. He promptly placed the 2 heavier gold bars into the designated storage box for gold bars in his space. Looking at the thoroughly cleaned 11th floor he turned to leave and ascended to the 12th floor. On the 12th floor there are 2 companies, a law firm and an architectural design company. They entered and conducted a thorough search, finding only a dozen boxes of bottled mineral water, beverages and packaged snacks in the pantry and nothing else of any significant value before leaving and proceeding to the 13th floor. This floor houses the office of an international brand of engine oil. Upon entering they collected over 30 boxes of various types of fully synthetic engine oil, a brand new high-power silent diesel generator along with the necessary power converters, specialized power connection line spare parts and a dedicated maintenance toolbox, as well as 4 barrels of 60-liter high-definition diesel. In the pantry they collected 2 boxes of vacuum-packed Sichuan-style cured meat sausages, a box of instant coffee, a smokeless electric barbecue grill, 3 boxes of sports vitamin drinks and 5 boxes of bottled purified water. In the director's office they acquired 2 boxes of Wuliangye liquor, 2 boxes of Guojia 1573, a box of imported premium red wine, a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, a pack of Jinsha Su cigarettes, over 10 boxes of vacuum-packed instant sea cucumbers and 4 exquisite gift boxes of tea. After searching the 13th floor they left and ascended to the 14th floor. Through the entire glass curtain wall Zhang Qiang glimpsed the entire floor, which was an exhibition hall for an international brand of lightweight watercraft and water sports vehicles. Unable to suppress his excitement he realized that these watercraft were incredibly practical, even considered life-saving supplies at critical moments. Entering the exhibition hall he observed intently, seeing lightweight high-power jet skis, luxury high-displacement speedboats, small aluminum magnesium alloy fully enclosed yachts, small fully enclosed marine rescue boats, high-speed sport boats and small double-decker luxury speedboats, as well as emergency escape pods for 2 and 5 people. Zhang Qiang counted 6 types totaling 12 different models and functions of watercraft along with 2 emergency escape vehicles. He then waved his hand to collect them one by one into his storage space, where all the various watercraft were instantly classified and arranged neatly. In a corner storage room they gathered the maintenance tools corresponding to the watercraft in the exhibition hall, easily replaceable parts, various maintenance supplies, user manuals and a portable fuel pump. In the reception area they collected over 20 boxes of bottled mineral water and various packaged premium candy. Having collected all the necessary supplies on the 14th floor, Zhang Qiang glanced outside. The sky was gradually darkening. It was already 7 o'clock and the temperature would drop significantly at night, so he needed to head back. He took out his outdoor night vision goggles, put them on and made his way down the fire escape, exiting the office building and heading towards the residential area. By around 9 o'clock Zhang Qiang finally returned home safely. Although it was only a short 2-kilometer journey, it was indeed bitterly cold with icy roads and many obstacles along the way. Zhang Qiang, wagging his tail, excitedly rushed over. After calming him down for a bit he pulled out some dried beef and placed it in the dog's bowl, which Zhang Qiang eagerly devoured. Zhang Qiang entered the kitchen, added some coal to the energy-efficient multifunctional charcoal stove and started simmering a pot of free-range chicken soup while also lighting a fire beside it. He felt cold and hungry after the long journey, having even slipped twice and the cold wind stung his face like a knife. Zero-cost shopping wasn't as easy as imagined, but fortunately this time there was an unexpectedly bountiful harvest, making it worthwhile. After boiling a pot of hot water, he washed his face thoroughly and soaked his feet for a while. Finally he felt warm. He turned on the high-powered heater and electric blanket in the bedroom, setting them to maximum. He took out his handgun from his waist and placed it beside the pillow. Next to the heater he set up a small outdoor folding table, retrieved the chicken soup from the charcoal stove and took out a serving of chili stir-fried meat, a serving of mushroom and vegetable stir-fry, 2 servings of rice and a bottle of lao jiao teichu. He placed half a free-range chicken mixed with a serving of rice into Zhang Qiang's bowl, adding 2 ladles of chicken soup, and Zhang Qiang began to eat happily. He turned on the radio and began to eat and drink while listening. After more than half an hour satisfied and full, he cleaned up and checked the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, which read -48 degrees. He pulled the curtains shut and returned to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, he took out the specialized maintenance tools for firearms from the storage shelf, picked up his handgun and quickly disassembled it for meticulous cleaning. During his service in the Field Army's Guard Regiment, maintaining firearms was almost a daily necessity. Although he hadn't touched a gun in so long, he still felt it was second nature, familiar and comforting. After finishing the maintenance on the firearms, he quickly reassembled them and stored the specialized maintenance tools into the weapon protection area of his storage space. Entering his storage space, he looked at the various supplies he had collected today, all automatically classified and organized into their respective areas. Gazing at these supplies, Zhang Qiang felt a sense of satisfaction and security. He took out the Rolex Datejust 18K gold watch he had acquired, looked at the date and time on his phone, adjusted the watch and put it on his left wrist. It fit quite well. With the watch, he no longer had to constantly search for his phone to check the time. Now the only function left for his phone was telling the time. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and smoked slowly, staring intently out the window into the distance. He reflected that in such harsh climatic disasters and natural environments, the greatest reliance and foundation for survival, apart from the elusive fortune, were supplies. Everything else was nonsense. The sky was a dull gray, stretching endlessly, and it had been months since he last saw the sun. Zhang Qiang stood by the bedroom window, gazing into the distance. He even began to miss the sweltering summer days drenched in sweat. At least in the sunlight one could feel the vitality of all living things. But now the entire world seemed devoid of life, as if every being was completely frozen in a deep slumber under the extreme cold. There hadn't been any noise from the building for a long time. It was utterly silent, a terrifying stillness. In this frigid climate, the rescue team had ceased distributing supplies since the spring festival. Most of the ordinary residents who were still able to move had gone to large shelter bases. Although it was very hard and they had to sweat and bleed to contribute to the base's construction, at least they could barely fill their stomachs and had some energy for warmth. Those who remained were almost at the mercy of fate. When faced with life and death, people develop a strong desire to survive. As long as they can live, they can endure any pressure. During the extreme disaster period of his previous life, Zhang Qiang had the same mentality. Surviving was more important than anything else. A knock sounded at the door and he rushed to the entrance, starting to shout. Zhang Qiang hesitated, briefly gripping the machete in his hand as he approached the security door. Looking through the peephole, he saw a middle-aged couple from upstairs, dressed warmly, each pulling a large suitcase accompanied by a tightly bundled child carrying a large backpack. He opened the security door and a biting cold immediately hit him. He asked softly, "You haven't gone to the base yet? I thought you had already left. Are you preparing to go now?" The middle-aged man outside pulled down his scarf and replied softly, "The hospital at the base is in dire need of doctors. We have been informed that we can go there at any time. We really can't hold out here any longer. The rescue team may not come out to distribute supplies again, so we are preparing to move to the base for life. In this neighborhood we may be the only 2 households left. We came to bid you farewell and to thank you again for the supplies you provided, which helped our family of 3 get through. If you go to the base and need any help, feel free to find us at the base hospital. My name is Wang Zihan and my wife is Li Jing." After saying this, the family of 3 bowed deeply to Zhang Qiang. He smiled, thought for a moment and said, "Please wait a moment." He returned to the room and took out the 3 pieces of gold jewelry he had previously exchanged for supplies with the middle-aged couple, along with a large bag of instant food and 2 vacuum-packed meat products, placing them in a single bag. Turning back to the entrance, he handed the bag to the middle-aged couple, smiling as he said, "My name is Zhang Qiang. It's not much, just a small token of my appreciation. Please take it to help the child regain strength. At the base it's only enough to barely fill your belly. Take care on your way and I hope we meet again." The middle-aged couple accepted the bag, looked inside, and tears welled up in their eyes. The middle-aged woman said, "Thank you, take care." With that, the couple along with their child turned and left down the stairs. Zhang Qiang tightened the two doors and locked them. Returning to the bedroom, he pulled open the thick curtains, stood by the window, lit a cigarette and slowly smoked while watching the middle-aged couple and their child trudging toward the large shelter base, gradually moving farther away until they disappeared from view. Having formed a bond of kindness, Zhang Qiang could clearly sense that this middle-aged couple were the type of neighbors who distinguished between good and evil and who would repay any kindness shown to them. Although many people changed drastically in the apocalypse, even becoming extreme, some still adhered to their principles. He pulled the curtains shut and adjusted the brightness of the energy-saving desk lamp to its maximum. Looking at the high-capacity power bank, he saw it still had 15% battery left. He walked to the living room and started the portable gasoline generator to charge the power bank. Glancing at the outdoor thermometer hanging on the balcony, he noted it was already minus 50 degrees. The weather was getting colder. The risk of venturing out to gather supplies was too great now. Moreover, the various supplies he had stockpiled in his space were sufficient for future survival needs. Zhang Qiang understood that staying at home was now the wisest and safest choice. In this community, in this building, he was likely the only person left to survive alone. In fact, this was fine. It would be quieter and he would have fewer worries. There probably wouldn't be anyone else coming to disturb him. If there were, he thought as he raised his Glock 17 handgun to take a look. Days passed quietly and fulfillingly. Every morning after getting up and washing up, Zhang Qiang would insist on 2 hours of physical combat training, followed by training Xia Qiang. On warmer afternoons, he would take Xia Qiang outside, allowing him to frolic in the hallway or downstairs, helping both their bodies gradually adapt to the harsh cold outside. An overly comfortable living environment would lead to complacency and laziness, which could be fatal during the extreme disasters of the apocalypse. Zhang Qiang fully understood the pros and cons of this. Moreover, the confined space in the house was too small. Whether human or animal, long-term environmental oppression would lead to psychological issues. Zhang Qiang watched Xia Qiang frolicking on the ice, a happy smile appearing on his face. The wind had calmed down considerably these past few days and the temperature had stopped dropping, though the sky remained ominously dark. After lunch, he would always take the dog out for fresh air, allowing it to relieve itself outside. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette, feeling the biting cold pierce through to his lungs. He stubbed out the cigarette on the ground and called Xia Qiang back. Not far away, 3 men dressed in bulky clothing awkwardly walked towards him across the ice. Xia Qiang quickly ran back to Zhang Qiang's side, staring at the 3 men who were drawing closer. The 3 men stopped about 3 to 4 meters away from Zhang Qiang, looking at him and the tall, strong Xia Qiang with greedy eyes. Zhang Qiang coldly asked, "Do you need something? If not, please leave." One of the men said, "We haven't eaten in 2 days. Your dog looks so well fed, surely you have food to spare. Could you give us something to eat? We will leave immediately." Zhang Qiang shook his head, saying, "You can seek help at the large shelter established by the government nearby. If you work there, you shouldn't lack food." After saying that, he signaled for Xia Qiang to return and turned to head towards the corridor. The 3 men's faces instantly showed malice as they pulled out short iron rods and kitchen knives surrounding Zhang Qiang and the dog. Xia Qiang turned and let out a low growl. Zhang Qiang smiled slightly, unzipping his windbreaker and reaching inside, actually retrieving a jungle machete from his space. Holding the machete, Zhang Qiang walked towards the 3 men, whistling for the dog. Xia Qiang dashed out quickly, instantly knocking down a man holding a short iron rod, biting into the man's head as he let out a wretched scream. Zhang Qiang swiftly approached the other 2 men, remaining exceptionally calm. Before they could lift their knives, his machete flashed like lightning towards their faces. 2 consecutive screams echoed as the kitchen knives fell from the men's hands, their palms covering their bloodied faces. Zhang Qiang swung the machete again, severing their throats. He called back Xia Qiang, stepping forward to deliver a final blow to the struggling, moaning man. He rinsed the blood from the machete with a bottle of purified water and stored it back in his space. Taking out a small piece of jerky, he rewarded the brave Xia Qiang. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, he pondered how to dispose of them. Leaving them on the ice was too conspicuous. It wouldn't feel right bringing Xia Qiang out again later. Large snowflakes began to drift down from the sky as the temperature dropped sharply. Zhang Qiang looked up at the sky, thick dark clouds obscuring the gloomy atmosphere. No longer able to concern himself with the corpses, Zhang Qiang quickly returned home with Xia Qiang securely closing and locking the 2 doors. He went into the kitchen, adding charcoal to the energy-efficient multifunctional charcoal stove and stoking the fire. Back in the bedroom, he turned the electric blanket and heater to maximum. Pulling back the curtains to look outside, he saw that in just a short time the outside was already filled with swirling snow. In the living room, he locked the sliding door to the balcony and glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging there at red -52 degrees. He pulled down the thick blackout curtains and returned to the bedroom, seeing Zhang Qiang lazily lying in his bed licking his paws, which made him smile. Looking at the dog, he softly said, "I'll treat you well tonight. In crucial moments I still have to rely on you." Returning to the kitchen, he took out a piece of lamb and a pigeon, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, mushrooms, dried scallops and enough water, then started simmering them in the soup pot on the charcoal stove. Watching the burning charcoal emit a vigorous flame, he lit a cigarette, pondering that in times like this desiring a peaceful and quiet life was a luxury truly not easy. For dinner he mixed the whole pigeon with rice for Zhang Qiang and poured some meat soup over it. The dog ate joyfully, wagging its tail furiously. Zhang Qiang took out a bottle of wolianye, a dish of chopped chili fish head, a dish of steamed cured meats and a bowl of rice, savoring the aromatic lamb and pigeon soup while enjoying the sight of the heavy snow outside, feeling particularly content. Waking up in the morning, I could clearly feel the cold settling in. The warmth and softness of the blankets made me reluctant to get out of bed. I glanced at the clock, it was 7:30. I looked up to see Zhang Qiang curled up in his dog bed, still fast asleep. The weather was so cold even the dog was reluctant to leave his warm spot. After lying in bed for another half hour, I got up, washed up and pulled back the curtains. Outside, the snowflakes cascaded down like a waterfall. It was already a heavy snowstorm. The temperature had dropped to -55 degrees. Zhang Qiang set up a small outdoor folding table in the kitchen. He added some daylily kelp and dried tofu skin to the leftover meat soup. He boiled half a pound of green bean noodles, fried a plate of dried fish and steamed a piece of cured fish, pouring himself a glass of wolianye as he leisurely began to eat. Zhang Qiang had rice mixed with mutton soup and added a box of luncheon meat. The charcoal stove blazed red, gradually warming up the kitchen, making it exceptionally cozy. Zhang Qiang took a sip of his drink and looked out the kitchen window at the white snowstorm, sighing. In such dreadful weather he wondered how many people would not make it through. The radio announced the government's latest bulletin advising residents who had not yet relocated to large shelters to stay at home and keep warm, avoiding unnecessary trips for supplies. After eating, I tidied up, placing the garbage bags in a separate corner of the space and adding more charcoal to the stove. Sitting in the kitchen, I began to play with Zhang Qiang. In this house, the kitchen was the warmest place, it was even slightly hot. After a while, Zhang Qiang took off his jacket, feeling a bit of sweat. I took out various bags of snacks and drinks, placing them on the small table, eating while playing with the dog. This lifestyle was what Zhang Qiang longed for, leisurely, carefree and unhindered. Though it could be lonely at times, safety was paramount, and more importantly, it allowed him to live freely within his capabilities. This was something ordinary residents who went to large shelters could never compare to. In the shelters, everything was managed in a semi-militarized manner, and ordinary residents had to fully comply with orders, work schedules, and living arrangements. Everything had to be done according to the regulations set by the shelter, which resembled a small closed society. Unless you had substantial capital or exceptional talents, you would find life to be more comfortable, easier and freer than that of ordinary residents. If you had nothing, you could only obediently comply with everything. Otherwise, you would face only two choices: permanent expulsion from the shelter and being blacklisted by all shelters, meaning no shelter would accept you again. Or you could stay in the shelter and endure the hardest labor and the strictest punishments. Zhang Qiang recalled his previous life, remembering the time he survived in a large shelter. Though it wasn't long, it was vivid and unforgettable. Eventually, he chose to leave the shelter voluntarily, surviving alone outside. In the shelters, ordinary residents generally had only two modes of work in life. Staying in the shelter meant participating in various heavy construction and production tasks or other jobs assigned by the shelter. The shelter would provide 2 meals a day for free, barely meeting the basic needs, along with regular distributions of clothing and necessary living items, free basic medical assistance, and free dormitory accommodations, which were large communal spaces where dozens of people would sleep. This mode of living and working was the safest, ensuring personal safety and basic living guarantees, but it was also the most impoverished and the choice of the vast majority of ordinary residents. The other mode was for individuals or teams to go out to search for various supplies needed by the shelter or to undertake special tasks assigned by the shelter. They could exchange supplies or contributions from special tasks for points, which could be used for daily living expenses and accommodations in the shelter. Aside from breathing air, nothing was free. This mode was also the most dangerous, with almost no safety or living guarantees. Going out to search for supplies could lead to conflicts, fraud, and even murder among peers. The dangers of carrying out special tasks assigned by the shelter were self-evident, with a high likelihood of going out but not returning. However, if the harvest was good and one could return to the shelter safely or successfully complete the special tasks assigned, the living conditions in the shelter would be vastly better than those of the first mode. One could freely order meals in the cafeteria, choosing their favorite dishes and foods without time or quantity restrictions. They could shop at the shelter's supermarket, buying various daily necessities they liked. If one fell ill or was injured, they could receive excellent treatment at the shelter hospital. They could choose to rent apartments with options for 8-person, 6-person, 4-person double and single rooms. Better options included single apartments with independent kitchens and bathrooms or family suites with the same amenities. As long as you had enough points on your shelter identity card, you could enjoy a good life. The most important aspect was that the points on the identity card could be used across all large shelters in the country, regardless of which mode of work and life ordinary residents were in. As long as they stayed within the shelter and followed its rules, they wouldn't have to worry about personal safety or the safety of their belongings. The shelter had a very strict punishment system and means for those who posed threats to residents. In such extreme climate disaster times, people had only one belief to endure and survive. Very few would violate the shelter's survival rules. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and began to smoke, reflecting on his life experiences from the previous life. He felt that in his current state he was truly fortunate and happy. Looking at the torrential snow outside, a faint smile appeared on his face. Time flies swiftly. It has been several months since I last went outside with Zhang Qiang. It's not that I don't want to go out, but the weather outside is too cold, making frostbite highly likely with the outdoor temperature having plummeted to -62 degrees. The heavy snowstorm finally began to subside a few days ago, and outside the window was a world of bitter cold and icy expanse of white. Even indoors with the energy-efficient coke stove blazing and the high-power heater running non-stop, dressed in thick winter clothing, I still feel the chill. Aside from eating, going to the bathroom, and occasionally playing for a short time with Zhang Qiang, Zhang Qiang mostly stays curled up in his warm, thick doghouse. Zhang Qiang too spends most of his time huddled under the covers. Apart from his daily 2-hour physical training and meals, now the greatest pleasure is tuning into different radio broadcasts and maintaining my handguns and knives. This global extreme cold snap has nearly reduced the overall population by a third. All the large-scale refuge bases set up by the domestic government have now been completed and are in operation. Listening to the news on the radio, Zhang Qiang is deeply impressed by the nation's powerful mobilization and rescue capabilities, as well as its profound financial and material resources. He contemplates that the extreme cold period has lasted nearly a year, reaching its peak, and that temperatures will gradually rise, slowly warming up until the onset of the extreme heat period. In this life, the extreme cold period has been colder and longer than in the previous life. Therefore, it is likely that the upcoming extreme heat period will also be hotter and last longer. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiang rubbed his temples, wondering if he was overthinking things. Whatever he faced was unavoidable, and he could only confront reality calmly. He took out a piece of dried beef and began to chew slowly. It was chewy and truly delicious. Hearing some movement from Zhang Qiang in his doghouse, he looked up to see the dog staring intently at him. He took out another piece of dried beef and tossed it into the doghouse. Zhang Qiang immediately snapped it up and devoured it hungrily. Zhang Qiang chuckled at the dog, saying, "Zhang Qiang, you eat too much. You've already eaten more than I do. Once the food I've stored runs out, I'll have to stew dog meat. You'll be my reserve food then." Zhang Qiang raised his head in the doghouse, barked a few times at Zhang Qiang, then continued to lay still. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was already 4:30. He needed to get up and prepare dinner. Now Zhang Qiang and the dog basically eat 2 meals a day. They have one meal around 9 or 10 in the morning and another around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The weather is too cold, and aside from physical training, they have reduced their activity levels, spending most of their time under the covers, so their energy expenditure is minimal and they don't feel hungry. Getting out of bed, he put on his thick fleece-lined jacket and headed to the kitchen. First, he added more coke to the energy-efficient stove, stoking the fire to warm the kitchen. Entering the space of his mind, he checked and took out a bag of frozen pork and cabbage dumplings, which were part of the relief supplies distributed by the government before the Spring Festival. He also took out a bag of frozen dumplings filled with shepherd's purse and pork, along with a preserved chicken. He placed the chicken in the steamer and boiled 2 bags of dumplings in a pot. Setting up an outdoor folding table in the kitchen, he waited for the chicken to finish steaming and the dumplings to cook, then brought out the last portion of dry pot cauliflower and a bottle of aged liquor. He tore half of the preserved chicken into Zhang Qiang's bowl and scooped out over 20 dumplings. Zhang Qiang almost buried his head in the bowl, wagging his tail incessantly. Zhang Qiang picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the ginger vinegar on the side, took a sip of liquor and laughed. Dumplings and liquor, life just keeps getting better. Zhang Qiang lifted his head, glanced at Zhang Qiang, gave a couple of soft barks, and then continued to chow down. They ate until nearly 6 o'clock and Zhang Qiang felt a bit tipsy. There was still just over half a bottle of liquor left. Perhaps due to the cold weather lately, he had been cooped up at home and living too comfortably. His tolerance had increased. After cleaning up and sealing the stove, he returned to the bedroom with Zhang Qiang. Although the high-power heater was running, the bedroom felt significantly colder than the kitchen. Zhang Qiang dove straight into his doghouse and lay still. Zhang Qiang checked the thermometer on the windowsill. It read 6 degrees. There was a difference of over 50 degrees from the outside temperature, so he pulled down the blackout curtains tightly. He checked the power level of the high-capacity power bank, which was still around 60%. It would be sufficient for tonight's use. He turned on the electric blanket to the maximum, removed his outer jacket and pants, placed his handgun under the pillow, turned off the lamp and snuggled into the soft warm bedding, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Although the days of extreme cold are difficult to endure, they can still be managed. Zhang Qiang's constitution may be somewhat resistant to the cold, but he still dislikes the frigid climate, especially the bone-chilling cold of below -30 degrees. Standing on the balcony, he gazed at the icy and snowy world outside, adorned in a silver cloak. Although the temperature had gradually risen to around -25 degrees over the past month, it still felt quite cold, yet it was a significant improvement. At least inside the house he did not need to be fully equipped with cold-resistant gear, and he could slightly open the windows for a short time to let in some fresh air. Being able to take Zhang Qiang out, whether in the corridor or downstairs to frolic, was a joy. Enduring the extreme cold for a full year and 5 months was no easy feat. The warm sunlight at noon occasionally broke through the thick clouds, casting a golden glow. Zhang Qiang let out a long breath, feeling relieved that he had finally endured the extreme cold. The upcoming short period was said to be the most comfortable time, yet it also posed the greatest danger. As the temperature gradually warmed, a significant amount of snow and ice melted. The floodwaters that had submerged up to the 11th floor during the heavy rain season were now further inundated by several months of heavy snowfall, reaching the 16th floor. After the frozen floodwaters and heavy snow melted, everywhere became a vast ocean, a world of water. Due to the unique topography and geological characteristics of the city, it was challenging to accumulate water. However, if a large amount of water formed, it would be difficult to drain naturally and would require substantial manpower and resources to resolve. Zhang Qiang thought to himself, scratching his head. The severity of the extreme climate disasters in this life was likely to be even worse than in the previous one. It was evident from the extreme cold period that the temperatures were lower and the duration was longer. The other extreme disasters that he would face in the future would likely be even more severe. As he pondered, his mood grew heavy, realizing that he had initially underestimated the situation. The most important task now was to gather more energy-related supplies, the more the better, as it was better to be prepared. Although he had already stocked a large amount of various energy supplies in his space, it was still insufficient in the long run. He needed to find ways to store more now so that he would be better off later. Regardless of the severity of the disaster, the use of energy was indispensable. Moreover, energy would be purely consumable and non-renewable resources in the future, extremely valuable especially after the polar night and major earthquakes. Checking his watch, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He then decided to take Zhang Qiang out to search for supplies, particularly energy-related ones. If the search took too long, they could spend the night outside. The current cold temperature was bearable, especially since there were various cold-resistant supplies stored in the space. Dressed in full outdoor cold-resistant gear, he fitted Zhang Qiang with the anti-slip booties he had crafted, along with a thickened fleece vest. He fed the dog some warm water and jerky to replenish its strength. He stored the portable gasoline generator, high-capacity mobile power supply and high-power heater from indoors into his space, locked the 2 main doors and took Zhang Qiang downstairs, stepping onto the slippery ice as they walked into the distance. Zhang Qiang's target was the parking areas of those high-rise buildings. Currently, gas stations, auto repair shops and 4S stores were all submerged underwater, leaving only the high-rise parking areas as potential places to acquire gasoline or diesel. Although extracting fuel might be a bit troublesome, it was better than nothing, especially since he could also collect other valuable supplies at the same time. Zhang Qiang joyfully frolicked ahead. It was the first time since being adopted that he was going on an adventure, and everything felt fresh. After walking for over an hour, they arrived near the office building commercial area where they had previously collected supplies. Wandering between the buildings, he noticed that the tempered glass walls of each building had been almost entirely vandalized, likely by others searching for supplies or by resource recovery teams from large refugee bases. There were many long scratch marks on the ice surface around, probably left by transporting supplies. Nevertheless, he decided to go inside and take a look, calling for Zhang Qiang as they entered the office building through a breach in the glass wall. Searching floor by floor, when he reached the top floor, a bitter smile crossed his face as he found it completely cleaned out. Almost all supplies of any use had been removed. Sitting on the reception counter of the top floor office, he took out some convenient instant food and sports vitamin drinks to replenish his energy. He gave Zhang Qiang some water and fed him a few pieces of jerky. After resting for a bit, he took Zhang Qiang downstairs to continue searching in another building. The result was the same as the previous building. Nothing was found. With only 2 buildings left, they continued to search upstairs and soon reached the top floor. Zhang Qiang sighed helplessly while feeling grateful that he had come earlier last time and had managed to collect very important supplies, otherwise he would be like now, only able to watch others get ahead. With only 1 building left, the sky had darkened. Zhang Qiang took out his outdoor night vision goggles, putting them on as he continued to search floor by floor with Zhang Qiang. When he reached the 26th floor, his excitement surged. The glass door of this company was still locked, showing no signs of damage. It seemed that the supply seekers below had found plenty of materials and needed to move them, leaving no time to continue searching upstairs. After all, moving supplies from higher floors required both manpower and time. Zhang Qiang glanced at the company. It was an office for a mechanical lathe manufacturer from another province. He took out a fire axe from his space and swiftly chopped off the door handle along with the U-lock. Entering the office, he searched carefully. In a small storeroom he found dozens of boxes of lathe parts that had been abandoned. The offices were filled with client information and office supplies, all left behind. In the general manager's office he collected a set of high-end multifunctional gym equipment, 2 boxes of Qinghua Lang 20 liquor, a box of Jiunanshan vintage wine, 2 packs of winter worm summer grass cigarettes, a set of 824K gold panda commemorative coins in a mahogany box, 2 boxes of wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain aged 50 years, a smooth and translucent hut and jade bracelet, and a set of exquisite Jingdezheng porcelain tea sets. In the pantry he collected 2 boxes of spicy-flavored crawfish hot pot, 2 boxes of spicy beef instant noodles, a box of Yangzhou pickles, 3 boxes of bottled pure water, and a box of bottled mineral water. After searching once he found no other valuable supplies. He turned to leave and headed to the 27th floor. The 27th floor hosts a joint venture brand grain and oil trading marketing company. Xia Qiang followed in and immediately sprawled on the reception sofa, panting heavily. Zhang Qiang shook his head at Xia Qiang, thinking to himself that he still exercised too little on a regular basis and that he needed to increase the dog's physical activity in the future. He took out a bottle of purified water, gave the dog more than half of it to drink, and fed him a few small packets of meat snacks. He began searching this company, collecting 10 boxes of imported brand bottled olive oil, 5 boxes of branded pressed peanut oil, 5 boxes of branded sesame oil, over 40 boxes of imported vacuum-packed 1 kilogram bags of various fine rice coarse grains and mixed grains, as well as over 40 boxes of various canned meat products and canned marine fish products. In the pantry he retrieved a brand new unopened microwave oven, a brand new unopened floor-standing refrigerator, and a brand new unopened high-end tea-bar machine. In several offices and workstations there were only basic office supplies and desktop computers scattered about. Zhang Qiang speculated that this company had just moved into this office building before the extreme climate disaster and the company had not yet officially begun operations. However, his luck seemed to be decent and he had gathered quite a haul. Leaving the 27th floor with Xia Qiang, he took the fire escape to the 28th floor. This floor housed a company that exported children's plush toys. After searching he only collected a few boxes of bottled drinking water with nothing else of value. Upon arriving at the 29th floor, Zhang Qiang's eyes lit up. It was a company specializing in new energy solar photovoltaic power generation equipment. Zhang Qiang had some understanding of this area as a close comrade from the army who returned home after retirement worked in this field. The main work involved installing solar photovoltaic panels on the roofs of remote rural households with the generated electricity converted through inverters and connected directly to the household circuit for use, or stored in large capacity batteries, or even sold back to the power company if excess electricity was generated. After breaking the door lock, Zhang Qiang entered the company with Xia Qiang and began searching carefully. In 2 warehouses he collected 65 sets of household solar photovoltaic panel components along with matching inverters, controllers, power connection cables, a solar power high voltage intelligent lithium battery storage system, a high capacity power supply, panel mounting brackets, installation manuals, and specialized installation tools. He also collected 5 brand new portable small agricultural diesel generators along with matching voltage stabilizers, easily worn replacement parts, specialized lubricating oil power cables, a specialized repair toolkit, maintenance manuals, and 30 barrels of 50 liters each of diesel. After collecting the supplies from the warehouse he searched other offices but found nothing of value, so he left with Xia Qiang. He ascended to the 30th floor, the final floor of the building, which turned out to be a wholly owned Japanese mining exploration company. Zhang Qiang had never held any good feelings for the Japanese invaders. Upon seeing the fingerprint password lock by the safety glass door he raised a fire axe and smashed the glass door. Entering inside he looked around. The entire floor was designed in a Japanese style and then he began to search carefully. In a partitioned storage room he collected 2 boxes of top-brand portable outdoor drinking water purifiers, 2 rechargeable emergency rescue detectors, 4 sets of rechargeable small handheld cutting machines along with matching cutting blades, 2 boxes of multifunctional gas masks with filters, 1 box of outdoor emergency hygiene kits, 1 box of outdoor mosquito repellent insecticides, 1 box of chemical and cut-resistant insulated gloves, 2 high-magnification outdoor binoculars, and 2 boxes of high-calorie vacuum-packed instant food. In the tea break area he collected several boxes of sake and over a dozen boxes of imported bottled mineral water. Zhang Qiang walked to the last office that he had not yet searched and felt that it had likely been reinforced and renovated. The partition walls of this office were completely different from those of the other offices. The partition walls were constructed of a complete steel structure with 3 layers of safety-tempered laminated glass reinforced with high-strength steel plates, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. A heavy redwood fireproof soundproof door stood there with a fingerprint password device on the wall. He casually pressed the keys on the keypad, which immediately lit up, powered by an independent power system unaffected by power outages. He tapped on the heavy door with his finger. It was made of steel. Zhang Qiang lay at his feet, tongue out, breathing heavily, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere in the quiet and dark night. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and began to smoke slowly, taking off his outdoor night vision goggles to wipe them. He felt a bit helpless. Opening such a door was indeed not his strong suit. He took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water and gave the rest to Zhang Qiang, then pulled out a piece of chocolate to replenish his energy. Suddenly remembering something, he looked up at the ceiling, walked to a ventilation vent, placed a chair, stood on it, and took tools from the tools section of his space, removing the cover from the vent. He crawled into the ventilation duct, following the pipe to the vent directly above that office. To his surprise, the entire vent was covered with tightly woven double-layer steel mesh. Zhang Qiang smiled and took out the small handheld cutting machine he had just collected from his space, starting to cut through the ventilation duct. In just a few minutes he cut a hole the size of the vent. Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Such professional tools are meant to be used in special places." He removed the vent cover, put the tools back in his space, and looked down into the office, surprised to see an entirely classical Chinese-style environment. It was completely mismatched with the Japanese office environment outside, but it appeared much more elegant and simple. Descending into the office, he observed carefully. By the window stood an elegant and ancient redwood desk, which only held simple and classical writing tools and a photo frame. A row of floor-to-ceiling redwood bookshelves lined the wall, filled with various bronze artifacts, porcelain, old books, jade, and paintings. In the corner of the office was a Zeton coffee table with several Zeton chairs. Entering the office's partition was a private resting area with a small bed against the wall and a two-door wardrobe opposite, next to which stood a finely crafted safe about 1.5 meters tall. Near the window was a bathroom equipped with a bathtub. Zhang Qiang felt a bit disappointed. This office had clearly been specially reinforced and renovated, yet the interior was so simple and ordinary. It shouldn't be like this. Was it merely to increase a sense of personal security? Or perhaps it was due to some guilty conscience, leading to a sense of paranoia. He found it hard to understand, but since he was here, he might as well take whatever he could find. He immediately began to search earnestly. First, he moved the sturdy safe beside the two-person wardrobe into a corner of the space. Upon opening the wardrobe, he found several suits and casual outfits, while the drawers contained neatly folded ties and underwear, private items he chose to ignore. On the bottom shelf of the wardrobe there were two black metal briefcases. Upon inspection, each metal briefcase contained 2 rows of 6 investment gold bars, each weighing 1,000 grams, totaling 24 large gold bars. He promptly locked these 2 metal briefcases and stored them on a shelf designated for gold in the space. He thoroughly checked the private rest area again, confirming there were no hidden spaces or other supplies before returning to the office. He collected the antique-style rosewood tea table and chairs from the corner and stored them in the space, along with a row of floor-to-ceiling mahogany bookshelves and all the items inside. He carefully examined the mahogany desk and found no valuable items. The only worth was the desk and chairs themselves, which he then stored in the space. He conducted a special inspection of the entire office, checking the walls and corners, and confirmed that nothing was left behind. Zhang Qiang looked at the empty office. Though puzzled, he felt at ease. He retraced his steps back to the outside office area through the ventilation shaft, taking Zhang Qiang downstairs and leaving the office building. The biting cold wind outside was still fierce, and Zhang Qiang tightened the cuffs and collar of his tactical jacket. Checking his watch, he realized it was almost 1 a.m., having been out for over 10 hours. He glanced at Zhang Qiang, who looked listless, likely exhausted from being out for so long for the first time. He squatted down to comfort the dog, feeding it a piece of dried beef. Deciding it was best to head back, he felt satisfied with the day's gains and planned to venture out again tomorrow or the day after, leading Zhang Qiang in the direction of their neighborhood. By the time he got home, it was already 2:30 a.m. He poured a large basin of warm water for the dog, prepared a portion of Mao's braised pork with a bowl of rice, and placed it in the feeding bowl. The dog perked up at the sight of food and began to eat happily. He added some coal to the energy-efficient coke stove, boiled water, washed his face and feet, feeling quite tired and having slightly overestimated his physical stamina and energy. He took out a high-capacity power bank and a high-power heater, placing them beside the bed, turned on the electric blanket, and set up a small folding outdoor dining table in the bedroom. He took out a meal box containing 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish and poured himself a glass of aged Shaoxing wine, slowly enjoying his meal. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Qiang returned to its doghouse and soon began to snore. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Zhang Qiang took off his coat and pants, crawled into the warm blanket. His consciousness entered the space where he saw the supplies collected today, all automatically categorized and neatly arranged. He decided to think about the safe in the corner tomorrow. Closing his eyes, he drifted off to sleep. Waking up the next day, he checked his watch and saw it was already 1 p.m. He looked up at Zhang Qiang, who was still sound asleep, snoring softly. After lounging in bed for a while, he got up, washed up, went to the kitchen, stoked the coke stove, took out a piece of beef, tomatoes, tender dried bamboo shoots, daylilies, dried kelp, and some seafood products, and simmered them all in a soup pot filled with water. He also steamed a pot of rice along with some sausages and a piece of cured fish. Zhang Qiang woke up, trotted over, and squatted on the floor watching the soup pot simmering on the stove with eager eyes. Zhang Qiang retrieved the safe from the corner of the space, placed it on the balcony, lit a cigarette, and carefully examined the safe. He noticed 4 small holes on the back of the safe, likely for securing it to the wall with expansion screws from the inside. This safe was equipped with both an electronic keypad and a mechanical lock for double security. Zhang Qiang contemplated that it seemed he could only use brute force to open it, planning to cut it open from the back where the small holes were. He took out 2 rechargeable portable cutting machines from the space, pulled out the charging cable, and plugged it into the high-capacity power bank for charging. Returning to the kitchen, he checked that the soup was ready, set up the outdoor folding dining table, took out a bottle of 10-year-old Shaoxing yellow wine, and placed the soup pot and steamed sausages and cured fish on the table, serving himself a bowl of rice. He mixed the beef soup with sausage into the rice for Zhang Qiang, who sniffed it excitedly and began to eat. After satisfying his hunger, he cleaned up, lit a cigarette, and went out to the balcony, opening the window. He closed the sliding door to the balcony, put on a pair of outdoor multifunctional protective glasses, donned a mask, picked up the handheld cutting machine, and began cutting the back of the safe. Switching between the 2 cutting machines and changing the cutting blades once, he cut for 2 continuous hours before finally removing the back. Zhang Qiang looked at the items inside the safe, filled with surprise. The effort he put in yesterday was truly rewarding, worth every bit. Inside the safe were 4 layers. The first layer contained 2 brand new Browning HP-35 handguns, 4 magazines, 6 boxes of 300 rounds of ammunition, and 2 matching shoulder holsters. The second layer contained a brand new HK-MP7 submachine gun, 4 magazines, 10 boxes of 500 rounds of ammunition, and 2 scopes. The third layer contained 2 of the latest domestically produced Level 7 high-performance nano-lightweight bulletproof vests. The fourth layer held a dark green wooden box containing 24 M26 high-explosive grenades. Zhang Qiang stared intently at the weapons inside the safe, his legs trembling with excitement as he caressed the weapons, his heart surging with emotion. He stored these weapons in the weapons area of the space. After replacing the old cutting blades of the 2 portable cutting machines and fully charging them, he put them back in the space. He stored the abandoned safe in the corner of the space designated for trash, planning to dispose of it next time he went out. After finishing up, he tidied the balcony and himself, shut the window, and returned to the living room. He took out a set of exquisite porcelain tea sets, rinsed them clean, boiled water, and brewed a pot of Westlake Longjing tea. The milky white porcelain cup held fragrant, vibrant green tea exuding an invigorating aroma. He lit a cigarette, slowly inhaling while savoring the fragrant tea, his mind busy planning for the next outing. After a day of rest at home, Zhang Qiang felt fully rejuvenated, his spirit refreshed, and his physical strength completely restored. Foolish Qiang, his dog, once again darted energetically back and forth across the room. Zhang Qiang glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging on the balcony. The temperature had risen to -21 degrees Celsius and the sky had grown markedly clearer, revealing patches of serene azure. Having finished breakfast and tidied up, he dressed Foolish Qiang in insulated cold weather gear, fastened the jungle machete at his waist, fitted a suppressor onto his Glock pistol, inspected both weapons thoroughly, and finding them in perfect working order, stowed them into his multifunctional outdoor backpack. He locked both front doors securely, descended the stairs, left the residential compound, and strode purposefully into the distance. Foolish Qiang no longer dashed wildly across the icy pavement. Instead, he paced steadily beside Zhang Qiang, perhaps intuiting that these excursions now demanded endurance, not bursts of speed, and that conserving energy was essential. As he walked, Zhang Qiang scanned his surroundings with meticulous attention. The current weather was ideal for scavenging, ideal, he knew, not only for himself but for others as well. Social order, legal constraints, moral boundaries, these had all receded to irrelevance. Survival, not merely enduring but thriving, had become the singular, unyielding objective of every living soul. Along the way, many low-rise buildings lay entirely submerged beneath frozen floodwaters. Only the tallest structures still pierced the icy surface, their upper floors visible above the glacial expanse. Occasionally he encountered 1 or 2 other scavengers. Upon spotting Zhang Qiang and his dog, they instinctively kept their distance and remained watchful. Zhang Qiang did likewise. At this juncture he harbored no desire to provoke conflict. So long as others left him undisturbed, he would do the same. Yet should anyone prove reckless or hostile, he would show no mercy. After walking for over 2 hours, covering barely 7 or 8 kilometers, he passed several commercial high-rises. Spotting signs of habitation inside, he bypassed them without hesitation. A few ill-judged individuals attempted robbery, or worse, eyed Foolish Qiang as potential meat, but each met swift, decisive resolution at Zhang Qiang's hand. He paused briefly at a relatively clean spot to rest, drew a thermos and re-added rations from his pack to replenish his strength, and offered Foolish Qiang warm water and strips of dried meat as a treat. After another hour of walking, Zhang Qiang halted. Surveying the desolate, chaotic landscape around him, he realized aimless searching was no longer viable. At present, the only viable sources of survival supplies were large-scale commercial high-rises, locations inevitably monitored, even heavily contested. What remained unclaimed in such places? Very little indeed. Numerous survivors still roamed freely outdoors rather than seeking refuge in major shelters, preferring autonomy over regimentation and ease over hardship. Though basic supplies remained accessible for now, continued depletion would soon exhaust reserves, especially as the coming extreme heat phase approached. In truth, his personal stockpiles were already exceptionally abundant. Even energy resources used judiciously posed no immediate concern. What mattered most now was safety, sustaining life securely. Zhang Qiang's mind raced. He resolved to return home and formulate a longer-term strategy. First, he found a secluded spot, surveyed the area carefully, then instantly shifted a bundle of compacted trash and an abandoned safe from the corner of his spatial storage out into the open. With foolish Qiang at his side, he retraced his steps, 4 grueling hours later arriving back at his residential compound. As he neared the building entrance, 6 or 7 gaunt, ragged men, wielding clubs and kitchen knives, closed in. Foolish Qiang raised his head, eyes blazing with menace, emitting a low guttural growl, poised to lunge and strike at any moment. Zhang Qiang swiftly unslung his backpack and drew his Glock pistol. The armed men froze mid-advance upon seeing the firearm. Simultaneously, terror contorted their faces. One middle-aged man, 40 or 50, clutching a cleaver, turned to his companions and shouted, "That gun's got to be fake. Look how clean he is, how rosy his complexion. How could he possibly raise such a robust dog in this wasteland unless he's hoarded vast supplies? Let's seize him first. Tonight we feast on dog stew." Before the last word left his lips, a soft, sharp pop echoed, and a crimson hole bloomed in the man's temple. His body swayed, then collapsed lifelessly onto the ice. His companions recoiled in horror, abandoning their fallen comrade without a second glance, and fled sprinting blindly into the void. 5 rapid, precise shots, pop, 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 struck 5 men in the backs as they fled mere paces. They crumpled onto the frozen ground. The 6th slipped, tumbled, and scrambled desperately across the slick ice, escaping into the distance. Foolish Qiang tensed, ready to give chase, until Zhang Qiang called him back. Zhang Qiang smiled faintly, lowered his weapon, and murmured softly to the dog, "Ah, it seems bullets remain the most eloquent language for certain souls. Still, total annihilation serves no purpose, does it?" He glanced at the corpses strewn across the ice. Leaving them there served its own grim pedagogy, a stark warning to any nearby with ill intent. He ascended the building with Foolish Qiang, double-locked both entrance doors behind them, and re-entered his apartment. Checking his wristwatch, he noted it was already 5:30 p.m. Then he stowed the Glock pistol and jungle machete onto designated racks within his spatial storage's defensive arms compartment. In the kitchen, he fed charcoal into the energy-efficient multifunctional coke stove, opened the air vent, and coaxed the flames into a steady, radiant blaze. He retrieved a dried mutton leg, chopped it into pieces, then added a large head of Chinese cabbage, a bundle of sweet potato vermicelli, and a portion of hot pot-based paste into a heavy-duty soup pot, filling it with water to simmer a hearty mutton and vermicelli cabbage stew. He boiled 2 large kettles of water, washing his hair, cleansing his face, and soaking his feet, ensuring he felt thoroughly refreshed and clean. Stepping onto the balcony, he lit a cigarette and gazed outward, his eyes fixed on a distant elevated district glowing brightly with artificial light, Qiang City's massive sheltered settlement. Memories surfaced of the cataclysmic climate disasters in his past life. During the extreme heat phase, plagues and virulent epidemics erupted uncontrollably. Within many large shelters, residents perished en masse, deprived of disinfectants, protective gear, and medical aid, and crowded into unsanitary, densely packed quarters. In some cities, mortality within shelters reached half the total population. At that time, scarcity of medicine, medical supplies, and protective equipment was an inescapable reality for countless megashelters. When survival itself required exhausting ingenuity just to fill one's stomach, everything else faded into insignificance. Lost in recollection, Zhang Qiang sighed deeply. Before nature's wrath, humanity stood terrifyingly small. Decades of reckless resource extraction and rampant pollution had pushed this azure planet beyond its limits, leaving nature no choice but to respond in its own unforgiving way. He checked the outdoor thermometer again. The mercury had climbed to -19 degrees Celsius. At this rate of warming, the vast ice sheets beneath them would begin melting entirely within a month. A new calamity was imminent. Waking up in the early morning after freshening up, I added some water to the leftover lamb noodles and cabbage from last night, boiled some mixed grain noodles, and took out a portion of shiitake mushrooms and greens. I poured a serving of cured meat fried rice into the dog's bowl and added a box of luncheon meat, canned food. After finishing my meal and cleaning up, I sat on the sofa in the living room smoking a cigarette and casually glanced around in my space. In the packed meal area, there were originally 3 days' worth of meals ordered from Shashi, but now only over 100 portions of cured meat fried rice remain. The other dishes like the shiitake mushrooms and greens I had for breakfast were the last of their kind. The restaurant in Qiang City has been ordering a packed meal consisting of 1 meat, 1 vegetable and 1 portion of rice for 6 months, and there are still over 9200 portions untouched. Various boxes of instant foods, convenient meals, cooked meat products, canned goods, bottled pickles, snacks and pastries are arranged in several rows nearly stacked to the highest point in the space. Various boxed and bagged grains, oils, seasonings, condiments, meat, dried goods, seafood, pickled items, fresh vegetables and fruits are enough to sustain a normal family of 3 for a lifetime. The remaining supplies, a dizzying array, were all purchased with my own money, including the zero-cost purchase of an entire supermarket and a large commercial office building. Zhang Qiang pondered whether to stay here to endure the upcoming extreme heat plague, polar night and polar day, or to leave now. If I stay here, will I always be safe and sound? The events from yesterday, though seemingly carefree, served as a warning bell for Zhang Qiang, indicating that such incidents might continuously arise in the future. If I leave now, should I go to the Tibetan province or the Xinjiang province? Which one would provide a better and safer living environment? In this extreme climate, heading to a vast, sparsely populated, high-altitude province far from the coast would be much safer, freer and more comfortable than the inland provinces and cities. If I choose to leave now, the ice-covered roads are still deeply frozen, but installing anti-slip chains should pose no problem for driving. Zhang Qiang opened a can of cola, took a few sips, lit a cigarette and began to smoke slowly. Shan lay on the sofa, wagging his tail back and forth, always watching Zhang Qiang. After much contemplation, Zhang Qiang finally decided to leave today, first heading to the nearest Tibetan province to see how things go. If it does not work out, he would then proceed to the Xinjiang province. He found his old phone, which he had downloaded navigation software and updated the latest offline maps before the extreme disasters began. Now it could come in handy. He took out a large capacity power bank and charged his phone. Entering the bedroom, he stored the portable high-capacity power bank, high-powered heater, original Siemens bed, his bedding, nightstand and wardrobe into the space, and also packed the sofa, coffee table, high-definition TV, floor lamp, double-door refrigerator and washing machine from the balcony into the space. Zhang Qiang looked at the nearly emptied house inside. After all he had spent, the extreme disasters of heavy rain and extreme cold here and now leaving suddenly made him feel a twinge of reluctance. Dressed in outdoor cold-resistant gear, he put a warm vest and cold-resistant booties on Shanquan. He took out a jungle machete and a Glock pistol, attaching them to his waist and placing them into his outdoor multifunctional backpack. After circling around the house and checking for issues, he turned around with Shanquan and left, locking both front doors and storing the keys in the space. Going downstairs to the icy road outside, he opened his phone, launched the navigation software and set the destination to the capital city of the Tibetan province, Sashi, which is 2285 kilometers away. In this extreme climate disaster, highways and national roads had become indistinguishable, submerged in flood and snow. Zhang Qiang surveyed the nearby road conditions, which were uneven and littered with frozen debris, making it unsuitable for driving. He decided to follow the navigation directions on foot with Shanquan. Along the way, he encountered many ordinary residents out searching for survival supplies, who generally kept their distance and were on guard, looking at Zhang Qiang and his hefty dog with surprised expressions as they gradually moved away. He also encountered 2 groups of looters who scattered in all directions under Zhang Qiang's decisive and tough measures. After walking for over 4 hours, he gradually distanced himself from the urban area and arrived near the suburban national road. Zhang Qiang found a relatively flat and clean spot, laid out a moisture-proof mat, took out Shanquan's water bowl and food bowl, poured a bottle of purified water and mixed in some dried meat to feed the dog. He ate a portion of cured meat, fried rice and a serving of vegetables, drinking a box of pure milk. After filling his stomach and cleaning up, he took out the bullet box and reloaded a spent magazine with 17 rounds. He lit a cigarette and began to smoke, carefully observing the icy road conditions, which were much smoother than those in the urban area with very few obstacles. After exploring the vicinity, finding no issues, he instantly took out the Explorer 4-wheel drive vehicle stored in the corner of the space and placed it on the icy surface. He took out the off-road specific automatic retractable anti-slip chains from the storage box in the trunk and installed them on the tires. After getting Shanquan in the car, he started the vehicle, turned on the heater and connected the phone to the charging cable. Following the route indicated by the phone navigation, he left Qiang City, heading towards the Tibetan province. Zhang Qiang drove the off-road vehicle, maintaining a speed of around 50 km per hour, constantly paying attention to the conditions of the icy road ahead. Sha Qiang squatted in the back seat, excitedly staring at the fleeting scenery outside the window. After driving for more than 3 hours, the sky gradually darkened. He stopped the car to take a break, poured a bottle of purified water into the dog's bowl, took out a sports vitamin drink for himself and prepared some instant food and a few bags of snacks to share with Sha Qiang, eating in the car. Looking at the offline navigation map, the next stop was Yazhong, followed by Kongding, Litong, Zhuagong, Bomi, Linji, Shannon, Yangzhong, Yanqiu, and finally reaching Sashi. Zhang Qiang thought that as long as they passed the areas without frozen water, he could remain calm and restore a normal routine, traveling during the day and resting at night. Taking advantage of the still low temperature, the frozen ice surface wouldn't melt, so he decided to drive a bit further. He cracked the windows open a little and lit a cigarette. Checking his watch, it was almost 7 o'clock. He started the four-wheel drive and turned on the low-beam headlights, continuing to drive at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. The journey was filled with stops and starts, exceptionally difficult. When encountering impassable or fractured ice surfaces, he had no choice but to retract the vehicle into the space, carefully walking across with Zhang Qiang before driving again. After 2 days of travel, they reached a small town in the suburbs of Kongding City, located at the junction of Sichuan Province and Tibet. In fact, Kongding is not only the border between Sichuan and Tibet but also connects Yun Province and Qiang Province, making it a junction of 4 provinces. Kongding features a typical plateau mountain climate with a generally low average temperature. The temperature difference is significant in spring and autumn, while summer temperatures are quite comfortable and winter is extremely cold with heavy snowfall. The environment is beautiful, the air is fresh, and the population is sparse with only about 100,000 residents. Zhang Qiang was pleasantly surprised to find that the accumulation of frozen water had disappeared, replaced by normal asphalt roads, likely due to the high elevation. He promptly pulled over, removed the off-road specific shrinkable anti-slip chains from the tires and stored them in the trunk. From the energy resource area in the space, he retrieved a barrel of 50 liters of 92-octane gasoline, filled the car's tank and placed the empty gasoline barrel in the trunk. Although pedestrians and vehicles were sparse on the road, there was a sense of life and vitality. Zhang Qiang felt a surge of excitement as he increased his speed, gradually approaching the urban area where pedestrians and vehicles began to increase. He noticed many families resting by the roadside with luggage, likely having fled from other cities. Following the car ahead, they moved slowly forward. Zhang Qiang saw a checkpoint not far ahead where cars and pedestrians had separate inspection lanes with armed police officers maintaining order in checking the vehicles and pedestrians entering. Zhang Qiang quickly stored his jungle machete and Glock handgun in the space. He took his identification documents from the space and placed them in the pocket of his tactical jacket. After some thought, he took out a suitcase from the space, put in some unwashed clothes he had replaced, and added instant food and bottled water into his outdoor multifunctional backpack, placing it on the back seat. Looking at Zhang Qiang squatting nearby, he took out a dog leash and put it around the dog's neck. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhang Qiang's off-road vehicle stopped at the inspection lane. Following the requirements, he got out of the car with Zhang Qiang to undergo inspection. A police officer held a detector and checked Zhang Qiang's entire body, then scanned the dog. The officer smiled at Zhang Qiang and said, "You've raised this dog really well. It's strong and has a shiny smooth coat, even more impressive than the police dogs we have. These days, when people can barely feed themselves, it's not easy to keep it." With a sigh, he added, "I started raising it when it was still a pup and we've developed a deep bond. Even if I can't afford to feed myself, I can't bear to let it go hungry." After saying this, he looked at Zhang Qiang and patted the dog's fluffy head. Another police officer carefully inspected the interior of the vehicle and the trunk. After the inspection was completed, he approached the checkpoint window, took out his identification, underwent facial recognition entry, detailed personal information registration, fingerprint entry, and answered a few simple questions from the staff. Once registration was done, he received a chip card for resource points exchange the size of an ID card made of similar material, along with a resource points exchange manual, and drove into the urban area of Kongding. He parked by the roadside. Looking at the chip card and the resource exchange manual, Zhang Qiang realized that this place now operated like a large refuge life base established by the official government of inland cities, where resources must be exchanged for points to facilitate various expenditures. The money that was once used is now worthless paper everywhere. Opening the resource points exchange manual, he examined it closely. The chip card for resource points exchange issued by the government of Kongding was valid across all regions in the country, including large refuge life bases established by various local government agencies. The chip card contained all personal information recorded on the ID card, including fingerprint and facial recognition data. Ordinary residents can exchange various resources or wages earned from labor into corresponding points at the designated resource points exchange departments of government agencies, which are then stored on the chip card for daily living expenses, shopping, and fee payments. The manual detailed the exchange ratios and quantities of various resources for points. Zhang Qiang carefully flipped through the manual, noting that the resources with the highest exchange ratios varied, but they were all extremely scarce and non-renewable. The first, second, and third pages list various medicines, medical equipment, sanitation and disinfection supplies, reproductive health products, and medical protective resources. The fourth, fifth, and sixth pages cover various grains, oil, salt, sugars, food items, and alcoholic beverages. The seventh, eighth, and ninth pages detail valuable metals and energy resources, while the 10th, 11th, and 12th pages list various hardware, materials, tools, and electrical supplies. The 13th to 19th pages encompass various daily necessities and cold weather supplies. There are also various land and water transportation materials that require specific assessments before exchange. After finishing the manual, Zhang Qiang thought that the current extreme climate disasters are only the beginning. When they will completely end is still unknown, and no one can predict if they will ever end. In the early to mid-phase, such chip cards may still have some utility, but as various disasters continue to occur, the living environment deteriorates severely and they will eventually become as worthless as the currencies used in the past. In the future, using resources to exchange for points should be done sparingly, just enough for short-term needs, otherwise it could lead to significant trouble. He then placed the resource points exchange chip card and identification documents together in the pocket of his tactical jacket. Driving around the urban area for a while, he noticed a branch of the government's official resource exchange agency by the roadside next to a budget chain hotel. He parked the car in the parking lot beside the budget hotel, put on his backpack, grabbed the suitcase and led Zhang Qiang into the hotel. At the front desk of the budget hotel there was only a young female attendant sitting there, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Seeing Zhang Qiang enter with a stout dog pulling a suitcase, she immediately stood up and smiled, asking, "Hello, are you here to check in? Our hotel is clean, tidy and hygienic, with water and electricity available and attentive service. Many guests from out of town choose to stay with us." Zhang Qiang replied with a smile, "Yes, I would like to check in. May I ask what types of rooms you have and how many points does it cost to stay for a day?" The female attendant replied with a smile, "We have 3 types: a standard room for multiple people, a single suite and a family room. The standard room accommodates 4 people, has a private bathroom and allows for hot showers. Staying for 1 day costs 5 points per person. The suite is suitable for guests who prefer peace and quiet, accommodating 1 person with a private bathroom and a small balcony that features a washing machine. It's 25 points for a day. The family room is suitable for a family of 3 or 4 with 2 rooms and 2 large beds, a private bathroom, a small kitchen, a small living room and a balcony. It allows for hot showers, laundry and cooking, costing 40 points per day. Which type of room do you need?" Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and said, "I'll leave my suitcase here and go to the car to get some supplies to exchange for points at the nearby exchange center, then I'll come back to choose a room." The female attendant smiled and said, "All right. You can leave your suitcase here and I'll keep an eye on it." Zhang Qiang placed his suitcase at the front desk, took the dog and headed towards the parking lot. In the car, Zhang Qiang looked at the various supplies in the space, thought for a moment and took out a set of 8 golden panda commemorative coins from a shelf dedicated to storing gold, opening the box to check. The box included a quality inspection report and a purchase invoice with each of the 8 panda coins weighing 50 grams, totaling 400 grams. He closed the box and packed it into his multifunctional outdoor backpack. Leading the dog, he entered the exchange center, took out his supply points exchange chip card and the set of panda commemorative coins, placing them on the counter, and said to the staff inside, "Could you please help me exchange these coins for points?" The staff picked up the coins to examine them, smiling as they said, "If you are sure you want to exchange for points, we will need to conduct a destructive test on these coins. If they pass inspection, we will exchange them for you according to the government's established standards." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Sure." The staff took the coins from the box, weighed them on an electronic scale and handed them to another staff member for gold testing. A few minutes later the staff smiled and said, "Your coins are of acceptable quality and meet the exchange requirements, totaling 400 grams. Each gram of gold can be exchanged for 6 points, so I can give you 2,400 points." Zhang Qiang nodded, "All right." The staff took Zhang Qiang's supply points exchange chip card, inserted it into the card reader and credited it with 2,400 points. Zhang Qiang signed the transaction slip, took back his chip card and returned to the budget hotel with the dog. The female attendant stood up and smiled, saying, "Which type of room would you like to choose?" Zhang Qiang softly said, "I'll take a family room, preferably in a quiet location, for 3 days." He then handed the supply points exchange chip card to the female attendant. The attendant smiled as she took the chip card, inserted it into a dedicated card reader to register the accommodation information and deducted 120 points. After handing Zhang Qiang the chip card and a room key card, she said, "This is your room key card. Your room number is 301, a corner suite on the 3rd floor, which is relatively quiet. The hotel elevator has been stopped to conserve power, so you will need to use the stairs. I will help you carry your suitcase upstairs." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "The suitcase isn't heavy, I can carry it myself, thank you." He then picked up his suitcase, leading the dog up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Once inside the family suite, Zhang Qiang carefully inspected everything and found no issues. He took off the leash from the dog's neck, set out its water bowl and food bowl in the corner of the room, poured in a bottle of purified water, took out a boxed meal, mixed the meat and vegetables with rice and poured it into the food bowl. The dog eagerly drank the water and began to eat, clearly hungry. The suite was indeed clean and tidy with a minimalist design. Each of the 2 rooms was not large, each containing a large bed measuring 1.8 by 2 meters. The bedding sheets, pillows and comforters were all very clean, and on the bedside table was an energy-efficient lamp with a double wardrobe against the wall. The small living room had only a wooden dining table for 4 and 4 chairs. The bathroom was separated into wet and dry areas containing only a toilet and a wash basin with a shower room inside. The kitchen was small, equipped with an exhaust hood, a microwave, an induction cooker, a rice cooker, a frying pan and a soup pot. On the balcony there was a fully automatic washing machine. Zhang Qiang felt it was acceptable to choose the family room, although it was a bit expensive. He could cook for himself. Over the past few days he and the dog had mainly been eating takeout meals, which had become somewhat tiresome. He took out a large bag of dirty clothes from the suitcase and put them into the washing machine, retrieving a bag of laundry detergent from the space to wash the clothes. After taking out his personal hygiene and bathing supplies, he enjoyed a hot shower in the bathroom, changing out of his dirty clothes and into clean ones, feeling refreshed. He lit a cigarette and took a break before heading to the small kitchen, pulling out a soup pot from the space, taking a free-range chicken, dried bamboo shoots, daylily and dried shiitake mushrooms along with some scallions, ginger slices and spices, filling it with water and putting it on the induction cooker to simmer. He took out his rice cooker and steamed a pot of fragrant rice. Using spinach, fresh red chili, garlic slices, ginger shreds and jellyfish heads, he prepared a plate of cold dishes, opening a can of tuna and pouring out a bottle of aged liquor. Once the chicken soup was ready, he served it on the small dining table in the living room and leisurely began to eat and drink. The dog squatted on the floor, looking up at Zhang Qiang, barking eagerly. Zhang Qiang patted the dog's head, placing half a free-range chicken and some rice into its food bowl, and the dog happily began to eat. After finishing and cleaning up, he hung the washed clothes out to dry on the balcony. Outside, the sky had completely darkened and the solar streetlights on the road emitted a faint glow. Zhang Qiang took the dog for a walk around, checking on the SUV parked in the parking lot, which was supervised by someone, ensuring there were no issues. Returning to the suite, he felt a bit tired after the continuous day and night travel since leaving Chengdu, and he hadn't had a good rest. He locked the door from the inside, took out his Glock pistol, placed it under his pillow, turned off the lights and soon fell asleep in bed. After a night of deep and sweet sleep, he woke up to find it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun outside was bright, the sky was a clear blue and fluffy white clouds floated like pristine sails in the vast azure sky. Zhang Qiang glanced at the outdoor thermometer placed on the small balcony. It read -15 degrees. The temperature was rising quickly. After washing up, he cooked some coarse grain noodles in the leftover chicken soup from last night and added some greens. Using the leftover free-range chicken, he mixed it with rice and added some meat broth. The dog Sha Qiang began to eat eagerly. After finishing the meal and tidying up, he sat in the small dining area smoking a cigarette, contemplating taking Sha Qiang out for a stroll later, hoping to buy some local specialties to keep. He entered the space and reviewed all the supplies he had stored. It turned out that the 301-ton capacity water storage tanks reserved in Cheng City had used up 90 of them for daily freshwater over 21 months, which included 5 months of heavy rain and a year and a half of extreme cold. He needed to replenish some more freshwater. The upcoming extreme heat period and plague would make clean freshwater resources increasingly scarce. He put a leash on Sha Qiang and exited the suite. Passing by the hotel front desk, he noticed a female staff member sitting there in a daze and smilingly asked, "Hello, do you know where I can buy large water storage tanks around Kongding? I would like to procure some." The young female staff member stood up and smiled, saying, "My neighbor next door is in this business. His water tanks are of very good quality and he is a very honest person. Most of the tanks are sold to pastoralists in the Tibetan region. In Kongding, the winter temperatures are very low, causing water pipes to freeze often. Therefore, almost every household here has a water storage tank for winter use. My home is not far from here. Just walk left after leaving the hotel, cross an intersection, and there's a small road with 2-story buildings on both sides. One of the shops there is run by my neighbor who sells water tanks. He'll give you the address and you can check it out." After saying that, she wrote down the address and handed it to Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang smiled as he took it and said, "Thank you, I will go take a look." He led Sha Qiang out of the hotel, checked the address, and after walking for 10 minutes he found the store selling water storage tanks. Entering the store, he saw various capacities of water storage tanks displayed along the wall. A sturdy middle-aged man approached him and asked with a smile, "Hello, I am the owner of this shop. Are you looking to buy water storage tanks? The ones displayed here are of ordinary capacity, but we have larger ones in the backyard." Zhang Qiang looked at the rugged middle-aged man, a typical Kangba man, and smiled, saying, "I would like to buy some large-capacity water storage tanks. What is the quality of the tanks and what sizes do you have?" The middle-aged man replied with a smile, "You can rest assured about the quality. They are made of thick food-grade corrosion-resistant plastic material. The large capacities include 3 tons, 5 tons, 8 tons, 10 tons and 20 tons, with the largest being 30 tons. The tanks come with a closed water inlet and outlet faucet, and we also provide an inlet pipe and disinfecting purification tablets." Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and asked, are there any small warehouses nearby that can be rented short-term with water and electricity? I would like to temporarily rent one for 2 weeks to store some purchased items. The middle-aged man pondered and said yes, there is a small food processing factory nearby that has a warehouse. It closed down during the extreme cold period and now it has no raw materials for production. The owner is a local resident living not far from here. I can go ask him for you, it shouldn't be a problem. The warehouse is just sitting idle and renting it out would earn him some points. Zhang Qiang took out a cigarette and offered one to the middle-aged man. After lighting his own, he smiled and said that would be great. I want to buy 15 water tanks of 30 tons, 20 tons and 10 tons each. How do you calculate the price? The middle-aged man took a puff of his cigarette and replied with a smile, business is tough now, the points earned barely cover living expenses. Since you want so many, I will definitely give you the best discount. I have them in stock. After saying that, he picked up a calculator from the table and carefully calculated the prices on a piece of white paper. After a while he handed Zhang Qiang the paper with the calculated prices and quantities, smiling, here, this is the number and price of the 3 types of water storage tanks you want. I've given you the lowest price. Zhang Qiang took the paper and looked closely. The 30-ton water storage tank costs 165 points each for 15,475 points. The 20-ton water storage tank costs 110 points each for 15,650 points. The 10-ton water storage tank costs 55 points each for 15,825 points. In total 4,950 points. Zhang Qiang smiled and said that's quite a lot of points. The middle-aged man replied with a bitter smile, alas, the price is already very low. These thick food-grade storage tanks you want are all large capacities and in bulk. It's just that during this period of extreme climate disasters we have no choice but to find a way to survive, so I can only sell them cheaply. Zhang Qiang nodded thoughtfully and quietly said, yes, I hope everything will get better. I will go exchange some points now. Please help me ask about the short-term rental warehouse. See you later. The middle-aged man smiled and said, there is a government official materials points exchange point at the intersection ahead. I will go ask about the short-term rental warehouse for you. Don't worry, see you later. Zhang Qiang led Sha Qiang out of the store and walked toward the intersection ahead. There were quite a few people around looking at Zhang Qiang and the dog with curious eyes. An ant sitting at the entrance of a small shop mumbled, this dog is so fat, how much food does it take to raise one like that? Zhang Qiang looked down at Sha Qiang, realizing he might be attracting a bit too much attention. He took off his backpack, retrieved 2 500-gram investment gold bars from the storage box specifically for gold in his space, and instantly transferred them into his backpack. Looking at the remaining gold in the storage box on the shelf, there were still 3,500-gram investment gold bars and 24 1,000-gram investment gold bars in 2 metal briefcases. Zhang Qiang sighed, thinking about how the value of this gold in a peaceful and harmonious society 2 years ago would have easily been enough to buy a decent property in the center of a first-tier city if no extreme disasters had occurred. It would have been sufficient for an ordinary family to live a good quality life for a lifetime. He led Sha Qiang into the materials points exchange point at the intersection, where 2 staff members were chatting idly behind the glass counter. Zhang Qiang placed the 2 investment gold bars and his materials points exchange chip card on the counter and softly said, please help me exchange these 2 investment gold bars for points. The 2 staff members weighed the gold bars and after inspection they credited 6,000 points to Zhang Qiang's chip card. The recharge display showed a balance of 8,280 points on the chip card. After signing the transaction slip and retrieving his chip card, he led Sha Qiang back to the store selling water storage tanks. The middle-aged man saw Zhang Qiang coming and quickly stood up, smiling. I just went to ask, the owner of the food factory is willing to rent short-term. The warehouse has water and electricity and the area is not small. If you rent for 2 weeks it will cost 100 points. The water and electricity fees are charged separately by the government department based on usage. Does that sound good? Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and nodded, saying, okay, take me to see the warehouse at the food factory first. If it looks suitable I will rent it and then return to pay you for the goods. You can deliver the water tanks I purchased directly to the warehouse. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and took Zhang Qiang to find the owner of the food factory. Upon arriving at the nearby food factory warehouse, Zhang Qiang looked around and noticed a small water pool built in a corner against the wall with a large output water faucet near the warehouse entrance. He then agreed with the food factory owner to rent this warehouse short-term for 2 weeks, recorded the readings of the 2 water meters and electric meters in the warehouse and paid 100 points in rent. The food factory owner handed Zhang Qiang the key to the warehouse. Zhang Qiang then returned to the shop with the middle-aged man, signed the contract for buying the water storage tanks and paid the middle-aged man 4,950 points. In addition to the inlet pipes and large bottles of disinfecting purification tablets that came with the original water tanks, the middle-aged man also generously gave Zhang Qiang 5 boxes of disinfecting purification tablets and promised to find someone to deliver the water tanks to the warehouse immediately. Zhang Qiang calculated that these 45 large-capacity water storage tanks along with the 91-ton capacity tanks he had used would require 990 tons of water to fill. With 2 large output faucets in the warehouse, he should have ample time over the next 2 weeks. He then smiled at the middle-aged man, saying, "Could you find 2 workers to help me clean these water tanks in the warehouse, add an appropriate amount of disinfecting purification tablets and fill them all with tap water? Additionally, I have 91-ton capacity water tanks that I will have sent to the warehouse shortly, and they also need to be cleaned and filled with tap water. The labor cost for 2 weeks is negotiable." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, immediately showed an excited expression and smiled, saying, "No need to find workers, my family can do it. They often help me with cleaning the water tanks. Just leave it to me, you can give me 50 points for labor. Does that work for you?" Zhang Qiang replied, "Okay, I will go to the warehouse first, and once I receive the water tanks I will hand you the key to the warehouse." Leading Zhang Qiang to the warehouse, he carefully observed the surroundings and saw no surveillance cameras or monitoring equipment. He then instantly moved the 90 water storage tanks that he had used from his space and placed them against the wall. He took out a bottle of purified water and some bags of dried meat snacks to feed Zhang Qiang. After more than half an hour, the middle-aged man arrived with several people pushing several carts to deliver the water storage tanks to the warehouse, carefully unloading them. Zhang Qiang handed the warehouse key to the middle-aged man and paid him 50 points for labor. He then led Zhang Qiang out of the food factory warehouse and began to stroll on the street. Few pedestrians walked along the road in the corners. Displaced refugees from other regions sat on the ground with their belongings slung across their backs, resting in the biting wind. Occasionally a car passed by, leaving Zhang Qiang with a profound sense of desolation and stillness. Yet compared to other cities, this place was nothing short of paradise. Shops lining the roadside stood eerily empty. Shelves held pitifully few items, especially foodstuffs and daily necessities. After walking through several stores with Zhang Qiang, the dog he led by leash, Zhang Qiang felt a quiet disappointment. He approached a local passerby to inquire where he might purchase authentic local specialties. The local glanced at Zhang Qiang, and the dog beside him shook his head, sighed deeply, and walked away without uttering a word. Puzzled, Zhang Qiang checked his watch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and his stomach rumbled with hunger. He decided to return to the hotel for dinner, then visit the warehouse tomorrow before exploring other parts of Kongding. Back at the hotel, just as he was about to head upstairs, he noticed the young female receptionist tidying the front desk. He paused, stepped forward, and smiled warmly. "Thank you for recommending those shops. I've found a water storage tank. I'd also like to ask, where can I buy authentic local specialties here? I visited several local stores but found none." The young woman frowned faintly and replied softly, "You're welcome, I'm glad you found what you needed. Nowadays almost no one sells local specialties here. Ever since the extreme calamity began in September 2 years ago, this region has endured torrential downpours, blizzards, and severe cold spells. Due to Kongding's high elevation, floodwaters receded swiftly, causing little disruption to daily travel. Yet such brutal climatic conditions have resulted in 2 consecutive years of total crop failure. Countless yaks and sheep perished from the freeze. Herders preserved them as dried meat, but even those reserves are now nearly exhausted. Who would still sell such scarce provisions? Most everyday supplies used to be transported here from inland provinces. Now, however, inland cities suffer even more severely from disasters, making overland delivery impossible. Consequently, ordinary residents must earn government-issued points through labor, then exchange them monthly for strictly rationed food and essentials just to survive. Recently, official government reserves have dwindled alarmingly, prompting continuous reductions in allocations. As a result, many residents now turn to the black market, paying exorbitant point prices for food and daily goods, or travel to nearby cities in the Tibet Autonomous Region to purchase supplies and resell them locally. Rumors suggest that cities in the Tibet Autonomous Region have likewise begun restricting supply quotas. Each citizen may now redeem points only once per month using an official chip card, and even then quantities remain tightly limited. Still, even under these restrictions, available supplies there far exceed those here. Zhang Qiang listened quietly, sighing inwardly. He had not imagined life for ordinary citizens here would be so harsh. He asked, is it true that the Tibet Autonomous Region suffered far less from the disaster? Then why don't people from here relocate there permanently? Doesn't Tibet face shortages too? The young woman shook her head. Yes, the damage there was indeed milder than here. Many locals did try living there briefly, but soon returned, saying living costs in Tibetan cities were prohibitively high and jobs extremely difficult to find. Earning points through labor alone makes survival grueling. Tibet's relative abundance stems from sustained national policy support. Its unique geographical position renders it largely immune to natural disasters, so large-scale strategic reserve depots were established there long ago, making it one of the nation's principal logistical hubs. Hence daily supplies remain comparatively stable. Zhang Qiang instantly understood and empathized. For decades the state has consistently prioritized ethnic minority regions like Tibet and Xinjiang, granting tax exemptions, investing heavily in education, healthcare and infrastructure. It's only natural then that Tibet hosts a national-level strategic reserve depot, no surprise at all. Zhang Qiang nodded and said to the young woman, "Disasters pass. Everything will heal in time." She nodded firmly in agreement. Back in his suite, Zhang Qiang unclipped Zhang Qiang's leash, filled a bowl halfway with cool boiled water and watched the dog eagerly lap it up. Using an induction cooker, he steamed a generous portion of dried eel, drizzled it with sesame oil, prepared a sweet and tangy tomato salad, opened a boxed meal and uncorked a jar of Shaoxing daughter's red rice wine. He mixed several pieces of eel into rice for Zhang Qiang, adding a can of luncheon meat. As he ate, his thoughts lingered on the young woman's words from earlier that evening. Living costs in Tibet are exorbitant. Ordinary residents simply cannot sustain themselves there. Zhang Qiang pondered, frowning. That shouldn't be the case. Before the extreme calamity, Tibet's resident population and cost of living metrics had remained remarkably stable for years. Unless of course a massive influx of affluent evacuees arrived early in the crisis, crowding out locals and exhausting limited resources. Enough. One step at a time is all anyone can do now. Besides, his spatial storage brimmed with abundant supplies, more than enough to secure his own future. Self-preservation was sufficient, everything else lay beyond his responsibility. After finishing his meal, cleaning up and taking a hot shower, he gathered clothes dried on the balcony. Zhang Qiang was already curled up in his dog bed, snoring softly. Lying in bed, he gazed out the window. The night sky shimmered with countless stars, breathtakingly radiant. At the hotel front desk, I renewed my suite for another 10 days, paying 400 points, leaving me with 2,780 points on my chip card. Zhang Qiang visited the short-term rental food factory warehouse a few times, watching a middle-aged man with his family thoroughly clean the water storage tanks, adding an appropriate amount of disinfectant tablets and filling them with tap water. The tap water quality in Kongding is excellent, sourced from mountain springs, pure and sweet after being settled at the water plant, rigorously filtered through multiple layers and disinfected, making it essentially drinkable. The water fee is also reasonable at 0.2 points per ton. The middle-aged man filled all the water storage tanks with fresh water a day in advance. Zhang Qiang retrieved the warehouse key and in the evening took Sha Qiang to the warehouse to store all the water tanks in his space, organizing and classifying them, keeping them stored neatly. On the last morning of the rental period, I returned the key to the food factory owner and settled the bill for 992 tons of tap water, paying 198 points. My chip card now has 2,581. 6 points left. In my space, I already have a reserve of 1,200 tons of fresh water, along with a large number of boxes of mineral water, purified water, bottled water, various drinks and many scattered bottled waters and beverages. Zhang Qiang made new plans. From now on, he would not use the reserved supplies in his space for daily necessities that he could obtain with points. Returning to the budget hotel, he packed all his belongings and returned the suite access card at the front desk. He took out a bag of snacks from his backpack and handed it to the young female attendant, who excitedly accepted it and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. With Sha Qiang, he exited the hotel and went to the parking lot, placing his suitcase in the trunk. He got in the car, opened the navigation app on his phone, started the car and followed the navigation route towards the Tibetan province. The distance from Kongding to the provincial capital of Tibet, Shashi, is over 1,800 kilometers. Zhang Qiang was not in a hurry to reach Shashi. Instead, he planned to stop for 2 or 3 days in each city or county along the way to experience the local customs and finally choose a suitable place to settle down. Looking at the towering mountains and numerous lakes along the way, the scenery was breathtaking, an endless vista. He had already reached the border of Sichuan and Tibet. The road gradually became crowded. Stopango traffic. Not far ahead was the border inspection station for entering Tibet. He gazed at the majestic mountains in the distance that seemed to pierce the sky, and the azure sky felt almost within reach. Zhang Qiang's heart surged with excitement. He had only seen such landscapes online before, but witnessing them in person was a completely different experience. Sha Qiang squatted in the back seat, also staring into the distance, wagging his tail. Soon it was Zhang Qiang's turn at the checkpoint. After presenting his ID, driver's license and material points exchange chip card and undergoing the staff's inquiry and registration, Zhang Qiang paid 20 points to obtain the entry permit for Tibet and a 1-year vehicle pass for the region, driving away from the border inspection station to the first stop in Tibet, Mongkong County. There were many pedestrians and vehicles on the road. Zhang Qiang watched the Tibetan herders not far from the roadside waving their whips to drive their flocks away into the distance. He couldn't help but recall a line of poetry: blue sky, clear water and green grass abound, waving whips while herding horses and cattle. Not far ahead he saw an official gas station with many vehicles waiting in line to refuel. Checking the fuel gauge, he noted there were still 2 bars left, so he drove over to refuel. In the waiting area, looking at the fuel prices and regulations on the sign, he felt that fuel prices in Tibet were indeed high. 92-octane gasoline was 2.5 points per liter. With the personal material points exchange chip card, he could only refuel once a day, and each refuel could not exceed 70 liters. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he reached the refueling station, filled up with 58 liters of 92-octane gasoline and paid 145 points. His material points exchange chip card now had 2,416 points left. 6 points. Following the signs along the road, I entered the ramp and drove onto the road leading into Mongkong County. The small town along the road features typical earthen yellow and blue-white colored Tibetan-style homes with men, women and children dressed in Tibetan robes occasionally glancing at the various vehicles passing by before returning to their busy tasks. Slowing down, I admired the serene and ethereal scenery outside the window, where distant mountains capped with snow emitted a sacred glow under the sunlight, while lush greenery and a winding clear stream nearby provided a visual feast. Zhang Qiang attentively immersed himself in everything before him, experiencing the distinct local customs and culture. The foolish Qiang also became unusually quiet, resting his paws on the car window, gazing outside. The city of Mongkong is not large, with a population of only around 70 to 80,000 people. On the wide streets, crowds bustle about and various vehicles weave through the throngs, flanked by closely adjacent 3-story Tibetan-style residential buildings. I parked the car in a secluded parking lot off the main street, leading the foolish Qiang out to leisurely stroll along the street. Entering a shop selling local specialties, a short elderly man in a Tibetan robe holding prayer beads emerged from the back room, his face adorned with a kind and gentle smile. "What would you like to buy?" the old man asked kindly. Zhang Qiang smiled as he glanced at the not-so-abundant goods on the shelves and replied, "How much for that dried yak meat and the barley mixed grain cake?" The dried yak meat is sold in 1-pound bags for 18 points each, while the barley mixed grain cake is 2 pounds per bag for 7 points each, the old man replied softly. "I'd like 50 bags of the dried yak meat and 10 bags of the barley mixed grain cake," Zhang Qiang said with a smile. The old man looked at Zhang Qiang in surprise, shook his head and said softly, "I'm sorry, but we don't have that much stock at home. No shop on this street can provide that quantity, and even the total stock across all shops here won't suffice for your request." Seeing Zhang Qiang's perplexed expression, the old man smiled and explained, "You might just have come from another province and are not familiar with the situation in the Tibetan region yet. Since the extreme climatic disaster, the government has imposed strict control measures on all daily living supplies in the Tibetan region, especially for various foodstuffs such as grains, oil, salt, sugar and meat products, allowing individuals to exchange resources using a points chip card that limits the types and quantities available for purchase each week. Once the purchase limit is reached, one cannot buy again within the same week, regardless of the area in the Tibetan region." Zhang Qiang nodded, suddenly understanding, and asked, "Why is the limit set on a weekly basis instead of monthly?" The old man chuckled and said, "Previously there were monthly limits on the types and quantities of supplies, but the government discovered that many residents from surrounding provinces were coming here to buy daily necessities to resell back home, so they shortened the cycle to a weekly basis. Additionally, strict control measures are imposed on residents who quickly leave the Tibetan region after purchasing supplies, limiting their re-entry times and activity areas." Zhang Qiang reflected on how difficult it must be for ordinary residents to live well in these times. He then asked, "How many quantities of these 2 food items can I buy at once?" The old man replied, "You can buy 1 bag of dried yak meat now, but you must wait 2 weeks before your next purchase. Within a month you cannot buy more than 2 bags, and no other meat products can be purchased either. You can purchase 3 bags of barley mixed grain cakes, but you can only buy again at this time next week, and within a month the total quantity cannot exceed 12 bags, which is 24 pounds. Other grain products cannot be purchased either." Zhang Qiang listened to the old man's detailed explanation, fully understanding that the Tibetan region now imposes restrictions on the types and quantities of various meat products and grain food supplies for residents' daily consumption. One person receives only 2 pounds of meat products and 24 pounds of grain products each month. The nation and government must have predicted that this extreme climatic disaster could last for a long time, which is why they have enacted such limited supply policies to ensure resources can withstand prolonged consumption and supply challenges. Zhang Qiang looked down at the foolish Qiang, who was lying on the ground and nearly asleep, thinking to himself that he would need to put the dog on a long-term weight loss plan. He took out his resource points exchange chip card from his inner pocket and handed it to the old man, smiling, "Then I'll take 1 bag of dried yak meat and 3 bags of barley mixed grain cakes." The old man took the chip card, inserted it into the card reader, deducted 39 points and returned the card to Zhang Qiang. He took 1 bag of dried yak meat and 3 bags of barley mixed grain cakes from the shelf, packed them into a bag and handed it to Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang placed the bag into his outdoor multifunctional backpack, politely said goodbye to the old man and left the shop with the foolish Qiang. Looking at his watch, it was already 7 in the evening, yet the sky remained bright. He needed to find a hotel to settle down. Seeing the foolish Qiang's listless demeanor, it seemed he was hungry. He took out a bottle of purified water from his backpack, drank a few sips and shared the rest with the dog. He took out a few bags of small meat snacks, fed them to the foolish Qiang, who finished them in a few bites and regained some energy, finally lifting his head. As he walked to the middle of the street, he unexpectedly spotted a network service hall, instantly piquing his interest, and he led the foolish Qiang inside. Inside the service hall sat 2 staff members. Upon seeing Zhang Qiang enter with a stout dog, they cheerfully asked, "Are you here to apply for a network phone card?" Zhang Qiang replied, "Yes, how do I apply for one?" One of the staff members said, "We need your identification or resource points exchange chip card. The network phone card we provide is universal across the entire Tibetan region and functions similarly to the previous mobile phone cards, allowing access to the Tibetan internet, making phone calls and sending messages. However, it can only be used within the Tibetan region. After purchasing and activating the card, you can download the official Tibetan online service hall app, bind your chip card and enable payment functions so you can pay various fees directly from your phone later. The monthly fee for the network phone card is 5 points, and the first activation requires a payment of 5 points for the card itself, along with 3 months' worth of monthly fees." Zhang Qiang took out his old phone from his outdoor backpack and asked, "Can I use this phone with the network phone card here?" Another staff member took the phone for a look and said, "Yes, it can be used." Zhang Qiang placed his resource points exchange chip card on the counter and said, "Then please help me apply for a network phone card." The staff member promptly processed Zhang Qiang's application, installed the network phone card in his phone, and after a quick setup it functioned almost identically to the previous mobile phone cards. After paying 20 points, he took back the chip card and walked out of the service hall with the foolish Qiang. Holding the phone in his hand, Zhang Qiang felt as if he had returned to the pre-disaster days, to a time of peace and harmony. Leading Sha Qiang, I wandered back and forth along the shops on both sides of the street but found no inn to stay in. After inquiring with a shop owner, I finally located a hotel in a secluded alley near the main street. The hotel owner enthusiastically showed Zhang Qiang several rooms, and he ultimately chose a suite in the courtyard that had a private bathroom and a washing machine, booking it for 2 days and paying 60 points for the room. Upon entering the room, I carefully looked around and found nothing unusual, then locked the door. From the corner of my space, I took out Sha Qiang's water bowl and food bowl, along with a bottle of purified water and a takeout box of rice, mixing it into the bowl for the dog, who devoured it hungrily. I stored the dried yak beef jerky and barley mixed grain cakes bought from my outdoor backpack on the shelf in the food storage area of the space for quick meals. I took out clean clothes and personal hygiene items, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and put the used clothes in the washing machine. Lying on the bed, I took out my phone and downloaded the platform software for the convenience service hall of the Tibetan Autonomous Region. I registered an account using my ID, linked my chip card, and quickly accessed various information, discovering that my chip card had a balance of 2,297 points. I checked the recharge records, consumption records, the issuance time and issuing agency of my chip card, as well as the time limits and varieties of supplies I could purchase next. After exiting the convenience service hall, I logged into the Tibetan online website, where I could browse and check the weather forecasts, local customs news reports, traffic conditions, policies and regulations, criminal cases, education and healthcare, and job listings in various regions and cities. I tried searching for information outside the province, but all I found were blank pages. Zhang Qiang knew that internet access was definitely restricted, allowing only browsing within the Tibetan Autonomous Region. I looked at Sha Qiang, who was already lying at the foot of the bed, snoring softly and sleeping soundly. I took out a portion of stir-fried rice with cured meat, a box of 5-spice canned yellow fish, a vacuum-sealed bag of spicy jellyfish, and a bottle of 10-year-old Shaoxing rice wine, and started to eat at the dining table in the room. After eating for a while, I felt a bit warm. I opened the door, and the wind that blew and lacked the icy chill. I then hung the outdoor thermometer on the doorknob. After finishing my meal and cleaning up, I hung the washed clothes in the yard to dry, returned to the room and checked the thermometer. It read 10 degrees and the temperature was rising too quickly. A bad premonition arose in Zhang Qiang's heart. Extreme heat might soon arrive. I opened my phone to check the weather forecast, which had already been updated in real time, showing that the outdoor temperature was between 8 and 12 degrees. I browsed the weather forecasts for various regions and cities in the Tibetan area, except for the temperature in Dingri County of the Shagats region, which continued to drop. Temperatures in other areas had mostly risen significantly. Zhang Qiang searched and found that Dingri County is the location of the Everest base camp. I needed to find a stable place to live with a sparse population, abundant natural resources, open land, and complete living facilities. These were essential conditions. Suddenly I remembered a comrade from the army whose hometown is in the Lingji region of Tibet. He often spoke about Lingji, which is the lowest altitude area in Tibet and has the richest oxygen supply, making it very unlikely for ordinary people to experience altitude sickness there, thus offering a high level of comfort. Moreover, it is part of a region abundant in hydropower resources, boasting the largest forest area in the country with a forest coverage rate reaching 48%. Various living facilities are also very complete, and the resident population is not large, making it a highly livable place. Transportation is also very developed, with only 400 kilometers to the provincial capital Shashi. Zhang Qiang searched for Lingji City on the Tibetan online platform, carefully reviewing the various aspects of the situation, which were basically as described by his comrade. He discovered that the famous tourist adventure destination Matawa County is actually located in the Lingji region. He finally decided to first visit Lingji City. If it suited him, he would settle down there and no longer roam around. I checked the distance from Mongkong to Lingji is about 800 kilometers, and it would take less than a day to drive there. Tomorrow I will rest well for a day and set off the day after tomorrow. I checked my watch, it was already past 10. I locked the door securely and took out the Glock pistol from my space, checking it before placing it under my pillow. Lying on the bed, I quickly fell asleep. He slept soundly through the night. When he awoke in the morning, it was already nearly 8 o'clock, his body brimming with vigor, his spirit refreshed. Xiao Qiang lay curled at the foot of the bed, delicately licking his paws. After washing up, he mixed a can of pork and egg roll stew with rice for Xiao Qiang and ate a boxed meal himself. He glanced at the outdoor thermometer, 12 degrees Celsius. Outside, the sky was clear and radiant azure blue, dotted with drifting clouds bathed in golden sunlight. He carried a chair into the courtyard, lit a cigarette, and drew slow contemplative puffs. Xiao Qiang scampered out from the house and settled contentedly at Zhang Qiang's feet. As he stroked the dog's fluffy head, Xiao Qiang leaned into the touch, eyes closed, basking peacefully in the sun's warm embrace. The innkeeper approached from outside and greeted Zhang Qiang. "That dog you keep, what a robust specimen. His build is nearly as imposing as a Tibetan mastiff." Zhang Qiang pulled a cigarette from his pack and offered it to the innkeeper with a smile. "I've raised him since he was a pup, never sparing him even when I had to go without. Cigarettes are rare luxuries now, practically priceless here. On the black market they vanish the moment they appear. If I owned any, I'd hoard them, trading them only for essentials." Zhang Qiang smiled faintly and murmured, "I smoke very little, I'm not addicted. Whether I light one or not makes no difference." These were gifts from a friend before the cataclysm, kept all this time. Is there truly a black market here? Does the government turn a blind eye? And best not to smoke if you can help it. Of course there is a black market, and the authorities know it well. So long as no incidents arise, they choose deliberate ignorance. Ordinary citizens struggle desperately. Bartering heirlooms or valuables for food or necessities has become an unavoidable reality. Zhang Qiang remarked, "The government encourages residents to exchange goods for credit points, then use those points to purchase essentials or pay services. It's quite a pragmatic system." The innkeeper chuckled softly. "Exchanging goods for points is easy, but acquiring what you truly need with those points, far less so. The government strictly regulates and rations daily necessities, especially staples like rice flour, cooking oil and grain, and prices remain steep. Thus the black market thrives, direct barter, unmediated and grounded in necessity." Zhang Qiang nodded slowly. "Indeed, it's hard for everyone now. Where exactly is this black market? And when does it operate?" The innkeeper grinned. "Right on the main street, starting after midnight every night. You're welcome to browse, but stay vigilant. In times like these, human nature is the most unpredictable force of all." With that he sighed quietly and walked away. Zhang Qiang watched his retreating figure, exhaled deeply and whispered, "Human nature, unpredictable at any time and any age." After lunch he took Xiao Qiang for a walk and checked on the SUV parked in the lot. It remained perfectly secure. The lot operated 24 hours under dedicated supervision, charging only 1.5 credit points per day. A police patrol post stood nearby, rendering concerns entirely unnecessary. He wandered among the storefronts again, but found nothing worth purchasing. What he truly needed simply wasn't available in any shop. He strolled through nearby scenic spots, feeling his mind expand and his body loosen completely, so thoroughly at ease that he could almost forget the world remained gripped by the extreme climatic cataclysm. Xiao Qiang bounded wildly back and forth, tireless. Only at 6 o'clock in the evening did Zhang Qiang finally lead him back to the inn. He poured a large bowl of water for the dog, emptied in moments. Then, drawing from his spatial storage, he retrieved 2 boxed meals, 1 can of braised beef, another of sardines. He have both mixed them generously with rice and served the rich blend into Xiao Qiang's bowl. He uncorked a bottle of mutai, poured himself a glass and dined leisurely. Once fed, the dog collapsed onto the floor, eyes closed, utterly spent. After tidying up he took a hot shower, then changed into lightweight outdoor sportswear, a breathable hoodie set paired with non-slip agile trail running shoes. His heavier garments and boots he washed thoroughly and hung to dry in the courtyard. He rested briefly on the bed, set his phone alarm and prepared to visit the black market on the main street around midnight. At night he left Zhang Qiang inside the room, retrieved 2 packs of ordinary cigarettes from his spatial storage, slipped them into his pocket and secured his jungle machete into his multifunctional outdoor backpack before stepping out of the inn onto the street. He had expected the black market to be sparsely attended, yet it bustled far more than the daytime thoroughfare. Many vendors simply laid plastic sheets on the ground, arranging their wares openly for barter. As Zhang Qiang browsed, he spotted numerous items absent from official shops and at last grasped why black markets endure across eras and crises. Though variety abounded, quantities remained scarce. Most common goods held no appeal for him, trading for them would serve no purpose. Just as he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in traditional Tibetan robes standing roadside, holding a beautifully austere Tibetan knife, its hilt wrapped in silver wire, its scabbard sheathed in silver in 2 vivid gemstones, one rhubarb, one emerald green, set into its simple ancient design. Several others had approached, inspected it, then shaken their heads and departed. Intrigued, Zhang Qiang stepped forward and asked, "Are you seeking to trade this Tibetan knife for supplies?" "Yes," the man replied, studying Zhang Qiang. "I wish to exchange it for antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medicine." And Zhang Qiang frowned slightly. "Aren't such medicines available at hospitals?" The man sighed softly. "If they were, I wouldn't be here. In times like these, life-saving drugs are beyond reach for ordinary people. Even if obtainable, the credit point cost would be astronomical." Zhang Qiang nodded. This was truth unvarnished. During the extreme climatic cataclysm, medicine had become prohibitively expensive, inaccessible to all but the privileged. Naturally, few would part with such irreplaceable lifelines. It was startling, still early in the cataclysm, that pharmaceutical scarcity had already reached such dire severity. Zhang Qiang murmured, "May I examine the blade?" The man paused, then handed it over reverently. "Of course. This is a Lhotse Tibetan knife, treasured in my family for over a decade. I would never part with it save for my child's illness and desperate need for medicine." Zhang Qiang accepted it with both hands, drew the blade from its scabbard, and a flash of cold silvery light leapt across his vision. Forged entirely by hand, the steel possessed exceptional refinement, fluid lines, extraordinary density, razor-edged resilience, and an aura of quiet, singular elegance. Its length exceeded 40 centimeters. A rare and masterful short Tibetan dagger, equally prized for collection and combat. Zhang Qiang slid the blade back into its scabbard and returned it gently. "I possess some anti-inflammatory medicine, sealed in original packaging, but only in limited quantity. How much do you require? If the amount aligns, we'll trade. If not, we shall speak of it no further." The man's voice trembled with urgency. "My family consulted a physician today. The diagnosis demands 2 full boxes of 3rd-generation cephalosporin antibiotics, 7 consecutive days of oral dosage. 2 boxes are all I need." Ni's eyes locked onto Zhang Qiang, imploring. Zhang Qiang smiled faintly. "Your knife is exceptional, but its value likely falls far short of 2 boxes of antibiotics." A flicker of sorrow crossed the man's eyes. After a silent pause, he unfastened a finely woven silk cord from his neck, upon which hung a sacred 9-eyed Z bead. He caressed it tenderly and whispered, "This Z was bestowed upon my ancestor, a blessing from a traveling lama he once saved in the Tibetan desert. It has rested against my skin since birth, never removed. This bead, and this knife, are the most precious things I own." He sighed deeply. Zhang Qiang considered a moment. "Wait for me at the intersection ahead, I'll return in 15 minutes with the medicine." And the man's face lit with gratitude. "Yes, thank you. Thank you so much." He hurried toward the crossroads. Back in his room, Zhang Qiang accessed the medical section of his spatial storage, retrieved 3 intact sealed boxes of ceftonir dispersible tablets, verified dosage, each box sufficient for 3 days, and placed them carefully into a small bag which he slipped into his pocket. He fitted a suppressor onto his Glock pistol, holstered it at his lower back, and left the inn, striding briskly toward the intersection, where the man waited anxiously. Spotting Zhang Qiang's approach, the man rushed forward. Zhang Qiang met his gaze and said quietly, "Hand me the knife and the Z, I'll give you the medicine." His eyes held steady, watchful. The man withdrew the knife from his belt and presented it with both hands. From his chest he drew the silk-corded Z, pressed a soft kiss upon it, and offered it reverently cupped in his palms. Zhang Qiang accepted both, tucked them into his pocket, and passed the bag to the man. The man lifted the 3 boxes, examined them closely, and his expression shifted to one of profound reverence and elation. Zhang Qiang spoke no further. Clutching the Tibetan dagger, he turned and walked swiftly back to his room. There, seated beside the lamplight on the edge of the bed, he savored the weight and craftsmanship of the short blade, reluctant to set it down. He lifted the 9-eyed Z, turning it slowly in his fingers. Its surface was smooth and warm as jade, its 9 concentric eyes seemed to emanate a gentle, sanctified radiance. A sacred relic, beyond price. Gently loosening the silk cord, he draped it around his own neck and adjusted the fit. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was past 1 o'clock. He knew departure for Nyanki would begin at dawn. He placed the Tibetan dagger carefully into the self-defense weapons section of his spatial storage. He slid the suppressed Glock beneath his pillow, locked the door securely, switched off the lamp and settled into bed. Before 7 in the morning, Zhang Qiang awoke, freshened up and gathered the clothes, shoes and personal belongings that had been drying in the small courtyard, storing them in his space. He mixed a box of braised beef canned food with rice for Xia Chang while he himself enjoyed a portion of stir-fried rice with cured meat and opened a self-heating spicy hot pot. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he felt a slight sweat on his body. Checking the outdoor thermometer, it was already 15 degrees and the temperature was rising rapidly with an increase of 2 to 3 degrees every day. The extreme heat period is approaching. He needed to hurry before the weather got too hot. He had to find a suitable place to settle down. Zhang Qiang returned the room to the innkeeper and kindly reminded him that the sudden rise in temperature was a bit unusual, advising him to prepare for heat prevention measures in advance. The innkeeper looked up at the sky, furrowing his brow, and quietly murmured, "In the Tibetan region this time of year, the rise in temperature is indeed unusual. Thank you for your reminder. Please take care of your safety as well." Zhang Qiang nodded, took Xia Chang by the hand, exited the inn, arrived at the parking lot, paid a parking fee of 3 points, started the off-road vehicle and opened the navigation on his phone, setting the destination to Linji City as he drove out of Mongkong. The traffic on the road was sparse, with an occasional vehicle speeding by. Zhang Qiang maintained a steady speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Passing through a winding mountain road where rocks occasionally fell, Zhang Qiang drove cautiously, constantly monitoring his surroundings, with a slight sweat forming on his palms and forehead. After safely navigating for over an hour, his anxious heart gradually settled down. He stopped by the roadside to rest for a while, took out a bottle of purified water to give to the dog, finished a box of milk himself, smoked a cigarette and continued on his journey. By noon the sun had become quite glaring and hot. The dog lay on the back seat and unexpectedly fell asleep, snoring. Not far ahead, alongside the road railing, 5 or 6 Tibetans dressed in traditional Tibetan robes were devoutly making their pilgrimage to the holy city of Saga, taking 3 steps and bowing down every 9. Zhang Qiang slowed down the vehicle in advance, passing by them slowly. This is a powerful act of faith and blessing, with many pilgrims traveling thousands of kilometers or longer undeterred by wind and rain, spending months or even a year or two on their knees until they reach the holy site. After entering the Tibetan region, Zhang Qiang often saw such pilgrims, the oldest among them in their 60s or 70s, while the youngest were still under 10. Seeing their pious, simple and resolute belief, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. At around 5 in the afternoon, he passed an official rest area and gas station, filled his off-road vehicle with gasoline and paid 186 points as the local fuel price had risen to 3 points per liter. The navigation displayed that Linji was still over 240 kilometers away, a 4-hour drive. He checked the online convenience service center and saw he still had 2,108 points left on his chip card. He parked the car in the rest area, got out to pour a basin of purified water for Xia Chang, mixed a box of braised chicken, canned food with rice, and took out a packed lunch for himself to eat. Sitting in the car, he lit a cigarette and browsed the real-time news on his phone about the Linji region, including weather conditions, geographical climate information from various counties and local customs, gaining a basic understanding of the area. After resting for an hour, the sky remained clear and bright. He left the official rest area gas station, got back on the road and headed towards Linji. When night completely fell, he entered the Linji region and checked his watch. It was 10 o'clock. He exited the highway, took the ramp into the road leading to Linji City, and after passing through an official checkpoint where he was carefully checked and registered, he drove for 20 minutes, entering the city where the wide asphalt road was flanked by eye-catching solar streetlights extending into the distance. The roads were bustling with vehicles and a steady flow of pedestrians leisurely strolling along the sidewalks. Zhang Qiang observed the city's state before him and recalled Cheng City, noting the stark contrast. In the face of similar extreme climate disasters, one area was in turmoil while another was flourishing. Perhaps this is the blessing of heaven upon the Tibetan province. The devout and steadfast faith of the Tibetan residents has earned them the favor of the heavens, bestowing peace upon them. Zhang Qiang parked the car by the roadside, opened the local network, selected the automatic city location, and the webpage displayed information about the living facilities, transportation, tourist attractions, and nearby hotels in Linji City. He found a nearby 3-star hotel, checked the location and noticed it was only over 500 meters away, then opened the navigation and drove there. He parked the car in the hotel parking lot, held onto Xia Chang and pulled his suitcase as he entered the hotel and approached the front desk. A female attendant stood up from her seat with a smile and asked, "Hello, do you need accommodation?" Zhang Qiang replied, "Yes, what rooms do you have?" The female attendant said, "We have standard double rooms, single suites and family suites, all equipped with air conditioning, television, a small washing and drying machine and private bathrooms." Zhang Qiang asked, "What are the prices?" The female attendant replied, "I see you have a dog, so you cannot choose the standard double room. The single suite costs 60 points per day and the family suite costs 90 points per day. Which one would you like?" Zhang Qiang said, "Then the single suite will do, please book it for 2 days." He then took out a points exchange chip card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The female attendant inserted the chip card into the card reader to register the information and deducted 120 points. She took out a room access card from the drawer and handed it to Zhang Qiang along with the chip card, saying, "This is your chip card and room access card. Your room number is 506. If you need to extend your stay, please do so before noon the day after tomorrow. If not, check out before noon the day after tomorrow." Zhang Qiang nodded, holding on to Sha Qiang and pulling the suitcase. He took the elevator from the lobby to the 5th floor and entered the single suite. The suite was about 15 square meters with a nice decor style. It had a private bathroom separated by frosted safety glass, a large mattress bed in the middle with 2 bedside tables, a wall-mounted television opposite the bed, a single wardrobe in the corner, a single sofa, a small coffee table, and a wall-mounted air conditioner near the window. Zhang Qiang turned off the lights, closed the curtains, and carefully checked the room with his phone's camera. Everything seemed fine. This single suite was quite good, albeit a bit expensive. He fed Sha Qiang a bottle of purified water and some snacks, and the dog jumped onto the single sofa, curling up. After sitting in the car all day, it was probably tired. Zhang Qiang took out clean clothes and personal toiletries, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and placed the used clothes into the small washing and drying machine, adding detergent for cleaning and drying. He checked his watch, it was already 11 o'clock. Standing by the window, he opened it, lit a cigarette, and gazed at a huge mountain peak in the distance piercing into the starry sky. The next day he woke up and it was already past 9 o'clock. He drew back the curtains and the sunlight was particularly glaring. He looked at the thermometer on the windowsill. The temperature had reached 17 degrees, which was quite comfortable, not too cold or hot. After washing up, he had breakfast with Sha Qiang, put on the dog leash, went downstairs and walked leisurely with his dog on the road. He checked the location on his phone and found that he was in the most prosperous area of Linji City Bai district. Zhang Qiang took a deep breath, feeling no lack of oxygen while observing the surroundings. The climate was pleasant, the environment beautiful, and the vast area posed no altitude sickness, indeed a suitable place for long-term residency. He needed to find a stable place to live quickly, as the temperature was gradually rising every day and he had to prepare for life during the extreme heat period. This lifetime's extreme heat period could be longer than the previous extreme cold period, with harsher climates and the accompanying viruses and plagues, which were the most deadly. Walking along the sidewalk with Sha Qiang, he saw a row of commercial buildings ahead where there was a real estate agency. He walked over with his dog and entered the store. A young man wearing glasses approached him with a smile and asked, "Hello, are you looking to buy or rent a house?" Zhang Qiang replied with a smile, "Either is fine. I just arrived here and would like to understand the situation first." The young man invited Zhang Qiang to sit on a sofa in a small meeting room and brought him a cup of hot water. Sha Qiang lay on the floor at his feet, wagging its tail. Zhang Qiang took out a teeth cleaning stick from his outdoor multifunctional backpack and tossed it to the dog. Zhang Qiang looked at the young man and asked, "Are many people buying houses here? How are the house prices?" The young man smiled and replied, "In the Linji area, especially in Bai district, the cost of living, house prices and climate environment are all much better than in the provincial capital city Sa City, so many people come here to buy houses. Most are residents who have gradually come from inland cities to seek refuge in the past 2 years. Local residents generally already own homes and very few are buying. Ordinary residents cannot afford it. The prices depend on the geographical location of the area, and the house prices here are definitely high." Zhang Qiang actually had no intention of buying, he just wanted to rent since the future was hard to predict. Renting allowed for more flexibility, just like in Chengdu, where one could leave without any worries. Buying a house is different, the cost would be very high, especially in the current situation. How much material would be needed to exchange for the points to buy a house? Moreover, a large amount of material exchange transactions for points would definitely attract government monitoring, making it not worth the effort. Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "If the house prices are high, then I'll only consider renting. Since I live alone, it's indeed unnecessary to buy a house." In Bai district, are there any houses with a quiet living environment, high safety and privacy, independent yards, and fully furnished with appliances and utilities? The young man replied, "Please wait a moment." He then went outside and brought in 2 property record books. He placed them on the coffee table and opened them for review, smiling as he said, "The type of rental housing you're looking for is quite rare in Bai district right now. Recently, many buyers and renters have come from inland cities with high demands, almost the same as yours, so suitable properties will be very few and in high demand. I can only keep an eye out and notify you as soon as any suitable rental properties come up." Zhang Qiang smiled, took out a box of unopened ordinary Nanjing cigarettes from his pocket, placed it on the coffee table and pushed it towards the young man, saying, "Then I'll trouble you to help me look for a suitable house. I want to rent it as soon as possible." The young man looked at the cigarettes on the coffee table, his face showing surprise and excitement. He quickly put the cigarettes in his pocket and smiled at Zhang Qiang, saying, "Brother, you are really generous. Don't worry, I will definitely find you a suitable property quickly and let you know. After saying that, he took out his phone and exchanged contact numbers with Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang stood up, took Sha Chang and left the real estate agency with the young man enthusiastically seeing him off to the door. Zhang Qiang visited 2 different real estate agencies nearby. After inquiring, he found that the information he received was basically the same as what the young man said, reflecting the real situation of the rental market in Linji City. Zhang Qiang held Sha Chang with one hand and took out his phone with the other, logging into the government's official convenience website to check the balance on his chip card, which showed 1988 points. 6 points. If he wanted to rent a house, it would probably not be enough, he would need to recharge some more. In the future, paying for utilities would also require substantial funds unless the government departments here were efficient and ensured a stable supply. While pondering this, a young man with a thin build and a sharp face approached. Sha Chang immediately began to growl softly at the young man. The young man chuckled softly, saying, "Big brother, you just came from the inland to Linji, right? I also came from the inland 2 years ago. Do you need to trade for supplies? I have all kinds of supplies. We can trade, or you can purchase with points." Zhang Qiang calmed the angry dog and looked at the somewhat sleazy young man, saying softly, "The supplies I want may not be available with you, and even if they are, I might not need the quantities you have." The young man laughed and replied, "As long as you can offer a good price, there is nothing I can't obtain." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "I currently need 300 tons of high-calorie smokeless coal and 400,000 liters of No. 92 unleaded gasoline. Do you have them?" The young man laughed and said, "Big brother, are you joking?" Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette, took a puff and slowly exhaled, saying, "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" The young man looked at the calm Zhang Qiang, scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Big brother, how about this? I'll be here at 8 tonight, and whether it works out or not, I'll give you an answer. Does that sound good?" Zhang Qiang replied, "All right, I'll wait for your good news." With that, he led Sha Chang away. The young man looked at Zhang Qiang's back before turning to leave. Zhang Qiang wandered around near the hotel, entered several shops selling supplies, and found that they were quite similar to those in Mongkong, with not many varieties but a greater quantity. Back in his hotel room, he poured a basin of mineral water for Sha Chang and took out a can of cola, drinking it down thirstily. His phone rang in his pocket. When he answered, it was the young man from the real estate agency. "I just got news of a house in the suburbs of Bai district that completely meets Zhang Qiang's rental requirements. It is a 2-story Chinese-style building fully equipped with water, electricity, furniture and appliances ready for immediate move-in. It has a private yard where parking is possible. The house is surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers, offering a quiet environment with excellent privacy and security. It is only 10 kilometers from the center of Linji. The owner is someone from an inland province who is moving to the provincial capital Scarcity, hence the house is available for long-term rent. The rent is quite reasonable at only 1000 points per month. The payment method is 3 months rent in advance and 1 month's deposit, and subsequent rent can be transferred directly to the owner online." Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and said, "Let's go see the house first. If it's indeed suitable, I will finalize it and we can sign the rental contract immediately." The young man immediately agreed, saying the owner would be home tomorrow morning and they could go together to see the house. He would wait for Zhang Qiang at the store at 9 in the morning. After hanging up, Zhang Qiang felt a sense of relief in his heart but realized he needed to visit the nearby official supply points to exchange for more points. Looking at the various supplies in his space, he hesitated to exchange them, deciding instead to use investment gold bars, as gold would soon be the least useful due to the ongoing extreme weather disasters. He then took out 5 investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, from the shelf specifically for gold storage, and placed them into his outdoor multifunctional backpack. On the shelf there were still 25 investment gold bars of 500 grams each, and in 2 metal briefcases there were 24 investment gold bars of 1000 grams each. Leaving Sha Chang in the room, Zhang Qiang took his backpack and went downstairs, heading towards the nearby official supply points for point exchange. He placed the supply point exchange chip card and the 5 investment gold bars on the counter to request an exchange for points. The staff weighed the gold bars, and after passing inspection they credited Zhang Qiang's chip card with 15000 points, showing a remaining balance of 16988 points. After returning to the hotel and sleeping for a while, he woke up to check his watch, which showed it was already 6:30. He got up, took out a self-heating hot pot, set a boxed meal and poured himself a glass of mutai. He mixed some rice with a portion of potato stew from the hot pot for Sha Chang. After finishing and tidying up, it was already 7:30 and he had an appointment to meet the young man with the sleazy appearance at 8. He attached a silencer to his Glock pistol, tucked it into his waistband, shouldered his outdoor backpack, led the dog down the stairs and headed towards the meeting place. Arriving at the designated location 10 minutes early, Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely. Silly Chang sniffed around on the ground, lifted his leg to urinate. Zhang Qiang helplessly walked a few steps forward looking at Silly Chang and said, "Sai, it seems I need to control your eating and drinking, you should lose some weight." A young man's voice came from behind. "Big brother, you are really punctual." Zhang Qiang turned around and beside the thin monkey-faced young man stood a strong fierce-looking man in his 40s. Zhang Qiang took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling slowly, and said softly, "I don't have a habit of being late. Did you bring me good news?" The young man smiled and said, "Big brother, it must be good news. There are too many people here, it's not convenient to talk. Let's go to that alley over there, this is our boss." Zhang Qiang nodded, holding Silly Chang's leash, and followed the two men into a quiet alley near the sidewalk. The strong man with a fierce expression looked at Zhang Qiang and said seriously, "I heard from the thin monkey that you want 300 tons of high-calorie smokeless coke and 200 barrels of 92 unleaded gasoline, is that right?" Zhang Qiang smiled and said yes. The strong man continued, "What materials do you intend to use for trading these energy resources?" "At present, such energy resources are strictly controlled by government departments and trading is limited. If you want to trade with ordinary materials, we don't need them for now and it's not necessary to take that risk." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Of course, trading scarce resources for risky materials is fair. What kind of materials are you hoping to receive?" The strong man looked at Zhang Qiang seriously, took a step closer and whispered, "Whole cartons of cigarettes, well-packaged antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, those are acceptable." Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and said, "Although energy resources are strictly controlled by the government, they still have value in the market, so trading shouldn't be too difficult. However, whole cartons of cigarettes and well-packaged antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs are essentially priceless in the current market. You should understand that if the quantity you demand for exchange isn't reasonable, it will be difficult for us to make a deal." The strong man laughed and said, "Of course, 100 cartons of cigarettes, 30 boxes of white liquor and 80 boxes of well-packaged antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs should be no problem, right?" Zhang Qiang chuckled, shook his head and softly said, "That joke is really not funny. If I were to provide that quantity of scarce materials, the energy resources I would receive should be astronomical. There are plenty of buyers in the black market who would want to trade with me." The strong man's face revealed a hint of killing intent but quickly retracted, smiling as he said, "In the Lingji region, if I don't give my approval, no one would dare to engage in such a trade with you." The thin monkey-faced young man beside him also chimed in, "Big brother, the risk we bear in this transaction is enormous. If something goes wrong, we will have to deal with the higher-ups and we might even end up losing money. You need to understand our difficulties." Zhang Qiang sighed softly and said, "Since we can't reach an agreement, then let's forget it." After saying that, he turned around holding Silly Chang, ready to leave. The strong man's face showed anger as he said in a deep voice, "Stop. Since we can't reach an agreement, you can't make us come here for nothing. That dog is so fat, let him drink with us tonight." After saying that, he walked towards Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang's expression turned cold as he suddenly stepped forward and delivered a powerful elbow strike that struck the strong man's chin from below. A crisp sound of a fracture instantly echoed. The strong man covered his chin with both hands, pain written all over his face, and then another elbow strike hit him hard on the temple. The strong man's eyes bulged, his gaze became unfocused, blood oozed from his mouth and nostrils, and he collapsed to the ground lifeless. The thin monkey-faced young man hardly reacted. In an instant, he saw his boss suddenly fall to the ground. The young man quickly regained his senses, turned to run, but felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a bloody hole appear in his chest, blood gushing out continuously as he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Qiang wiped the blood from the machete, instantly storing it away. He sighed softly, "Underestimating your own capabilities. I really overestimated you." Looking around the alley, he calmly led Silly Chang towards the exit of the alley. After a night of deep and restful sleep, he woke up before 6 the next morning. After freshening up, he took Sha Chang downstairs from the hotel and began jogging on the sidewalk. As he approached the vicinity of the meeting place from last night, he noticed that the alley across the road had been sealed off with several police cars parked at the roadside, their lights flashing. Without any hesitation, Zhang Qiang continued running. After finishing his workout and returning to the hotel, he took a hot shower, poured a large basin of clean water for Sha Chang, and tore off a small piece of barley and mixed grain cake to place in the dog's food bowl. He took out a portion of fried rice with cured meat, a box of milk, and a can of fermented black bean fish and began to eat leisurely. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he checked the time. It was past 8. He packed all his belongings, took hold of his suitcase while leading Sha Chang, and went downstairs to check out at the hotel front desk. He drove his off-road vehicle to the real estate agency where a young man was already waiting at the shop entrance with an office bag in hand. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at a villa community on the outskirts of Bai district where he checked in as a visitor. This community consists of over 62-story independent villas, each spaced about 10 meters apart, with each villa featuring a small yard. The community is lush with trees, offering a very tranquil atmosphere. The young man led Zhang Qiang on a tour around the community, eventually arriving in front of a villa located in the middle of the last row. He said, "Brother, this is the house. Let's go in and take a look." With the homeowner and the young man accompanying him, Zhang Qiang carefully inspected the entire house and found it quite satisfactory. The interior was simply decorated, practical and elegant. The ground floor consists of a kitchen, storage room, bathroom, guest bedroom, dining room and living room, while the upper floor features the master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom and walk-in closet, a secondary bedroom, a study, another bathroom and a large observation balcony. The house is fully equipped with water, electricity, gas, various furniture and appliances. In the small yard there is a parking space against the wall, a small leisure pavilion in the corner, an artificial pond filled with pebbles for fish and aquatic plants, and a flower bed. Zhang Qiang was quite satisfied with this house. Although he lived alone with a dog, he still wanted a more comfortable living environment, especially since he would face a long period of extreme heat, polar nights and polar days. A stifling environment could easily lead to mental issues. The young man looked at Zhang Qiang and cheerfully said, "Brother, do you think this house is acceptable? The water, electricity and gas can be paid directly through the online service hall on your phone by binding the account number. If you like it, we can sign the rental contract now and move in." Zhang Qiang replied, "All right, let's sign it." The young man took out 2 copies of the rental contract from his office bag. Zhang Qiang glanced through it. The lease term was mutually agreed upon as 3 years with quarterly rent payments, and there were no major issues. After signing their names on the contract with the homeowner, they exchanged mobile contact numbers. He requested the homeowner's material points redemption chip card number, added the card number from the online service hall on his phone, and transferred a total of 4,000 points for 3 months' rent and a housing deposit. He also paid the young man a service fee of 500 points. The homeowner handed over the keys to the villa to Zhang Qiang, and after chatting for a bit left the villa together with the young man. Zhang Qiang parked the off-road vehicle in the yard's parking space, locked the yard door and returned to the villa. He took out Sha Qiang's dog bed, water bowl, food bowl and toys from the storage space and placed them in the corner of the living room by the window. He set up an outdoor foldable stainless steel drying rack on the large sunny balcony upstairs and placed his personal hygiene and grooming items in the bathroom of the master bedroom upstairs. He hung up some frequently worn autumn and winter clothes, spring and summer clothes, undergarments and bedding in the walk-in closet. He also dressed the large bed in the master bedroom with his own mattress, sheets and pillows. In the window area he placed a genuine leather full-body massage chair. He took out some pots, pans, grains, cooking oil, dry ingredients, condiments and spices and placed them in the kitchen. He also took out some bottled and canned drinks, dairy products, packaged snacks, fruits, meat products and vegetables and put them into the double-door refrigerator. Other furniture and appliances in the house were quite complete, mostly nearly new, so there was no need to add more. Zhang Qiang took out his phone and logged into the online service hall. He added the account numbers for water, electricity and gas under the payment options and saw that the water was at 0. Water costs 3 points per ton, electricity is 0. 5 points per kilowatt and gas is 1. 2 points per cubic meter. He topped up 100 points for the water bill, 200 points for the electricity bill and 200 points for the gas bill. The chip card still had 11988. 6 points remaining. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he felt as if something was missing. He tapped his forehead and suddenly remembered. He took out the brand new high-end tea bar machine he had received earlier, set it up against the wall and plugged it in and placed a large bottle of purified water inside the tea bar machine. He took out a beautiful porcelain tea set and a gift box of tea leaves, placed them on the coffee table and brewed a pot of Longjing tea. Sipping the fragrant tea, he lit a cigarette and felt a sense of belonging, a sense of home. Touching the smooth and warm 9-eyed celestial bead around his neck, he thought to himself that he had finally settled down. From now on it would be a new life. In the days that followed, Zhang Qiang remained busy hiring cleaning staff to thoroughly tidy up both the upper and lower floors as well as the courtyard and applying sun-shielding films to all the safety glass windows in the villa. He enlisted a professional electrician to install 2 sets of solar photovoltaic panels secured with mounting brackets on the rooftop and balcony. After configuring the inverter power conversion lines, he connected them to the high-voltage intelligent lithium battery storage system of the solar power generation and linked it to the household electrical terminals within the villa, allowing for a seamless switch to solar power in case of an external power outage. The 2 sets of solar photovoltaic panels generated enough electricity each day to sustain all the electrical appliances in the house, with any surplus energy automatically stored in the high-voltage intelligent lithium battery system. He had a shallow water well dug in a corner of the small courtyard, installing an electric pumping device as the Lingji region is rich in water resources with underground water sources found just 4 to 5 meters below the surface. This was to ensure that in the event of a water supply interruption, underground water could be accessed free of charge. He also customized and purchased razor wire fencing and sturdy steel window guards from a professional manufacturer, installing them on the courtyard walls and all the outer windows. He replaced the courtyard gate with a very sturdy and secure iron gate, spending a total of 780 points with 11208 points remaining on his chip card. 6 points. Zhang Qiang shaved the long fur off the dog Zhang Qiang with a pet grooming tool and bathed him with special pet shampoo. This was the dog's first bath since birth. He discarded the thick bedding from the doghouse and disinfected it, letting it air out in the courtyard. Zhang Qiang looked at the outdoor thermometer hanging in the courtyard pavilion, which already read 33 degrees. The sun had become scorching since it rose around 5 in the morning. The temperature was gradually rising, signaling the imminent start of the hot season. Currently in the bedroom upstairs, it felt tolerable without the air conditioning. Once the temperature climbed to 40 degrees or higher, he would have to move to the guest room downstairs. He needed to tidy up the guest room downstairs in advance so it would be ready for him to move into when the heat became unbearable. The property management staff used a loudspeaker to announce in the community that due to the rising temperatures, the government had changed the previous restriction of buying various daily necessities once a week to allowing purchases for an entire month at once. Zhang Qiang left Zhang Qiang at home to guard the house, driving his off-road vehicle to an official supply store near the community. Using his supply points, he exchanged his chip card to purchase 2 pounds of dried yak meat, 24 pounds of mixed barley flour, 4 pounds of dried vegetables and other daily necessities, utilizing his monthly purchase quota and spending 148 points. As he exited the store carrying the supplies and approaching his vehicle, a man in his 50s approached Zhang Qiang with a smile and said, "Young man, I haven't seen you before. Did you just move to this area?" Zhang Qiang placed the supplies in the rear seat of the off-road vehicle, closed the door and replied, "I just moved here not long ago." "Who are you?" The man responded, "I'm a staff member at this official supply store. I'm familiar with most of the residents here and this is the first time I've seen you. Sorry for bothering you." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "You're too polite. I hope you can help me in the future." Then he took out a cigarette from his pocket, offered one to the man and lit one for himself. The man took the cigarette, sniffed it and said, "It smells good. Not many can still afford cigarettes and drive cars nowadays. You must be doing well. You came from an inland province, right?" Zhang Qiang chuckled, lighting the man's cigarette with a lighter, and softly said, "You're exaggerating. I'm just barely making ends meet. I came from Chengdu in Sichuan province." The man eyed Zhang Qiang closely, stepping a bit closer, and whispered, "If you ever need any supplies, feel free to come and talk to me. My surname is Chen, just call me Uncle Chen. As long as it's not something particularly scarce, we can work something out. The prices are negotiable." He added, "If you have any supplies you want to trade or exchange, that's fine too. My channels are very secure." Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "All right, Uncle Chen, I might come to you for help in the future. However, I will only trade for items that are extremely scarce and valuable in the market." Uncle Chen's eyes lit up as he laughed, "No problem, no problem." After saying that, he turned and walked into the official supply store. Zhang Qiang drove back to the community, parked the vehicle in the courtyard and securely locked the heavy iron gate. He sorted the purchased supplies and went out for a bit, sweating profusely. After taking a shower in the downstairs bathroom, he tossed his changed clothes into the washing machine, wearing only a pair of casual cotton shorts. He adjusted the temperature of the living room air conditioner to 27 degrees while Zhang Qiang lay on the floor beside the coffee table, wagging his tail incessantly. Zhang Qiang brewed a pot of premium by Luo Chun tea, savoring it slowly while lighting a cigarette and reflecting on the words Uncle Chen had just spoken. Since the other party showed interest, it was time to test the waters. In the early morning, while exercising in the small courtyard, he was already drenched within an hour and had drunk 3 big cups of lightly salted water. By around 7 o'clock, the sun was blazing high in the sky, radiating intense heat. Zhang Qiang glanced at the outdoor thermometer. The temperature had already reached 36 degrees. He covered the off-road vehicle with a thick black sunshade, returned indoors, took a shower and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Silly Qiang jovially followed and bouncing along. He took out a portable heating and cooling air conditioning unit from his space, placed it against the wall, plugged it in, set the cooling to 25 degrees, and within minutes the kitchen became refreshingly cool. Zhang Qiang felt relieved knowing that he wouldn't have to worry about the heat while cooking in the kitchen. He simmered a pot of red date and mung bean soup, stir-fried a plate of cumin lamb, made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and tossed a plate of cold jellyfish and bean curd vermicelli. He mixed the last portion of fried rice with preserved meat and a can of luncheon meat for Silly Qiang. From the fridge he took out 2 cans of chilled beer and slowly began to eat in the dining room. In the evening it became slightly cooler outside. Taking Silly Qiang for a stroll in the neighborhood, he unexpectedly ran into Uncle Chen and his partner, who were also walking after dinner. It was only after chatting that they learned Uncle Chen and his partner also lived in this neighborhood, right in the row before Zhang Qiang's house. Uncle Chen had applied to transfer from another department to work at the official supply point close to home for convenience. Seeing that Uncle Chen and Zhang Qiang were getting along well, his partner tactfully found an excuse to head home first. Zhang Qiang took out a cigarette, handed one to Uncle Chen, lit it, and lit one for himself. Uncle Chen looked at Zhang Qiang and said softly, I have a business proposition. I wonder if you're interested. Zhang Qiang smiled and replied, Uncle Chen, go ahead. Uncle Chen took a puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaling, and said, I have a friend in City who wants to purchase some high-end brand tobacco and liquor, but he hasn't been able to find a reliable source. Do you have any connections in this regard? Zhang Qiang took a puff of his cigarette, pondered for a moment, and replied softly, You know, Uncle Chen, since extreme weather disasters struck across the country, all the manufacturers have halted production. The machinery has been scrapped and the inventory has been severely damaged in the disasters. Even if there are intact goods after 2 years of human consumption, there's very little left. High-end tobacco and liquor are now extremely scarce resources that can hardly be replenished, and they are priceless in the market. Moreover, all provinces inland are still dealing with the aftermath of flooding and melting snow. Tibet province has always relied on various inland provinces to transport supplies here, but that is now completely impossible. Although Tibet province has fared slightly better in terms of extreme disasters compared to inland provinces after 2 years of various consumption, many of the stored supplies are running low. The strict controls on purchasing various supplies by the government are indicative of this. Currently in Tibet province, even if high-end tobacco and liquor are available, the quantities are extremely limited and will only become scarcer in the future. Those who possess such resources will certainly not trade them easily unless they are exchanging them for other equally scarce items. The principle of rarity being valuable is understood by everyone, so all I can do is try my best to inquire. Uncle Chen listened intently to every word Zhang Qiang said. As he finished speaking, a smile gradually appeared on his face. The earlier part was just a prelude, while the latter part was the essence. He couldn't help but feel curious about the young man in front of him. A young man who had just arrived from an inland province would not be able to live so leisurely without strong abilities and means during such a time. He then smiled and said, I knew I didn't misjudge you. If you get any news about this friend of yours, be sure to notify me immediately. After speaking, he took out his phone and exchanged contact numbers with Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang held Silly Chang's hand and took another loop outside the neighborhood before returning home. He locked the iron gate of the small courtyard, went back indoors, took a shower, and sat on the sofa in the living room savoring some fine tea. He entered his space and checked the stock and variety in the tobacco and liquor section. Various brands of ordinary cigarettes, 32 boxes in total, 6 cartons soft Zhonghua, 2 boxes, 27 cartons Suyin, 2 boxes, 19 cartons Nanjing, 95 Supreme, 1 box, 12 cartons Golden Leaf Tianya, 1 box, 10 cartons Jinsha Suyin, 1 box, 1 carton Winter Worm Summer Grass cigarettes, 2 cartons high-end handmade Cuban cigars, 1 box hard Zhonghua, 3 boxes, 10 cartons various ordinary brand white wines, 680 boxes various ordinary foreign wines and red wines, 320 boxes various ordinary yellow wines and beers, 1480 boxes 53 degree Flying Mutai, 14 boxes 53 degree 5-star Mutai, 12 boxes 52 degree Wulianya, 32 boxes 53 degree Mutai, aged 30 years, 2 boxes 52 degree Yanghe Dream Blue handmade class, 20 boxes 52 degree Yanghe Dream Blue M9, 35 boxes 52 degree Guojia, 1573, 47 boxes 53 degree Qinghua Lang, aged 20 years, 42 boxes 52 degree Jin Nanchun Vintage Wine, 16 boxes 53 degree Qinghua Fengzhou, aged 30 years, 40 boxes top brand Remy Martin XO, 2 boxes top brand red wine Lafite, 1 box. In the past 2 years his consumption has mainly been ordinary tobacco and liquor, with very few occasions of enjoying good wine or smoking fine cigarettes. He wanted to reserve the best resources for critical moments. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered about using small investments for great returns, which was Zhang Qiang's character. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, how much high-end tobacco and liquor does your friend need? He soon received a reply from Uncle Chen, the more the better. Zhang Qiang couldn't help but smile. He truly was a cunning old fox. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work in his case. He quickly replied, my client needs 500 tons of high-calorie smokeless coke, 100,000 liters of 92 unleaded gasoline, and 100,000 liters of high-definition diesel. After a long while, Uncle Chen replied with a message, such a large quantity of energy resources may be beyond my friend's capacity. If it's less, perhaps it could be done. Zhang Qiang responded, it's okay, my client doesn't like scattered transactions, it's too troublesome and risky. Uncle Chen quickly replied, true safety is always the priority. My friend in City just mentioned that someone is offering a high price for enteric-weighted aspirin. Zhang Qiang was taken aback. This kind of medicine should be a very common item. Is it really necessary to offer such a high price? He then entered the medical supplies section of his space to check and found that he indeed had this medicine. There were 2 large boxes and he took out a box to have a look. It contained 0.1 g of 48 tablets, which is the preferred medication for treating cerebrovascular diseases, especially for patients with coronary heart disease who need to take it once daily without interruption. Zhang Qiang remembered that these medicines were collected during the early days of the extreme disaster in Qiang City of Sichuan province, obtained from a large pharmacy in a supermarket during a zero-cost purchase. After thinking for a moment, he disabled the time function in his phone's camera settings and took a photo of the medicine in his hand. After examining it carefully and finding no issues, he sent it to Uncle Chen with the note, "Is this the medicine?" After about 10 minutes his phone rang. It was Uncle Chen calling. His voice was urgent as he informed Zhang Qiang that he had just sent the photo of the medicine to his friend in Scarcity, who immediately confirmed with a doctor friend that it was indeed the medicine. This medication was indeed very ordinary and inexpensive before the extreme disaster with low profits, but it is a special medication that needs to be taken long-term without interruption. Thus there were only 2 pharmaceutical companies in the country producing this medication, and their production was very small, but it could basically meet domestic demand. However, due to extreme climatic disasters, all pharmaceutical companies halted production and their warehouses were flooded by torrential rains followed by blizzards and extreme cold periods, so this medication has essentially been completely cut off from supply. That is why family members of patients who need to take this medication long-term are willing to pay a high price to purchase it. Those who possess this medication are usually those who need it long-term themselves, so the quantity is not large and they certainly won't transfer it, as once the medication runs out they won't be able to obtain more and will have to wait for death. Listening to Uncle Chen's explanations on the phone, Zhang Qiang suddenly understood and sighed inwardly. Isn't this the case with all the extremely scarce and sought-after resources nowadays? Zhang Qiang lit another cigarette, quietly smoking. His phone beeped, signaling that the battery was too low and it automatically shut down. Zhang Qiang took out the charger to charge his phone but didn't turn it back on. He stood by the window gazing at the still bright sky. In the ongoing extreme disasters, too many innocent lives were ruthlessly taken away in an instant. No one would pity anyone else, nor did they have the right to do so. Taking care of oneself and living well is the only way to see hope, otherwise everything is just nonsense. Zhang Qiang looked down at the box of medicine in his hand and recalled the middle-aged Tibetan man he met in the black market of Mongkong who was seeking medicine for his child. He exchanged 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine for the man's most precious 9-eyed pearl and Tibetan short knife. Feeling a sense of confusion, he let out a long sigh and the medicine in his hand vanished from sight. Zhang Qiang glanced at his watch, past 10 o'clock, and noticed the sky had only just darkened. He turned to look at Xiao Chang, who lay fast asleep in his doghouse, breathing steadily. Just as he turned toward the bedroom, the doorbell rang from the courtyard outside. He frowned. So late, who could it be? Zhang Qiang retrieved a jungle machete from his spatial storage and strode to the iron gate of the courtyard while Xiao Chang trotted out behind him, barking loudly. "Who is it?" Zhang Qiang called out. From beyond the gate came Uncle Chen's voice. "It's me, Uncle Chen." Zhang Qiang hung the machete beside the gate and opened the small side door. There stood Uncle Chen, smiling warmly. "Come in and have a seat," Zhang Qiang offered. "No need to come in," Uncle Chen replied. "Your phone call cut off earlier and when I tried again it was switched off, so I came by to check on you." Zhang Qiang chuckled. "My phone ran out of battery, I'm charging it now. I was just about to call you back. Regarding that medicine photo you sent me earlier, is this drug currently in your possession? A friend of mine in Scarcity says he's willing to pay a premium for it." Zhang Qiang pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Uncle Chen, lit it for him, then lit one for himself and took a slow drag before replying softly, "This was forwarded to me a few days ago by a close client who urgently needs either this exact medicine or something with comparable efficacy. I'm still looking into it for him." Uncle Chen's expression dimmed slightly with disappointment, but quickly brightened as if struck by a new thought. Smiling, he asked, "So, you think it's possible to acquire or trade for this medicine right now?" Zhang Qiang laughed. "As you mentioned on the phone, anyone holding this medicine now likely relies on it long-term and has stockpiled it accordingly. Most people wouldn't hoard such an ordinary, inexpensive drug. Acquiring it is actually quite simple if you find the right person and offer a price they simply cannot refuse. Beyond that, there are no reliable channels." Uncle Chen nodded slowly, drew a long puff from his cigarette and gazed at Zhang Qiang with quiet admiration. After seeing Uncle Chen off, Zhang Qiang returned to his bedroom and took out the box of enteric-weighted aspirin tablets. He studied the packaging instructions. The standard daily dose was 1 tablet, 0.1 grams, and the box contained 48 tablets, sufficient for 48 days. He mentally entered the medical supplies section of his spatial storage and checked the bulk packaging specifications: 10 boxes per sealed unit, 20 units per full case. His mind raced swiftly. The next morning he rose early. Though the weather was scorching, physical conditioning and martial training could not be neglected. After washing up and warming up, he began skipping rope in the courtyard. His phone rang. It was Uncle Chen informing him that his business associate from Scarcity would arrive in Nyanqi at noon and asking whether Zhang Qiang was available to meet. Zhang Qiang smiled, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and readily agreed, leaving the details to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen hung up, deeply satisfied. At noon inside a discreet yet opulent Tibetan-style restaurant in downtown Nyanki, Zhang Qiang sipped authentic butter tea, rich, aromatic and deeply fragrant, as it was served by a graceful attendant. Smiling across the table at Uncle Chen, he remarked, with government restrictions so stringent these days, even staples like rice flour and cooking oil are rationed, how astonishing that such a restaurant still exists. Its prices must be astronomical. Uncle Chen smiled faintly. Consumer tears never vanish, not even in crisis. I pulled considerable strings just to secure this reservation. For ordinary people, dining here is utterly out of reach. Zhang Qiang nodded thoughtfully, inwardly reflecting, indeed, even amid the harshest calamities some live without lifting a finger, lavish, untroubled and utterly secure. Others may risk their lives, fighting tooth and nail, for a single mouthful of food. Uncle Chen's phone chimed. After answering and hanging up, he smiled at Zhang Qiang. My friend has arrived. Please wait here, I'll go greet him. He rose and walked toward the restaurant entrance. Moments later he returned with a broad-shouldered, affable middle-aged man. After polite greetings, the three settled around the table. A waiter presented a finely crafted menu. Uncle Chen handed it to the middle-aged man, who in turn passed it courteously to Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang accepted it without hesitation, flipped through its pages, and felt a surge of exhilaration. Though the prices were staggering, his expression remained perfectly composed. He ordered fried lung dumplings, steamed beef tongue, lulong, stonepot chicken and sour cabbage noodle cubes. A young waitress stood respectfully nearby taking notes. Zhang Qiang returned the menu to Uncle Chen, who added Tibetan blood sausage and roasted milk lamb, then turned to the middle-aged man. What would you like to drink? Zhang Qiang smiled. I happen to have 2 bottles of fine liquor, a client's gift, I brought them along. He reached into his outdoor backpack beside him and placed 2 bottles of Wolianye on the table, followed by 2 packs of soft-packed Zhonghua cigarettes beside the bottles. Both Uncle Chen and the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with unmistakable delight. The man chuckled quietly. It's been over a year since I last tasted Wolianye. In times like these, such liquor and tobacco are vanishingly rare, truly extraordinary finds. Brother, your connections run deep indeed. Too kind, Zhang Qiang replied with a modest smile. As the dishes arrived one by one, the three dined and chatted easily. The middle-aged man leaned forward slightly and said softly, regarding the medicine we discussed last night, this is urgently needed by a senior official from the Tibet Autonomous Region for a family member. If you have any leads, please help us. Price is no object. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette, drew a slow, deliberate puff and smiled. Let me speak plainly, a client of mine does hold this medicine, but only enough for about 1.5 years. Its shelf life is 5 years, efficacy remains fully intact. However, my client urgently requires a batch of energy-related supplies. He glanced meaningfully at Uncle Chen. The middle-aged man fell silent, deep in thought. Zhang Qiang looked directly at the man and continued, my client also stated that, if you continue needing this medicine in the future and fail to locate alternative sources, he will leverage all available influence to assist in sourcing and supplying it ongoingly. A slow, genuine smile spread across the man's face. Excuse me, I'll step out to make a quick call. He rose and walked toward the entrance. Uncle Chen turned to Zhang Qiang and murmured with a grin, if this deal closes, it'll be worth an astronomical sum. Zhang Qiang smiled faintly. In times like these, health and life are paramount, everything else is trivial. Uncle Chen nodded solemnly. True, when power and wealth are already secured, one values life above all else. Minutes later, the middle-aged man re-entered beaming. He sat down, raised his wineglass and said softly, deal confirmed, may our cooperation be fruitful. Zhang Qiang lifted his glass in return. Likewise, may our cooperation be fruitful. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Qiang retrieved the sealed box of entericuated aspirin tablets from his backpack and placed it before the man with a quiet smile. This is my client's token of goodwill. The remaining 9 boxes will be delivered in full upon inspection and acceptance. The man smiled. Understood. He slipped the box into his carry bag. Back home, as Zhang Qiang stepped into his apartment, Xiao Qiang bounded over, whining and rubbing affectionately against him. After soothing the dog, Zhang Qiang refilled his water bowl and mixed a portion of boxed meal into his food dish. The dog devoured it joyfully. He took a hot shower, changed clothes. The temperature outside had soared to 38 degrees Celsius, humid and oppressive, yet the trip had been well worth it. Sitting on the living room sofa, he logged onto the Tibet Online Service portal, reviewed nearby counties under Nyanki, and decided to lease a short-term warehouse in Milan County, 60 kilometers from the city center, to receive incoming supplies. Over the following days he secured the warehouse and sent its address to the middle-aged man. Accompanied by Xiao Qiang, he stayed in Milan County for a week while energy supplies were gradually delivered to the warehouse. After inspecting and accepting the final shipment, he handed over the remaining 9 boxes of medicine to the man, who departed for Sa City by car. Once all supplies were received, Zhang Qiang terminated the warehouse lease and drove back home with Xiao Qiang. He parked the vehicle in the courtyard, covered it with a thick black sunshading net, locked the iron gate behind him and entered the house, then switched on the cabinet air conditioner and set it to 25 degrees Celsius. In the bedroom he removed his high-performance level 7 lightweight nanotech bulletproof vest, along with 2 M26 high-explosive hand grenades and a Glock pistol, and stored them neatly on the designated rack within the self-defense weapons section of his spatial storage. A hot shower left him thoroughly refreshed. He settled on the living room sofa, brewed a pot of premium Guanyin tea, savored it slowly, and lit a cigarette. Gazing inward at his spatial storage, he beheld the newly acquired Bounty 500 tons of compacted high-calorie smokeless coke, 500 drums of nitroctane unleaded gasoline, 200 liters each, and 500 drums of high-grade diesel, also 200 liters per drum, a triumph of strategic exchange executed with elegant precision. He unlocked his phone, accessed the public convenience online service portal, and checked the balance on his chip card 9960. 6 points. His week in Milan, including 1 fuel refill for the SUV, lodging, and a week-long warehouse lease, had cost 1100 points. The next morning he met Uncle Chen and handed him a shopping bag containing 2 packs of Licoon cigarettes and 2 bottles of canned dry red wine. Uncle Chen gazed into the bag and a warm, deeply gratified smile spread across his face. At night, Zhang Qiang, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up feeling hot, his forehead and face drenched in sweat. He turned on the bedside lamp, but it was unresponsive, and noticed the air conditioner on the wall had its temperature display light turned off. Getting out of bed and heading to the living room, Qiang lay on the floor, tongue out, panting heavily. He checked the circuit breaker and the power switch, finding no issues, which only meant there was a power outage. He then switched the power supply to the solar photovoltaic system, and the bedside lamp in the bedroom instantly lit up. Zhang Qiang returned to the bedroom and turned on the air conditioner, setting it to 26 degrees. Qiang happily followed him inside and lay down on the floor by the windowsill, falling asleep. Zhang Qiang stepped from the living room into the small courtyard, and a wave of heat hit him. It was already so hot in the deep of night. He glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging in the pavilion, which read 40 degrees. Zhang Qiang looked up at the sky, where countless stars twinkled against the pitch-black backdrop, the heavens seeming so close that he felt he could reach out and touch them. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. The extreme heat period had officially begun. After taking a warm shower in the bathroom, he laid out a bamboo mat on the bed, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner, and soon fell asleep. In the morning he drew back the curtains, and the scorching sunlight pierced through the dark heat insulating film on the glass, making the external heat wave palpable even through the window. After washing up, he went to the living room and checked the power meter in the supply box. A small red light was flashing. Power had returned. He then switched the power mode to grid supply and turned on the cabinet air conditioner, setting it to 26 degrees. He filled Qiang's water bowl with clean water, and the dog hurried over to lick it up. In the kitchen he first turned on the portable air conditioning unit, took out 2 tomatoes, some daylily, 2 eggs, dried shrimp, spinach, frozen meatballs, and sliced some ham, preparing to make a soup with fish over a bed of quinoa noodles. He also opened a can of 5-spice ribbon fish and brought out a jar of appetizing side dishes. He poured a large portion of fish over for Qiang, adding a few pieces of meat jerky. As Zhang Qiang ate, he watched Qiang devour his food, feeling that Qiang must be the happiest dog in the world. Carefree and enjoying good food every day, with meat at every meal and someone to serve him daily. If he could be reborn, he truly wished to be reborn as a dog like Qiang. The sound of a text message on his phone broke the calm. He picked it up to see a message from the Linji municipal government stating that due to the recent rise in temperature, the city's electricity consumption had surged and the power supply equipment was operating under overload. They decided to implement a time-limited power supply starting today. The power supply schedule was from 6 to 9 in the morning, from 11 to 2 in the afternoon, and from 6 to 10 at night. Zhang Qiang looked at the text message, realizing there would only be 10 hours of electricity a day in 40-degree heat. How could anyone survive? He glanced at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock, and there was only an hour left before the power would be cut. Fortunately, he had previously installed 3 sets of solar photovoltaic panels, so there was enough electricity. Otherwise, he would have to rely on a generator consuming gasoline and diesel. After finishing his meal and cleaning up just as he brewed a pot of green tea, the power went out precisely at 9 o'clock. Zhang Qiang switched the power mode back to the solar photovoltaic system and turned on the cabinet air conditioner. Taking a sip of tea, he thought to himself that while time-limited power supply could be tolerated, he hoped there wouldn't be a time-limited water supply, otherwise he would have to go to the small courtyard to draw well water in such hot weather. Just as he thought of this, his phone buzzed with another text message. He picked it up, glanced at it, and sighed. It seemed that his thoughts were indeed becoming reality. The municipal water supply sent a notice of time-limited water supply with the cutoff times matching those of the power outage. Could these two departments have coordinated this in advance? What perfect synergy! Lighting a cigarette, he began to smoke silently, looking over at Qiang, who was lying on the floor completely still. He retrieved 3 handguns and a submachine gun from his storage space, disassembled them all and carefully cleaned and maintained each one with his tools. These would be vital for his survival in the future. He also took out a hidden short knife, a samurai sword, a standard military dagger and a jungle machete, diligently maintaining and wiping them down with knife oil. Additionally, he plugged in 2 high-power stun batons to charge them. Zhang Qiang looked at the well-maintained self-defense weapons. In the storage area for self-defense weapons, aside from a box containing 24 M26 grenades and a box of ammunition for the firearms, everything was here. The self-defense weapons were somewhat insufficient, especially the firearms and ammunition. He needed to find a way to acquire more, as the ongoing extreme disasters would lead to increasing social disorder and people's hearts would become greedier, more ruthless and cunning. Natural disasters were unavoidable, but man-made disasters must be dealt with personally. After storing all the weapons back in the space, he approached the window and gazed outside at the blazing sun scorching the ground, feeling a strange impulse rise within him. The bedroom upstairs was no longer suitable for living, even with the air conditioning running non-stop to cool the air. Zhang Qiang switched the small bed from the downstairs guest room with the large bed in the upstairs master bedroom and moved it downstairs. The temperature outside had already reached 45 degrees during the day, and Zhang Qiang knew that in the extreme heat period such temperatures were just the beginning. He closed all the windows tightly and drew the thick dark blackout curtains. He put the off-road vehicle into a corner of the space for storage, as it was now his only means of land transportation. He couldn't bear to watch it endure the scorching sun and high temperatures outside. Even with the thick black sunshade covering it, how much protection could it really provide in such heat? Now he realized that his supplies were indeed very limited, pitifully so. He took out a 1-ton water storage tank and placed it in the living room, planning to use the water from the tank when the water supply was cut off and refill it later with a soft water hose. He decided that as long as he could stay inside he wouldn't go out. Zhang Qiang felt he was indeed afraid of the heat and of sweating. Perhaps it was the hardship and torment he had endured during the extreme heat period in his previous life. Although he ultimately survived, it left a shadow in his heart. His phone buzzed with a message. It was from Uncle Chen asking if he was doing well. Zhang Qiang replied him, "Fine, I prepared in advance." Uncle Chen replied, "Recently, pay more attention to safety. If you can stay indoors, do so. Things are a bit chaotic outside right now." Zhang Qiang was taken aback for a moment and then replied, "Thank you for your concern, you too." After a while, Uncle Chen replied, "In half an hour I'll drive to your door. I'll ring the doorbell twice. You can come out to collect the supplies. It's not much, just a small gesture from me." Zhang Qiang was unsure how to respond. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor, especially at such a time. Favors were always to be repaid, and the cost often exceeded what was given. However, he couldn't refuse. Doing so would mean the other party would know he didn't lack supplies and had plenty, which would be akin to laying a trap for himself. He would have to stay here for a long time, and during the extreme heat, the long nights and the endless days, he couldn't afford to mess up over such trivial matters. He quickly replied, "All right, thank you, Uncle Chen." He put down his phone and let out a helpless smile. Before long, the doorbell of the small courtyard rang twice. Zhang Qiang took out the high-power electric baton from under the coffee table, opened the entrance door, and was immediately hit by a suffocating wave of heat as if facing a raging fire. He walked to the iron gate of the small courtyard, opened the small side door, and saw Uncle Chen getting out of the car, quickly running to the back of the vehicle, opening the trunk and taking down 2 boxes, placing them in front of Zhang Qiang. He waved his hand and swiftly got back into the car and drove away. Zhang Qiang carried the 2 boxes into the yard, locked the small side door, returned to the house and closed the entrance door tightly, drenched in sweat with sweat pouring down like rain. He first went to the bathroom for a warm shower, changed his clothes and put them in the washing machine, wearing only a pair of shorts as he returned to the living room. Upon opening the 2 boxes, he found them neatly filled with food: 10 bags of dried yak beef jerky, 15 bags of barley and millet cakes, 10 bags of dried vegetables and 10 boxes of canned beef and lamb products. Zhang Qiang waved his hand and stored the food from the 2 boxes onto the shelves in the convenience food section of the space. Although he didn't lack such supplies during such a time, receiving such provisions was indeed a gesture of goodwill. He thought to himself, regardless of what would happen in the future, he would remember this kindness. He brewed a pot of Maojin tea and sat on the sofa savoring it while thinking about Uncle Chen's message, noting that things were somewhat chaotic outside, and his mind began to race. Last time, while eating at a restaurant in the city with Uncle Chen and his friend on his way back, driving past an automobile trade city, it seemed that the shops on the ground floor were several forest stores selling cars. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on his face. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the sky was still slightly bright and had not completely darkened. He took the off-road vehicle out of the space and parked it in the small courtyard, deciding to go out for a while, though the outside temperature remained scorching. Looking at the outdoor thermometer, it was 42 degrees, slightly cooler than during the day. Leaving Sha Chang at home to guard the house, Zhang Qiang drove away from the neighborhood towards the automobile trade city in the city center. Few vehicles were on the road and hardly any pedestrians were seen. It seemed that the weather was too hot, prompting everyone to stay at home and cool off. At the intersection was a police car with flashing lights on patrol. 2 police officers sat inside the car with the windows closed, looking down at their phones. Zhang Qiang parked his car on a street over 300 meters away from the automobile trade city. He lit a cigarette and began to smoke, watching as the sky darkened. Checking the time, it was 10:20. He decided to wait until 11 to go over. He turned on the FM radio in the car, which was broadcasting news from the Tibetan region. Recently, a large number of residents from other provinces had been migrating to various parts of the Tibetan region. This had led to a shortage of daily necessities and resources in the Tibetan region, causing social order to become chaotic and prices to rise rapidly. Thanks to the effective regulation and management by the local governments, prices had gradually stabilized and social order had begun to improve. Zhang Qiang sighed, hoping that stability could truly be achieved, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly in the future. Soon it was 11 o'clock. Zhang Qiang turned off the car, locked the doors, and walked along the sidewalk towards the automotive trade city. The solar streetlights on both sides of the road shone brightly, and occasionally a car sped by. The asphalt road, baked by the intense midday sun, had become somewhat soft, and from a distance the surface emitted a vaporous mist. The stone-paved sidewalk felt hot underfoot. Zhang Qiang observed a family of men, women and children burdened with backpacks and dragging suitcases slowly making their way forward. They seemed to be refugees from the inland provinces. After turning the corner, he arrived at the automotive trade city. The shops on the ground floor and the buildings above were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Zhang Qiang recalled that it was currently the time for scheduled power outages and the entire city was essentially in a blackout. He took a pair of outdoor night vision goggles from his backpack and put them on, instantly clarifying his surroundings. The iron gate of the trade city was tightly shut, and inside the duty room a faint candlelight flickered, indicating that someone was on guard. Zhang Qiang walked slowly along the sidewalk surrounding the shops, carefully observing his surroundings through the tall glass windows of the stores. There were 3 automobile 4S shops, each with double sliding glass doors that opened inward. Inside the shops were showrooms displaying various brands and models of cars, SUVs and vans. The last 4S shop, specializing in recreational vehicles, only had 2 large luxury off-road campers from well-known international brands. Zhang Qiang's eyes lit up instantly as he hurried to the storefront's glass window, scrutinizing the safety glass wall. Every 2 meters there were sliding windows elevated at a height of 1.6 meters. Zhang Qiang took a pair of thin cotton gloves from his outdoor multifunctional backpack, put them on and tried to slide open the window, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. He retrieved a military standard dagger from his space, inserted it into the gap in the middle of the sliding window and slowly pried the lock open. He gently opened the sliding window halfway, climbed into the showroom and closed the window behind him. He began to carefully inspect the entire showroom, which contained 2 offices, a small meeting room and a small storage room. First he entered the small storage room, where shelves against the wall and the floor were neatly stacked with boxes of various synthetic engine oils, antifreeze oil filters, air filters, brand new explosion-proof tires, a complete set of maintenance tools, ARF-specific batteries, a portable electric air pump and 20 barrels of diesel and gasoline, each 50 liters. He waved his hand to store all the supplies from the small storage room, including the shelves, into his space. In the office he only found the keys to the 2 heavy-duty campers in the showroom. Nothing else of value was retrieved. Returning to the showroom, he waved to store the 2 large luxury off-road campers into his space. He then exited this 4S shop and entered the other 2 4S shops in the same manner. He collected 4 SUVs and 3 small vans, found the corresponding keys for the vehicles, and stored all the maintenance supplies from the storage rooms of the 2 4S shops into his space. After leaving the 4S shop, he quickly walked back to the street where he had parked the off-road vehicle and successfully drove back to his residential complex. He parked the off-road vehicle in the small yard, covered it with a thick black sunshade net, and set up a collapsible canvas sunshade over the vehicle. Upon entering the house, Zhang Qiang rushed over, wagging his tail non-stop. After calming the dog for a while, Zhang Qiang looked at his watch. It was already 3:30 and his clothes were soaked with sweat. After taking a warm shower, he returned to his room, turned on the air conditioning and lay down on the soft bed. Consciousness entering the space, he saw the 9 vehicles he had collected in the motorized transport area, neatly arranged in 3 rows by size. On the other side were 12 different types of lightweight motorboats, along with 2 types of emergency escape vehicles. Looking at these items obtained for free, Zhang Qiang felt particularly pleased. Today's outing had indeed yielded great reward. As the temperature gradually rises, the outdoor temperature during the day has reached 52 degrees Celsius. Although it is slightly better at night, it never drops below 42 degrees. The scorching sun shines for nearly 16 hours a day. Zhang Qiang has now shortened his daily physical combat training time from 2 hours to 1 hour, not out of fear of suffering from the heat, but because excessive sweating can lead to dehydration. The government has also changed the time for purchasing various daily necessities to after 10 o'clock at night. It is too hot during the day, and if one does not take precautions against the heat, it is easy to become dehydrated or even suffer from heat stroke. At the official supply point near the community while purchasing supplies, he saw Uncle Chen, who was managing and maintaining order among the residents buying supplies. He looked significantly more haggard than when they last had a meal together. Uncle Chen forced a smile and said to Zhang Qiang, "Make sure to take precautions against the heat at home." He continued, "Especially don't get sick. The hospitals in the city are already overcrowded with residents suffering from heat stroke and dehydration. Many have not survived. Currently, aside from using physical cooling methods for treatment, there are no medicines available." He sighed after finishing his words. Zhang Qiang frowned slightly and said softly, "Hasn't the Tibetan province established a large-scale supply reserve base long ago? It is one of the few large supply reserve bases in the country, so there should be medical supplies in reserve. Why hasn't the hospital requested assistance?" Uncle Chen shook his head and replied, "The large supply reserve base in Tibetan province mainly stores nationally significant strategic materials that can be preserved for long periods, such as non-renewable energy resources, various weapons and ammunition for national defense, engineering machinery for disaster relief, and various precious metals and rare earth products. It also contains various medical equipment, disinfectants and protective supplies, as well as strategic materials like cotton, sugar, salt, soybeans, corn, rice and flour. Medicines are considered provincial-level short-term transitional supplies and are normally stocked based on the population size of the province, with only half a year's worth of commonly used anti-inflammatory, antibiotic and analgesic drugs reserved. Other types of medicines are sent monthly by pharmaceutical companies from inland provinces according to daily needs. Tibetan province is one of the 2 provinces in the country least affected by extreme climatic disasters. During periods of continuous heavy rain and snow in inland provinces, the government and some private organizations sent out a large number of stored medical equipment and various medicines to assist other provinces in urgent need. However, unexpectedly following the heavy rain and snow, there was then a year and a half of extreme cold weather, which resulted in over 2 years of consumption of medical supplies in Tibetan province with no replenishment. Until now, do you think there will still be any leftover medicines? Currently, what residents fear most is not hunger, hardship, or the struggles to survive, but falling ill. When one gets sick, they can only endure it alone. If they get through it, they continue to live, but if they can't endure it, they can only die. Listening to Uncle Chen's words, Zhang Qiang felt a surge of confusion and despair in his heart, recalling the middle-aged man in the Mongkong black market who sought medicine for his child. For the sake of life-saving medicine, he would be willing to give up his most precious possessions. And then there was Uncle Chen's friend who, regardless of who he was trading with for the medicine, had exchanged an enormous amount of energy resources for just 10 boxes of medicine that could last his loved ones for over a year. Zhang Qiang said nothing more and didn't know what else to say. Carrying the supplies he had purchased for a month, he slowly walked home. The night sky was exceptionally beautiful. Although there was not a hint of wind and it remained hot, Zhang Qiang felt his heart growing colder. Since the last time Zhang Qiang went out to buy daily necessities at night, he had been staying at home without stepping outside, not even into the small courtyard. Now, throughout the day, apart from an hour of physical combat training in the morning and preparing 2 meals, he mostly sits around drinking tea, looking at his phone and sleeping, feeling disinclined to move. Silly Qiang, aside from eating, drinking and relieving himself, was lying on the floor not far from the air conditioner, pretending to be dead. The daytime temperature outside had already reached 56 degrees, which could no longer simply be described as hot. In such a relentless high-temperature climate, the Lingji region, which originally had abundant water resources, saw the areas of rivers, lakes and streams continuously evaporating and shrinking. Everywhere was barren land for miles, the soil cracked, and large patches of once lush flowers, grasses and trees were continually withering. A notification sound from his phone rang out. Zhang Qiang opened it to see a reminder about the municipal water supply restrictions. Starting tomorrow, water would only be supplied for 3 hours a day, from 7 to 8 in the morning, 12 to 1 in the afternoon, and 7 to 8 in the evening. Zhang Qiang looked at the 1-ton capacity water storage tank in the living room. After emptying it yesterday, he hadn't thought to refill it when he needed water. Recalling a favor he owed Uncle Chen, he picked up his phone and sent a message. The government is reducing the water supply time. I have an extra 1-ton water storage tank and a soft water hose for you to use. Take it if you need it. He quickly received a reply from Uncle Chen. I was just worrying about how to store water in the future. Thank you. If it's convenient for you, I'll come over to get it right now. Zhang Qiang replied, sure. Just ring the doorbell twice. He carried the water tank along with the soft water hose to the front of the small courtyard, beads of sweat continuously dripping down his face. Soon the doorbell rang twice. Zhang Qiang opened the iron gate and saw Uncle Chen bundled up tightly for protection along with his wife. They quickly moved the water tank outside and both of them hastily returned. He secured the iron gate tightly and rushed back into the house, locking the entry door. Sweat drenched his entire body and his face turned slightly red. After pouring 3 basins of warm water over himself in the bathroom, he finally felt a bit better. Returning to the living room, he set the air conditioner to 25 degrees and sat on the sofa, feeling the intense heat gradually dissipate. He retrieved another 1-ton capacity water storage tank from the area for freshwater storage within his space and placed it in the living room where the previous tank had stood. Lighting a cigarette and reclining on the sofa, he thought to himself that it was better not to owe favors, especially at times like these. This time he considered the favor to Uncle Chen settled, and he should try to keep interactions minimal in the future. The notification sounds from his phone rang one after another. He picked it up and cursed inwardly, wondering how one could live like this. 2 reminders came from the relevant municipal department. One was due to the recent continuous extreme heat causing the power lines and transformers to operate under severe overload. They decided to reduce the power supply time to only 3 hours a day, aligning with the water supply schedule. The other message was from the gas company, indicating that the recent extreme heat had caused the gas pipelines to overheat, posing a risk of fire and explosion, leading to a temporary suspension of gas supply. Zhang Qiang sighed. Given the current situation, things would only get harder from now on. He focused his awareness into his space and checked the various energy resource storage areas, finding 16 large-capacity liquefied gas tanks, each with a capacity of 50 kilograms. That was enough for him to use for quite a long time. These gas tanks were obtained during a zero-cost purchase at a large supermarket in Chang City, Sichuan province, and he had managed to keep them until now. He retrieved a liquefied gas stove from the kitchen and bathroom supplies area in his space, placed it in the kitchen, connected it with a gas hose to the liquefied gas tank, and tested it. The blue flame was very vigorous. Thinking to himself, if the gas supply is cut off, so be it. Even if water and electricity are cut off, it wouldn't significantly affect his normal life. With the continuation of the extreme heat, eventually everything would stop. No one could continue working under such high temperatures. From now on he needed to be more cautious. The many solar photovoltaic panels on his roof were becoming quite conspicuous. However, he couldn't just stop using them because they were eye-catching. The sunlight in such extreme heat was essentially free, a continuous source of energy for power generation. If he overly concerned himself with others' feelings, he might as well not live at all. Looking at the many types of large-capacity batteries in his space, as well as the solar photovoltaic power generation, high-pressure intelligent lithium battery energy storage system, and portable mobile power sources, he took them all out, connected them to power lines to fully charge them, and stored them back in the space where the items were instantly classified, organized, and neatly stacked. The extreme heat has persisted for 6 months now, with outdoor temperatures during the day consistently hovering around 62 degrees. The sun blazes like a great fireball, scorching everything on the earth. Zhang Qiang lay lazily on the bamboo mat in the living room, watching Sha Chang lick at the fresh water in the bowl in the corner. The electricity and water supply are still normal, running 3 hours a day, but the flow has noticeably decreased. The monthly purchases of daily necessities continue as usual, but the variety and quantity of items have significantly decreased, especially food, which has been cut down by a quarter. Zhang Qiang looked at the official government announcement on the Tibetan region's website regarding the latest rules for rationing daily necessities. Compared to before, the changes are substantial. He could sense that the government is doing its utmost to control the consumption of various reserve supplies. Nevertheless, he felt grateful that in such extreme heat conditions the government is still able to maintain basic livelihood supplies, which made Zhang Qiang admire the strength and foresight of the nation. During his last outing to purchase supplies, he overheard neighbors in the community discussing how every household had dug basements at home to escape the heat. Zhang Qiang was somewhat surprised, but could understand 3 hours of electricity a day is indeed insufficient, and if the air conditioning is turned off, the room's temperature quickly rises like a steam room. Living and resting in a basement is indeed a good choice. His home is equipped with solar photovoltaic power generation equipment which can switch power supply modes. Otherwise, he would definitely have to find a way to dig a basement in such high temperatures. It could really be life-threatening. Uncle Chen added Zhang Qiang to the neighborhood group, which he was not particularly interested in. However, upon hearing Uncle Chen mention that many neighbors in the community are quite influential and capable, often exchanging various supplies in the group, he suddenly became interested and joined the neighborhood group. Once in the group, Zhang Qiang discovered that it included not only neighbors from his own community but also many residents from nearby upscale neighborhoods. Almost every day people with various needs post what they want to exchange. If someone feels interested and wants to make an exchange, they will message privately. Zhang Qiang usually just browsed the trading supplies posted in the group out of boredom, but most of the items were ordinary daily necessities and he found little worth trading. A neighbor living nearby sent Zhang Qiang a private message asking if he had any surplus outdoor solar photovoltaic power generation equipment. They were willing to pay a high price for a set. Zhang Qiang laughed, guessing they must have seen the solar panels installed on his roof and balcony. He quickly replied, "I don't lack points or ordinary daily necessities." After sending the reply, he wondered if he had been a bit too ostentatious but felt it was better this way to avoid constant disturbances. Unexpectedly, the other party responded with an unexpected message: seeing the small courtyard of your villa and the security measures at your windows, I know you surely don't lack supplies. I have no ill intentions, I just want my family to live more comfortably. 10 gold bars, 500 grams each for a set of your solar photovoltaic equipment. Zhang Qiang pondered for a moment and replied, 30 gold bars, no bargaining. A few minutes later the other party replied, deal, but it must be a complete and undamaged set. We'll trade at 11 o'clock tonight at your small courtyard gate. Zhang Qiang replied, okay, please ring the doorbell 4 times when you arrive. He then retrieved a complete solar photovoltaic power generation system along with the necessary auxiliary components, installation tools and instructions from the appliance and hardware area in his space and packed them together. At 11 o'clock that night the doorbell of the small courtyard rang 4 times. Zhang Qiang moved the equipment to the front door and took out his Glock handgun, tucking it into his waistband. He opened the small side door and saw a man and a woman standing outside, with the man carrying a small leather suitcase. Upon seeing Zhang Qiang open the door, the man placed the suitcase on the ground and opened it, revealing 6 rows of neatly arranged investment gold bars inside. Zhang Qiang glanced down at the investment gold bars in the suitcase and gestured for them to take the power generation equipment. The two picked up the equipment from the ground and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the night. Zhang Qiang picked up the suitcase from the ground, locked the small side door and carried the heavy suitcase back inside. In just a few minutes he was already drenched in sweat, feeling as if he were in a steam room. Even his breathing felt oppressed by the scorching air. He first took a shower in the bathroom, then returned to the living room, sitting on the sofa to open the small suitcase. 30 investment gold bars gleamed with a dazzling golden light under the lamp. He stored the 30 investment gold bars in a separate box on the gold shelf in his space. Now with 500 grams each, he already had 55 bars along with 24 1-kilogram gold bars in 2 metal briefcases. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and took a puff, thinking to himself that before the extreme disaster these gold bars would have been worth over 20 million. How much supplies could that have stored? But now, alas. The next morning while having breakfast he received a private message from the neighbor who traded for the power generation equipment last night, which simply read, thank you. Zhang Qiang smiled and put down his phone. In the early morning after washing up I began my daily mandatory exercise physical combat training. Although it was only for an hour, Zhang Qiang felt it unusually long as his entire body was drenched in sweat, droplets continually falling onto the floor. Exercising in such high temperatures indeed serves to temper one's will. After exercising I took a shower, cleaned the floor and entered the kitchen. I first turned on the portable air conditioner, setting the temperature to 24 degrees, and soon the kitchen became cool. Suddenly craving braised pork, Zhang Qiang looked at the various ingredients in the fridge and took out a piece of over 2 pounds of pork belly from the freezer to thaw. Touching the cold pork and gazing at the fierce scorching sunlight outside, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. I cooked a pot of rice in the rice cooker and prepared a plate of lettuce. Looking at the vibrant green of the lettuce, I added some fragrant cilantro, drizzled it with sesame oil and vinegar, and sprinkled some pepper powder, instantly whetting my appetite. I mixed some braised pork with rice for the silly dog, who was particularly excited to eat. Zhang Qiang looked at the dishes on the dining table, which had a reasonable balance of meat and vegetables. At this moment having such a breakfast felt a bit extravagant. The notification sound from the neighborhood group on my phone kept ringing, and upon checking Zhang Qiang frowned. Someone was complaining that they were going to bed hungry every day and had no electricity. Even sitting still made them sweat profusely. However, some people were sitting at home all day enjoying air conditioning and good food, while even their pets were fat and healthy. It was simply unfair. Many people in the group chimed in, each echoing the grievances. Although no names were mentioned, Zhang Qiang knew they were referring to him. Just a while ago the silly dog had been cooped up indoors, hardly moving around and feeling a bit depressed. Zhang Qiang had taken the dog out a few times at night for a walk in the neighborhood where neighbors had spotted them. Additionally, once a month he would go to the official supply point to purchase various daily necessities, and he often took the silly dog with him. Unexpectedly he had caught the attention of some ill-intentioned people in the neighborhood. Looking at the messages in the neighbor group, Zhang Qiang couldn't help but smile faintly. At such a time it was truly naive and ridiculous for anyone to fantasize about fairness. He wondered how they had survived up to now. Putting down the phone, I picked up a piece of fat and lean braised pork and placed it in my mouth, savoring it slowly. It was a bit greasy yet fragrant. After eating a couple more bites of rice my stomach felt a bit full, but the dish was too delicious and I couldn't resist eating another bowl of rice. After tidying up I brewed a pot of Longjing tea, watching the tender green tea leaves gradually unfurl in the hot water, a subtle tea fragrance wafting into the air. I lit a cigarette and took a puff, watching the silly dog eagerly licking the water in its bowl, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Even the dog had grown tired of the braised pork. I picked up my phone and logged into the local online service hall, checking the balance on my chip card. There were still 2,285 points remaining. Looking at the consumption records from the past few months, I had transferred the landlord's rent twice, totaling 6,000 points, recharged the electricity twice for 600 points, and recharged the phone card for 100 points. I had also purchased various daily necessities from the official supply point 7 times, costing 975 points. With the remaining points on the chip card, I wouldn't even have enough to pay the landlord's rent next time. Moreover, there was the monthly routine of purchasing various daily necessities. Although I didn't really need to buy those supplies, it was still necessary to maintain appearances. After all, it was best to arouse as little suspicion as possible. Given the extreme heat outside, the effort to exchange points felt like suffering for no reason. I decided to wait a bit longer. While Zhang Qiang was lost in thought, he heard the sound of the iron gate in the courtyard outside being knocked loudly, accompanied by several voices shouting. The silly dog instantly perked up, rushing to the front door, pacing back and forth, growling in its throat. Zhang Qiang chuckled. Some people really couldn't keep their composure and were far too impatient, especially in this sweltering heat of over 60 degrees outside. But it was also good this way; he wouldn't have to be on guard constantly. Solving it all at once would be much easier. Taking a sip of hot tea, I retrieved a powerful high-voltage electric baton from under the coffee table. Thinking it over, since they weren't afraid of the heat, I might as well turn up the heat for them, pulling out a handheld flamethrower from storage. I opened the front door, leaving the silly dog inside, and walked up to the gate, asking, "What do you want?" A man's voice echoed from outside. "My home was robbed last night and all my supplies were taken. A neighbor saw you lurking around my front door last night. You must be the thief. Open the door and let us in to search." Other men at the door chimed in, "If you aren't the thief, just open the door and let us in to search. Otherwise we won't be polite and will break down your door." Zhang Qiang couldn't help but laugh, saying, "If you were robbed, you should report it to the police. Let them handle it. You come here with no evidence and a bunch of ruffians demanding to search someone else's home. How is that any different from being a rogue? Besides, how much of your supplies are worth stealing? Do you even have enough for yourself? You people really have no shame. The sun probably can't even penetrate your thick skin." The men outside, already hot and frustrated, started kicking the door incessantly at Zhang Qiang's scornful remarks. Zhang Qiang removed the iron lock from the small side door and opened it in an instant, raising the flamethrower in his hand. A searing jet of flame surged forth, sweeping back and forth over the group of men, their anguished screams filling the air. After the flames extinguished, Zhang Qiang wielded the high-voltage electric baton, jabbing it at the men. The crackling sounds of electric shocks mingling with their piercing cries echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. The men lay on the scorching ground, twitching and contorting in agony. Zhang Qiang closed and locked the small side door before returning inside. It had barely been 10 minutes outside, yet I was already feeling hot all over, sweating profusely. Zhang Qiang ran several basins of warm water in the bathroom before gradually feeling more comfortable. Back in the living room, I took out 2 bottles of sports vitamin drinks and gulped them down in one go, feeling immensely refreshed. The silly dog came running over, nudging my leg with its fluffy head. Picking up my phone, I saw the neighborhood group flooded with discussions about the recently heard anguished cries. The families of the men had braved the heat to drag them home. Zhang Qiang knew that even if they were taken to the hospital at this point, there would be no remedy available. Especially with the extreme temperatures outside, these men wouldn't last much longer. If their families reported it to the police, he was acting in self-defense. While pondering this, his phone rang. It was Uncle Chen. Upon answering, Uncle Chen mentioned he had witnessed the scene from the window at the back of his house, reassuring Zhang Qiang that he would help resolve any issues if needed. Zhang Qiang exchanged a few polite words, thinking it was a good thing. At most he would owe someone a favor, but it was certainly a way to avoid a lot of trouble. In the afternoon, several families in the neighborhood began to cry out in unison. Zhang Qiang squinted, lying on the sofa and stretching. In the evening, 2 police cars arrived at the neighborhood to take statements from the families of the deceased. They then approached Zhang Qiang to understand the situation, to which he truthfully recounted the facts. Uncle Chen, as a witness, confirmed that those men had attempted to break in to rob supplies from Zhang Qiang. After taking notes, the 2 officers glanced at Zhang Qiang and said nothing further before quickly leaving. This incident quickly spread throughout the neighborhood. Those men had attempted to team up to rob Zhang Qiang, who was deemed to have acted in self-defense and bore no responsibility, while the men, having already died, were exempt from criminal liability. Zhang Qiang understood a bit about the law and knew that while he was justified in this matter, it truly was an act of self-defense. However, they were still lives lost. Perhaps due to the extreme circumstances, the authorities no longer had the energy and time to deal with such cases as they did before. Perhaps. Still, solving the problem so easily meant Uncle Chen had been a great help, and this favor would be noted. It was also evident that Uncle Chen was trying to show goodwill towards him. Regardless of the reasons or motives, at least he was not standing on the opposing side. Let everything unfold naturally. Now the neighbors in the community and residents of the nearby neighborhoods all knew that a young man named Zhang Qiang who raised a strong dog was not to be trifled with. In the morning after completing his physical combat training and taking a shower, Zhang Qiang noticed that nearly half of the clean water in the storage tank had been used. He thought to take advantage of the morning supply hours to refill the tank. Turning on the faucet, he discovered that there was no water. Checking his watch, it was 7:10, which fell within the water supply hours from 7 to 8. Could it be that the supply had been cut off? He opened his phone to check the neighbors' group chat where messages were continuously ringing and all complaining about the lack of water and electricity that morning. Zhang Qiang considered two possibilities: either there was a complete shutdown of water and electricity or the supply hours had been shortened again. The latter seemed more likely. If there was a total cut-off, societal order would likely descend into chaos, something the authorities would not want to see. During the day, the outside temperature had already reached an extreme high of 65 degrees. Without water and electricity in such conditions, life would become exceedingly difficult. While having breakfast, he received an official text message stating that due to the ongoing rise in temperature, the failure rate and damage of water and electricity supply equipment had surged. Therefore, starting today, supply would only be available from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. Zhang Qiang sighed. This meant that there would only be 1.5 hours of water and electricity supply each day. In the cooler hours of the night, he needed to check the well in his small yard to see if it could still yield water. The well driller had told him that there was an underground water source at a depth of 4 to 5 meters, so there was no need to dig too deep. Zhang Qiang insisted that the well be dug to a depth of 10 meters so drawing water should not be an issue. Fortunately, he had the foresight to have the driller add a dark-colored sunshade at the well's location. At 11 o'clock at night, he stepped into the small yard where the hot air felt like being beside a furnace. He connected the electric pump of the well to a portable high-capacity power bank, poured some water into it, and turned on the pump. After about half a minute, the well's faucet gushed forth with cool, clear underground water. Zhang Qiang filled a small bucket with water and noticed that the water was very clean and crystal clear. Delighted, he played under the flowing water, found a soft hose, connected it to the faucet, and watered the concrete surface of the yard to cool it down. Steam continuously rose from the ground, and after watering for half an hour, the yard's surface finally cooled down. He filled the artificially made small pond, which was covered with pebbles and had dried up with water. Looking at the flower bed, he found that the plants had completely dried out, the once soft soil had cracked and hardened. He watered the nursery and the thoroughly soaked soil became soft again. Returning indoors after taking a shower, he lay on the bed, thought for a moment, picked up his phone and sent a text to Uncle Chen. I have a well in my yard that can draw underground water and the quality is very good. If you are short on water, feel free to come and get some. He quickly received a reply from Uncle Chen. Thank you, we still have enough water for now. That 1-ton capacity water tank you gave me has really been useful. Now that the water has returned, we're just filling the tank. It's just too hot, it feels suffocating inside. You should take care to avoid heatstroke. It doesn't look like the weather will cool down anytime soon. Zhang Qiang pondered for a moment and replied, I still have a set of solar photovoltaic power generation equipment. Given this weather, the generated electricity should be enough for your normal air conditioning needs. Come over and take it. Uncle Chen replied, thanks a lot. I'll come over to take it. I'll ring the doorbell twice when I arrive. Zhang Qiang replied, okay. He got out of bed, walked to the living room and retrieved a set of solar photovoltaic power generation equipment along with the necessary components, installation tools and the user manual, packing everything together. Soon the doorbell at the small yard rang twice. Zhang Qiang moved the equipment to the front of the small yard's gate, opened the side door and saw Uncle Chen and his wife. He smiled and said, this is the complete set of home photovoltaic power generation equipment that I've packed for you. There's an installation manual inside, it's very easy to set up. It's too hot outside, hurry and take it back. Uncle Chen and his wife smiled and said, thank you very much. After saying this, they lifted the equipment and turned to leave. Zhang Qiang watched their departing figures and sighed softly. It was truly not easy to be alive these days. Once again, it was the time of the month to purchase various supplies. At 11 o'clock at night, Zhang Qiang stepped out of his house. This time he did not bring Zhang Qiang with him. It was not that he did not want to take him out, but the dog had run to the doorway, peeked outside and then retreated back to the living room, lying on the floor unwilling to go out. The moment he opened the front door, a suffocating wave of heat rushed in and he could feel the sweat immediately forming on his body. Zhang Qiang glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging in the pavilion of the small yard. It read 58 degrees. This was still the nighttime temperature and he could not even imagine what it would be during the day. Neighbors were scattered on the community road, some were families while others were close friends walking together, all heading out to purchase daily supplies. They typically wouldn't come out in such hot weather, instead staying indoors, trying every possible way to avoid the heat. The variety and quantity of supplies available for purchase had decreased, but the prices had risen significantly. The supply of packaged dried yak beef was no longer available. For the 1-pound bags of dried vegetables, each person could only buy 2 bags, and for the 1-pound bags of barley snack cakes, each could only purchase 15 bags. The variety of other daily necessities was lamentably scarce. In the hall of the official sales point, many residents were chattering loudly with the staff. Every time Zhang Qiang purchased supplies, he adhered strictly to the individual purchase limits. Carrying the supplies he bought, he silently walked out of the sales point, heading back towards his home in the community. He thought to himself that the government had been continuously reducing the variety and quantity of daily supplies, especially food items. It seemed the government's stockpiles were nearing exhaustion. This also implied that the government might very well completely stop supply, perhaps in a few months or next year or even next month. In fact, it was quite remarkable that the government had managed to maintain basic supplies for ordinary residents during such extreme and dire disaster situations. Lighting a cigarette, he walked while smoking, beads of sweat dripping continuously from his forehead and face, yearning to get home quickly for a refreshing cold shower. On the way, he encountered a young couple. Zhang Qiang prepared to step aside, but the young man stopped and looked at him, saying, "Hello, we live in the same community very close to your home. We want to thank you for selling us a solar photovoltaic power generation device last time, otherwise our family would have suffered greatly in this weather." Zhang Qiang paused and looked at the young couple, finding them somewhat familiar. They were the same pair who had traded with him for the power generation device using investment gold bars that night. He smiled and replied, "No need to be polite, and certainly no need for thanks. We engaged in a fair and equal trade, nothing more." The young woman looked at Zhang Qiang and asked, "Can you get food supplies? We can purchase them with points worth 5 times the market price or exchange them for investment gold bars. We have elderly and children at home, especially the children who are in their growing years. The quantity of food supplies available for purchase at the official sales point is too limited, and we are looking to buy more through other channels." Zhang Qiang took a puff of his cigarette, frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "Leave me your mobile number and I'll contact you via text once I get back." After saying that, he took out his phone and he and the young man exchanged contact numbers. Once back inside, he first took a refreshing shower in the bathroom and drank 2 bottles of lightly salted water before he gradually felt revitalized. He picked up his phone and saw that the young man who had left his contact number sent him a text message, "Hello, any food supplies would do. We can give you points or investment gold bars." Zhang Qiang thought about how he still had 2,285 points left on his supply points exchange chip card. In such weather, he really did not want to go out to exchange points again. He originally thought about whether he could exchange points at the nearby official supply sales point, but Uncle Chen said that due to the extreme high temperatures, the government had reduced the number of points exchange locations, and now he could only exchange points at designated official locations in the city. Now it was fortunate that he didn't have to endure the hassle of running to the city to exchange points. However, looking at the current development of the situation in this region, points would likely soon become utterly useless. As long as he had enough points for half a year's rent and enough supplies for daily living within 6 months, that would be sufficient. After that, he could only go with the flow and plan accordingly. In the future, food supplies would only become scarcer and more expensive. Looking at the shelves in the instant food area within his space, the bags of barley snack cakes he had gradually purchased had accumulated to 160 bags, and there were 40 bags of dried vegetables. He promptly found several large cardboard boxes and packed all the barley snack cakes and dried vegetables, storing them in a corner of his space. He took out his phone and sent a text message to the young man, "A friend has 160 bags of barley snack cakes and 40 bags of dried vegetables. The quality of the food is impeccable. I need 6,000 points and 5 investment gold bars, no bargaining. If you need them, we can trade tomorrow night at 11 o'clock at my doorstep." He quickly received a reply from the young man, "Deal. Give me the account number for your supply points exchange chip card and I'll transfer the points to you. The 5 investment gold bars will be given to you during the trade tomorrow night." Zhang Qiang sent his chip card account number. A few minutes later, he checked his chip card on the convenience service website and confirmed that 6,000 points had been added, bringing his balance to 8,285 points. At 11 o'clock the next night, the young couple from the neighborhood arrived on time at Zhang Qiang's courtyard for the trade, making several trips back and forth to carry away all the traded supplies. Zhang Qiang returned indoors and stored the 5 investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, in the shelf designated for gold storage within his space. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he gazed at the shelf containing the storage box filled with those 60 investment gold bars weighing 500 grams each, as well as the 24 large investment gold bars weighing 1,000 grams each inside the 2 metal briefcases. He thought to himself, hoping that these investment gold bars would prove useful in the future and wishing that the extreme disasters would pass soon. He had endured numerous hardships and trials in his previous life during extreme disasters, ultimately leading to his demise. In this life, Zhang Qiang deeply longed for the various climatic disasters he was facing to pass quickly, to lead a tranquil, peaceful life, being kind to others without any hardships or dangers. Even if every meal consisted of coarse pickles and he had to toil every day, it was still a kind of rare happiness. Life was tranquil yet exceptionally fulfilling. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Whenever Zhang Qiang saw the sorrow and complaints echoing in the neighbors' group chat, he would sigh for them yet feel a deep sense of satisfaction and gratitude for his own complete life. Endlessly enjoying the coolness of the air conditioning with a variety of dishes, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, and delicious meals that never repeated. Facing extreme and dire disasters, he lived a life vastly different from others. Zhang Qiang sat in a genuine leather massage chair, a piece of preserved plum candy in his mouth, luxuriating in an incredibly comfortable full-body massage. He glanced at the date on his phone. Today was May 17, 2038. Since the onset of the global extreme climate disaster on September 17, 2035, which began with torrential rains followed by heavy snow and extreme cold, and now into the extreme heat period, it had been a full 2 years and 8 months. The extreme heat period had lasted for 9 months, with outdoor temperatures soaring to 70 degrees during the day. Since last week, Zhang Qiang had ceased all physical combat training. The wall-mounted air conditioner in the room could hardly cool for an hour before it would pause. The external temperature was too high, significantly affecting the cooling efficiency of the unit placed outside. When Zhang Qiang first moved in, he placed a sunshade heat insulation board on all the outdoor air conditioning units to prevent damage from the scorching sun during the extreme heat period. Looking back now, it was indeed a very wise decision. He had moved the portable air conditioning unit from the kitchen into the room, and with both units running simultaneously, he finally felt a refreshing coolness. Silly Qiang lay on the floor, eyes closed, nearly motionless. Zhang Qiang and his dog had limited their activities to the guest room downstairs. The smaller the space, the quicker and cooler the air conditioning worked. If he could avoid cooking, he wouldn't go to the kitchen at all. Every day, all 3 meals were prepared boxed lunches. Occasionally, if he wanted to improve his diet, he would have to shower twice. Zhang Qiang was munching on an apple, taking a bite for himself and tossing a piece to Silly Qiang. The sound of a text message notification rang out. It was from Uncle Chen. There is a possibility that water and electricity supplies will be completely halted soon. The monthly supply of materials will also be interrupted. I just received the notice from above. You need to plan ahead. Zhang Qiang stood up from the massage chair, then slowly sat back down. This news was truly not good. In truth, the loss of water and electricity and not purchasing supplies had no impact on him. However, the entire social order would soon descend into complete chaos. Without the constraints of law and morality, people would be capable of anything. Zhang Qiang clearly understood what kind of survival environment that would be: brutal, bloody, deceitful, barbaric, filled with behaviors with no moral boundaries. Zhang Qiang read Uncle Chen's text again and replied, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. What are your plans? Uncle Chen quickly replied, since the extreme disaster began, every region in Zhang province has been working on establishing a resident shelter base capable of accommodating around 50,000 people. The resident shelter base is located in Milan County and was just completed 2 months ago. My wife and I plan to leave the community around 10 o'clock tonight, along with the entire department I work with, to go to the shelter base, where there are new work arrangements and we will also be living there from now on. That sounds good. At least it will be safe in the base and there will be some assurance of living conditions. It's much better than staying here. Perhaps I will go to the base in the future and we can still see each other often. Zhang Qiang replied. Uncle Chen replied, let's hope so. As you said, we will only bring some clothes, daily necessities, and a few personal items. We won't be taking anything else. After we leave, they'll place the keys to my house at your door. Take what you need. Also, the water storage tank and solar power generation equipment are all in the living room. Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and replied, before you leave, ring the doorbell twice at my home. I want to see you off. A little while later, he received Uncle Chen's reply, okay. Zhang Qiang looked at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. From the area of his space where he kept alcohol and tea items, he took out 2 packs of Huangalu cigarettes, 2 bottles of Laojiao Teku, a beautiful gift box of tea, and a box of candies, placing them in a bag. As it approached 10 o'clock, the doorbell rang twice. Zhang Qiang, carrying the bag, opened the door and stepped into the small courtyard, immediately feeling as if he were being steamed in an oven. Even the hot air was uncomfortable to breathe. He opened the small side gate of the courtyard and saw Uncle Chen standing in front of a car. Zhang Qiang handed the bag to Uncle Chen, who smiled at him, accepted it, and placed it in the car, gently handing Zhang Qiang 2 keys, saying softly, take care of yourself. Zhang Qiang nodded and smiled, saying, I will, you too. Uncle Chen turned to get in the car and drove away from the community. Zhang Qiang walked to the row of houses where Uncle Chen lived, unlocked the big gate of the courtyard and the main door, and entered the living room. He saw the water storage tank on the floor and the already boxed solar power generation equipment along with a large cardboard box nearby. He stored the water tank and the boxed solar power generation equipment inside his space. He opened the large cardboard box beside him to take a look. Inside were 20 neatly packed bags of dried yak beef jerky and 15 cans of instant beef and lamb products. This must be the supplies Uncle Chen left for him. He waved his hand to store the large cardboard box inside his space on the shelves of the convenience food area. He locked the main door and the big gate of the courtyard, placing the 2 keys in the gap under the steps at the door, then turned and returned home. After taking a shower, he entered the guest room, immediately feeling as if he had stepped into a different realm compared to the outside. Looking at silly Qiang lying on the floor, he smiled and said softly, "From now on you can't be so comfortable anymore. You'll have to take on the responsibility of guarding and alerting. The safety of the home will depend on you." On the 5th day since Uncle Chen left the community, the water and electricity supply, which had originally lasted for an hour and a half every noon, was completely cut off. The authorities sent a reminder message: due to the ongoing extreme heat, the water and electricity systems have sustained severe damage after prolonged overload and can no longer provide services. All official material supply points and points for redeeming resources in the city will cease operations starting today. Residents can log on to the convenience online service hall to register for a spot in the city's resident evacuation base, or they can go to the base with their ID and resource redemption chip to apply. Zhang Qiang looked at the content of the text message, sighed softly, realizing that Uncle Chen was not wrong. It just came a bit too quickly. Lighting a cigarette and taking slow puffs, he had no intention of living in the resident evacuation base. Though there would be safety and basic living guarantees there, it would come with many rules and constraints that must be followed, and one would have to work extremely hard to obtain that basic guaranteed life. The neighborhood group chat was already in an uproar, filled with various insults and complaints, as everyone must have received the official reminder. Zhang Qiang could understand this feeling. Having to suddenly abandon one's home and move with the whole family to an entirely unfamiliar place and environment was quite hard to accept. However, the vast majority of residents would accept it, as they had no choice but to. After all, life must go on. Survival was paramount and everything else had become unimportant. Zhang Qiang exited the neighborhood group chat and set his phone down. He thought to himself that if everyone in the community left except for him, life would indeed become much quieter. Without the supply of water, electricity, and various daily necessities, no ordinary resident would be able to hold on. But it was also necessary to prepare for both possibilities. After all, without any regulation or restraint, human nature has no bounds, and lives are the most trivial and worthless in times like these. At night, while drawing water in the small courtyard to fill the water storage tank in the living room, he heard a cacophony of shouting and smashing noises coming from the community, followed by chilling wails. Zhang Qiang had no mind to get involved, nor could he. He knew this was bound to happen sooner or later. Taking care of himself was the greatest fortune. He filled the water storage tank and added an appropriate amount of disinfectant water tablets. He then began to water the ground in the small courtyard to cool it down, filled the artificial pool with water, watered the flower beds, and drenched himself from head to toe several times to cool off. Sigh, one must find something to do. Now Zhang Qiang spent his nights in this manner. Every night he could hear the tragic cries and sounds of fighting from the community or nearby. The large iron gate of the courtyard had been smashed twice at night by intruders trying to break in, but they would be met with several large basins of gasoline poured down from above, followed by a lit piece of wood, turning the area outside the door into a sea of flames accompanied by piercing screams. Or sometimes someone would try to climb over the wall or break in through the window, only to be either mauled by the fierce dog or burned by a sudden burst of fire. Zhang Qiang felt that life like this was particularly thrilling, yet he also felt sorrow for these people's foolishness. In the final incident, after the courtyard gate was forcibly rammed open by a car in the dead of night, a dozen brutal thugs armed with various weapons stormed into the courtyard, at which point a high-explosive grenade exploded. Under the massive explosion there were almost no survivors. Limbs and severed body parts were scattered everywhere, and the ground was stained red with blood, while half of the courtyard's wall collapsed. Zhang Qiang, wearing outdoor night vision goggles, held a jungle machete in his left hand and a Glock handgun in his right, searching around the courtyard with his dog. After confirming that there were no other people left, he returned to the courtyard. Looking at the scene before him, he shook his head, calming the restless dog. It seemed that he could no longer stay here and had to leave. He then dismantled the solar photovoltaic equipment installed on the roof and balcony, packing it and its accompanying components into boxes to store in his space. He packed the electric water pumping equipment from the well in the yard into a cardboard box and stored it away. He collected all the furniture, appliances, liquefied gas stoves, pots and pans from the kitchen, and personal hygiene and sanitary products from the bathroom into his space. He took one last look around the villa. Aside from the few air conditioning units that came with the house, he had basically emptied it out. With the dog, he left the community and carefully observed the surroundings in a secluded spot, letting the dog search the area. There were no abnormalities. He quickly retrieved the off-road vehicle from the transportation section of his space, parked it on the road, got in with the dog, started the vehicle and sped towards the city. Zhang Qiang turned on the air conditioning in the car. He was already drenched in sweat and the dog lay on the back seat panting heavily. After driving for more than 10 minutes, he arrived near a relatively remote ecological park in the city. He got out with his gun and carefully checked the surroundings for any unusual occurrences. He took out a large barrel of purified water from his space and washed himself clean. He fed the dog some bottled mineral water and a few sausages while he drank 2 cartons of milk and ate some dried yak beef. After resting in the car for more than 10 minutes, his body gradually returned to a normal temperature. He took out his phone and logged onto the Tibetan region website to check the news and understand the current situation in various areas of the Tibetan province. He found that aside from the provincial capital Sashi, which remained relatively stable with no sudden violent incidents, other cities were already in chaos. The local government could only guarantee the personal safety and basic daily needs of ordinary residents living in the evacuation bases. Beyond that, they were overwhelmed. A large number of local residents and disaster victims from inland provinces began to gradually migrate to the evacuation bases set up by the authorities nearby. After exiting the Tibetan region website, he logged onto the convenience online service hall and saw that there were still 5,285 points remaining on his chip card. He had transferred 3 months' rent to the landlord last month, and now having left, there was nothing he could do but accept it. However, thinking about it, having come here and lived for more than 10 months acquiring a large amount of energy resources and 9 brand new vehicles along with 35 investment gold bars was definitely a substantial profit. It was very worthwhile. He thought for a moment and sent a short message to the landlord briefly explaining the situation of the house here. After a while, the landlord replied with just 3 words: "Got it." Setting his phone down, he looked out at the dark night outside the car window, lowered the window just a crack, lit a cigarette and contemplated his future destination. Zhang Qiang contemplated seriously for a moment, feeling that it would be better to go with the flow in the future, as there was no need to set a specific goal for himself. After all, the entire world is currently experiencing extreme adverse weather. There is no sanctuary unaffected by it, only varying degrees of disaster. Since the provincial capital Scarcity is relatively stable at the moment, he decided to head there first, seeking a more comfortable place to stay, at least to endure the extreme heat period. He would plan the rest later. Glancing at the navigation map, he noted that the distance to Scarcity was over 400 kilometers. If the journey went smoothly, it would take just over 6 hours. He quickly set the phone navigation to take National Route 318 with the destination set to Scarcity. The journey was relatively uneventful, though many road sections were already unattended and perilously maintained. Occasionally rocks would tumble down from the mountains and a sheer cliff awaited on the other side of the road. Zhang Qiang drove carefully, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Qiang lay in the back seat, snoring away in deep sleep. After passing the dangerous section, Zhang Qiang parked the car on a relatively flat sandy area by the roadside, lit a cigarette and took a puff, finally relaxing his tense nerves. With just over 90 kilometers to go before reaching Scarcity, Zhang Qiang looked out the window. The horizon was already glowing with the golden light of the rising sun, illuminating the majestic mountains that soared into the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. Checking the external temperature displayed on the car's electronic screen, he found it to be 57 degrees. It was just 6 o'clock and the sun had yet to fully rise. He needed to hurry. He drove towards Scarcity but was stopped by several fully armed police officers at a roadside checkpoint just 5 kilometers from the city. Zhang Qiang slowly pulled over, got out and entered the checkpoint, presenting his ID and the Resource Points Exchange chip card. A government staff member registered his personal information and thoroughly checked the vehicle. A young police officer smiled and said, "At this time it's not easy to keep a dog so well fed." Zhang Qiang laughed. "Many people have said that. At this time a dog is much more reliable than a person, at least I don't have to worry about anything with it around." The young police officer nodded and replied softly, "Yes, many people are indeed less reliable than dogs these days." After the government staff and other police had completed the vehicle inspection and indicated there were no issues, one officer briefly questioned Zhang Qiang and then issued him a 6-month pass allowing him to leave. Zhang Qiang got back in the car with Qiang and drove towards the city center of Scarcity. At the checkpoint entering the city, Zhang Qiang presented his ID chip card and pass and was allowed to proceed after verification. Zhang Qiang looked at the Padala Palace standing majestically on the mountainside not far away, solemn and grand, radiating a holy glow under the rising sun. The pedestrians on the road were sparse while the vehicles gradually increased. The sunlight was already somewhat scorching. Zhang Qiang pulled down the sun visor and turned the air conditioning to maximum cooling. As he gazed at the various ancient and elegant buildings lining the road, he could faintly hear the melodious chanting from distant temples, immersing himself in the mysterious cultural atmosphere of this sacred city that drew countless pilgrims over vast distances to worship. Following the route on his phone's navigation, he arrived at a 4-star hotel, the Snow Mountain Golden Light Hotel, a 5-story Tibetan-style building located on the main street of the Chengguan district. Under the guidance of the doorman, he drove into the hotel's underground parking lot, parked the car and turned off the engine. The moment he got out of the car with Zhang Qiang, he felt the suffocating heat. This was still in the underground parking lot. What would it be like on the surface? Zhang Qiang thought. Holding Zhang Qiang and pulling the suitcase, he took the elevator up to the hotel lobby, where he immediately felt a wave of cool air. The hotel had indeed installed a large central air conditioning system. Admiring the tall, luxurious yet minimalist Tibetan-style hotel lobby, he listened to the slow-paced ethnic music being played. The elegant and comfortable environment was complemented by a young, beautiful receptionist dressed in traditional Tibetan attire, smiling warmly. Zhang Qiang felt emotional. Indeed, the big hotels in a provincial capital city were truly remarkable. Following the receptionist's guidance, he arrived at the front desk. Zhang Qiang looked up at the wall behind the desk, where a large LCD screen displayed the room types and prices, while Zhang Qiang lay directly on the marble floor. The front desk attendant, with a friendly and warm smile, asked, "Hello, what price range room do you need?" Looking at the room types and corresponding prices, Zhang Qiang thought to himself, sighing, everything is good except for the price. No wonder people say the cost of living here in Scarcity is quite high. It really is. Book me a single suite, the one for 368 points a day for 3 days, Zhang Qiang said with a smile, then took out the chip card from his multifunctional outdoor backpack and placed it on the front desk. This was the cheapest suite among the several types he had seen. The front desk attendant inserted the chip card into the card reader to register the guest information, deducting 1104 points, and then handed the chip card and room access card to Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang, holding the dog and pulling the suitcase, took the elevator to room 306, the single suite he had booked. Upon swiping the door card to enter the suite, his first impression was that the room was quite nice. Although it was the cheapest type of suite, the room was very exquisite, with light gray floor tiles, off-white wallpaper, and large floor-to-ceiling windows. Not a sound from the street could be heard. The outer area had a small living room with a compact, elegant two-person sofa, a coffee table, and a small refrigerator in the corner. The inner area was the bedroom, featuring a separate bathroom with a window. In the center of the bedroom was a 1.8-meter soft mattress bed flanked by nightstands. On the wall opposite the bed was a wall-mounted LCD TV, and by the wall stood a double-door wardrobe, while near the window was a leisure chair and a small folding desk. Upon swiping the door card, the central air conditioning had automatically been set to a comfortable 26 degrees. Zhang Qiang pulled the thick blackout curtains shut, instantly plunging the room into darkness, and used his phone camera to carefully inspect every corner of the suite. Finding no anomalies, he felt reassured. He took out Zhang Qiang's water bowl and food bowl, placed them by the wall, poured in a bowl of clean water, and mixed up a meal, pouring it into the food bowl. The dog eagerly ran over, excitedly eating and drinking. He retrieved his personal toiletries from the suitcase and placed them in the bathroom. After taking a warm shower, he put his changed underwear, shorts, and short-sleeved shirt into the small washing machine in the bathroom to wash. Lying on the bed, he felt his whole body relax. He was indeed tired. Looking at Zhang Qiang, who had eaten well and was now lying on the floor, squinting his dog eyes in sleep, he picked up his phone and logged into the convenience website service hall, checking the housing sale and rental information in Scarcity, as well as the locations of resource points exchange spots. He also checked the balance on his chip card, which still had 4,181 points. Recalling the elevator ride up, he remembered seeing an introduction to the hotel's first-floor Tibetan-style restaurant and franchised shops, planning to take a good nap first before heading downstairs to check it out. Zhang Qiang slept soundly, and when he woke up it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The dog, unknown to him, had fallen asleep at the foot of the bed. He pulled back the curtains and saw the blazing sun outside, the sky devoid of a single white cloud. The long street was empty of pedestrians, and the shops along the street had already closed, giving a feeling of desolation and bleakness. In such extreme heat, outdoor activities were no longer feasible. Zhang Qiang stretched lazily, added some fresh water to Zhang Qiang's bowl, took out a portion of rice and a can of luncheon meat, mixed them, and fed the dog. He took the elevator down to a Tibetan-style restaurant on the first floor, where the waiter warmly welcomed Zhang Qiang inside, arranged a table for one, poured a glass of sweet milk tea, and handed him the menu. Zhang Qiang picked it up and glanced through it. It mainly featured local delicacies, and the prices were quite steep. Looking up at the waiter, he asked, "Hello, I would like to inquire whether the variety and quantity of daily necessities that ordinary residents can purchase here in Scarcity are the same as in other regions of the Tibetan province. Are there any restrictions? Where can I buy them?" "There should be some differences," the waiter smiled and replied. "The variety of daily necessities available for purchase in Scarcity is somewhat richer, and the quantities are also greater than in other regions, ensuring that residents' basic daily needs are met. However, purchases are limited to once a month, and there is a set quantity. There are over a dozen official supply stores in the city center of Scarcity, making it very convenient to purchase supplies. However, due to the climate, these stores only open after 9:30 in the evening. There's an official supply store near the hotel." Zhang Qiang nodded, picked up the sweet milk tea from the table, took a sip, and found it surprisingly salty, yet with a unique flavor. After thinking for a moment, he asked, if I purchase my personal allowance of food at the official supply store this month, will there be any impact or restrictions on consuming food at the hotel restaurant? Only if you dine at a 4-star hotel restaurant or higher in City or at government-designated reception venues will there be no restrictions or effects. There is no problem dining at this hotel restaurant. After hearing this, Zhang Qiang understood and looked at the many diners around him, feeling that the lives of the wealthy were indeed comfortable even in such a harsh climate disaster. He glanced at the menu and ordered a dish of braised yak hoof stir-fried beef with pickled radish, crispy lamb chops from the Holy Land, a jug of barley wine, and a portion of Tibetan noodles. As he enjoyed the exquisite and delicious dishes, Zhang Qiang thought that this was his second time dining in such a high-end restaurant since entering Tibet. The last time was treated by Uncle Chen's friend, and this time he was paying himself. The food tasted great, though the portions were small and the prices were indeed high. After finishing, he took out his chip card to pay the bill, which amounted to 420 points, significantly more than a day's stay at the hotel. Upon exiting the restaurant, he walked into the neighboring franchise store. The variety of goods on display was limited and most items were local specialties from various regions of the Tibetan province, with a few products from inland provinces, but there were no food items. Zhang Qiang observed the prices and found them exorbitant. He looked at the salesperson and asked, "Do you have any specialty Tibetan medicine or something similar?" "I'm sorry," the salesperson frowned and replied, "We used to have Tibetan medicine, but since the extreme climate disaster began it has basically been out of stock. In such extreme climatic conditions, the Tibetan people cannot grow the herbal plants needed to make Tibetan medicine. Those wild herbal plants capable of producing Tibetan medicine essentially died off during the extreme cold period. When the extreme cold period ended and temperatures rose, the Tibetans planted many herbal plants for making Tibetan medicine, but then the extreme heat period began and the cultivated medicinal plants either died from the heat or were scorched." After saying this, he sighed. Zhang Qiang said softly, "It's like this everywhere now. Medicines are extremely scarce. Even if they can be traded, they are at sky-high prices. Moreover, those who have medicines now want easily part with them as they are life-saving items." The salesperson's brows knitted tightly, revealing a worried expression as she said, "What we fear most now is falling ill. If your body can withstand it, you can make it through, but if not, you can only wait to die. Even being sent to a hospital is useless. There are no medicines anywhere. I heard on the news that many inland provinces are experiencing a viral plague and many people have already died. I don't know how it will be here in the Tibetan province." Sigh. Listening to the salesperson's somewhat sorrowful words, Zhang Qiang thought of how during the last extreme heat period a viral plague broke out in nearly all countries and regions globally, spreading rapidly, leading to a massive reduction in population. He hoped that this lifetime could be better and that this place could remain safe. Moreover, after the extreme heat period they would soon face the extreme night period, that feeling of darkness without a trace of light where one could not comprehend the passage of time. Sigh. Seeing that there were no items he needed in the display case, he turned and left the franchise store, taking the elevator back to his hotel room. He trimmed Zhang Qiang's fur and bathed him with pet shampoo, filled the basin with fresh water and fed him a strip of air-dried yak jerky. The dog chewed the meat contentedly, perched on the lounge chair, and watched the world outside the window. After his shower, Zhang Qiang lay on the bed and scrolled through the latest news on the regional Zhang website. Because outbreaks of a viral plague were occurring across inland provinces, the Zhang province government had temporarily closed all road checkpoints into the region. Authorities urged residents across Zhang province to practice diligent personal protection and disinfection. Any suspected infections must be disinfected, isolated, and reported without delay. He logged out of the regional site and signed into the public service portal to browse the housing rental listings in the convenience information board. He needed to find a suitable place quickly, preferably a detached courtyard like the one he once rented on the outskirts of Linji city with full water, electricity, and gas, a sparsely populated neighborhood, or better yet, an independent Tibetan-style farmhouse courtyard. After a while, a rental listing posted by a local Tibetan resident caught Zhang Qiang's interest. The house sat in a small town in Dazi district, more than 20 kilometers from City, a detached single-family Tibetan farmhouse with a large courtyard. The dwelling was a single-story structure with a raised roof, 5 rooms, and electricity. The yard contained its own well. Meals could be cooked on a wood stove. The surrounding terrain was open and the air crisp. The little town housed just over 100 families. Zhang Qiang thought the rent would surely be modest. More importantly, he and Xiaxian would have ample space and would not feel stifled. He dialed the number on the listing and learned that the owner lived in City with a child and wished to rent out the idle farmhouse in town to earn some points to supplement the household income. They agreed to wait until the evening when it would be a little cooler and then go see the house. If he liked it, the monthly rent would be 400 points. They arranged to view the property that very night. If suitable, they would finalize the lease, pay rent every 3 months, and the owner could drive them there. The owner immediately agreed and they settled on a meeting time and place. Zhang Qiang checked his chip card balance, 3761 points, still enough for now. Securing suitable lodgings quickly was a relief. Although there were no signs of the plague locally yet, he resolved to prepare. Whenever he went out, he would wear a medical protective mask and carry a bottle of disinfectant spray. He looked through the hygiene supplies area and found boxes of protective and disinfecting goods. He took a box of medical masks and a bottle of alcohol disinfectant spray and packed them into his outdoor backpack. Seeing the time, he fitted a medical mask from the backpack clipped on Zhang Qiang's leash and took the elevator down to the underground parking. A wall of heat hit them as they emerged. He started the car, switched to internal circulation and turned the air conditioning to cool. Once the cabin chilled, they drove away from the hotel. On the surface, the asphalt seemed unusually soft, as if the sun had baked it pliant enough to swallow the tires, a telling sign of how merciless the daytime heat had been. A film of sweat gathered on his forehead. The car's AC ran at full blast. The exterior temperature on the display read 62 degrees, and though it was nearly 9:30, the heat remained relentless. They arrived at the rendezvous and picked up the owner, then headed toward the town and Dazi district. 20 minutes later they were there. Zhang Qiang crouched on the passenger seat, his head turning constantly to take in everything. Zhang Qiang surveyed the surroundings. The land lay open and the house occupied a fringe position in the town. Not far off, a winding river traced toward distant stone banks. The small settlement comprised a little over 100 households. At the occasional bark, Zhang Qiang would prick up his ears. He stepped into the courtyard and smiled. It was spacious, enclosed by fences taller than a person and neatly stacked with split firewood along one side. In front of the house a modest well lay covered with woven bamboo. The owner lifted the cover, drew up half a bucket of water, and it proved cool and crystalline. Inside the house the walls were thick and the roof rose high. The main hall contained a stove for cooking and a large water jar stood against the wall. There were 2 rooms on each side, furnished simply and plainly. Apart from electric lights, there were no other household appliances. Though the home was modest, it was perfectly capable of normal living, and since he already owned most necessities, he would not need the owner's items. After touring the place, he felt it quite agreeable, a typical ordinary Tibetan countryside residence. It was not far from Sa City, only a 20-minute drive. They signed the contract. Water included, electricity billed separately, rent payable every 3 months. Zhang Qiang added the owner's chip card account, and the electricity account transferred 1200 points for the rent and topped up the electricity with 200 points. The owner handed him the house keys. He checked his chip card again. 2361 points remained. After the owner drove him back to the city and they parted ways, Zhang Qiang returned to the hotel with Zhang Qiang, planning to move in the day after tomorrow. When he checked out, it was already past 9 in the morning when I woke up looking at Zhang Qiang lying at the foot of the bed, his tail wagging back and forth. Zhang Qiang stretched lazily on the bed, pondering what to do today, and opened the curtains, allowing the intense sunlight to flood in. Even through the thick safety laminated glass window one could feel the scorching heat, prompting me to pull the blackout curtains closed again. With such temperatures there was nothing to be done but stay indoors or wander around the hotel. After freshening up, I filled Zhang Qiang's water bowl with clean water, took out 2 boxes of takeout, mixed the rice with the meat dishes and poured it into the dog's bowl. I also opened a can of tuna and grabbed a can of beer. As Zhang Qiang ate, he watched Zhang Qiang devouring his food, feeling a sense of reflection that most people at this time could hardly afford to keep a dog like him. Seeing him, I couldn't help but think of the dog meat hot pot on the dinner table tonight. Just the thought of dog meat rolling in broth made my mouth water. Suddenly Zhang Qiang turned his head, glanced at Zhang Qiang holding the beer, then slowly turned back to continue eating. Zhang Qiang was surprised, wondering if they had some sort of telepathic connection. Picking up my phone, I wanted to check if there were any news updates from the Tibetan region, but the phone showed no response. After fussing with the charger for a while, it still didn't work. Thinking about it, I realized it had been a few years. It was time for a new one. Entering the space, I began searching through various electrical appliances and hardware tools, and indeed found a phone, 2 brand new unopened latest model HW smartphones. I recalled that I had collected these in an office of an educational training institution in the commercial area of Chengdu, Sichuan province. At that time I had thoroughly searched the entire floor of this training institution and only found these 2 brand new smartphones along with a dozen boxes of bottled mineral water. I never expected them to be useful at this moment. I quickly took one out, opened the packaging, retrieved the SIM card from my old phone, inserted it into the new one and plugged it in to charge. After powering it on, I reset various functions, enabled fingerprint recognition, logged into the Tibetan region's website and re-downloaded the Public Service Hall application for Tibetan province. Having completed all the operations, I checked the updated official government news on the Tibetan region's website. My heart sank. What needed to come had indeed arrived. In the past few days, several cases of viral infection had been discovered in various regions of Tibetan province, and without any medication to treat them, patients had already died. Cities and regions across the province were already planning to seal off their areas, establishing traffic checkpoints, and all resident shelter bases in the province had implemented closed management, halting new resident applications. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and began to smoke slowly. Just yesterday I had seen on the Tibetan region's website a medical expert commenting on the outbreak of this viral infection in inland provinces. Once one case is discovered, it is likely that many more have already spread. This virus is highly contagious with an incubation period of about 3 to 4 days during which there are no noticeable symptoms, making it hard to detect. After the incubation period, infected individuals quickly become ill, and without timely medical treatment they would soon die. Zhang Qiang quickly pondered that since it was still daytime and the outside temperature was extremely high, the road to Dazi district should not be closed yet. He needed to leave. Extinguishing the cigarette, but Zhang Qiang swiftly packed all his belongings into a suitcase, took out a medical protective mask from his outdoor backpack, and holding Zhang Qiang and pulling the suitcase, took the elevator downstairs to check out at the front desk. Arriving at the underground parking lot, I started the car, lowered the sun visor, turned on the air conditioning, and quickly drove towards Dazi district after leaving the hotel. The 20-kilometer journey usually took less than half an hour, but Zhang Qiang felt that this stretch of road was particularly long. Sweat streamed down my face and I didn't even have time to wipe it off. Fortunately, there were no closed roads and I successfully entered Dazi district. Soon I arrived at the small town. At this time there were no vehicles or pedestrians on the road and the outdoor temperature had already reached 70 degrees. I opened the fence gate of the small courtyard, drove the SUV into the yard, covered the car with a thick black sunshade, and set up a folding canvas sunshade on the car. After closing the fence gate, I went inside the house and securely locked the door. Zhang Qiang was drenched in sweat, his face flushed. Zhang Qiang was panting heavily with his tongue out. I went into the innermost bedroom and took out a portable air conditioning unit from the space, plugged it in, turned on the cooling mode, and set the temperature to 23 degrees. From the suitcase I took out Zhang Qiang's water and food bowls and placed them against the wall, filling one bowl with clean water. Zhang Qiang ran over to the water bowl and began licking and drinking. I retrieved a large barrel of purified water from the space and slowly poured it over myself from head to toe while standing in the living room, feeling slightly more comfortable. Back in the bedroom, I already felt the coolness brought by the air conditioning. Sitting on an old wooden chair, I took out 2 bottles of sports vitamin drinks and downed them in a few gulps. After a few minutes, my body gradually began to recover. I couldn't help but sigh that at this moment life truly depended on the air conditioning. There was no denying it. Zhang Qiang had completely settled down in his heart, took off his wet clothes, dried his body, and changed into a pair of big shorts and a round-neck short-sleeve shirt. The 9-eyed heavenly pearl hanging from the silk thread around his neck was particularly eye-catching. He glanced around the bedroom and moved a few old pieces of furniture and a small bed from the wall to the other side of the main room. He took out the soft mattress and bedside table from the space and placed them in the center of the bedroom. One by one he brought out the energy-saving desk lamp, high-end tea-bar machine, double-door refrigerator, washing machine, coffee table, electric massage chair, liquefied gas stove, gas cylinder, dining table and chairs, pots and pans, everything that could be useful, and placed them in the bedroom, outer room and main room. He took out Zhang Qiang's dog bed and placed it in the corner. After tidying everything up, it felt much cozier and more comfortable, giving a sense of home. Sitting in the genuine leather electric massage chair, he relaxed and enjoyed a whole-body massage. He took out his phone, logged into the Tibetan region network, and checked the real-time news updates. The city of Sa had decided to block all roads leading into the urban area from outside regions before 11 o'clock in the morning, including all districts and counties under its jurisdiction. Zhang Qiang glanced at his watch. It was 11:30. He felt fortunate for his rational decision, realizing that if he waited any longer he would be unable to leave and the house would be a waste of rent. The key concern was that the population density in downtown Sa was high and he was living in a hotel. If a viral epidemic broke out, he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Even here he tried to stay indoors as much as possible. At most he would take his dog for a walk in the yard when it was slightly cooler at night. He needed to install the solar photovoltaic power generation equipment in the yard. With such scorching sunlight outdoors, it would be a shame not to take full advantage of it, and it would also save points for recharging electricity bills. He also had the electric water pumping equipment he brought back from the small villa he rented, which was just right for the well in this yard, saving him from carrying water back and forth in buckets every day to fill the large water tank. It would also make water usage for the washing machine much more convenient. Zhang Qiang pondered about his future life and suddenly realized that he was someone who liked to be frugal and was very suitable for living life. Days passed by leisurely and he kept an eye on the official news updates on the Tibetan region network. The viral epidemic had already spread wildly in various cities and regions of the Tibetan province. Everyday residents were being isolated by epidemic prevention personnel due to infection with the virus, and every day there were also those who died because there were no medicines available for treatment. Medical experts in the Tibetan province reported that according to various data from inland provinces, this viral epidemic only spreads between people, is highly contagious, and can cause severe damage to human lung organs. As long as personal protective measures and disinfection were properly implemented, infection could be avoided. The government continuously issued various strict control measures, but faced with the ongoing influx of infected individuals, the authorities and ordinary residents were extremely lacking in medical protection and disinfection supplies, rendering them powerless. All the roads in and out of the small town had also been completely blocked off by the villagers. Zhang Qiang disinfected his bedroom, outer room and main room twice a day with alcohol. The water drawn from the well was also treated with disinfectant tablets in the large water tank, and after being exposed to sunlight in the small yard it was used again. The villagers in the small town began to experience chaos due to shortages of various daily necessities. Almost every day there were several violent incidents, from the initial sneaky nighttime burglaries to daytime home invasions for robbery. For food, for a few bites to eat, there were no longer any bottom lines. Zhang Qiang stood at the door of the main room looking at the messy yard where the muddy ground was gradually stained red with blood, and there were severed limbs and arms with bloodstains everywhere. He had thrown the jungle machete, which had a rolled edge and a chipped blade, into the corner of the small yard. The air was thick with the smell of blood, making one extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for the medical protective mask he wore, he would probably have vomited bile. He didn't know how many times it was now having to deal with intruders trying to rob and plunder. Qiang was crouched by the door with its long tongue out, watching the outside vigilantly. Zhang Qiang tightly locked the door to the main room, first disinfecting himself and Qiang with an alcohol spray. He fetched water from the large water tank by the wall to wash off the bloodstains splattered on him, took a refreshing shower and changed into clean and comfortable summer clothes. Back in the bedroom he enjoyed the cool air from the air conditioning, filled Qiang's water bowl with fresh water and mixed a box of braised meat, canned food with rice in the dog bowl. The dog buried its head almost completely in the bowl. Zhang Qiang took out a boxed meal, grabbed 2 cans of chilled beer from the refrigerator, opened a box of spiced hairtail fish canned food and a bottle of beef chili sauce, and began to eat slowly. The extreme heat period had already lasted for a full year and 7 months, with daytime temperatures consistently hovering around 60 degrees while nighttime temperatures had dropped below 50 degrees. Zhang Qiang could clearly feel the temperature gradually dropping. It shouldn't be long before the extreme heat period would gradually pass, but the terrifying polar night was about to arrive. In the small town there were now no sounds of noise, and he hadn't seen any villagers. The eerie silence made it feel extraordinarily desolate and bleak. Zhang Qiang thought of only one possibility: that someone among the villagers had been infected with the viral epidemic, had not undergone isolation, protection or disinfection, leading to mutual infections, and ultimately there was only one result. He sighed unconsciously. Fortunately he had taken various preventive measures and preparations in advance. Being cautious and careful was never wrong. After all, there is only one life. The power supply in the town had long been cut off, and the official news on the Tibetan region network had not been updated for a long time. Until one morning his phone received a short official reminder text, which was a brief announcement. The outbreak of the viral epidemic, according to investigations and assessments by provincial medical experts, has completely disappeared. The official resident refuge bases in various cities and regions of the Tibetan province will lift the lockdown management and reopen from today, beginning to accept applications for entry from ordinary residents not affected by the viral epidemic. Zhang Qiang held a cigarette in his mouth, polishing the gleaming samurai sword in his hand while listening to the rustling wind outside. He thought to himself, sighing at the unknown number of people who had perished in this viral epidemic, unable to survive. Reality is often so cruel. In the face of various extreme disasters, people truly feel like mere ants. Qiang lay in its dog bed, chewing on its chew toy, making a crunching sound. Zhang Qiang lay in bed, stretching lazily, and glanced at the still sleeping Qiang nestled in the dog bed, breathing evenly. He got up and opened the curtains. Although the sunlight was still somewhat hot and glaring, it was much better than the extreme heat of before. He glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging outside, reading 32 degrees. Zhang Qiang felt a surge of excitement, reflecting that the extreme heat period had finally passed. Enduring it for 1 year and 9 months was no small feat. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, he took Qiang to the yard, gazing at the once rushing and winding river by the rocky shore, now completely dried up, revealing a riverbed strewn with sand and stones. The landscape was ravaged with cracked, hardened earth everywhere, devoid of any green plants. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, retrieved the off-road vehicle from his space, checked the fuel gauge and filled the tank with a 50-liter barrel of gasoline. Accompanied by Qiang, he made a circle around the nearby area, feeling only one thing: desolation. A desolation devoid of any signs of life. Returning to the small courtyard, he looked at the well, which had also run dry, packed the electric water pump into a cardboard box and stored it in his space. The outer walls of the house had developed large cracks, and it was no longer suitable for living. He packed the solar photovoltaic equipment and its auxiliary components from the wall into boxes and stored them in his space. Back inside the house, starting from the main room and going to the bedroom, he collected the stove, pots, bowls, various household appliances, furniture, daily necessities and personal items all into his space. Looking at the empty room, he felt a wave of disappointment and some confusion. But he quickly came to his senses. This current state of life was actually quite good, at least he was healthy, had enough food and clothing, and was free. He locked the door of the house and placed the key on the windowsill. He glanced at the neatly stacked dry firewood by the fence, more than a meter high, weighing about 2 to 3,000 Gene. This would be hard to find as firewood for warmth during the upcoming long nights, and he waved to store it in his space. Getting into the car with Zhang Qiang, he still took out a medical protective mask from his outdoor backpack and put it on, driving towards City. 20 minutes later he arrived in the downtown area of City. The once bustling commercial street was eerily silent, with no pedestrians or vehicles in sight. Now that the temperature was suitable for going out, there was no problem at all, especially since the viral plague had completely disappeared. However, the entire city felt like a ghost town, utterly deserted. He parked next to the entrance of the former 4-star Shuashan Jingguang Hotel, got out of the car with Zhang Qiang, and saw a government notice posted on the glass door. It was a notice prohibiting all public service industries from operating during the outbreak of the viral plague. The doorknob of the glass door was wrapped in a chain. Zhang Qiang and Zhang Qiang tried to enter the hotel through the fire safety passage from the underground parking lot, only to find that the fire exit was also locked with a chain. He quickly took out a hydraulic cutter from his space and soon cut through the chain. Upon reaching the hotel lobby on the first floor, he found it still relatively clean and tidy, showing no signs of chaos. Everything seemed normal except for the absence of people. Zhang Qiang recalled the situation outside, concluding that there was only one possibility: the hotel had closed its doors for business before the viral outbreak, and now with the city suffering from the plague, there had been no timely isolation and control, resulting in widespread infections and deaths, leaving only a few survivors. The survivors must all be in the residence shelter base, as it was the first to implement strict control and closed management, completely isolating it from the outside world. Thinking of this, he sighed heavily. In times of extreme disaster, there would be many abnormal deaths every day. Although he understood that this was unavoidable, he still felt sadness and helplessness, having to take care of himself. The dog excitedly ran around in the lobby, and Zhang Qiang could only smile wryly and shake his head. He wandered around the lobby, hoping to find some valuable supplies. Upon entering a Tibetan-style restaurant, he found that aside from some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and seasoning, all other ingredients had already spoiled and rotted, so he ignored it. In the small storage room of the kitchen, he collected over a dozen boxes of well-packaged oil, salt, soy sauce, and various seasonings, but saw several bags of rice and flour that were already moldy and spoiled, so he gave up on those. He went to the neighboring franchise store, glanced at the display case filled with specialty souvenirs from various regions of the Tibetan province, felt no interest, and turned to leave. In the storage room for daily necessities in the hotel, he collected over a dozen boxes of laundry liquid, laundry powder, dozens of boxes of toilet paper, facial tissues, various boxes of soap towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, and disposable slippers. Finally, he arrived at the manager's office, where he found two well-crafted, sturdy and sharp steel Tibetan knives, a long one and a short one, on the bookshelf. In the locked bottom drawer of the desk, he unexpectedly found an HKP-7 pistol, 2 magazines, and 2 boxes of ammunition, which thrilled Zhang Qiang, and he promptly stored them in his space. After a careful search, finding no more valuable supplies, he returned to the outside of the hotel with the dog. Sitting in the car, he accessed the space and saw that the various supplies he had collected had been automatically categorized and organized into different storage areas. Looking at the shelves in the self-defense weapon area, he saw 4 handguns, a submachine gun, a box of M26 high-explosive grenades, 3 Tibetan knives, a katana, a military standard dagger, 2 high-powered electric batons, 2 lightweight bulletproof vests rated at level 7, and several types of magazines and full boxes of ammunition. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Qiang's face. Although he hadn't gathered much, he had obtained what he needed most and felt quite satisfied. He started the off-road vehicle and slowly turned along the road. After slowly driving for over half an hour on the road, Zhang Qiang spotted a 3-story building at the roadside, which was an official resource sales point, and pulled over. The entrance of the sales point was a rolling shutter door that could be pulled up and down. Zhang Qiang took a crowbar from the trunk of his SUV, inserted it into the gap at the bottom of the rolling shutter, and forcefully lifted it, forcing the door open. Zhang Qiang placed the crowbar back in the trunk and entered the official sales point. The sales point had 2 rooms, with the front being the sales area and the back being the resource storage room. The storage room had a regular wooden door and lock. Zhang Qiang kicked the door open, revealing a large amount of various boxed daily necessities inside. He noticed 6 boxes of vacuum-packed dried yak meat, 10 boxes of vacuum-packed barley grain cakes, 5 boxes of vacuum-packed dried vegetables, 5 boxes of vacuum-packed yak butter, along with over 30 boxes of various daily supplies. He then waved his hand, storing all the resources into his space. Turning around, he exited the resource sales point and pulled down the rolling shutter door. He thought to himself that given the current situation, the government departments likely had not yet sent anyone to collect resources, so it was a good opportunity to gather as many useful living supplies as possible. Once the extreme night period arrives, resources, especially food and energy supplies, will become even scarcer. Zhang Qiang was very clear that when the extreme night period began, the daytime would shorten while the nights would extend until there was no more daylight, leaving only the dark of night. The climate would also change due to prolonged darkness, with temperatures continuously dropping. Moreover, the Tibetan region inherently has a unique geographical climate, causing temperatures to fall faster and become colder than in inland provinces. The most terrifying aspect is that the duration of the extreme night period could last longer than both the extreme cold and extreme heat periods. Without daylight and sunshine, the environmental climate would become exceptionally harsh and cold. Under such conditions, it would be impossible to grow crops, and the growth of poultry and livestock would suffer devastating blows. Social order would become increasingly chaotic, bloody, and brutal, possibly leading to cannibalism. In any country or city, after the consumption during the previous years of extreme climate disasters, the remaining food reserves and various food supplies would be targets that anyone would fight desperately for. Zhang Qiang shuddered involuntarily at the thought of facing this grim reality. Soon the actual situation was even more severe than he had imagined. He opened his phone and logged into the online service hall, checking that there were a total of 16 official resource sales points in the city of scarcity. Besides the one he had already collected resources from, he carefully noted the specific directions to the other 15 points. For now, these are the only places where he could find useful daily necessities, especially food. He drove according to the order of the locations, collecting resources one by one, but found that several sales points had already sold out their supplies. From the remaining 9 resource sales points, he collected over 200 boxes of various food supplies and over 300 boxes of daily necessities. After collecting the supplies from the last official resource sales point, he returned to his car. Just as he drove away, a police car with flashing lights approached from the front. Zhang Qiang was surprised to finally see a living person. After thinking for a moment, he pulled over to the side of the road, got out of the car, and stood beside it. The police car stopped in front of Zhang Qiang's SUV, and 2 fully armed police officers got out. They approached him, sizing him up before glancing inside the SUV. One of the officers asked, "Where are you from and what are you doing? Please show me your identification." Zhang Qiang retrieved his identification card and resource point exchange chip card from his outdoor backpack in the car and handed them to the officer who asked the questions. With a sincere expression, he said, "I live in the town of Dazi district. The residents of the town were all infected during the recent outbreak of the viral plague. I live alone on the outskirts of the town and have had no contact with them, which is why I escaped unharmed. A few days ago, I received a text message from the government notifying me that the viral plague had completely disappeared and the resident shelter base was lifted from lockdown and reopened to accept applications from residents outside, so I came here. I wanted to check out the resident shelter base, but am not familiar with the roads here, so I kept driving around the streets hoping to ask someone for directions, but I haven't seen a single person." The officer pulled out a handheld police terminal to verify Zhang Qiang's identification and chip card. After confirming there were no issues, he returned the documents to Zhang Qiang. He quietly said, "There are no ordinary residents left in scarcity's urban area now. Before the viral plague outbreak, the government had already transferred healthy residents to a shelter base established 18 kilometers away in the Duolondiking district. The residents who did not evacuate in time during the viral plague outbreak were mostly infected. Now the entire urban area here has essentially become a no man's land, with all water, electricity, and gas supplies cut off. The government will gradually restore normal life in this urban area based on the actual conditions of future extreme climate disasters. You should head to the resident shelter base as soon as possible. You can find the specific route from here to the resident shelter base on the Tibetan region's online services." Zhang Qiang nodded and said, "Okay, thank you. I will go to the resident shelter base now." After speaking, he turned and got into the car, opened the navigation on his phone, searched for the location of the scarcity resident shelter base, and drove away. The police watched Zhang Qiang drive away, and one officer expressed a hint of doubt. The other officer chuckled, saying, "Look at that dog in his SUV, it's really wealthed, even more robust than the police dogs we had before. A person who can keep a dog like that must have some background or be wealthy. Unlike us who work hard patrolling all day just to keep our families afloat." The 2 officers exchanged wry smiles and continued their patrol. As Zhang Qiang drove, he quickly pondered that the order in the government resident shelter base should be relatively stable and good. Daily necessities should still be relatively sufficient, at least to ensure the basic daily life of ordinary residents, otherwise it would be challenging to maintain in the long run. However, it would not be easy for ordinary residents to live comfortably in the resident shelter base, and it certainly would not be a free welfare provided by the government. It should be similar to the shelter bases established in inland provinces, where residents must participate in various labor or complete assigned tasks to earn the right to a stable life in the base. He could go and take a look, and if it seemed decent, he could settle down there. It would be best to safely and stably endure the upcoming extreme night and day periods. If it didn't work out, he would find a way to leave and make further plans. Following the route on his phone's navigation, he arrived at Duolongdiking district in just over 20 minutes. From afar he saw a seemingly endless wall stretching far away, and outside the wall was a deep trench that accompanied the wall without visible boundaries. The 4-meter-high thick wall was topped with half-meter-high barbed wire and razor wire. About every 100 meters there was a sentry post with 2 fully armed soldiers on guard. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and took slow puffs, estimating that the area of the resident shelter base was quite large. Just looking at the wall he could not see the end of it, indicating that it was definitely a large-scale resident shelter base, likely the largest one established in the entire Tibetan region. After thinking for a moment, he retrieved 10 investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, from the shelf in his space where he stored gold separately, and took 4 packs of ordinary Huangdalo cigarettes from the section for tobacco and tea, placing them into his outdoor multifunctional backpack. He also took 2 boxes of ordinary brand liquor, 1 box of ordinary brand dry red wine, and 1 box of ordinary brand foreign wine, storing them in the trunk of the car. He took 5 bags of dried yak meat, 5 bags of barley grain cakes, and 2 bags of dried vegetables, placing them in a small cardboard box on the passenger seat. He quickly found the entrance to the resident shelter base along the wall. At the entrance stood a particularly tall and heavy steel electric sliding door, tightly closed. To the left of the door was a fully enclosed container-style guard post where 2 armed soldiers with stern expressions were stationed. To the right of the sliding door was a 2-tier inspection station made from 2 large stacked containers. More than 10 meters away from the sliding door were 2 parallel spiked barricades. Zhang Qiang parked his vehicle beside the barricades. If he didn't know this was a civilian refuge base, he would have thought it was a military camp. After turning off the engine and getting out of the car, he walked up to the barricades. 2 government staff members emerged from the inspection station and approached him. One of them asked, "Are you here to declare your entry into the civilian refuge base? Please show your identification and resource points exchange chip card." Zhang Qiang replied yes. He took out his identification and chip card from his pocket and handed them to the staff. The staff member took the identification, pulled out a terminal information scanner, inserted the chip card, scanned the identification, and after verification returned the documents and chip card to Zhang Qiang. The staff member said to Zhang Qiang, "Please drive your vehicle to the front of the inspection station for inspection." After speaking, the 2 staff members moved the spiked barricades aside. Zhang Qiang got back into the car and drove it to the front of the inspection station. After turning off the engine, he got out with his dog Sha Chang. The 2 staff members looked at Zhang Qiang and the stout dog with expressions of surprise. After carefully inspecting the off-road vehicle and the belongings Zhang Qiang carried, the staff members were somewhat dumbfounded. It had been a long time since they had seen such scarce and sought-after items like tobacco and alcohol, especially entire cartons of cigarettes and cases of liquor. Confirming there were no prohibited items or other issues, they led Zhang Qiang into the inspection station office to complete the entry registration procedures. One staff member said, "You have 1161 points left on your resource points exchange chip card. Once inside the base you can recharge points at the residence service hall on the first floor of building 1 or go to the employment service window to choose jobs that can earn corresponding reward points. Life in the base is similar to that outside, all expenses are paid with points. Vehicles can only be parked in designated parking lots within the base. You can rent a fixed parking space monthly or choose temporary parking, paying for it daily." Zhang Qiang nodded, smiling as he said, "Okay, I understand, thank you." He wondered why his chip card only showed 1161 points instead of the 2361 points he thought he had. Suddenly recalling that he had transferred 1200 points for 3 months' rent to the owner of a farmhouse during the peak of the viral outbreak, he realized he hadn't made any transfers since. He thought to himself that he was quite kind. Most people in such times would likely stop paying rent. Zhang Qiang looked at the staff member and asked, "I want to know, in the base, is housing self-rented or is it designated by the government?" The staff member laughed, saying, "With such a stout dog, even if they were to assign you a place, you probably wouldn't want it. For residents with poor economic conditions and few points on their chip cards, the government arranges collective dormitories for 24 people per room, charging points monthly based on bed space. Those with slightly better economic conditions can choose from dormitories accommodating 12, 8, 6, or 4 people. Individuals with good economic conditions, such as couples or larger families, can select 2-person rooms, single rooms, or family suites. However, many residents living in the base choose 4-person and 2-person rooms. Fewer opt for single rooms and family suites due to their higher costs. Moreover, there are strict residency rules in the base that limit the number of occupants based on the room type. For example, a single room can only accommodate 2 people and a family suite can hold up to 5. After listening, Zhang Qiang understood and expressed his gratitude to the staff. The steel electric sliding door began to move slowly and Zhang Qiang drove slowly into the civilian refuge base. What met his eyes was a row of neatly arranged 7-story apartment buildings not far away, as well as rows of 5-story residential buildings with wider spacing between them. Behind were hundreds of three-story townhouses, and at the innermost and quietest area with the best environment there were dozens of two-story detached villas. Zhang Qiang smiled slightly. At any time there would be a differentiation of classes. There would never be absolute fairness in this world, only a perceived sense of equitable fairness. Following the direction indicated by the road signs, he drove into a parking lot near the wall. The parking lot had various types and brands of cars, around 200 in total. Zhang Qiang found a spot near the exit and parked his car. As he got out of the car holding Sha Qiang, he saw a lean young man with a big smile standing in front of him. Sha Qiang's ears perked up and he let out a low growl at the young man. The lean young man looked nervous and took 2 steps back. Zhang Qiang reached out to comb his dog, smiling at the young man as he asked, "What can I do for you?" The lean young man smiled faintly, casting a fearful glance at the dog, and said, "Big brother, you just arrived at the base, right? Do you want to rent a parking space monthly or pay daily for parking?" Zhang Qiang took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and then offered one to the lean young man, saying, "Is there a difference?" The lean young man beamed, taking the cigarette with both hands, sniffing it and carefully putting it into his jacket pocket. He said, thank you, big brother. There is a difference. If you rent a parking space monthly, it costs 180 points per month. If you pay daily, it's 8 points per day. Of course, renting monthly is more economical. Moreover, whether you rent monthly or pay daily, I'll waive your parking fee for today. Zhang Qiang smiled, saying, "Then I'll rent a parking space monthly. Where do I pay the parking fee?" The lean young man pulled out a portable wireless card reader from his bag and smiled, saying, "Big brother, you can pay me here." "How many months would you like to rent?" Zhang Qiang took out his chip card from his outdoor backpack and handed it to the lean young man, saying, "1 month. The lean young man replied, "Okay, big brother, I'll start counting from tomorrow." After inserting the chip card into the payment terminal and deducting 180 points, he returned the chip card to Zhang Qiang with a smile. "Big brother, my name is Jiza. I'm a local from Sa City and I'm in charge of this parking lot. I'm very familiar with the base. If you need any help in the future, feel free to come find me at the parking lot. I'm usually at the security booth near the exit." Zhang Qiang took the chip card, put it into his outdoor backpack and said, "Okay, thank you." After that, he led Sha Qiang out of the parking lot and walked toward Building 1. The lean young man took out a cigarette from his pocket, sniffed it deeply and muttered to himself while watching Zhang Qiang's departing figure, "No wonder my eyelids have been twitching since morning. I've met the god of wealth today." After walking for over 10 minutes while holding Sha Qiang's hand, they arrived at the convenience service hall of the No. 1 office building, immediately drawing the attention of many people who were focused on the stout Sha Qiang. Zhang Qiang looked at the 7 or 8 service windows in the hall, and leading Sha Qiang, they first approached the housing consultation and rental service window. After sitting down, the female staff member smiled and said, "Do you want to apply for housing rental?" Zhang Qiang smiled and replied, "Yes, I wonder what kind of rooms are available and how many points are needed." The female staff member smiled and took out a brochure, placing it on the counter, saying, "You can take a look. All the rental properties in the base are listed here. The prices shown here are only for the rental of the houses, and water and electricity fees need to be recharged separately." Zhang Qiang picked up the brochure and carefully flipped through it. It was similar to what the staff at the entrance checkpoint had mentioned, but he did not expect the prices to be so high. The types of townhouses and detached villas he saw on the way over were not available for rent. They were likely reserved for dignitaries and leaders from the province. With Sha Qiang in tow, living with others was definitely not an option. In fact, even without his pet, Zhang Qiang would not consider sharing a room with anyone. The single room was about 10 square meters, featuring a 1.5-meter bed, a nightstand, a simple wardrobe, a small desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner, with a monthly rent of 1,500 points. The single suite was approximately 23 square meters, equipped with a private bathroom, including a 13-square-meter bedroom with a large 1.8-meter bed, a nightstand, a double-door wardrobe, a desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. Outside the bedroom was a small activity room of about 6 square meters, furnished with a single sofa and a small coffee table. The bathroom was around 4 square meters, featuring a shower, a flush toilet, a single shower cabinet, and a small washing machine. The monthly rent was 3,200 points. The family suite was approximately 40 square meters, with a 14-square-meter bedroom, a large 1.8-meter bed, 2 nightstands, a 4-door double wardrobe, a desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. There was also a secondary bedroom of about 10 square meters, containing a 1.5-meter bed, a nightstand, a double-door wardrobe, a small desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. Outside the bedroom was a small living room of about 8 square meters, equipped with a dining table, 4 chairs, and a water dispenser. The bathroom was around 5 square meters, with a dry and wet separation, featuring a shower, a flush toilet, a double shower cabinet, and a washing machine. There was also a kitchen of about 3 square meters, containing an exhaust hood, an induction cooker, a microwave, a sink with a faucet, and a double-door refrigerator. The monthly rent was 5,500 points. Zhang Qiang looked at these three types of houses and leaned towards the single suite as its area was sufficient for him and Qiang, and he could fully accept the rent of 3,200 points. However, the lack of a kitchen was indeed inconvenient for him. Whenever he wanted to cook something delicious, he could only think about it. In the end, he decided to rent a family suite. It might be a bit expensive, but it would be more comfortable. The extra secondary bedroom could be used for storage and could accommodate Qiang, and the bathroom was larger. Most importantly, there was a kitchen where he could cook any time. The female staff member noticed Zhang Qiang's interest in the family suite and felt very pleased as this was part of her work performance. Few residents in the base would spend so many points each month to rent such a suite. She then smiled and said, "The family suite you are looking at is located in a 5-story residential building and all are newly decorated. After supplying some daily necessities, you can move in directly. If you prefer the family suite, I can offer you a corner unit on a good floor which also comes with a small balcony. The area of the balcony is not included in the suite's area, allowing you to dry clothes without having to go to the rooftop." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, beautiful. I will go exchange for some points first and then come back to you to process the rental for the family suite." After speaking, he stood up holding Qiang and walked towards the material point exchange window. At the exchange window, he took out 10 investment gold bars and a material point exchange chip card from his outdoor backpack, placing them on the counter, and said to the staff, "Could you please help me exchange these investment gold bars for points?" The staff at the exchange window looked surprised and said, "This is the first time I've encountered someone exchanging so many investment gold bars for points since I started working at the base. Please wait a moment, we will weigh and inspect the investment gold bars." After speaking, they placed the 10 investment gold bars on the electronic scale for weighing while another staff member conducted a destructive inspection of the gold bars. 5 minutes later, the staff credited 30000 points to Zhang Qiang's chip card with the electronic screen displaying a balance of 30981 points. Zhang Qiang looked at the staff and asked how are packaged cigarettes and alcohol exchanged for points. The staff paused for a moment and quietly said, "Although the material point exchange manual has provisions for points exchange for items like cigarettes and alcohol, so far no one has come to exchange such scarce and sought-after items for points. If you wish to use cigarettes and alcohol to exchange for points, I can apply to my superiors for a satisfactory exchange amount." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Thank you. I will come back to exchange when I need it in the future." After retrieving his chip card, he felt his outdoor backpack was significantly lighter. He took Qiang back to the housing consultation and rental service window and smiled at the female staff member, saying, "Could you take me to see the family suite first? If it suits me, I will finalize the rental." The female staff member smiled broadly and said, "Of course. I'll take you there now." Living in a 5-story residential building offers much better safety and privacy compared to a 7-story apartment building. To enter the unit door, one must swipe the access card for their suite. Each building has a manager on duty 24 hours a day, and there are professional cleaners who clean the building's interior regularly. After speaking, she retrieved the key and access card for the family suite from the back office and led Zhang Qiang to the 5-story residential building. They viewed a family suite located on the west side of the 3rd floor, and the facilities inside the suite were basically consistent with what the female staff member had described. After taking a tour of the suite, Zhang Qiang felt quite satisfied, especially with the addition of a balcony for drying clothes. He asked, "How is the water and electricity charged?" The female staff member thought for a moment and said that tap water in the base costs 5 points per ton and electricity is 6 points per kilowatt. You can directly bind the building number and room number of the base family suite on the convenience website service hall on your phone to recharge and pay for water and electricity, or you can also recharge and pay at the self-service payment machine in the base's convenience service hall. Zhang Qiang nodded, leading Qiang and the female staff member back to the convenience service hall of the No. 1 office building. He signed the base housing rental contract and used his chip card to pay 3 months' rent of 16500 points. The female staff member handed him 3 door keys and 2 access cards. He also recharged 200 points for water and 300 points for electricity at the self-service payment machine. He took out his phone, logged into the convenience website service hall, and saw that his personal information already displayed his rental record and recharge transaction history in the base. From now on, he could pay his rent on his phone with the option to pay monthly. Looking at the balance on his chip card, which was still 13981 points, Zhang Qiang furrowed his brow. It seemed that living a stable and carefree life in the base was not easy. Leading Qiang to the parking lot, he parked the SUV downstairs and carried 2 boxes of white wine, 1 box of red wine, and a box of food supplies into the family suite on the 3rd floor. He took out cleaning tools and busied himself for half a day tidying up the new home, taking out various daily necessities, appliances, and personal hygiene products, placing them one by one, and laid out the bed sheets, pillows, and bamboo mat to redo the large bed in the bedroom. He placed Zhang Qiang's water bowl food bowl dog bed and an outdoor stainless steel folding drying rack on the small balcony. Looking at the entrance door, it was a sturdy iron fireproof and theft-proof door with very good anti-theft locking mechanisms. In fact, there was no need to worry too much as daily life would mostly be at home, especially with the highly alert dog. Looking at the newly arranged and organized home, he felt a special warmth and comfort and a sense of belonging. After taking a hot shower, he put his dirty clothes from the past few days into the washing machine and hung them on the balcony to dry. He filled the dog's water bowl with fresh water and put a bag of dried yak meat in the food bowl. Zhang Qiang excitedly ran to the balcony and began eating. In the kitchen, he used a rice cooker to steam a pot of rice, made a tomato seaweed egg soup, stir-fried a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes and a plate of cumin lamb, pouring himself a glass of laojiao teca before sitting in the living room to enjoy his meal. Sitting in front of the desk in the bedroom, he gazed at the soft bright sunlight outside the window, feeling particularly cheerful. He placed an outdoor thermometer on the windowsill, lit a cigarette and began to smoke. He picked up his phone, opened the Tibetan area network and checked the latest announcements issued by government departments. Due to the prolonged extreme climate disasters, a large influx of outsiders into the Tibetan province seeking refuge had caused a severe shortage of food supplies and various daily necessities within the province. With the recent gradual improvement in the climate, the government encouraged the public to actively cultivate barren land, providing seeds for free through official agricultural departments to plant various crops and achieve self-sufficiency. Zhang Qiang sighed. The temporary improvement in the climate was merely a prelude to the next extreme disaster. It could only provide a brief respite for the struggling populace. Before long, the polar night period would commence and life would become even more difficult. Exiting the Tibetan area network, he logged into the convenience online service hall and saw the information section where the base had recently published employment information. Residents could choose to sign up for jobs being recruited at the base according to their skills. There were jobs in agriculture and forestry, crop planting, greenhouse cultivation, medicinal herb planting and cultivation, water and power engineering, construction and maintenance, basic construction projects for the base, as well as kindergartens, primary and secondary schools, small commercial markets, community hospitals, internal security patrol teams and various facilities for housing, construction, daily maintenance of water, electricity and internet with reasonable points exchange for wages based on job positions and working hours. After looking for a while, he felt there was no particularly suitable job for him, so it was better to stay home peacefully for now. The main reason he chose to live at the base was to ensure a safe and stable life during the upcoming polar night and polar day. If he had to rely on hard work to earn points for living, it would be better to roam outside and enjoy more freedom. Living at the base in the future, as long as he followed the rules and avoided conflicts with other residents, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the ordinary residents living at the base were all focused on how to work and earn more points to support their families, with very few thinking about causing trouble. Furthermore, the future development of the residents' refuge base was uncertain. With the ongoing deterioration of extreme climate disasters, how long could it last? Everything was unknown. For now, it was enough to live well in the present. Everything else could only be taken one step at a time. When the time came that he could no longer stay, he would leave. Looking at the shelf in the space dedicated to storing gold, there were still 50 investment gold bars weighing 500 grams each in the storage box, and 2 metal briefcases contained 24 investment gold bars weighing 1,000 grams each. Based on his current monthly expenses for rent, utilities and parking fees, the points he could exchange for these investment gold bars would be enough to support his living at the base for 3 to 4 years. After 3 to 4 years, the polar night and polar day should have passed. After a brief period of peace, the greater disasters to follow would be massive global earthquakes and tsunamis. Thinking of this, he decided not to dwell any longer on it and to go with the flow. After a night of peaceful sleep, he woke up and completed his morning routine, only to find that it was already past 8 o'clock. He mixed a box of braised chicken chunks with rice for Zhang Qiang and simply cooked a pack of instant noodles for himself, adding an egg, spinach, sausage and mushrooms. The taste was surprisingly delightful, leaving him feeling a bit stuffed. Taking Zhang Qiang for a walk downstairs, he noticed that the residential area was very quiet with hardly anyone around. A cleaning lady approached him smiling as she asked, "Hello ma'am, why does this residential area feel so silent? Are there fewer people living here?" The cleaning lady glanced at Zhang Qiang, and the dog squatting beside him frowned slightly and softly replied, "There are actually quite a number of people living in this residential building. Most of the ordinary residents in the base live in the nearby 7-story apartment building, where the housing prices are more affordable. At this time, most people are already at work. Aside from the elderly and children, few remain at home. To maintain a normal standard of living in the base, substantial points are required for daily expenses. Many people must work 2 or 3 jobs just to get by." With a sigh, she lowered her head to continue cleaning the ground. Zhang Qiang understood the current situation in the base. It was similar in the inland provinces' refugee shelters, perhaps even more difficult and harsh than here in the Tibetan provinces. In fact, even in times of prosperity without extreme disasters, most ordinary residents struggle greatly to make ends meet for their daily meals and family support. There are elderly people in their 60s and 70s still toiling under the sun at construction sites drenched in sweat, and there are also very young delivery men riding electric bikes bustling through the city streets from dawn until midnight just to earn a few coins. After dropping Zhang Qiang home to guard the house, Zhang Qiang slung his multifunctional outdoor backpack over his shoulder and left the residential area, heading towards the nearby commercial district. He needed to buy some daily necessities. Although they weren't strictly necessary, it was still important to make an appearance. The entire commercial area consisted of 2 stories, and it was rather desolate inside, with only a few shops on the bottom floor open for business. The largest store was the official supply store of the base. Zhang Qiang noticed a small barbershop and touched his long hair. He usually cut his hair himself using grooming tools in front of the mirror, which felt awkward now. He finally had the chance to have it professionally trimmed. Upon entering the shop, he paid 20 points for a buzz cut, and after a wash he felt much fresher and lighter. Exiting the barbershop, he entered the official supply store, where there were no other customers and 2 staff members were chatting idly. Looking at the empty shelves in the store, Zhang Qiang noticed there were only a few basic daily necessities. One of the staff members stood up and softly asked, "What would you like to buy?" Currently, the variety of supplies available in the store is quite limited, with only the most basic daily items and a small amount of food for sale. Zhang Qiang saw that there were only 2 types of food on the shelves: vacuum-packed beef-flavored compressed biscuits in 400-gram packs and vacuum-packed yak butter in 250-gram packs, and he immediately inquired, "Are those the only 2 food options available?" The staff member nodded and replied, "Yes, ordinary residents in the base generally have to go to the large cafeteria to eat for their 2 meals a day using their chip cards. The 2 types of food sold here are merely for residents with better economic conditions to supplement their nutrition, and each person's chip card can only purchase 1 pack of yak butter and 2 packs of beef-flavored compressed biscuits each month." Zhang Qiang, somewhat surprised, stroked his chin. He hadn't ventured out much during his 2 days in the base, focusing on tidying up his room and cooking for himself, and he was just now realizing that residents have to eat at the large cafeteria every day. After pondering, he asked, "Is there a limit on the quantity of meals at the large cafeteria? Can we take our food back to eat?" The staff looked at Zhang Qiang, their expression somewhat disheartened, as they said, "You must be new to the base, right? Haven't you eaten at the large cafeteria yet? In the cafeteria, each person can only receive 1 meal with their chip card, and the portion is small, barely enough to fill you up." Since the extreme weather disaster began, crops in the Tibetan provinces have almost all failed, and the government's various food reserves are now severely depleted. Being able to eat here in the base is already quite difficult. I've heard that many residents in the inland provinces' refugee shelters have already experienced numerous starvation incidents. Sigh. With that, she let out a long sigh. Listening to the staff's sigh, Zhang Qiang was at a loss for words. He purchased some daily necessities: a pack of yak butter and 2 packs of beef-flavored compressed biscuits, paying 480 points before turning to leave the supply store. Following the signs along the way, he found the base's large cafeteria, glancing at the posted meal times for 2 servings a day, preparing to come back for meals every day starting in the afternoon. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Qiang arrived at the base's cafeteria half an hour early. He looked inside and saw the residents already lined up in 6 long queues waiting to receive their meals. He then entered and stood at the back of the line. Zhang Qiang glanced at the information panel in the service hall of the mobile convenience website and found some basic details about the disaster relief base in the provincial capital Scarcity. The entire disaster relief base covers an area of 50 square kilometers and has 4 entrances and exits capable of accommodating up to 300,000 residents. There are 20 large cafeterias, 5 small cafeterias, 4 large residential districts, 3 commercial areas, 2 hospitals, 1 school, 2 office areas, 1 military camp, 1 small helicopter airport, and the base is equipped with a comprehensive living support system, including a thermal power plant, a water supply plant, a sewage treatment plant, a garbage disposal plant, a large warehouse for daily necessities, a large energy materials storage warehouse, a food processing plant, a livestock slaughter processing plant, a machinery factory, a greenhouse planting area, a traditional Chinese medicine planting area, a crop planting area, a cattle and sheep grazing area, and a computer network information processing center. The base is a large-scale disaster relief facility, essentially functioning as a well-equipped small city. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Zhang Qiang's turn. He took out his chip card and paid 15 points, receiving a portion of rice and a bowl of vegetable soup from the cafeteria staff. When he opened the small box containing the rice, he found only 2 rice balls weighing about 4 ounces, and the vegetable soup was made with dried vegetables. Zhang Qiang placed the rice balls and soup into a bag and walked out of the large cafeteria towards the residential area. On the way, he ran into the lean young man Jizha, who was in charge of monitoring the parking lot. Upon seeing Zhang Qiang, he enthusiastically greeted him. "Brother, are you heading to the cafeteria? How do the rice balls and soup suit your taste?" Zhang Qiang smiled. "How could they not suit my taste? Right now, just being able to fill my stomach is already quite good." The lean young man with a beaming smile quietly said, "Brother, if you find these not to your liking, I have a friend working in the base cafeteria who could help you get some other food that is surely more delicious than these rice balls and soup you got from the cafeteria." Zhang Qiang frowned slightly and replied softly, "Thank you, but I'm not particular about food. As long as I can fill my stomach I'm fine. So I don't need anything for now. I'll come to you if I need it later." The lean young man observed Zhang Qiang's expression and understandingly smiled. "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I need to head to the cafeteria now." Zhang Qiang nodded and the lean young man quickly walked towards the cafeteria. Back at home, Qiang wagged his tail and ran over. Zhang Qiang mixed the vegetable soup with one of the rice balls and poured it into Qiang's bowl. Qiang sniffed the bowl on the balcony, then ran back to Zhang Qiang, barking twice. Zhang Qiang picked up the remaining rice ball and began to eat, gently patting Qiang's head, and said softly, "This is food. If you don't eat it you might not get anything at all in the future." Qiang seemed to understand Zhang Qiang's words and happily ran to the balcony to eat. After finishing the rice ball, Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and thought back to his previous life during the extreme climate disasters, when he had eaten almost anything that could fill his belly yet rarely felt satisfied. A bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. These days are too comfortable, which is not a good thing. In fact, enduring some hardship is not bad, as remembering the bitterness allows one to appreciate the sweetness. His phone received a text message. Upon checking, he found it was from Uncle Chen. "How are you doing now? Is everything all right? Where are you? I visited the community once and saw the condition of the house you lived in, so I knew you had left." Zhang Qiang thought for a moment and replied, "Uncle Chen, I'm doing well now. I'm in City. How about you?" "I'm relieved to hear that. I'm working at the disaster relief base now and everything is fine. My friend in City is the one I traded with you last time. I wanted to ask if that kind of medicine can still be procured." Zhang Qiang smiled. During their last meal together, he recalled that the middle-aged man mentioned it was for a leader's family in the Tibetan province. Thus Uncle Chen's friend should also be living well at the base. He quickly replied, "I need to contact my client to find out. I'll get back to you shortly." Soon he received Uncle Chen's reply, "Okay." Zhang Qiang put down his phone and began to think quickly. He learned about various rules and regulations of the disaster relief base from the introduction in the mobile convenience website service hall. Ordinary residents wishing to leave the base must have appropriate reasons and must apply to the police department of the base in advance. Only after approval can they be issued a temporary exit permit to leave the base. This is a good opportunity to go out and take a look around, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave. He picked up his phone and replied to Uncle Chen, "My client is currently in Naku. Unless there are unforeseen circumstances, it should be fine. This time I should be able to provide a 2-year supply of medicine, but we need to discuss it in person. I'm currently at the disaster relief base in City. If your friend is in City, he can contact me." Not long after, Uncle Chen replied, "Okay, I've informed my friend. He will contact you soon." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Looking up, he noticed that the sky outside was gradually darkening. He checked his watch, it was only 6:30. Normally it wouldn't get dark until after 9, and he distinctly remembered that it had been dark past 9 last night. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly surged within him. The polar night was approaching. After taking a shower and putting his clothes in the washing machine, the phone rang. Zhang Qiang returned to the bedroom, picked up his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. After answering, it was a friend of Uncle Chen, and after a few polite exchanges they got straight to the point. As he had anticipated, Uncle Chen's friend was also living at the base and was staying in the adjacent row of villas. Zhang Qiang presented his request if he could help him acquire some medicines. This time he wouldn't need any supplies in exchange, but required a special pass that would allow him to enter and exit the base freely in the future, as well as the opportunity to learn helicopter piloting skills. After hearing Zhang Qiang's request, the person on the other end fell silent for a moment before replying that they would get back to Zhang Qiang later, and then hung up the phone. Zhang Qiang put down his phone, lit a cigarette and began to smoke while gazing at the sky, which had completely darkened. He no longer needed to stockpile any supplies. The vast reserves within his space were already sufficient for him to consume for a lifetime. Most importantly, he had various types of energy resources, various medical and healthcare supplies, various grains, oil, seasonings, meats, dried goods, seafood, frozen foods, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, instant foods, drinking water, dairy products, snacks, desserts, alcohol, tea, various daily necessities, a reserve of 1,200 tons of fresh water, various land vehicles like boats and motorized transport, various gas and diesel generators, solar photovoltaic power and storage equipment, various electrical appliances and hardware tools, various outdoor equipment, weapons, ammunition, and self-defense materials. Almost every day Zhang Qiang would enter his space with his consciousness to check on all the supplies he had stocked, which he found to be quite enjoyable. The only regret was the lack of a flying motorized vehicle and his inability to pilot one, which is why he made this request to the other party, speculating that they might have the capability to fulfill it, especially since he only wanted to learn helicopter flying skills, not to acquire a helicopter. From the information provided by the community service hall, he learned that there was a small helicopter airport within the base, and since there was an airport there would certainly be helicopters. Zhang Qiang knew clearly that after the end of the polar night and polar day there would soon be a greater extreme disaster, a global earthquake and tsunami. Relying solely on cars and boats would not suffice. If he could acquire 1 or 2 helicopters before the major disaster occurred, his chances of survival would increase significantly. Now was certainly not the time to acquire helicopters, but learning flying skills was urgent. The period before the polar night fully began was the best opportunity. Having a special pass that allowed free entry and exit from the base was another safety net for himself. He had a basic understanding of the current state of the base. The residents were receiving rice cakes and vegetable soup in the dining hall, and the quality and quantity indicated that the government's food reserves were already critically low. Only the government and the higher-ups at the base knew how long they could last. If the crisis of food shortages could not be resolved, riots could break out at any moment, and they might not even survive the polar night or polar day. By then the entire base could resemble a powder keg ready to explode and collapse. He recalled a statement made by the official supply staff at the base, who said that since the onset of extreme climate disasters, various crops in the region had basically failed. Even the most ordinary grassroots staff knew that food shortages had already begun, indicating that the situation was quite serious. If he could have a special pass for entry and exit, he could leave the base in a timely manner depending on the circumstances. Now everything hinged on the capabilities of Uncle Chen's friend. He hoped he would not be disappointed and that he could fulfill his wishes. Looking at his phone on the desk, he felt a sense of anticipation, which could also be seen as hope for surviving well during the impending disaster. As time passed by, Zhang Qiang checked his watch. It was already 10 o'clock and he doubted he would receive a response tonight. Outside, a rustling sound was heard as the pitch-black sky began to pour with dense rain. Zhang Qiang gazed at the long-lost rain, lost in thought. In the early morning, looking out at the fine drizzle and the residents bustling to work, Zhang Qiang glanced at the outdoor thermometer on the windowsill, which read 12 degrees. In just a few days, the temperature had plummeted by nearly 20 degrees from over 30. He picked up his phone to check a message, a text from Uncle Chen's friend sent around 2 o'clock last night, asking to meet Zhang Qiang at 9 this morning near the parking lot for a discussion. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Qiang's mouth as he closed the window, washed up, and went to the balcony to fill the bowl of his dog Sha Qiang with fresh water. He took out half a bag of barley mixed grain biscuits, added a few pieces of dried yak meat, and poured it into the food bowl. Sha Qiang sprang out of his doghouse and began to eat. He went to the kitchen, boiled a bag of frozen dumplings filled with pork and Chinese cabbage, poured a small dish of ginger vinegar, opened a can of pork and egg rolls, and poured a cup of yellow wine, leisurely eating in the living room. Looking at his watch, it was 8:30. He took out an umbrella, went downstairs, and walked towards the parking lot. As he approached the parking lot, a black sedan parked by the roadside had its window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man with a friendly face sitting in the back seat waving at Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang recognized him as Uncle Chen's friend. He promptly put away his umbrella, got into the car, handed a cigarette to the middle-aged man, lit one for himself, and took a puff. The middle-aged man smiled, lit his cigarette, and softly said, "Under normal circumstances you should be asking for a large quantity of various grains or food supplies in exchange to live comfortably at the base, which is only logical. However, your request exceeds my expectations." Zhang Qiang gently flicked the ash out of the window and smiled, saying, "There are countless kinds of fish and myriad nets, how much more so with human thoughts? Even if everyone shares the same logical reasoning, their styles of action can differ by mere millimeters, resulting in vastly different outcomes. It is normal for some things to exceed expectations." The middle-aged man chuckled, taking out a red document and a magnetic card from his pocket, handing them to Zhang Qiang. "This is the special pass for the base, valid for a maximum of 2 years. It was issued last night. You can use it by signing your name in the designated area on the front page. This magnetic card is an official fuel card for the base's gas station, and only this type of card can be used to refuel." Zhang Qiang took it, opened the special pass to take a look, placed it in his pocket, and said, "Thank you, I will do my best to bring back the medicines intact." "About learning to fly a helicopter?" The middle-aged man replied earnestly, "Through connections you can receive 3 months of instructional training from military pilots at the base's helicopter airport. This is already a special case. As for how much flying skill you can master, that depends on you. This is the extent of what I can arrange." Zhang Qiang nodded, feeling extremely excited, and quietly said, "I understand. Thank you. I will contact you when I return from outside." After saying this, he opened the car door, held up the umbrella, and walked toward the residential area. The middle-aged man watched Zhang Qiang's gradually receding figure and softly said, "That's 2 years' worth of medication. I hope you can bring it back intact." Zhang Qiang returned home, patted Sha Qiang's head as he approached, and smiled, saying, "Soon I will drive you out for a good stroll to clear your mind." Back in the bedroom, he took out a signature pen from his outdoor backpack and carefully wrote his name in the designated area of the special pass. He placed his identification documents and chip card along with the special pass and official fuel card into the inner pocket of his outdoor backpack. He locked all the windows in the house, packed Zhang Qiang's water and food bowls into a bag, secured the front door, left half a toothpick in the door crack, and took Zhang Qiang downstairs, heading towards the parking lot. He drove the SUV to the base's official gas station, filled up the tank, and took out 4 empty 50-liter gasoline barrels from the trunk, asking the staff to fill them up. The staff looked at Zhang Qiang with astonishment, softly asking, "Are you going on a long trip?" Zhang Qiang smiled and replied, "Yes, I need to go on a long trip." He placed the 4 filled gasoline barrels back into the trunk. Zhang Qiang poked his head out of the back seat window, looking around curiously. He drove up to the base's electric sliding door where the staff checked Zhang Qiang's special pass and identification documents. The heavy steel electric sliding door slowly opened. Zhang Qiang slowly drove out of the base gate. Outside, after the armed sentry re-verified his documents, they moved aside 2 rows of spiked barriers to let him pass. Driving the SUV, Zhang Qiang felt as if he had escaped from a cage, quickly leaving the base. On the open highway, Zhang Qiang felt as if he were soaring free. Although he had only spent a few days at the base, it felt like being trapped in a cage, especially when gazing at the high walls and dense nets surrounding the base, which imposed an invisible restraint that was quite uncomfortable. Outside, the light rain fell densely, adorning the car windows with glistening beads of water. Zhang Qiang turned on the windshield wipers, slowed the car, and looked at the deserted villages and towns along the highway. He pulled over to the side of the road and glanced at the electronic screen displaying the outdoor temperature 9 degrees. The temperature was gradually dropping each day. He took out his phone, opened the navigation app, and set the destination to Naku, a journey of 320 kilometers, roughly 4 hours of driving. From his supplies, he retrieved a bottle of purified water, an electrolyte drink, a bag of dried yak meat, and a bag of spicy chicken feet, pouring half of each into a bowl for Zhang Qiang while he ate and gazed at the scenery outside. The cracked and stiff land was being nourished by the rain, seemingly coming back to life, while the sky remained overcast and gray. Observing the desolate and lifeless surroundings, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. In truth, it was the same everywhere. After enduring severe weather disasters such as torrential rains, blizzards, extreme cold, extreme heat, and viral plagues, the global population had been reduced by 3/4, leaving no patch of pure land in this world. From the medical supplies area in his space, he took out 2 packets of aspirin and enteric-weighted tablets from the large medicine box. Following the prescribed daily dosage and quantity on the medication box, he set aside 16 boxes of medicine for a 2-year supply for the other party, packing them into a small cardboard box and placing it in a corner of his space, while the remaining 4 boxes were returned to the large medicine box. He rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke, recalling how he had exchanged just 10 boxes of such medicine in Lingji City for a large amount of energy resources, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, the conditions, value, and significance of this exchange were far beyond what those resources could compare to, making it highly worthwhile, as it was a matter of life and death. A patrol car with flashing lights approached and stopped next to his off-road vehicle. 2 armed police officers got out and approached the car window. Zhang Qiang, who had been lying on the back seat, immediately perked up, sniffing the air and barking excitedly at the window. Zhang Qiang calmed his unusually agitated dog and tossed away the cigarette, but sitting in the driver's seat with a smile, asking, "I just came from the base for an errand. Is there something you need?" One police officer with a serious expression replied, "You just came from the base. Show your base entry and exit permit along with your personal identification." Zhang Qiang observed the officer in front of him. The uniform did not fit his build well, and he faintly detected a whiff of blood emanating from him. Looking at the other officer standing nearby, he noticed an old scar from a knife wound on his face, and the right hand holding the handgun trembled slightly. He then smiled and said, "Okay, I'll get it for you." He reached for the outdoor backpack on the passenger seat, extended his hand inside, opened the safety on the Glock pistol fitted with a silencer, swiftly drew the gun and fired. After 2 faint bangs, one officer was shot in the forehead and the other in the chest, collapsing beside the off-road vehicle. Zhang Qiang glanced at the 2 fallen officers and raised his hand to deliver a finishing shot to the one who had been shot in the chest. He donned a pair of cotton gloves from the toolbox on the passenger side, got out of the car, and searched the 2 men and the vehicle, finding their work permits in the pockets of their police uniforms. Upon looking at the photos, it was clear they did not resemble the 2 who had fallen. With a sigh, he realized that these patrol officers must have encountered misfortune and been killed by these 2 criminals, who then impersonated them to continue their spree of violence and seize property, but unfortunately they had crossed paths with him. Zhang Qiang's earlier unusual behavior had raised Zhang Qiang's suspicions. After carefully observing the actions of these 2 men, he decisively shot them dead, otherwise he would be the one lying there now. He collected the standard-issue handguns and spare magazines from the 2 fake officers and found a box of ammunition in the police vehicle's armory, placing it on the shelf in the weapon area of his space. The rain had intensified from a light drizzle to a heavy downpour. Zhang Qiang got back in the car, closed the windows, turned on the heater, and took out a dry towel to wipe the rain from his hair and face. Following the route indicated by the navigation app, he drove away through the rain and fog. While driving, he contemplated the events that had just transpired. The outside world was not as peaceful as it seemed, especially in such an environment where some individuals had lost all sense of humanity and would do anything without hesitation to survive. This was also true for the vast majority of ordinary residents who would rather abandon their homes and livelihoods to endure a difficult life in government-sanctioned refugee bases. For they all understood that surviving was the most important thing. Zhang Qiang chose to visit Naku City because this place borders Zhejiang province. Since the onset of global extreme climate disasters, the two provinces in the country with the least impact from the calamities are Tibet province and Zhejiang province. It can also be said that among all countries and regions worldwide, Tibet province and Zhejiang province have been the least affected by severe disasters. Moreover, the largest official civilian shelter base in the country, Huaxia Central City, is located in the northern city of Zhejiang province, which reportedly can accommodate over 10 million residents for refuge. The protective performance and safety level of Huaxia Central City are also of the highest grade, and it currently serves as the headquarters for the country's highest authority. Almost all elite groups in the country, along with the best resources and the largest stockpiles of various supplies, are concentrated in Huaxia Central City. Zhang Qiang traveled smoothly and arrived at the vicinity of Naku after nightfall, feeling a bit dizzy and noticing his breathing wasn't as smooth, realizing it was due to altitude sickness. Naku was the highest city in Tibet province with a geographical environment that is extremely unique, cold, oxygen deficient and arid. It is also one of the largest highland pastures in Tibet province, almost entirely covered in ice and snow throughout the year. Renowned far and wide, the largest uninhabited area in the country, known as the Forbidden Land of Life, is located between the Naku and Ali regions. Entering the road leading to Naku City from the highway ramp, the surrounding mountainous environment appeared even more barren and desolate. Checking the outside temperature on the LCD screen, it was -6 degrees and snowflakes had begun to flutter outside the car window. Zhang Qiang parked the car by the roadside, turned the heating to maximum, took out 2 packed meals, poured one into Sha Chang's bowl and mixed it, and began to eat while watching the snowflakes swirl outside the window. Zhang Qiang picked up his phone, opened the Tibetan region network and browsed the weather conditions in Naku, revealing a wry smile on his face. The resident shelter base in Naku had just issued a blizzard and freezing warning, predicting that the area would enter the snow season ahead of schedule. Looking at his phone, Zhang Qiang quickly pondered that his timing seemed to be off. He originally planned to wander around Naku and then head directly to Zhejiang province for a few days before returning, but that now seemed unfeasible. If the area had entered the snow season early, it would mean heavy snow blocking the mountains, with all roads covered in ice and snow, making travel impossible. If he forced his way through, he might get stranded on the way back, and being stuck on the road would certainly impact his trading plans significantly. The key issue was that it was too risky in such high-altitude snowy weather. It was easy to jeopardize his life and that of Sha Qiang, which was not worth it at all. However, it wouldn't be right to come all this way for nothing, so he decided to explore Naku City, hoping to find something valuable. Though he already had plenty of supplies, anything free and useful that could fit in his space would be even better. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiang unconsciously stroked his chin and smiled, realizing how greedy he had become. Maintaining a steady speed on the bumpy road, it seemed that this section of the mountain road hadn't been maintained for a long time, with many rocks rolling down from the nearby hills, but it was still passable. Zhang Qiang focused, switched the high beam to low beam, slowed down and paid attention to the road ahead as snowflakes danced in the cold wind, concealing the once barren land beneath a blanket of white. Sha Qiang squatted in the back seat, pressing his head against the window, gazing out into the darkness. After more than 20 minutes of driving, they entered Naku City, which should have been brightly lit but now appeared particularly desolate, devoid of any light. Zhang Qiang observed the pitch-black multi-story buildings lining the road. This should have been the main thoroughfare of the small city, but it had sadly become deserted, a place where people and things had changed. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, and Zhang Qiang checked the outside temperature on the LCD screen, which had dropped to -10 degrees. He found a building with an awning by the roadside, drove the car inside, took out thick thermal underwear and a cashmere sweater from his space to change and to put on a waterproof and cold-resistant jacket, and immediately felt warmer. He put a modified pet winter coat and cold-resistant booties on Sha Qiang, instantly making the dog look cuter. Putting on his outdoor night vision goggles, he turned off the car, got out with Sha Qiang, looked around and waved to put the car back into his space. The building in front of him was 3 stories tall and the shop on the ground floor was empty. Zhang Qiang looked at the iron chain lock on the door, took out a hydraulic rescue tool from his space, cut it and entered, with Sha Qiang closing the door behind him. He went up to the 2nd and 3rd floors to take a look, finding that the rooms were empty, basically cleared out. Choosing a small room, he tightly locked the door, took out a portable high-capacity power bank and a high-power heater from his space, connected it, and the room quickly warmed up. Zhang Qiang laid down 2 layers of moisture-proof mats on the floor, took out a thick moisture-proof sleeping bag and prepared to spend the night there. He took out the 2 police standard handguns he had collected for inspection. They seemed to have been rarely used and were still in relatively good condition. He disassembled them, took out the specialized maintenance tools for firearms, maintained and assembled them. The 4 magazines together contained 30 bullets. He took the bullet boxes and filled the magazines with 15 rounds each, storing them on the shelves in the defensive weapons area of his space. Zhang Qiang lay lazily on the moisture-proof mat yawning while Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and took a puff, watching the howling cold wind whip the snowflakes into a flurry outside the window, when he couldn't help but remember something, falling into deep thought. Awakened in the dead of night by Zhang Qiang's furtive nudging, he vaguely heard voices outside, immediately scrambling out of his sleeping bag, donning his night vision goggles and drawing a Glock pistol from his spatial storage, fitting it with a silencer. The voices came from downstairs. Chaotic footsteps clattered up the stairs. Yesterday this shop's entrance was still secured with a heavy iron chain, but now it's been cut. Likely some refugees have taken shelter here from the blizzard. They might even have supplies. This time we're probably about to strike it rich. Several male voices chimed in agreement. Zhang Qiang waved his hand, stowing the portable power bank, space heater, outdoor sleeping bag and moisture-proof mat into his spatial storage. He holstered the pistol at his lower back, then drew a katana, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. A quiet thought crossed his mind. You've yet to taste blood, haven't you? Then tonight you shall drink your fill. He eased the door latch open, stepped aside and gently stroked the wary crouching Zhang Qiang beside him. The intruders searched several rooms below. Soon footsteps halted before his door and had burst inward, flooding the room with the stark beam of a flashlight. A shriek pierced the air. The man who just stepped inside, flashlight in hand, saw only a flash of silver, then felt the icy bite of steel piercing his chest. The blade withdrew in a blur. He collapsed lifeless. The remaining men reacted instantly, snapping off their flashlights and flattening themselves against either side of the doorway, each gripping a weapon. Zhang Qiang eyed the fallen flashlight on the floor, kicked it hard through the doorway, triggering panic outside. In that split second he lunged to the threshold, dual-wielding the katana with lethal grace. In the suffocating dark, anguished cries erupted one after another, then ceased abruptly and utterly. Chaos erupted downstairs. 6 or 7 flashlight beams flared in the stairwell. Zhang Qiang drew his Glock and fired precise, rapid shots directly into the converging beams. 6 soft, muffled gunshots felled 6 thugs armed with clubs and knives. One survivor, paralyzed with terror, tumbled headlong down the stairs. Zhang Qiang descended calmly, only for Zhang Qiang the dog to surge past him, latching onto the man's throat with savage ferocity, tearing and gnawing as blood-curdling screams echoed hollowly through the vast empty chamber. Zhang Qiang recalled the dog, then gazed down at the wounded thug writhing on the floor, his arm gushing crimson. Lighting a cigarette, he took a slow drag and exhaled a languid plume of smoke. He tore a strip of cotton cloth from the dead thug's jacket and meticulously wiped the blood from his katana's blade. In a low, measured voice he said, "If you wish to avoid sharing the fate of your fallen comrades, I'll grant you a chance at survival, but only if you possess something truly valuable to me. Otherwise I won't hesitate to let my hound reduce you to shredded flesh. Think carefully before you answer." The thug on the floor broke into cold sweat, trembling violently. "Don't kill me. I'll take you to our nearby stronghold. It's stocked with supplies we've scavenged across the city. All of it is yours, just spare my life." Zhang Qiang smiled faintly, ruffling Zhang Qiang's head. "Any other accomplices left? There were 13 of us. Aside from me, you just killed them all." "I swear it's true. I'll lead you straight to the stronghold and hand over everything. Please, spare me." "Very well," Zhang Qiang replied, calm and affable. "I'm quite reasonable and rather merciful. If your supplies impress me, I'll let you live. Lead the way." Trailing the thug and accompanied by Zhang Qiang, he braved the howling snowstorm for 15 minutes, arriving at a basement hidden beneath an unassuming building. 2 repurposed oil drums burned as braziers in opposite corners, radiating welcome warmth. The thug unlocked a concealed iron door and gestured inward. "All our scavenged supplies are inside, yours for the taking. Just spare my life." The moment the words left his lips, bang! A single gunshot cracked the silence. A crimson hole bloomed between the thug's eyebrows. He swayed once, then crumpled. Zhang Qiang shook his head softly. "Granting mercy to scum like you would be tantamount to harming others. My apologies." He approached the iron door, peered inside and sighed, not in disappointment but in quiet acknowledgement. There were indeed substantial supplies. The thug hadn't lied. Dozens of 200-liter drums of gasoline and diesel, over 100 burlap sacks of smokeless coke, high stacks of firewood chopped from wooden furniture lined the walls, 70-odd vacuum-sealed boxes containing Highland barley grain cakes, dried vegetables and wind-dried yak jerky. In one corner stood a meter-tall iron cabinet. Zhang Qiang walked over with a faintly wistful expression, opened it, and broke into a genuine smile. Quite the haul. You must have plundered some very affluent households." 5 shelves lined the cabinet, only the topmost held exquisite boxed jewelry, while the remaining 4 were densely packed with investment-grade gold bars. He inspected them closely, 275 bars weighing 500 grams each, 62 bars weighing 1000 grams each. He gathered the fine jewelry into a compact storage case and placed it on the dedicated shelf in his spatial storage reserved for precious items. Then he carefully stacked every gold bar into its designated vault compartment. Surveying his inventory, he noted 325 gold bars of 500 grams each and 86 bars of 1000 grams each. He then stored all remaining supplies into his spatial storage, where they automatically sorted and organized themselves into their respective designated zones. A quiet sigh escaped him. After hours of tension, freezing cold, mental strain and physical exertion, the effort had not been in vain. Tonight he would rest right here in this basement. He dragged the thug's corpse into the now empty warehouse and sealed the iron door. Then he tossed more firewood into both braziers. The basement brightened instantly, casting long steady shadows across the warm amber-lit space. When I woke up in the morning, it was already 8 o'clock and I felt the temperature had dropped significantly. Looking at the 2 fire pits in the corner, the flames were almost extinguished. Cuddled in my sleeping bag, I hesitated to get up, watching silly Qiang wandering back and forth in the basement, probably hungry. Reluctantly, I crawled out of the sleeping bag. I took out a bottle of mineral water and a bag of dried yak meat to feed silly Qiang, then packed the moisture-proof mat and outdoor sleeping bag into my space. I took the dog out of the basement to the surface, where a chill rushed over me. The biting cold wind swept through and the sky was filled with heavy snowflakes, creating a world draped in silver. The sky was only faintly brightening. Usually by this time around 8 the sun would have risen and the sky would be illuminated. Zhang Qiang knew that the daytime was gradually diminishing and for a long time to come there would be no sunlight, only the pitch-black nights. The polar night period had begun. Zhang Qiang gazed at the quiet street in silence for a moment, then took the off-road vehicle out from his space, got silly Qiang in the car, started the engine, turned on the heating and took a few gulps of an electrolyte drink. From the toolbox in the trunk I took out the anti-slip chains and fitted them onto the 4 wheels. I opened the navigation app on my phone, set the destination to the Sashi Residence Refuge Base and left the Nako urban area where I had stayed for only one night. I could no longer afford to waste time here. Watching the snow intensify, I realized that if I didn't return soon I might lose my way back. The car warmed up quickly. I glanced at the LCD screen showing the outside temperature -21 degrees. In just one day the temperature had dropped by about 10 degrees. Silly Qiang lay on the back seat, stretching out his limbs, and soon began to snore, falling into a deep sleep. After more than 6 hours on the road, I finally entered the Sashi area, feeling a sense of relief. I took out a box meal, opened a can of braised beef and poured myself a bottle of Shaoxing yellow wine. Sitting in the car, I watched the dense drizzle outside the window, reflecting on the drastic climate changes across various regions of the Tibetan province. Having eaten and drunk enough, I tidied up. I rolled down the car window slightly and the cold wind rushed in. I lit a cigarette and began to smoke. Although I had only been outside for less than 2 days, I found myself missing the cozy little nest in the residence refuge base. I couldn't help but sigh that ultimately people long for safety and stability. A life spent wandering and struggling is merely a choice made out of necessity. I took out a small cardboard box containing medicines from the corner of my space and placed it on the passenger seat. I soon arrived at the entrance of the base, and after presenting my personal ID and special pass I entered the base slowly. First I went to the official gas station to fill the off-road vehicle with gasoline, parked the car in the parking lot, held silly Qiang by the leash and headed toward the residential area. In the security booth at the parking lot, a lean young man named Jizo watched Zhang Qiang's receding figure and muttered to himself, "This person seems quite extraordinary. He just arrived at the base a few days ago and can easily go out. I guess I need to befriend him, it can only benefit me, not harm me." Zhang Qiang led silly Qiang to the door, first checking the half-toothpick he had placed in the crack of the front door. It had not been moved. Once inside he let the dog sniff around. He checked all the windows, which had not been tampered with, but still carefully inspected the entire house, confirming there were no issues before feeling at ease. I placed silly Qiang's water and food bowls in the corner of the living room, filled a large bowl with fresh water and mixed a box meal into the food bowl. The dog trotted over and started eating. After cleaning up the house and enjoying a comfortable hot shower, I changed my clothes, picked up my phone and sent a text message to the middle-aged man. "I just returned, the medicines have been safely brought back." Soon I received a reply from the middle-aged man, "Let's meet 15 minutes later on the road outside the residential area." Zhang Qiang replied, "Okay, see you soon." I picked up the small cardboard box on the floor, closed the door and walked out of the residential area. A few minutes later a black car stopped near Zhang Qiang. The middle-aged man with a friendly expression and a smile got out of the car. Zhang Qiang exchanged pleasantries and handed the small cardboard box and the gas card to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man opened the small box to take a look and smiled, saying, "I will arrange for you to go to the helicopter airport to learn flying soon. Wait for my news." Zhang Qiang nodded and smiled, saying thank you for your trouble. After saying that, he turned and left, returning to his cozy little nest in the residential area. 2 days later, Zhang Qiang received a call from the middle-aged man informing him that arrangements had been made and he could go to the helicopter airport for flight training tomorrow. Zhang Qiang took out a regular Huangdalo cigarette and placed it in his multifunctional outdoor backpack. He looked up at the sky where fine rain danced like cow hair and thought to himself that he had seized the opportunity. From now on it would depend on himself. He lit the cigarette and began to smoke slowly. Zhang Qiang now goes to the small helicopter airport in the base almost every day to learn helicopter flight theory, practice flight simulations, and acquire skills in routine maintenance and upkeep. Originally, the military helicopter pilot assigned to teach him had planned for Zhang Qiang to learn at the airport twice a week. However, after receiving a pack of cigarettes, he tacitly allowed Zhang Qiang to go to the airport every day, ensuring that whenever there were tasks to undertake, he would take Zhang Qiang along for guidance. When not flying, he taught Zhang Qiang the skills and experiences required for helicopter maintenance. Over a month has passed and Zhang Qiang has become proficient enough to fly the helicopter independently and handle various situations that arise during flight. Zhang Qiang clearly understands that he must quickly master flight skills and seize opportunities to practice flying the helicopter. After flights, he diligently assisted the pilots and maintenance technicians in various maintenance tasks, attentively learning from the advice and experiences they offered. Daytime has become increasingly shorter. By 10 in the morning, the sky is just beginning to brighten, and by around 5 in the afternoon, it is completely dark. After 3 months of flight training, he has become good friends with the military pilots and maintenance technicians who taught him. As Zhang Qiang was leaving the airport, they exchanged phone numbers and he presented gifts he had prepared for his 2 friends: a pack of Huangdalo cigarettes, 2 bottles of Lao Jiao Techu liquor, and a beautifully packaged box of high-end candies. These gifts can now be considered extremely rare luxury items that are priceless in the market. Zhang Qiang felt that what he gave was well worth it. Even if he had to give 10 times that amount, he would not feel sorry. Sitting at his desk by the window with a lit cigarette in hand, he watched the pure white snowflakes dancing outside as the outdoor temperature had already dropped to -15 degrees. During the day, there are only about 3 hours of light from noon to afternoon before it becomes completely dark, prompting Zhang Qiang to reflect that the polar night has fully begun. He opened his phone, logged into the online service hall, and checked his balance, which showed 10506 points. His rent had also come due and he paid 5500 points for 1 month, along with 540 points for 3 months of parking fees and 300 points for electricity. He needed to recharge some points soon, as his monthly point expenditure was not low: 5500 points for rent, 180 points for parking space rental, 900 points for meals in the cafeteria, and water and electricity fees were paid separately. From the storage box that held gold bars, he took out 10 investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, preparing to exchange some points at the base's service hall tomorrow at noon when it gets light. He already had a considerable reserve of gold, which he considered the most useless of assets, wondering what the officials could possibly need gold for at this time. Aside from stockpiling, it seemed that the vast majority of high-ranking officials believed that extreme climate disasters would gradually pass and everything would return to a state of prosperity, allowing gold to once again reflect its value. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. In his previous life, during the extreme disasters, he had similar thoughts, believing that the harsh calamities would someday end. As long as one could survive, any suffering would be endured. He just hadn't expected not to witness that day. He went to the kitchen, took out a free-range chicken, chopped some ham, added it to the soup pot along with some mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and daylilies, filled it with water, and placed it on the gas stove to simmer. He steamed a pot of rice in the rice cooker, stir-fried some spicy and sour cabbage, prepared eggs with black fungus, steamed a piece of cured fish, and opened a bottle of Guojio 1573 for a sumptuous dinner. Zhang Qiang happily twirled around his feet, probably anticipating a good meal in the evening filled with excitement. He slept soundly through the night, waking to the dark night outside, turned over and went back to sleep. When he woke up again, he looked outside and it was still pitch black. He checked his watch and was shocked to find it was already 1230. Suddenly feeling alert, it was indeed the polar night. After getting up and washing up, he found the dog still lying soundly in its bed in the living room. Realizing that the polar night climate was affecting the normal biological clock, he woke the dog, filled its water bowl with fresh water, mixed hot chicken soup with rice, and tore some chicken into its food bowl to feed the dog. After the dog was fed and cleaned up, he grabbed his outdoor backpack, took out a flashlight, and led the dog downstairs towards the service hall of the No. 1 office building. The temperature outside dropped rapidly, with heavy snow flying in the wind. The dark sky had no hint of light, and the roads in the base were covered in thick snow, creating a white expanse everywhere. Not far down the road, a sanitation worker was clearing the accumulated snow from the street. Zhang Qiang quickened his pace and soon arrived at the service hall. The hall was sparsely populated, making it feel particularly desolate. Zhang Qiang went to the points exchange window, took out the investment gold bars and his chip card, and handed them over. The staff completed the weighing and inspection of the gold bars in about 5 to 6 minutes, recharging his chip card with 30000 points, which showed a balance of 34166 points on the electronic screen. Zhang Qiang led Zhang Qiang out of the service hall and went to the parking lot. He took cleaning tools from the trunk and cleared the snow from the car before putting on a thick car cover. On the way back to the residential area, he saw government staff from the base with construction workers erecting a protective iron fence over 2 meters high between the ordinary residential area and the row house area, with lights and razor wire installed on the railing. A fully armed squad of soldiers carrying firearms and flashlights patrolled the vicinity. After being surprised, Zhang Qiang quickly realized that the authorities had likely become aware that a new extreme disaster might be approaching and were taking some protective safety measures to prevent chaos within the base. Returning home, he tightly closed and locked the protective door. Zhang Qiang's mental state was not good. After taking a few sips of water, he ran back to his doghouse and lay down. Zhang Qiang sat in front of the bedroom window, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and began to ponder. The dangers of the polar night would far exceed those of the previous extreme cold or heat. When people are in a completely dark natural environment for an extended period, both psychologically and physiologically, they experience immense feelings of oppression and irritability. During the polar night, the dangers of human disasters often surpass those of such natural calamities. If during the polar night the management of the base cannot control large-scale human chaos, it will lead to a complete collapse of the originally stable order within the base. After all, in his previous life, the governmental organizations of the inland provinces could not withstand the shocks of large-scale chaos during the polar night, leading to the disintegration of many, ultimately replaced by new forces. In this life, facing the same situation, he truly did not want to witness once more the hellish scenes of corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood. However, this was merely his wishful thinking. What is meant to happen cannot be avoided. What is bound to come will eventually arrive. Regardless, he must prepare in advance for various malicious human conflicts. Most importantly, it depends on whether the authorities managing the resident refuge in this area possess the capability and the ruthless means to resolve the crisis. Zhang Qiang took out the firearms from the weapon storage area on the shelves, 6 pistols and 1 submachine gun, disassembling each firearm and maintaining them with specialized tools. He checked all the magazines, ensuring they were fully loaded. He placed the silenced Glock pistol under his pillow and stored the other firearms in the space. He took out 2 high-powered electric batons to charge them, inserting a military standard dagger into its leather sheath, and attached it to his belt. Zhang Qiang slept for a while, feeling much better. He ran into the bedroom, rubbed his furry head against Zhang Qiang's thigh, and gently said, "From now on we need to stay alert. The days ahead may become dangerous and challenging." He thought to himself that if the order in the base truly descended into chaos during the polar night, he would go to the small helicopter airport in advance, take the 3 helicopters and all the maintenance tools, equipment, and a large amount of aviation kerosene stored in the warehouse into the space, then leave the base for Zhejiang province. Looking at the pitch black outside the window, he saw white snowflakes falling on the windowsill, accumulating a thick layer. The next day at 10 in the morning, Zhang Qiang went to the large cafeteria near the residential area to buy food. Holding a paper bag containing rice dumplings, he felt it was noticeably lighter and the vegetable soup seemed much more bland. An uneasy premonition arose within him: the food reserves in the base might be critically low. The snow on the road had just been cleared, but soon it was covered again with a layer and the snowflakes crunched underfoot. The armed patrols from the base's military passed by the intersection almost every half hour. Zhang Qiang knew this was the base enhancing its armed security deterrence. Standing downstairs, he looked up at the window of his apartment on the 3rd floor. The ordinary aluminum plastic material made him frown slightly. The entrance door of his home was just a regular iron security door. He needed to find a way to replace them with better doors and windows, at least for better security performance. The current doors and windows could only be said to prevent gentlemen, not thieves, let alone wicked people. After thinking, he walked towards the parking lot and saw the lean young man Jiza, who was staring blankly in the security booth. Inside the not-so-large security booth there was a small bed with thick bedding, and it was almost filled with personal belongings. The lean young man looked at Zhang Qiang standing outside the booth, stood up with a smile on his face and said, "Big brother, are you going out to drive?" Zhang Qiang took out a cigarette, lit one, took a puff, and handed another cigarette to the lean young man, saying softly, "Have you been living in the security booth all this time?" The lean young man took the cigarette, sniffed it, and smiled, saying, "It's quite quiet to live here and I don't have to spend points. It's much more comfortable than the collective dormitory in the apartment building. At least I have a single room here." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "That's quite nice. Since you've been in the base for so long, do you know anyone who can change doors and windows? I want to replace the doors and windows in my apartment with ones that have better security performance." The lean young man lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Big brother, I need to ask about that. Only the construction team on the base can change them, and they have the materials for that. How about this? I'll inquire about it in a bit. You leave me a contact number and I'll notify you as soon as I have news." Zhang Qiang left his phone number with the lean young man. Before leaving, he handed over the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smiling, "Keep these for yourself. Once this matter is settled, I'll reward you separately." The lean young man's face showed wild joy as he took the cigarettes with both hands, smiling, "Big brother, you can rest assured. I will definitely find a way to get this done for you." Zhang Qiang smiled, turned around and walked away, facing the wind and snow, returning home. He took the paper bag containing the rice dumplings out of the pocket of his windbreaker and began to eat the now cold dumplings bite by bite. In the afternoon, while he was sleeping, his phone rang. It was a call from an unfamiliar number which he felt should be from the lean young man in the parking lot. Upon answering, it indeed was him. The voice of the lean young man came through slightly hesitant. "Big brother, I asked around. There's a neighbor of mine from City in the construction team. He said he can replace the doors and windows with the same high-security performance ones as in the row houses, but the compensation he's asking is quite high." Zhang Qiang chuckled softly and asked what kind of compensation is needed. The lean young man hesitated for a moment and said, "My friend said that installation is no problem, but materials are hard to come by now. He needs to ask others to get them, so he requires 2 cigarettes. What do you think?" Zhang Qiang immediately understood and said, "Then I won't trouble your friend. He'll find someone else." He hung up the phone. At that moment, the lean young man sat in the security booth holding the hung-up phone and staring blankly. Next to him sat a similarly aged young man with slightly cross-eyed eyes who eagerly asked, "So did he agree?" The lean young man shook his head. The cross-eyed young man rolled his eyes and leaned close to the lean young man's ear to whisper. After listening, the lean young man's face showed some panic. However, after considering for a moment, he nodded at the cross-eyed young man, who revealed a barely noticeable sinister smile. Zhang Qiang gazed out the window at the increasingly heavy snowfall, feathery flakes blanketing the world as the temperature plummeted to -23 degrees Celsius. Though the polar night period did not bring the sudden extreme cold of the deep freeze phase, where temperatures could plunge to -50 or 60 degrees, it remained significantly colder than a typical winter. Tibet, already a high-altitude region, experienced even more severe cold due to its unique topography and geographical conditions, far colder than inland provinces. Zhang Qiang lined Xiao Chang's doghouse with several layers of soft-worn cotton jackets and placed a space heater nearby, maintaining a comfortably warm environment in the small living room. The water basin remained nearly full, helping to keep the air in the living room from becoming overly dry. At night, Zhang Qiang now slept in little more than his thick outdoor parka and trousers. Though Xiao Chang's doghouse sat right beside the apartment's entrance and the dog remained ever vigilant, he dared not relax his guard, not even slightly. To let one's guard down at such a time was tantamount to standing on the very edge of life and death. At midnight, deep in slumber, Zhang Qiang was jolted awake by Xiao Chang's fierce barking from the living room. He sprang up, instantly reached for the energy-saving bedside lamp, and found it unresponsive. The ceiling light too refused to ignite when he flipped its switch. He retrieved night vision goggles from his spatial storage, donned them, swiftly dressed fully, including cold-weather boots, then drew his Glock pistol from beneath the pillow, disengaged the safety, and strode into the living room. The apartment's entrance door stood fully ajar. 2 hooded figures stood there, flashlights and iron rods in hand, locked in tense confrontation with the dog. Xiao Chang leapt back and forth, emitting low guttural growls as he faced the masked intruders, wildly brandishing their iron rods. Zhang Qiang holstered the pistol at his lower back, unsheathed a standard-issue military combat knife from his belt, and hurled it with lethal precision. One intruder collapsed instantly, throat pierced the other whirled to flee, but after only 2 steps, searing pain erupted in his chest. He glanced down, only to see the tip of a blade protruding from his sternum, before unleashing a blood-curdling scream. Lights flickered on in neighboring apartments, but no voices rose, no doors opened, no footsteps echoed in the corridor. A faint icy smile crossed Zhang Qiang's face. He retracted the pistol into his spatial storage to send it to the building's ground floor and activated the emergency alarm at the unit entrance. Within 15 minutes, both patrolling armed soldiers and base security officers arrived almost simultaneously. Zhang Qiang recounted the incident to the officers, who cordoned off and examined the scene. From the intruder lying inside the apartment, they recovered lockpicking tools. After identifying both assailants, the officers exchanged grim glances and immediately reported the case to the duty commander of base security. When the hood was removed from one corpse, Zhang Qiang recognized the gaunt young man, Jizha, the parking lot attendant, and sighed inwardly. Leashing Xiao Chang, he accompanied the officers to an office in the administrative building, the base security command, and gave a detailed statement, openly acknowledging that the standard-issue military knife and katana used in the defense were his personal self-defense weapons. A senior officer reviewed Zhang Qiang's identification card, embedded chip ID, and special base access pass, particularly the latter recently issued by the Base Military Management Committee, one of the highest governing bodies of the facility, and fell into quiet contemplation. Observing Zhang Qiang's calm, unruffled demeanor, the officer paused, then spoke softly. "Such an incident has never occurred before within the base. This masked home invasion qualifies unequivocally as justifiable self-defense. However, the standard-issue military knife and katana you employed are strictly prohibited weapons for base residents. We will handle this matter fairly and impartially. For now you may return home." With that he handed back the identification documents, chip card and special access pass. Zhang Qiang smiled faintly and replied, "I have full confidence in base security's integrity and fairness in handling this grave incident. Still, I hope my defensive weapons can be returned to me promptly, lest next time I find myself weaponless waiting to be slaughtered." The officer frowned, retorting sharply, "Base security operations are by design exceptionally vigilant and demonstrably effective. A single unforeseen atrocity cannot erase the achievements and sacrifices we have made. As a resident you bear even greater responsibility not to question the competence of our security apparatus or its capacity to protect you." Zhang Qiang slipped the documents into the inner lining of his parka side again and met the officer's gaze. "Even 100 such atrocities would not diminish your accomplishments or efforts. I seek only the means to defend myself in moments of crisis, just as every resident does. Relying solely on others for protection is no different from sitting still and awaiting death. Since the onset of the cataclysm, those who held such passive beliefs perished earliest and most gruesomely. Without exception." With that he turned and walked out, Xiao Chang at his side, leaving the office and the administrative building behind, heading toward the residential zone. The officer listening to those piercing words knew them to be both true and irrefutable. Yet he was powerless. In any bureaucracy, certain officials preferred docile obedient subjects, people who asked no questions and raised no objections. Even flawed policies and erroneous decisions demanded unquestioning compliance. Dissent was neither tolerated nor permitted. Zhang Qiang returned home with Guzi. The bodies of the two assailants had already been removed by the police. Aside from some bloodstains still lingering on the floor, the apartment bore no trace of the violence that had transpired. Just as Zhang Qiang reached for a mop to clean the bloodstains, the building's security manager arrived with a maintenance technician and a cleaner. They restored power to the suite, thoroughly scrubbed away all blood, both inside the apartment door and in the hallway, with industrial-grade disinfectant, replaced the deadbolt with a new lock cylinder, and handed Zhang Qiang 3 freshly minted keys before departing. Zhang Qiang cracked open a window briefly to air out the room, then closed it again and switched on the high-wattage space heaters in the living room and bedroom. He fed Guzi a pouch of dried yak jerky. After finishing his meal, the dog curled back into his kennel. Zhang Qiang retreated to the bedroom, lit a cigarette and glanced at his watch. 4:30 a.m. Sleep was now utterly out of reach. After freshening up, he unpacked a boxed meal, opened a can of cod, poured himself a glass of guojia 1573 baijiu and sat at the desk by the window to eat. Such incidents stirred no real emotion within Zhang Qiang. He had long grown indifferent to them, even numb. He knew full well that during extreme calamity no one cared about your survival, only their own and how best to secure it. That alone was enough. Those overflowing with empathy, radiating boundless kindness and compassion akin to a bodhisattva's heart, such souls had vanished almost entirely in the earliest days of the catastrophe. The base security and guard department swiftly issued an official notice across the entire settlement. 2 residents masked and armed had attempted a nighttime home invasion to rob and murder. They were intercepted in time by both security personnel and armed military patrols, and shot dead on the spot after violent resistance. Zhang Qiang gazed at the announcement and let out a faint wry smile, bitter, resigned and utterly weary. Soon afterward he retrieved his standard-issue military combat knife and katana, which had been confiscated by base security officers, and received a text message from the Community Service Center granting 6 months exemption from rent and parking fees. Zhang Qiang understood this move was intended solely as a deterrent to warn other restless or scheming residents, but nothing more. In an era defined by critically scarce food reserves and relentless extreme weather, most residents labored relentlessly just to secure bare sustenance. Thus the base could only respond case by case, making stark exemplary examples of offenders to maintain order. Absolute fairness had never existed, not ever, and certainly not for those dwelling at the very bottom. Life dragged on, monotonous yet thick with latent peril. Rations served at the base mess hall dwindled steadily with each meal, while unrest among residents swelled ever higher. Joint operations launched by the stationed military forces and the security and guard department delivered only marginal results. Of the base's 4 major residential districts, gang confrontations erupted daily, violent scrambles over private property, and non-natural injuries and fatalities rose steadily. Even worse, organized gangs launched brazen raids on the central mess hall and government-run supply stores. In response, base authorities escalated punitive measures and resorted to increasingly brutal suppression tactics. Zhang Qiang rarely ventured outside anymore. He no longer visited the mess hall for meals. Instead, he remained indoors playing with Guzi and quietly observing the base's shifting tides. Gunfire punctuated the silence day after day, relentless, unceasing. From the adjacent dormitory building came frequent crashes, curses, and piercing cries of anguish. Once law-abiding citizens now lived in perpetual dread, banding together instinctively to fend off escalating waves of brutality and predation. Overwhelmed by ceaseless chaos and mounting criminal cases, official departments shifted toward raw force, openly suppressing violent offenders or summarily expelling repeat criminals from the base, abandoning them to fate. After 18 months of perpetual night, the refuge population had plummeted, from a peak of over 300,000 to fewer than 100,000. The severe food shortage eased temporarily with the dramatic population decline. Gradually, public order stabilized, violent incidents became rare. Residents labored diligently in disciplined shifts, yet even then they barely scraped by, clinging to existence on the narrowest edge of subsistence. Zhang Qiang knew this fragile equilibrium could not last. Government grain reserves were strictly depleting, no replenishment possible. With zero sunlight and temperatures plunging below -30 degrees Celsius, no crops could be cultivated on frozen land. The base's dwindling food stocks would inevitably run dry, and soon. Worse still, the endless polar night showed no sign of abating. Everything felt locked in a suffocating, inescapable cycle. Zhang Qiang now monitored the military helicopter airfield constantly. Yet its defenses were impenetrable, fortified beyond breach, leaving him no choice but to wait. Time, however, was slipping away. Should supplies dwindle to critical levels, the base's highest echelons would abandon the entire settlement and relocate to the Huaxia Central New City base in Xinjiang province. Indeed, senior leadership and military command at the Sashi base had already begun transferring vital strategic assets and their families to Xinjiang. When final abandonment came, the remaining masses would simply be left behind, discarded, forsaken, left to perish. Zhang Qiang had gleaned these classified insights recently from a middle-aged man, a pharmaceutical trader who had conducted 2 prior transactions with Chen Shu's friend. He understood clearly why he had lived so quietly in the base, why no department, no official had ever troubled him. It was largely due to that same middle-aged man. So long as Zhang Qiang retained utility, so long as he remained useful, the man had every reason to ensure his safety. But only on one condition: absolute discretion, absolute low profile. Should Zhang Qiang recklessly invite disaster, the man would surely turn away without hesitation. Thus Zhang Qiang had always moved with quiet caution, careful, measured, leaving no openings for others to exploit. This time, however, the middle-aged man sought another drug transaction with unmistakable urgency. Zhang Qiang recalled clearly the last batch he'd supplied was sufficient for 2 years' dosage. Counting backward from that transaction, the man likely had only 3 or 4 months' supply remaining. His current desperation suggested he wanted far more medicine this time and was willing to meet any reasonable terms Zhang Qiang might propose. That urgency spoke volumes. This might well be their final transaction. Only one conclusion fit: the base leadership had likely finalized an evacuation plan and secured formal approval from the Huaxia Central New City base in Xinjiang to execute it at any moment. Zhang Qiang lit another cigarette, staring into the unbroken blackness beyond the window, lost in thought, calculating what truly valuable assets he might extract from this final exchange. Helicopters were out of the question, even a single one. The man would sooner forego his medicine than part with one. And Zhang Qiang had never counted on acquiring such a life-saving asset through negotiation anyway, especially not via fair trade. Even if acquisition were possible, the price would be utterly unbearable. Zhang Qiang stroked his chin, a faint knowing smile curling at his lips. Leave room for future encounters. After all, he too would eventually head west to Xinjiang. Whether or not he joined the Huaxia Central New City base remained to be seen. What aid he should request from the man, however, demanded careful, deliberate consideration. Zhang Qiang led Guzi to the parking lot, fitted anti-skid chains onto all 4 tires of his off-road vehicle and started the engine, preparing for a journey outside the base. After all, the medicine to be delivered could not materialize from thin air. As the intermediary negotiating the transaction, he had to perform convincingly and flawlessly. In truth, Zhang Qiang was deeply reluctant to leave the base. Such an excursion carried immense risk. Those criminals forcibly expelled by the base's armed forces, left to fend for themselves, were legion. Especially the organized gang's cruelty was second nature to them, their humanity long since eroded, leaving only pure chilling menace. By now they likely controlled sizable territories and watched with predatory intent every soul venturing out from the base. The middle-aged man had initially intended to dispatch armed escorts to accompany Zhang Qiang during the drug negotiation, but Zhang Qiang declined outright. The man understood well enough everyone guards private truths, unwilling to let others glimpse what lies beneath. What mattered most to him was the safe return of the medicine, not the safety, fate, or peril facing the messenger. Zhang Qiang requested only weapons for self-defense, submitting a precise armament list: 2 standard-issue military pistols each with 2 magazines and 400 rounds, 1 military assault rifle with 4 magazines and 500 rounds, 1 military submachine gun with 4 magazines and 500 rounds, and 2 crates of military-grade high-explosive hand grenades. The middle-aged man reviewed the list and agreed instantly, dispatching personnel who swiftly assembled and loaded every item into the trunk of Zhang Qiang's off-road vehicle. At the inner checkpoint of the base gate, Zhang Qiang presented his special pass and identification, promptly granted clearance. Less than a kilometer beyond the base, Zhang Qiang pulled over, stepped out, and in an instant transferred all weapons and ammunition from the trunk into the secure armory shelf within his spatial realm. Back in the driver's seat, he retrieved and donned a level 7 protective high-performance nanothin ballistic vest, a Glock pistol, a suppressor, spare magazines, 4 M26 fragmentation grenades, and outdoor night vision goggles, then resumed steady progress along the roadside barrier, navigating by smartphone toward Shannon City. Pitch darkness swallowed the world. Blizzards howled across the wilderness, whipping snowflakes into furious swirling torrents. Zhang Qiang remained utterly vigilant, eyes fixed on the road ahead and periphery alike. Xiao Chang lay sprawled across the rear seat, gnawing steadily on a chew toy. His navigation app marked Shannon City as the destination, nearly 150 kilometers from Sa City, normally a 3-hour drive. But under these treacherous snow-choked conditions amplified by nightfall, the journey would stretch to 4 or 5 hours. Better to abandon that notion entirely. No urban center remained safe, not even marginally safer than Sa City itself. Zhang Qiang cared less about where he went and far more about escaping Sa City's jurisdiction as swiftly as possible, then halting at some remote, unassuming stretch of highway. Just past a side junction onto the main road, he spotted a barricade ahead, barely 30 meters away, its silhouette stark against the snow. Faint human shapes flickered around its perimeter. He gradually slowed, stopping 40 to 50 meters short of the obstruction, and switched his headlights from high beam to low. Lowering the window slightly, he lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and studied both flanks of the barricade. Though darkness reigned and snow fell thickly, his outdoor night vision goggles rendered the exterior with crystalline clarity. 8 or 9 figures crouched concealed on either side of the barricade, clutching crude but lethal weapons, occasionally peering out toward the vehicle. A quiet chuckle escaped Zhang Qiang's lips. He reached for the pistol on the passenger seat, disengaged the safety. Xiao Chang rose alertly on the rear seat, head tilted toward the window. He smoked slowly, cranked the heater to maximum, and hummed a soft, unhurried tune, waiting unruffled. Seeing the vehicle neither advance nor retreat, the ambushers emerged from both sides, converging inward. When they closed to within 30 meters, Zhang Qiang leapt out, withdrew 2 M26 high-explosive grenades, yanked the safety pins, and hurled them in rapid succession toward the flanking assailants, then ducked behind the open car door. 2 thunderous detonations tore through the blackness, firelight searing the night, screams piercing the air, then sudden eerie silence. A plume of snow dust mingled with crimson mist billowed across the frozen ground. Zhang Qiang returned to the vehicle, soothing the startled Xiao Chang, then surveyed the scene ahead before driving forward, clearing the barricade and continuing onward. Glancing at the Glock resting beside him, he mused, sometimes grenades proved simpler, swifter, more decisive, and infinitely more lethal. Over half an hour later, having crossed beyond Sa City's jurisdiction, he steered the off-road vehicle onto a broad level expanse of snow beside the highway and halted. He gave Xiao Chang a bottle of purified water and more than half a bag of dried yak beef jerky. Pausing, he entered his spatial realm, opened the large pharmaceutical chest containing aspirin and entericoated tablets, and withdrew 3 sealed packages of medicine, plus 4 loose boxes remaining from the prior transaction, then placed them neatly inside a small cardboard box, stowing it discreetly in a corner of the space. 34 boxes, 48 tablets each, at 1 tablet per day, would sustain the recipient for over 4 years. The medicine's original shelf life stood at 5 years within his spatial realm. Time stood perfectly still, ensuring full potency. In times like these, intact factory-sealed pharmaceuticals were nothing short of miraculous. No one quibbled over expiration dates anymore, survival alone dictated value. As his consciousness drifted into the spatial realm, surveying its vast reserves, he pondered, what else did he truly need? Weapons and ammunition. Aviation kerosene for helicopters. Yet perhaps only weapons and ammunition. To request aviation fuel and thereby imply possession of a helicopter would invite grave suspicion. Above all, security remained paramount, revealing his spatial realm would unleash consequences beyond endurance. Even for arms and ammo, discretion was vital. Unlike ordinary supplies, excessive demands would prompt hesitation or outright refusal. Moderation always was the wiser course. After reflection, Zhang Qiang resolved to contact the middle-aged man only at dawn. Tonight he would rest in this desolate wilderness, outside a frozen wasteland, inside a sanctuary of warmth. Gales shrieked with savage intensity, fine snowflakes spiraled endlessly, lifted by wind then cast down again. He awoke unusually early in the morning. Xiao Chang howled eagerly, signaling his need to relieve himself. He stepped out of the vehicle and walked the dog around the nearby snow-covered area. The dog bounded exuberantly across the pristine white expanse, brimming with unrestrained joy. After a brief play, they returned to the vehicle. Only then did he realize his entire body had grown icy cold. He pulled out a dry towel and carefully dried Xiao Chang's soaked fur. His stomach rumbled insistently. He retrieved 2 boxed meals, one he mixed thoroughly for Zhang Qiang and poured into his bowl, the other, a steaming hearty combination of meat and vegetables, aroused his appetite instantly. As he ate, he gazed out the window at the impenetrable blackness of the polar night, utterly devoid of light. When would this endless darkness finally lift? No one knew. He took out his phone and composed a concise message to the middle-aged man. The client can supply 34 fully sealed intact boxes of pharmaceuticals. The efficacy remains uncompromised, sufficient for over 4 years of dosage. The client requires 50 crates of military-grade high-explosive hand grenades, 5 standard-issue service pistols accompanied by 10 spare magazines and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 5 military assault rifles, 15 spare magazines and 20,000 rounds, and 5 military submachine guns, 15 spare magazines and another 20,000 rounds. If the terms are accepted, the weapons-laden vehicle must arrive precisely at 7:00 p.m. tonight at the bridge located 10 kilometers north of the base boundary. All personnel aboard must vacate the vehicle beforehand. Once the client has verified the cargo and taken formal possession, I will drive the vehicle back to the base and deliver both the cargo and the pharmaceuticals simultaneously. Zhang Qiang sent the message, then paused thoughtfully. The requested quantity of arms and munitions was modest, not excessive, and entirely within the other party's capacity. Compared to their first transaction, this offer was nothing short of a basement price, an act of goodwill. Combined with the arms and munitions he had requisitioned before this expedition, and those already stockpiled, he now possessed more than enough for personal defense going forward. 15 minutes later, the middle-aged man replied with 5 simple words: "Deal, well done." Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette and drew a deep contemplative drag. Upon completing this pharmaceutical exchange, he would require nothing further beyond his helicopter and all its associated maintenance tools, spare parts, diagnostic equipment, and aviation kerosene. Once back at the base after this transaction, he would exhaust every means available to secure as swiftly as possible the life-sustaining supplies he needed most urgently. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Qiang departed the temporary encampment beside the snow-draped highway and drove toward the boundary bridge, exercising heightened vigilance as he entered the Sashi administrative zone. After driving for over 10 minutes, nearing the urban periphery, he encountered a gang of over a dozen armed thugs blocking the road, brandishing knives, clubs, and crude bludgeons. Zhang Qiang offered a wry, resigned smile. Surveying the thugs who stood grinning malevolently before his hood and flanking both doors, he slammed the accelerator, reversing sharply. They lunged forward, swinging their weapons in pursuit. He lowered the window, reached into his spatial storage, withdrew a military submachine gun, disengaged the safety, and fired sustained bursts outward. Crimson tongues of flame erupted from the muzzle, dazzlingly vivid against the suffocating blackness, felling 7 or 8 thugs instantly. The rest scattered wildly across the icy pavement, tumbling and scrambling in panicked flight. Zhang Qiang leapt from the vehicle with Zhang Qiang and gave chase. Within seconds, the remaining fugitives collapsed under precise gunfire, each struck down before they could take more than a dozen steps. One wounded thug sat slumped on the ground, blood gushing from a gut wound. Trembling violently as Zhang Qiang approached, he opened his mouth to beg, but before a single syllable escaped, his head was severed cleanly by a flash of cold steel, a samurai blade, and rolled aside lifeless. Zhang Qiang sighed deeply, wiped the blade clean of blood, and retracted it into his spatial storage. Then, with Zhang Qiang at his side, he climbed back into the vehicle and continued onward. En route, he encountered several more bands of desperate, lawless marauders, most likely former residents of the base expelled by security forces for repeated criminal conduct and incorrigible defiance of order. One such gang numbered nearly 100. Zhang Qiang cycled relentlessly between empty magazines for his submachine gun, assault rifle, and sidearm, and even deployed 3 high-explosive grenades. Toward such predators he felt no pity, only resolve to eradicate them utterly. By 7 o'clock he arrived near the boundary bridge. The weapons delivery vehicle had yet to appear. He disembarked with Zhang Qiang, lit a cigarette, and surveyed the SUV, its body dented and buckled beyond repair, its frame twisted and warped in multiple places. The rear windshield and side windows were shattered in several spots, 2 tires had been slashed almost to ruin by sharp blades. He shook his head faintly. This vehicle was irreparable, yet it had served him loyally since before the onset of the extreme climate catastrophe, enduring countless miles and trials. He gathered every item from inside the cabin and the trunk, stowing them all into his spatial storage. Then he opened the fuel tank and ignited the gasoline. The SUV erupted into roaring flames. Promptly at 7, 2 vehicles arrived and halted atop the boundary bridge, a compact panel van and a minibus. The panel van's driver shut off the engine, boarded the minibus, and drove away immediately. Watching the minibus recede into the distance, Zhang Qiang led Zhang Qiang onto the panel van, started the engine, and drove it off the bridge to a secluded spot nearby. After parking and extinguishing the engine, he stepped out with the dog to scout the perimeter, finding no anomalies. Just as he prepared to open the cargo door and retrieve the goods, an inexplicable twitch seized his eyelid. He paused, then flicked his wrist, vanishing the entire panel van into his spatial storage in an instant. Meanwhile, inside a rowhouse villa at the base, the middle-aged man, wearing headphones, watched live feeds from hidden cameras installed throughout the van's cargo hold. Suddenly every signal cut out, total silence, total blackout. His previously affable expression shifted into startled disbelief, then smoothed into calm composure. With quiet amusement he murmured, "So he truly is no ordinary figure, possessing extraordinary methods indeed." Zhang Qiang projected his consciousness into the spatial realm, opened the van's cargo door and meticulously inspected the armaments and munitions inside. Every item matched his specifications exactly. He transferred the cargo into the designated defensive arms sector, where each weapon and round automatically sorted, categorized and stacked with flawless precision. Before him stood orderly rows of racks, 13 service pistols across multiple models, 6 assault rifles, 7 submachine guns, their corresponding magazines, neatly packed boxes of ammunition, 53 crates of high-explosive grenades, 3 Tibetan knives, 1 samurai blade, 1 standard-issue combat knife and 2 Grade 7 high-performance nanofiber ballistic vests, ultra-lightweight yet exceptionally resilient. A genuine smile spread across Zhang Qiang's face. These arms and supplies would sustain his survival through the coming chaos of cataclysmic disaster. His sense of security, once fragile, now settled deep within his bones. Should he ever succeed in incorporating the 3 military helicopters stationed at the base's airfield into his spatial domain, his confidence would become unshakable. That mission would begin upon his return. He retrieved the small cardboard box containing the pharmaceuticals, previously stored in a corner of his spatial realm, and placed it on the passenger seat of the panel van. With a thought he summoned the vehicle back into reality, boarded with Zhang Qiang, started the engine and drove steadily toward the base. Returning to the base, he drove the small van into the parking lot and sent a text to the middle-aged man, who soon arrived by car. Zhang Qiang handed the small box containing the medicine and the car keys to the middle-aged man. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took the hand of Zhang Qiang and was about to leave for his little nest. The middle-aged man smiled and asked, "What are your plans for the future? Do you want to stay here for good, or do you have better places in mind?" Zhang Qiang took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one for himself and handed a cigarette to the middle-aged man, smiling softly as he said, "If there were better places I would leave here. If there aren't, I would still leave. Where can one find a permanent place now? What seems secure today may not exist tomorrow. My plan is simple: to survive, to live well until all extreme disasters have passed." The middle-aged man took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaled, nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "Indeed, where can one find a long-term refuge these days? It's all just fleeting. If you want to leave, you should make plans quickly." After finishing his words, he picked up the small box, turned around and left in his car. Zhang Qiang watched the quickly disappearing silhouette of the car inside, leading Zhang Qiang towards the residential area. Back in his little nest, he checked the various arrangements made before leaving. Nothing had been disturbed. However, he still carefully inspected the surroundings, letting Zhang Qiang sniff around to confirm there were no dangers. It wasn't excessive caution. He knew that negligence could lead to disastrous consequences, especially given his current situation. He took a hot shower, changed out of the clothes that reeked of blood, and tossed them into the washing machine. In the kitchen, he boiled a bowl of noodles, added some greens, mushrooms and dried shrimp, opened a can of fermented black bean sturgeon and set up a small hot pot for himself. He took out a jar of Shaoxing rice wine, enjoying the meal particularly well, while Zhang Qiang nibbled on some dried yak beef in the corner. He took out his phone and logged onto the Tibet region website, but found the web page completely blank. He then logged onto the convenience service portal, only to discover it had been suspended. Outside, a cacophony of sounds persisted. Zhang Qiang approached the window and saw that several cars were parked in front of the townhouses in the nearby row of villas, with people constantly coming in and out, moving luggage to their cars. After watching for a while, he noticed that the military patrols, which had been quite frequent, were nowhere to be seen. The official office building of the base, which should have been brightly lit, had only a handful of lights on. His mind raced as he realized that the higher-ups at the base had likely begun to evacuate, which explained the middle-aged man's urgent need to trade medicine. Time was not on his side. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 9 o'clock. He retrieved his military-issue dagger, clipped it onto his belt, attached a silencer to his Glock pistol, filled 2 magazines with bullets, tucked them behind his waist, put on a lightweight bulletproof vest and donned an outdoor jacket over it. He checked the outdoor gear area in his space, took out a titanium alloy folding bicycle, put on night vision goggles, crouched down to reassure Zhang Qiang, and then headed out, riding quickly toward the helicopter airport. As he approached the airport, he noticed it was surprisingly quiet. From a distance, he could see that aside from a few soldiers stationed at the airport's guard booth, the military personnel who usually patrolled the airport were nowhere to be found. Zhang Qiang's heart sank with worry. Had the airport relaxed its security? Were all the supplies and helicopters already transferred? He had only been away from the base for 2 days. The changes seemed too sudden. He rode his bike around the perimeter road of the airport and through the high fence, saw that the hangars and maintenance workshops inside the airport were dark with no lights on. Having spent 3 months learning to fly here, he was very familiar with the environment and layout of the airport, especially the hangars and maintenance workshops. Zhang Qiang felt a sense of reluctance. Before leaving the base, the place he was most concerned about was this airport. If it had truly been evacuated, it would be almost impossible to get a helicopter again. Regardless, he had to go in and take a look. If it turned out to be as he feared, he would finally give up. Riding along the road beside the fence, he arrived at a public restroom near the maintenance workshop. Zhang Qiang knew that by climbing through the window, which was more than 2 meters high, he could directly access the airport. Once inside, it would be equivalent to entering the maintenance workshop. He folded the bicycle and placed it in the small compartment used for storing cleaning tools in the restroom. He looked at the half-open window on the wall, put on a pair of cotton gloves, stepped back 2 paces for momentum, leaped up to grab the window ledge, quickly climbed up and flipped into the airport. Following the edge of the fence, he quickly reached the maintenance workshop and climbed in through an open window. After careful observation, he found that the workshop was essentially unchanged. The duty room at the entrance was empty. He took out a field rescue hydraulic cutter from his space, cut the door lock, and quietly entered the duty room. He glanced at the daily record sheet hanging on the wall, a smile of joy breaking out on his face. It turned out that the airport had not relaxed its patrols. Rather, tonight all military personnel at the airport, except for the guards stationed at the booth, had gone to the military cafeteria for a farewell dinner organized by the base. The 3 military helicopters in the hangar had already undergone maintenance and refueling, ready for immediate use. Tomorrow noon, all the troops stationed at the base would evacuate and be redeployed to defend the Xinjiang province, with the living and office areas of the original military camp as well as the helicopter airport all handed over to the official management of the base government. Zhang Qiang scratched his head, feeling relieved that he had come in tonight, otherwise everything would have been too late by tomorrow. From the drawer of the desk in the duty room, he found the key to the warehouse of workshop materials and successfully entered the warehouse. He saw that 3/4 of the warehouse was filled with various materials, neatly arranged: 200-liter barrels of aviation fuel, entire boxes of helicopter-specific oil, various boxes of maintenance supplies, components, and a variety of specialized repair and maintenance tools. Zhang Qiang waved his hand, storing them one by one in his space, designating a separate area for flight materials. After leaving the warehouse, he collected various tools, testing instruments and equipment from the maintenance workshop that he could use into his space. Next to the maintenance workshop was the hangar where helicopters were regularly stored, and there was a small door on the wall connecting to the hangar. Zhang Qiang used the field rescue hydraulic cutter to snip the iron lock on the small door and entered the hangar, storing the 3 military helicopters one by one into his space. Following the route he came from, he quickly exited the airport and rode his bicycle back to the residential area, noticing that the roads leading to the base were particularly bright with car lights, with many vehicles moving slowly towards the main gate of the base. Back in his little nest, excitement surged within him as he glanced at his watch. It was exactly 11 o'clock. Standing by the window, he lit a cigarette, took slow drags, and watched the long line of vehicles on the base road, lost in thought. Everything that needed to be obtained has been acquired. Is it time to leave now? Zhang Qiang still felt quite attached to his little nest. Although it wasn't large, it was adequately furnished, providing a sense of warmth that only a home could offer. In the face of extreme and harsh disasters, nothing is more cherished than a safe and cozy little nest. However, when it's time to leave, one must go. Zhang Qiang remembered the words of the middle-aged man from that evening: if you are to leave, you must plan quickly. This indicated that many high-ranking officials at the base were already considering their future paths, or perhaps they had already made plans that were now in motion. He had taken 3 military helicopters from the helicopter airport, along with a large amount of aviation fuel and various supplies for maintaining the helicopters, effectively clearing out the most valuable resources from the base airport, all of which had vanished into thin air. This incident would not only shock the top leaders of the Huaxia Central New City base in Jiang province, but the higher-ups at this base would also be held accountable, and someone would surely be dispatched to investigate this major theft. His only vulnerability and the biggest suspicion lay in the fact that he had studied flight operation skills at the base airport for 3 months and was too familiar with everything there. Watching the stream of vehicles on the base's roads gradually diminish, they had begun to leave the base. It was indeed time to go. He entered the mobility transportation area in his space to take a look, finding 2 large luxury off-road RVs, 4 SUVs, 3 small vans, and 9 brand new vehicles, which would be sufficient for his future needs. He circled around the little nest, gathering all his belongings, furniture, appliances, and kitchen supplies into the space. After taking a good look at the little nest he had lived in for nearly 2 years, he felt a twinge of reluctance. He picked up his outdoor backpack, grabbed his titanium alloy foldable bicycle, led Zhang Qiang, and exited the house, locking the door behind him before handing the apartment key and access card to the building's security administrator. Riding his bicycle, Zhang Qiang followed him as he jogged toward the main entrance of the base. At the entrance, he presented his special pass and identification, following behind other vehicles leaving the base. Just as he passed the checkpoint outside the gate, the alarms within the base blared urgently and the heavy electric gates began to close slowly. Zhang Qiang smiled slightly. It was just in time. If he had delayed even a moment longer, he probably wouldn't have made it out. Following behind the other vehicles that had exited the base, he rode for a while before gradually stopping, watching as the cars ahead faded into the pitch-black night, leaving only faint glimmers of their headlights. Zhang Qiang folded the bicycle and stowed it away in the space. From the mobility transportation area, he swiftly retrieved an SUV, filled its gas tank with 2 50-liter barrels of gasoline, and stored the remainder in the trunk. With Zhang Qiang on board, he started the vehicle, turned on the heater, and began to chase after the vehicles ahead. Before long, the red taillights of the cars ahead became clearly visible as Zhang Qiang drove the SUV, maintaining a distance of about 400 to 500 meters. Based on their driving route, their destination seemed to be Zhang Province. These vehicles likely belonged to the families of the influential figures within the base. Upon exiting the base, he noticed that some vehicles contained both the elderly and young children, and one vehicle was filled with fully armed soldiers, likely a security detail protecting their journey. Zhang Qiang was still lying in the back seat, sniffing around curiously, still unfamiliar with the new car environment. He took out his phone, opened the offline navigation, and set the destination to Wuqishi in Zhang Province. Wuqishi is not only the capital city of Zhang Province but also the administrative power center of the country. It is also the location of the largest and safest civilian refuge base in the country, the Huaxia Central New City Base, which has the highest resource reserves. The last time Zhang Qiang went to Tsushi, he wanted to visit Zhang Province, but unfortunately he encountered an early snow season and could not make the trip. Zhang Province is vast, spanning over 1.6 million square kilometers, and is home to the second largest moving desert in the world, the Taklamakan. Divided by the Tianshan Mountains, it is mainly split into southern and northern Jiang. The northern region boasts diverse environments with grasslands, lakes, forests, canyons, deserts, and gobi. In contrast, the southern region is primarily characterized by highlands, deserts, and oases with many highland lakes, but the climate is exceptionally dry, differing greatly from the ecological environment of the north. However, the overall living conditions in Zhang Province are significantly better than those in the Tibetan province. Zhang Qiang was looking forward to wandering around Zhang Province, seeking a picturesque, pleasant, and safe place to settle down. Although he was aware that under the current extreme climatic disasters this might just be a dream or wishful thinking, one must always have hope to sustain life and give oneself a reason to hope. While contemplating a better future, the sound of intense gunfire suddenly jolted Zhang Qiang awake. He slowly brought the car to a stop, turned off the headlights, and Zhang Qiang climbed up from the back seat, ears perked. Such an occurrence was actually within Zhang Qiang's expectations, having experienced several waves of violent attacks from bandits outside the base in recent days. The reason he had been following the other vehicles at a distance was to have someone else clear the path for him. Now all he could do was hope the people in those vehicles could turn the tide and avert danger. For them he could only offer such well wishes. Helping was simply impossible. At such a moment, who would risk their life to assist complete strangers? Zhang Qiang rolled down the window, slightly lit a cigarette, took a puff, and watched the situation unfold ahead. The gunfire, which had been intense, gradually became sparse, then fell completely silent, all within a span of about 10 minutes. He took out a military standard handgun and submachine gun, disengaged the safety, and placed them on the passenger seat. He also retrieved 2 M26 grenades and tucked them into his pocket as he slowly made his way toward the front. A few minutes later they arrived at the section of the road where a fierce gunfight had occurred and saw a jeep's wheels trapped in a pit blocking the road. On the ground near the highway, over 30 corpses dressed in various attires lay sprawled, bloodied, with an array of knives and weapons scattered around. Zhang Qiang even spotted several primitive yet powerful bows. By the roadside next to the jeep lay the body of a young soldier in military uniform, tightly gripping a military assault rifle. Zhang Qiang sighed, got out of the car with Zhang Qiang, and surveyed the surroundings, moving the bodies of the 2 young soldiers into the seats of the jeep and tidying their clothing. He collected 2 standard-issue handguns, 2 military assault rifles, and spare magazines for both from the armed vests, along with an ammunition box inside the jeep and 6 50-liter barrels of gasoline from the trunk into his space. Zhang Qiang could tell that these 2 armed soldiers must have stayed behind to protect other vehicles escaping engaging in a deadly battle with the assailants and perished due to their severe injuries after defeating them. He drove around the jeep and continued forward. After more than half an hour he saw 4 vehicles slowly moving along the winding mountain road ahead. He then slowed down, maintaining a distance of 400 to 500 meters from the vehicles. As he was about to enter a fork in the winding mountain road, he drove off the highway, finding a relatively flat area to park, took off his outdoor night vision goggles and rubbed his temples. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 2 in the morning. He felt a bit tired, having hardly rested well these past few days for the sake of survival. Deciding to rest until tomorrow morning before setting off, he looked at Zhang Qiang, who was squatting in the back seat gazing out the window. Turning off the engine, he got out with Zhang Qiang to stretch their legs, retrieved an outdoor rechargeable lamp from his supplies and placed it on the roof of the car, instantly brightening the surroundings. He took out the dog's water bowl and food bowl, filled half the bowl with fresh water, mixed rice with canned braised pork, and poured it into the food bowl. The dog eagerly began to eat beside the car. Zhang Qiang took out a boxed meal and a can of beer, placing them on the hood of the car as he started to eat. The temperature had risen slightly over the past 2 days, making the icy road surface a bit softer as it gradually thawed. Zhang Qiang looked up at the dark sky and vaguely saw some twinkling stars. He sighed, reflecting that the polar night had lasted almost 2 years and should be coming to an end. He was starting to forget the feeling of sunny days. Not only humans but even the dog seemed a bit depressed. Although the polar day was not pleasant either, the land could be cultivated for planting crops, and as long as there was a harvest there was hope for survival. He hoped that tomorrow morning he would wake up to the dazzling sunlight. Just as he was about to get back in the car with Zhang Qiang to rest, he saw Zhang Qiang suddenly dash out, shouting at the dark side of the road where a metal rod swung towards him. Zhang Qiang quickly drew his standard-issue handgun from his waist and fired several shots towards the darkness and its surroundings. After a few screams, silence returned as Zhang Qiang ran back panting. He changed the magazine, put on his night vision goggles, turned off the rechargeable lamp on the roof and stored it away. Approaching the dark area, he found 3 emaciated men holding iron rods and machetes laying dead on the ground. Zhang Qiang shook his head and sighed, realizing that nowhere was safe anymore. The 3 men had wasted 15 of his bullets, which felt a bit extravagant. However, it was also good to let the surrounding assailants hear gunfire, it might keep them in check. Thinking this, he took an M26 high-explosive grenade from his pocket, pulled the safety pin and threw it towards the roadside in the distance. A loud explosion echoed, shaking the ground slightly. Zhang Qiang, frightened, dashed into the car and lay still on the back seat. Zhang Qiang smiled, got back in the car, started the engine, turned on the heater, cracked the window slightly, and after soothing the dog for a moment, reclined the seat and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, it was once again Zhang Qiang's furry head that nudged him awake. Checking his watch, he saw it was already 10 in the morning. Outside, snowflakes were falling and the temperature had dropped a few more degrees. He got out with the dog to stretch, returned to the car for a simple breakfast, turned the car around and drove onto the winding mountain road. He opened his phone's offline navigation, setting his destination to Yuki City in Xinjiang Province via National Highway 219. Passing through Shigatse, Mount Kailash, Shikhanhi and Bangong-ko, he would soon reach the border of Xinjiang Province at Daoshan-Daban. After passing through Yecheng and Kashgar, he would arrive in Yuki City, covering a distance of over 4,000 kilometers. The scenery along the way was breathtaking on the perilous peaks, but unfortunately it was too dark to see. In fact, Zhang Qiang could have chosen another route which only spanned a little over 2,800 kilometers. However, he wanted to explore more places. He had enough mobility with transportation, sufficient fuel and supplies, adequate self-defense weapons and food reserves, and more importantly, he had plenty of time to spare. After driving for 5 continuous hours, he unexpectedly saw the 4 vehicles he had followed the previous night on the road ahead, one of which was a military truck likely transporting supplies needed on the road. He felt surprised. Could it be that they had chosen the same route into Xinjiang? However, thinking about it, it made sense. Although the journey was longer, this route had almost no population, with towering mountains and steep cliffs, making it much safer, albeit a bit more challenging, with a very low probability of encountering human disasters. It seemed they had also carefully considered their route before departure. He then reduced his speed, maintaining a distance of about 500 meters from the vehicles. He thought that it was actually quite good. If any dangers truly arose along the way, the others would clear the path for him, saving him a lot of trouble, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. Zhang Qiang was aware that the vehicles ahead of him were also noticing that another vehicle was following closely behind them. Although the distance of over 500 meters was neither too far nor too close and no sounds could be heard, the brightness of the headlights was still clearly visible. Any light in the pitch-black night would be particularly conspicuous. However, it was nothing unusual. Each followed their own path without disturbing one another, as long as they could coexist peacefully. The other party had gradually sensed Zhang Qiang's intention, so they maintained a normal driving speed. Upon passing Mount Kailash, Zhang Qiang stopped. He held onto Zhang Qiang and circled around the steep, symmetrically pyramid-like walls beneath the main peak known as the King of Sacred Mountains, which was said to wash away one's sins. This is also the first sacred mountain of the Tibetan region, one of the 4 sacred mountains revered by countless devout pilgrims who come to circumambulate it. Back in the car, he took out the packed meal and shared it with the dog. Zhang Qiang became unusually quiet, lacking the usual excitement even while eating. The vehicles that were ahead had already driven far away and Zhang Qiang did not wish to continue following them. After resting for 2 hours, he set off again. After passing the Lion Spring River in Bangong-ko, they were approaching the border between Tibet and Xinjiang. Zhang Qiang felt a surge of excitement as he cautiously crossed the boundary mountain pass and officially entered Xinjiang province, heading towards Yicheng according to his phone's navigation. The journey was desolate, and although it was still shrouded in darkness, he deeply appreciated the majestic mountains and treacherous terrains. Xia Chang lay listlessly on the back seat, eating much less than before. Zhang Qiang understood that this was altitude sickness. He too felt the same way, as traveling at altitudes of 4 to 5,000 meters no one would be unaffected. Entering the Yicheng area, he saw a massive peak in the distance that seemed to pierce the starry night sky. This should be K2, standing 8611 meters tall, the jewel of the Pamir Plateau and the second highest peak in the world. Before the extreme climatic disasters, this place, like Mount Everest, was a paradise for many climbing and adventure enthusiasts. Unfortunately, this was during the polar night, and he could only see the blurred outline of the towering magnificent peak from afar. Arriving in the urban area of Yicheng, the 4 cars he had seen earlier had also stopped here to rest. Zhang Qiang ignored them and found a relatively secluded and sheltered street to park and take a break. He turned off the car and refueled. Xia Chang gradually perked up, drinking some water and eating most of a bag of dried yak beef, then started wandering around the empty street. Zhang Qiang stood by the car, observing this small town that should have been bustling, now desolate and empty. Apart from the howling wind, the silence was eerily unsettling. Many buildings were already dilapidated. It seemed that the residents who had lived here had long since fled. He placed a portable outdoor light on the roof of the car, illuminating the surroundings, and took out a packed meal to eat. Watching Xia Chang darting around the street, he felt a sense of relief as the dog appeared more lively. An elderly man around 60 approached with a young soldier fully armed and alert, strolling casually towards Zhang Qiang. Xia Chang quickly ran back, circling around Zhang Qiang, vigilantly watching the two approaching figures. Zhang Qiang patted Xia Chang's furry head, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and looked at the elder who had stopped a few meters away. The old man had a kind face, smiling gently as he said, "This dog is raised quite well. Its fur is shiny and healthy, and it seems intelligent, knowing how to protect its owner." Zhang Qiang smiled in response. "Yes, many people have praised it like that. I can't let it hear too many compliments, or it might become arrogant and proud." The old man laughed heartily and said, "Did you come from the refugee base in Sa City? This journey hasn't been easy." Zhang Qiang nodded, saying, "No matter how difficult it is, I've managed to get through. In these times, no matter where you are, no one has it easy." The old man, looking calm, asked, "Are you heading to the Huaxia Central New City base in Yuki City? Perhaps we can travel together." Zhang Qiang shook his head gently and said, "I go where the wind takes me. As long as I feel it suits me, I'll stay. It's better for each to walk their own path." The old man nodded with a smile, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave with his guard. Zhang Qiang found a relatively clean and tidy residential courtyard in the street, parked the SUV inside, tidied up the room a bit, and prepared to stay in the small town for a few days to rest. He had been on the go for days and was indeed very fatigued. He took out a portable high-capacity mobile power supply, an energy-saving lamp, a portable heating and cooling air conditioner, a soft mattress, and a bedside table, setting everything up in the room. In the small courtyard, he checked the water well under the withered tree. There was plenty of water, so he drew a bucket up. The water was clear and pure, without any impurities. After tasting it, he found it cool and sweet. He took out the liquefied gas stove and gas cylinder, placed them on a stone platform under the eaves, and prepared to cook a sumptuous meal to improve the diet for himself and Xia Chang. He took out a soup pot, washed the fresh lamb meat, cut the white radish into pieces, wrapped the crushing carp in gauze, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove to start boiling. He used a steamer to cook dried eel and several sausages. He washed and chopped the bitter melon and red pepper, preparing to stir-fry. He set up an outdoor folding dining table in the room, took out a bottle of Wulianye liquor, poured a full glass, and couldn't resist taking a sip first. It was fragrant and truly delightful. Zhang Qiang felt that he was more suited to this kind of home life. The toil and hardships of constantly being on the move made him feel a headache just thinking about it. He also realized that in these times of special and harsh disasters, all plans and goals were mostly futile and unrealistic, as no one could predict what would happen tomorrow. One could only face it calmly and live well in the present. Suddenly, several deafening gunshots rang out nearby. Xia Chang, who was gnawing on a lamb bone, raised his head and perked up his ears. Zhang Qiang patted the dog's head to reassure him, but did not get up, continuing to eat and drink. As it did not concern him, he chose to remain unconcerned as long as they did not come to disturb him. After a while, a faint commotion could be heard outside, followed by the roar of engines, the sounds gradually receding. Zhang Qiang thought that it must be the old man's convoy, which had finished resting and was about to continue their journey, leaving this place. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he prepared to heat water for washing up and soaking his feet. The street outside the small courtyard was filled with a cacophony of voices. Zhang Qiang immediately became alert, disengaged the safety on his military standard pistol, tucked it behind his waist, and left the room with Xia Chang walking towards the main gate. He approached the main gate and peered through the narrow crack. Along the street marched 30 or 40 men, each wielding farming tools like hoes, iron rakes and sickles, as well as clubs, leather whips and crude blades, systematically entering every courtyard as if searching for something. Zhang Qiang furrowed his brow. Could it be that some original residents had remained in this small town, or were they holdouts? Yet these men bore no resemblance to bandits or marauders. He promptly retracted the SUV parked in the courtyard into his spatial realm, then turned and re-entered the house, stowing all his belongings inside the same dimension. The courtyard gate swung open. Several men armed with knives and clubs entered, and Zhang Qiang burst forth from the house barking wildly across the yard. Zhang Qiang donned his outdoor night vision goggles and stepped outside. There in the courtyard several men brandished their weapons, attempting to corner the darting dog. Zhang Qiang raised his pistol and fired a single shot into the air. Instantly the men halted their pursuit of the dog and fixed their gaze upon him standing at the threshold. He recalled Zhang Qiang into the house, then watched the men gathered in the courtyard, just as another dozen surged through the gate. Zhang Qiang addressed them. I am merely passing through, resting here temporarily. If this is your home, I will leave immediately. From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man who shouted, those people in cars who shot our comrades on the street just fled. You carry a gun, you must be with them. With so many of us here, you cannot escape. Zhang Qiang sighed helplessly. The base team had truly walked straight into danger and left the fallout for him. No wonder they'd departed in such haste. He replied calmly, I do not know them, I am not allied with them. Had I been, I would have left with them. Step aside, I will depart at once. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A young man spun around and sprinted out of the courtyard, most likely to summon reinforcements. Zhang Qiang grasped their meaning clearly. They would not let him leave. The middle-aged man fixed him with a stern gaze. Surrender your firearm, ammunition and all supplies, including that dog, and sever one arm. Only then might I consider sparing your life. Zhang Qiang lit a cigarette, drew deeply and exhaled slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Very well. But what if the others refuse? Wouldn't that place you in an impossible position? By then more figures had streamed into the courtyard. The middle-aged man hefted his iron rake and roared, if you refuse, we bury you here. The crowd erupted in chorus, kill him. Kill him. In one fluid motion Zhang Qiang drew two M26 fragmentation grenades from his coat pocket, yanked the pins and hurled them outward, then lunged back into the house. Two thunderous detonations shook the air, followed by waves of agonized screams echoing across the courtyard. He retrieved a military submachine gun from his spatial realm, disengaged the safety, strode out the door and unleashed controlled bursts. Several men rising from the ground to flee were cut down before they cleared the gate. After reloading, he bolted from the courtyard with Zhang Qiang at his heels. 8 or 9 figures sprinted toward them along the street. He switched the weapon to semi-automatic mode, raised his aim and fired, each shot precise, lethal. Within moments silence reclaimed the avenue. He stowed the submachine gun back into his spatial realm, drew his standard-issue sidearm from his belt and re-entered the courtyard to deliver final merciful shots to the wounded still clinging to life. From the energy supply sector of his spatial inventory he retrieved 4 50-liter drums of gasoline and doused the courtyard. Leading Zhang Qiang outside, he summoned the SUV from his spatial realm, helped the dog aboard, started the engine, activated offline navigation on his phone and drove toward the city's edge, his next destination Kashgar. Flames now roared across the street, leaping from building to building, casting an incandescent glare against the ink-black night. Hands steady on the steering wheel, Zhang Qiang scanned the road ahead and sighed softly. Peaceful days, it seemed, were harder to come by than ever. Yet perhaps it was for the best. This harsh reality served as constant reminder he lived not in an age of peace but in the crucible of cataclysm. No one would indulge him. No one would protect him. No law stood between him and oblivion. All that remained to accompany him were brutality and bloodshed and the relentless, desperate will to survive. For survival alone bore the seed of hope, like the endless polar night, however long, must yield at last to dawn's first light. From Yichang to Kashi it was a little over 250 kilometers, only about 3 hours by road, but to Zhang Qiang it felt unusually long for one reason alone: exhaustion. He wanted to sleep. He watched Zhang Qiang sprawled on the back seat, rhythmically snoring as if in the deepest of slumbers, and Zhang Qiang felt only envy and a bitter, admiring resentment. He found himself oddly nostalgic for the days in the Saussure civilian refuge, simple days of eating and sleeping, the bliss of waking when the body wished. He pulled the car off onto a patch of sandy gravel beside the road and abandoned all pretense of caution. Sleep came first, even if the sky were to fall. When he woke and checked his watch, he discovered he had slept more than 10 hours. Zhang Qiang crouched nearby, watching him with a look that might have been faint contempt. After stretching his limbs and loosening the stiffness, he felt much refreshed. He gave the dog some fresh water and jerky, ate his boxed meal, and watched the world slide past the window. Only then did he notice an oasis fringing the highway beyond it. The yellow sand dunes rolled on and on. He was on the edge of a desert. He topped off the magazines of his issued pistol and military submachine gun with every remaining round, stowed them in his spatial pocket, then rejoined the highway humming an off-key tune as he drove on. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he was hallucinating. The distant skyline had begun to gleam. It was light, the brilliance of sunlight. Zhang Qiang was instantly sober with joy. The era of perpetual night was ending. After enduring 2 full years of darkness and despair, his eyes stung with tears of relief and elation. He reflected on the string of extreme disasters since the climate catastrophes began: torrential rains, blizzards, bitter cold, savage heat plagues, and now the passing of the polar night. Although he had lived through a similar calamity once before, this time it was wholly different. Every disaster lingered longer, struck harder, and crushed the spirit in a way that could be called apocalyptic. The more he thought, the less he wanted to think. Fear forbade further rumination. He settled on letting things take their course, forcing a rueful smile of helpless acceptance. Hope is easier when you have not yet suffered. Having suffered once, despair is often the more frequent companion. Watching the brightening horizon, Zhang Qiang felt his spirits lift. This life, he decided, had already yielded its gains. He owed no one but himself honesty and courage. A glance at his offline navigation map showed just over 100 kilometers to Kashi. He eased off the throttle, rolled down the window, felt the gentle breeze, and lit a cigarette. They crossed a stretch of road with high undulations like waves, a thrill like a roller coaster. Qiang gripped the passenger seat back with his paws, his expression indescribably tense. A few cars were parked by the roadside ahead, painfully familiar, especially an army truck. Their doors hung open, the bodies pocked with bullet marks, tires shot out. They were the people who had left the base with them. The ground was stained with dried patches of blood. A dozen corpses lay a short distance from the road. Their weapons were nowhere to be seen. Something had gone terribly wrong. He slowed, edged to the roadside, produced his service pistol, disengaged the safety, and with Qiang at his side climbed out of the car. The vehicles had been thoroughly searched and emptied. The old man who had spoken with him and Yi Chang lay beside a jeep, struck by several bullets. The fatal shot had pierced his brow. Most of the others had been riddled with multiple rounds, and the bullets differed. Zhang Qiang touched his chin and inspected the gunshot wounds and the spent casings scattered about. The attackers had been numerous and professionally trained, perhaps even soldiers. They used military-issue weapons and had access to motorized transport. A gang with such capability would hardly ambush travelers on a highway for petty robbery. On the ground he spotted a yellow button, an unusual brass button of refined design. He examined the brass button in his hand and compared it with the buttons on the victim's clothing. None matched. It must have fallen from one of the attackers' uniforms. He and Qiang returned to the car and Zhang Qiang drove on in deep thought. They would have to be cautious whatever the attacker's identity or motive. This was not a fight he could face alone. Soft sunlight poured through the window and Zhang Qiang raised his hand to bathe in its warmth. After 2 years he finally felt the sun's radiance again. Qiang gave an excited yelp of delight. In the distance the city silhouettes grew clearer. Kashi was near. From his spatial cache he took 6 M26 high-explosive grenades and stowed them across his outdoor shell pockets and backpack, fitted his Glock with a suppressor and clipped it to his waist, and placed the military submachine gun with its safety off on the passenger seat. Soon he reached the ramp leading into Kashi proper. He hesitated. Should he bypass Kashi and head straight for Wuxi, or enter Kashi to look around before proceeding? The moment of indecision carried him onto the ramp into Kashi. He thought, if danger waits, it will be everywhere. Avoidance will not change fate. He accelerated onto the road toward the city. To his surprise, there was a checkpoint at the urban boundary. A military vehicle stood by and 4 fully armed soldiers with automatic rifles patrolled the area. He slid the submachine gun from the passenger seat into his spatial pocket and eased the car along at a crawl. They pulled up to the checkpoint, rolled down the window, and 2 soldiers came to the glass. Zhang Qiang said, "I came from Zhang province and I am heading to Wuxi city. I plan to rest here in Kashi for a while." One soldier replied, "Kashi is now a military-controlled zone. Civilians are forbidden to enter. You should go straight to Wuxi city." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Very well, I'll turn back." Just as he prepared to do so, he noticed the soldier's tactical vest buttons, those same distinctive brass buttons. Another soldier had already brought his rifle off his shoulder and was holding it in his hands. In a flash, Zhang Qiang drew his Glock from his waist, flipped off the safety, and fired. 2 soldiers in front of the car fell instantly, struck down. The other 2 raised their rifles and were cut down by bullets to the chest. Zhang Qiang leapt from the car. An officer emerged from the checkpoint with a service pistol and aimed to fire at him. A muffled shot rang out. First, the officer collapsed with a neat bullet hole between his brows. Qiang wriggled from the window and bolted into the checkpoint. Zhang Qiang kept his gun leveled as he entered and found the place empty, then swept the area with rapid searches. Qiang raced back to the car. On a shelf by the checkpoint wall sat 2 boxes of ammunition, 6 50-liter jerry cans of gasoline, several boxes of vacuum-sealed self-heating rations and military canned food. Zhang Qiang folded the shelf and its contents into his spatial pocket. He also took the automatic rifles and service pistols from the 4 soldiers and the officer together with spare magazines from their tactical vests and the ammo boxes and stored them in his spatial pocket. He climbed and turned the car, sped back onto the ramp and merged onto the highway, racing toward Wuxi City. Zhang Qiang maintained a speed of 100 km per hour even though the entire highway was devoid of other vehicles and there were no people or animals in sight. The road conditions were quite complex and he didn't want to risk his life in an accident. He needed to leave the Kashgar region as soon as possible. At the checkpoint he had already sensed a whiff of danger. If he hadn't reacted quickly and shot first to catch the opponents off guard, he would likely have perished. It was almost certain that the cars that had left the base in cities and were attacked were military personnel from the Kashgar region, or rather members of the terrorist armed forces that had already taken control of the area. Though he didn't know why they had chosen to attack and kill, whether for wealth or simply for the thrill of murder, he understood that anyone ruthless enough to open fire on women, children and the elderly was certainly no kind-hearted individual. The journey from Kashgar to Wuxi still stretched over 1,500 kilometers and he hoped nothing else would happen on the way. The sun had risen, its rays slightly blinding yet warm against his skin, even a bit hot. Having not seen the sun in 2 years, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. He took out his outdoor multifunction protective glasses and put them on, instantly feeling a sense of relief for his eyes. Squinting, slightly yawning and resting on his seat, Zhang Qiang enjoyed the warmth of the sun. A bitter smile crept onto his face as he noticed 2 military jeeps in the rearview mirror closing in on him. He promptly increased his speed and pulled out 2 M26 high-explosive grenades, placing them on the passenger seat. Not far ahead, the road narrowed into a winding mountain path. After contemplating for a moment, he gradually slowed down and after passing the curve at the mountain pass, quickly pulled over and turned off the engine as the pursuing vehicles drew closer. Removing the safety pins from the grenades, he listened as the pursuing jeeps neared the mountain pass, then threw the grenades out. As the jeeps rounded the mountain pass, an explosion erupted. The grenade detonated above the jeep's front, causing the vehicle to lose control and crash into the guardrail. The vehicles following closely behind braked urgently and came to a halt, only for another grenade to follow, resulting in screams from inside. Zhang Qiang drew his military submachine gun and quickly advanced, unleashing a barrage at the 2 jeeps, emptying 2 magazines. When the gunfire ceased, all 8 fully armed soldiers inside the jeeps lay dead. He collected 6 military automatic rifles, 2 military assault rifles, spare magazines, ammunition boxes and 2 boxes of ammo from the jeep's trunk. Returning to his SUV, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before starting the vehicle and driving onto the winding mountain road. In the evening he spotted a small village near the road and decided to rest there for the night. He left the highway and parked his car in the village. He took Zhang Qiang for a stroll around the town and found nothing unusual. It was a deserted village with many houses already collapsed. Feeling reassured, he stored the SUV in his space. In a dilapidated house at the village head, he tidied up a small room and had a simple dinner with Zhang Qiang, boiled water for a bath and changed his clothes. He took out a soft mattress from his space and placed it in the small room. Lying on the bed, he savored the tranquility and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the shabby window into the room. Zhang Qiang rubbed his eyes, basking in the warm glow, feeling an immense sense of joy. Zhang Qiang lay at his feet, still sleeping soundly. Zhang Qiang smiled and stretched, realizing that the extreme daylight period was approaching and he would soon miss the days spent in darkness. It's better to have normal days with the cycle of day and night. He got up to wash up and stored the bed back in his space. He poured a large basin of clean water for the dog and mixed it with a box of military beef canned food, taking out a portion for himself and sitting at a stone table in the dilapidated courtyard to eat. At the courtyard gate, he retrieved his SUV, drove onto the highway and checked his phone's offline navigation, noting that there were still over 500 kilometers to Wuxi. He wanted to visit the Tianshan ranch, but now there were no herders driving herds of cattle and sheep, and likely the grass on the ground had already disappeared. Plants that could survive extreme cold, extreme heat and extreme night periods would be rare and precious species. The upcoming extreme daylight period might be as long as the extreme night period, and he needed to find a suitable place to settle before it arrived. He wondered how things were at the central new city base. It seemed he still had 34166 unused points in his resource exchange chip card. If he could continue using it at the central new city base, that would be ideal, otherwise his 11 investment gold bars would be wasted. The journey had been relatively smooth, and by 2 in the afternoon he finally entered the vicinity of Wuxi. Traffic on the highway gradually increased. He saw many villagers along the roadside diligently cultivating the abandoned lands, celebrating the arrival of sunrise and the day. At the checkpoint on the road into the city, several fully armed soldiers were on duty. Zhang Qiang parked the car in the designated inspection area, got out with Zhang Qiang and approached the service window at the checkpoint, handing over his ID and chip card for verification. The staff at the window only collected his ID and returned the chip card to Zhang Qiang, softly stating the Central New City Base has issued a new announcement discontinuing the use of the original resource exchange chip cards registered by domestic residents. This chip card is now invalid. Zhang Qiang was taken aback and asked, so the points I had exchanged for resources on this chip card are also void and cannot be used anymore? The staff replied yes, it has been invalidated along with the chip card. Residents are now using the new currency issued by the base. You may consult the resource currency exchange point established by the official government department in the city on how to exchange for the new currency. Zhang Qiang took back his ID and chip card, smiling helplessly. Those 11 investment gold bars were indeed wasted. But thinking about it, it was normal. Nothing is permanent, everything changes, just like this extreme climate disaster. After the armed soldiers carefully checked the vehicle, they allowed him to pass. Driving slowly through the city, he observed the endless stream of residents on both sides of the road, their faces beaming with joy. Vehicles flowed continuously and traffic police diligently directed pedestrian and vehicle traffic at the intersections. Zhang Qiang felt as if the city had returned to the state it was in before the extreme disaster, once again witnessing the social order and civilization that had once existed. The dog squatted in the back seat, excitedly looking out the window. After driving for more than 20 minutes in the urban area, paying attention to the buildings on both sides of the road, he saw a storefront sign ahead that read Official Material Currency Exchange Center of Huaxia Central New City Base, with a parking lot next to it. He then drove to the side and parked. At the entrance of the parking lot, he took a parking ticket and found a parking space to stop the car and turn off the engine. He thought for a moment and took out 5 investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, from a shelf storage box that specifically stored gold, placing them into his outdoor backpack. He glanced at all the gold reserves on the shelf, noting that one of the 2 large storage boxes contained 320 investment gold bars weighing 500 grams each, while the other box had 86 investment gold bars weighing 1 kilogram each. On the shelf's partition there was also a storage box containing various precious jewelry. After getting out of the car with Zhang Qiang, he walked out of the parking lot and arrived at the Material Currency Exchange Center. Looking at the staff sitting at the counter, he asked, "Hello, I just arrived here from another province and I heard that the points on the material exchange chip card I originally had are no longer valid. I would like to know how I can exchange for the new currency now." The staff replied, "The type of material exchange chip card previously issued to domestic residents has been discontinued. Now the new currency issued by the official base allows residents to earn corresponding currency by participating in various government-provided jobs or by exchanging valuable materials designated by the base for currency. Here are the specified ratios for exchanging materials for currency, you can take a look." After speaking, the staff took out a booklet from the counter and handed it to Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang took the booklet and read it carefully, finding that the content was quite similar to that of the material exchange point in the Tibetan province, with the biggest difference being that the exchange there was for points while here it was for cash. He then took out 5 investment gold bars and his ID from his outdoor backpack, placing them on the counter and saying, "Please exchange these investment gold bars for cash." The staff looked at the 5 investment gold bars on the counter, their expression turning to one of surprise. They widened their eyes and asked, "Are you sure you want to exchange for that much cash? 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 5 yuan in new currency. Our exchange center can only process a maximum of 5,000 yuan in cash per day, so that much gold cannot be exchanged in one day." Zhang Qiang took back 3 investment gold bars, placing them into his outdoor backpack, and softly said, "Then please exchange for 5,000 yuan in cash. I will come back to exchange more after I use this." The staff replied, "All right, I will first weigh and verify the gold. If it meets the exchange standards, I will exchange cash for you." After saying this, they picked up the investment gold bars from the counter and handed them to the staff in the back room for weighing and verification. Zhang Qiang then asked, "What denominations does the new currency have?" The staff replied, "There are denominations of 100 yuan, 50 yuan, 20 yuan, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan, 50 cents and 10 cents, making 9 denominations in total. Generally most transactions only use cash below 50 yuan. After hearing this, Zhang Qiang nodded and said, "Then please give me more cash in denominations below 50 yuan. A few minutes later, the staff from the back room finished weighing and issued the material exchange receipt. After signing, Zhang Qiang received 5,000 yuan in cash, both in whole and in change, which he packed into his outdoor backpack and took back his ID, placing it into his pocket. He led Zhang Qiang out of the official material currency exchange center. After walking for a while, he noticed that everything here was so orderly and peaceful, completely devoid of the feeling of being in a time of extreme disaster. Seeing a restaurant by the roadside, he walked in with Zhang Qiang, where the waitress warmly arranged a seat and handed him a menu. Looking at the menu, he found only a limited selection of food: hand-grabbed rice, pulled noodles, baked naan, thin-skin buns and lamb soup. However, it felt quite good, and although the prices were not cheap, at least he could buy food. Zhang Qiang nodded and ordered a bowl of lamb soup, 2 baked naan and 2 thin-skinned buns. He then asked, "Is the Huaxia Central New City base located in the urban area?" The waitress replied with a smile, "It seems you just came from another province and are not familiar with this area. This is the Tianshan district. The area of the Huaxia Central New City base is quite large, established in the suburban area, expanding the original Wuxian by more than 10 times to create this base. It is much larger than the current Wuxi, located more than 50 kilometers from this urban area. If you want to purchase daily necessities, you can go to the material trading stores operated by government departments. However, there are strict limits on the quantity and type of materials that can be purchased by individuals or families each month, especially for various grains and oils. But it should not affect you much. The meal you ordered costs about 1/3 of my salary for a month." Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "Thank you, I understand." He thought to himself that many of the policies here are similar to those in the Tibetan province, all implementing the decisions made by the highest leadership of the Huaxia Central New City base. The waitress smiled and turned to leave to fetch the meal. After drinking a bowl of lamb soup and eating 2 baked naan, he found the taste quite good, though he was still not full, so he fed the 2 thin-skinned buns to Xiaxiang. After paying 35 yuan for the meal, he left the restaurant with Xiaxiang and returned to the parking lot. Sitting in the car, he rolled down the window, lit a cigarette and began to smoke. He needed to find a temporary place to settle down first, and then find a safe and stable residence to get through the period of perpetual daylight. Although longing for a life of freedom under the sun during the period of perpetual daylight is not gentle and warm, but scorching hot, burning like molten gold. Moreover, there are no intervals of time, no breaks. It hangs high in the sky continuously after the last brief night. During the period of perpetual daylight, the temperature, while not as high as the extreme heat period with temperatures soaring above 70 degrees, relentlessly tortures the earth over the years without respite. The burnt-out cigarette burned his fingers, snapping him back to reality. He started the car, paid a 1 yuan parking fee at the exit of the parking lot, and merged into the flowing traffic on the street.